Boy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Oh, they didn't change the score, did they? Did they flip the score? Did the Niners win on a? Can we get an appeal, Marcus? Can we appeal the score?
Can I get that Jake Moody extra point back? Just asking for a friend, Murph.
Ooh, baby. I watched it last night. Good morning, everybody. NFL Network had it on, and yeah.
And you
went right back into it.
You decided to torture yourself. I thought you would at least give yourself a 24-hour window, but you dove straight back in, huh?
Rory Murphy walked in, and he's not the biggest sports honk in the world. He's pretty good. Like, Declan's the one who's crazy about it, but he walks in just with his phone, and he looks up, he goes, "You reliving the pain?"
Yeah.
You reliving the pain?
You like a little bit of torture, don't you, Murph?
Well, just kind of wanted to check it out again and see, was there some sort of smoking gun I missed, Because yesterday, if you go by the national narrative, it's all about the coin flip decision. Yeah. At this point in time, that thing's like the moon landing. You know what I mean? That's like the Berlin Wall. It's like one of those significant moments in U.S. history. Do you take the ball or do you kick? That thing got parsed by so many different people.
Oh, I mean, it's got legs, whether you're talking about Kyle's decision, whether we're talking about the players not knowing the overtime rules and how that might have affected overtime, if it did have any effect at all on the actual playing field.
Right. That's the question. How much did it affect? Like the argument was, would the Niners have not, were they not trying to score a touchdown because they took it first,
Well, I'm just curious what would have happened if the 49ers did score a touchdown. Does Kyle Juszczyk then throw his helmet up in the air and start celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl?
Hey, and to your point, it was shortly after we signed off the air yesterday, one of the Chiefs said they would have gone for two.
Yeah, we have sound we can play later on in the show. Chris Jones confirmed the game plan that the Kansas City Chiefs had for 2 weeks getting ready for the Super Bowl, maybe even longer, that they were planning on kicking the ball. And regardless of what happened on the opening drive, if the 49ers did march down and score a touchdown, regardless, they were going to go for the touchdown and go for the 2-point conversion, which means, Murph, there was never going to be a third possession.
Like the Niners play was for the third possession, and the Chiefs were like, there will be no third possession either way. We're either winning or losing it right here. Yeah, which would have been one of the great climactic moments in Super Bowl history.
But it's something that we talked about on the show yesterday. It makes the most sense for me strategically. If with these new overtime rules, we saw what happened with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid having 4 downs to move the ball downfield. Yeah. Obviously, it's better to know whether you need a field goal or a touchdown. That goes back to the college overtime rules. And everything lines up perfectly to where you get to decide whether or not you give the ball back for a third time or you control the sudden death situation yourself. And when you're Patrick Mahomes, when you're Andy Reid, when you got the corn dog with a little extra ketchup and mustard, they're going to go for 2 every time, and they're going to make the game be decided by them, not by their opponent.
I would agree that I think that it was a watershed moment in that, first of all, so the regular season doesn't have these rules, right?
No.
A regular season, a touchdown ends it, right?
You are correct.
Right?
Yes.
In the regular season, a field goal extends the game, but if the first team scores a touchdown, does the other team get a chance at the ball?
No, I believe a touchdown ends it, which is pretty dumb that we don't play by the same rules in the regular season versus the postseason.
I'm not even sure that's correct because it's changed so many times, but let's put it this way. Just the next Super Bowl this happens, I don't think there's any question that after what happened on Sunday and after all the analysis and discussion, I don't think there's any question now that the team that wins the toss will defer. Mm-hmm. I think that this will be the test case that proved it. And that going forward now, the team that wins, I just expect the advantage will be having the ball second. All that said, if the 49ers, if you want to just give Kyle the benefit of the doubt on this, which at the time I was thinking about the third possession, and again, I see it both ways. I wasn't dogmatic either way. I was like, to me it was 50-50. But now as the evidence is kind of coming up, people are like, nah, it's more 51-49. But there is an argument to be made that the Niners had only allowed that one touchdown drive the entire game, and it was a 16-yarder, and they had held the Chiefs to 4 field goals, and that if Kyle was just saying, hold them to a field goal like you've done all game, that was not a huge ask. That's theoretically what he thought their defense could do.
Which they had proven throughout the entire game. But that's why I said yesterday, it would have been a better explanation if Kyle just straight up came out and said, look, my defense was gassed. Yeah, that's why we wanted the ball first. That's a much more crystal clear explanation and an acceptable answer versus this whole third possession strategy, which is now being debunked by this Kansas City Chiefs team.
Debunked!
Here's the thing, like,
we have a debunking.
Again, like people bring up like, oh, it doesn't matter whether or not the players know the rules or not. Well, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and McCall Hardman knew the rules because they had been practicing.
Did you know McCall didn't?
Well,
did you hear that?
He said he blacked out.
Well, yeah,
during the play.
well, Mahomes said something like the little guy here didn't know the rules or something like that, or maybe it was just a blackout.
Yeah, he said
you're right.
He said he came up after the game and didn't know how they won the game, even though he caught the touchdown pass.
Man. And one of the ones that got me, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, was when MVS, as they call him, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, went backwards. I hadn't seen the footage. Chris Jones screaming from the bench. You see that? Like, what are you doing,
hilarious,
man? Yeah. And then to your point that you brought up yesterday, Steve Wilks' decision at that point to prevent the first down and give up those 7 yards. This is a critical moment in the game. Well, critical moment of the game. It's freaking overtime, and the Niners are going to win. It's like the moment of the game. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, the Niners then decide to play off coverage or whatever you want to call it. They just played soft back. They were like, you're not getting the first down.
Yeah, they had 5 guys back at the first down marker.
So they gave up, and Mahomes smartly says, give me 7 then. I'll take 7.
I'll take what the defense gives me.
Okay, still it's 3rd and 6, which is a pretty nice situation. So if you're the Chiefs, you have 2 plays to get 6 yards. Mm-hmm. But if you're the Niners, you're still liking 3rd and 6. You know, you're still feeling like you got a real chance to get a stop here. And this is when they blitz Fred Warner. And I didn't, because we were all screaming in the living room. Tony Romo, did you hear him first guessing it?
Yeah.
Say, do not blitz him. Do not. He handles pressure so well. And even though Warner's in his face, and by the way, you can make an argument that Warner's being held on the play. Whoever the lineman is has 2 hands around Warner's waist.
Well, Murph, you can make the argument that the 49ers are being held the entire second half of that game.
That was kind of crazy, wasn't it? There was a lot of still shots that were nuts. You can even see it when you can see it with the naked eye on your couch, you know something's wrong. Yeah. You know,
like I wasn't joking yesterday when I saw Nick Bosa get put in like a belly to back suplex. Like he was getting held around the hips. They was holding all over the place. It was
interesting. At Vinovich, it seemed like they threw more flags in the first half than the second half. Like the second half, they let him go, and Bosa's proclamation, they hold a lot, came true, and the Chiefs just used it to their advantage. It's kind of like Pete Carroll's Seahawks used to defensively hold a lot.
Almost every play.
And I think that his attitude was, throw the flag. Yeah. If you don't throw the flag, we're going to get the play. We're going to get an incompletion.
That's the thing. They can't throw a flag every single play.
Exactly.
And they're not going to.
I mean, it's a strategy. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Warner is inches away, but Mahomes is so calm and just hits Rashee Rice on a crossing pattern. He turns the corner. 13-yard first down. So that was a critical sequence there.
Yeah, and then
playing off, and then 2 plays later, Wilks calls the same D, and Kyle calls a timeout saying, no, don't do that again.
He puts the kibosh on it, which we talked about yesterday. Tony Romo caught out on there also.
I still think Wilks in the defense was fantastic. I mean, I get it. It was a strategy. Mahomes beat it. You know, a lot of the stuff comes down to, and this was a big discussion point yesterday all day long on Twitter, nationwide, radio, TV, podcast, whatever, is just Mahomes.
Yeah.
And he was the one guy who was going to beat you.
It's Patrick Mahomes, and it's the ball bouncing the right way for the Kansas City Chiefs. We talked about how many fumbles there were yesterday. Yeah. Kansas City put the ball on the ground 5 times. Oh my God. They recovered 4 of their own fumbles.
You can't win the ball.
Murph, there were 7 total fumbles in the game. The Kansas City Chiefs recovered 6 of them. Think about that for a second.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
Right? All right. So, anyway.
So you get that. You get Patrick Mahomes on top of everything. You get this team being prepared for the overtime situation, and it's bad news for the 49ers.
And I'm looking at my laptop at a picture of Kyle Shanahan walking off the field with his head bowed. There it was. How about that whole thing where he and Reed agreed not to shake hands? That's unusual.
Apparently, going back to Super Bowl 54, they had tried to shake hands.
So it took like 25 minutes to find each other on the field.
Yeah, there was like a mob around Andy Reid, which makes sense. It's a Super Bowl, so I had no problem with it. It wasn't like it was a dig or a shot at them. They both agreed.
Tell you another awkward thing that always comes out of these Super Bowls is, and it's fine. I'm not criticizing at all. It's just always a weird look, but the losing team always has a party. And it's always like, I get it. Life goes on. You got to celebrate. You know, we're all going to be dead one day. You might as well have a party. But it is always a tough look when you're a fan. You're like, great, Lil Wayne played your party. Yeah. Great. I'm so happy for you.
Well, it's funny because Tony asked me about that yesterday. He goes, wait, the 49ers went out after the Super Bowl? I was like, yeah, you never drank after a heartbreak?
Every team has a party, and it's always been a thing. I remember when the Patriots lost to either the Giants or the Eagles, one of those 2 teams. And I think they had LMFAO playing. and Gronk was on stage like doing
Out here
shirtless.
shuffling.
He was doing like shirtless handstands on the stage.
Shuffling on stage.
And that went viral. People were like, Gronk, you just lost the Super Bowl. He's like, yeah. I'm on stage with LMFAO
Right.
doing shirtless handstands.
He's Gronk. So, yeah, I get it, man. These guys.
I mean, they're all young alpha males. They're 25 years old. They want to go get their, they want to go sow their wild oats, Tony.
Yeah, dude, if I just lost the
Sow
biggest
their
game of my
wild
life,
oats.
too, I'm drinking my pain away also.
It is always a tough thing. But Lil Wayne was, I mean, that's
That's Shanahan's guy.
Shanny's guy, right? He's like, yeah, great concert. Thanks.
They didn't have Post Malone, who had Brittany Mahomes take off his Dallas Cowboys jacket.
Oh, I missed that.
Oh, so at the Chiefs after party, Post Mahomes, I'm thinking
Post
Mahomes.
Malone?
I got a buddy who's fantasy.
Post Mahomes.
His fantasy football team is Post Mahomes.
pretty
So
funny.
I always get it confused. And it's Patrick Mahomes with the face tattoos as his logo. But what I'm saying is Post Malone had his Cowboys jacket ripped off by Brittany Mahomes, and then
Oh.
she put a Chiefs jacket on him for the Super Bowl party.
By the way, made a laugh joke, but who in God's name would ever rip an opposing shirt off someone? You know your history. Right?
I know a guy.
history, yeah.
Shout out to that Dodger jersey, Murph. Shout
By
out.
the way, I want to say this about that Post Malone. Now you're in my head. Post Mahomes with the face tats.
Yeah, it's a.
How did he get a face tat emoji of Pat Mahomes?
I think it's just a meme. Like if you looked up
some
Post
AI thing?
Mahomes, you could probably find it.
Anyway, I will say this. I actually, and believe me, I hate the Cowboys as much as anyone. I thought that was a pretty cool retro jacket that he was wearing, that blue satin one that says Cowboys.
There it
That
is.
is crazy.
Tatted
Post
up
Mahomes,
Patrick. Yeah.
Post Mahomes. Hold that up to the screen there.
Post Mahomes on the screen.
His vintage, that was like their version of the gold satin Niner jacket, you know? And I was like, nice jacket. That spelled out Cowboys. So, but not for Brittany. She tore it off him.
No, not for Brittany.
Anyway, guys, hey, we got a Warrior win last night. We got to christen it on the other side. And what do we got? We went 12 minutes without telling you guys the Giants made a move. The Giants made a move. We need Russ Hodges. The Giants signed a slugger. The Giants signed a slugger. The Giants signed a slugger. And they're going crazy. Yeah, Jorge Soler, while you were sleeping, around 10:30 last night, maybe 11 o'clock last night, there it is. I got a text. I woke up to a text from my kid from his downstairs bedroom. He follows his stuff by every second. All caps. Jorge Soler. That's what the entire text was. So they got a slugger. He hit 36 home runs last year. He'll be 32 years old next week. He's just a big, strong, and I say this with great affection, a big donkey like Adam Dunn. Just one of these guys. He's like, I'm gonna hit ball far. You know, one of these guys. So Adam Dunn, Jorge Soler. You know, these classic sluggers who are just going to leave the yard.
I mean, Murph, I literally brought up Adam Dunn to you this morning. Like, with this ballpark that we hear so much about being a pitcher's ballpark and how people can't hit in it, the Giants need all park power hitters. Jorge Soler has all park power. He can go deep at any ballpark in the country.
Susan Schlesser has brought up that he could be the first guy to hit a right-handed splash hit.
He's got that
That's
kind
how
of
strong
power.
he is, yeah.
He's got some of the top exit velocity in the entire league.
48 homers in 2019, most homers ever by a Cuban player. So listen, everybody's it's plus. There's no negative to this at all. It's a 3-year deal, and Susan had the terms between 12 and 17 million. Let's just call it 15 for the heck of it. There's nothing negative.
That's fine.
They got a cleanup hitter.
That's a lot better of a bargain than they were paying for Jock Peterson last year.
So, way to go, Farhan. As I said in the Jock blog, you are truly testing the resolve of your fan base, or we just have to wait these days until the day before freaking spring training to finally have some move. By the way, Matt Chapman's still unsigned. Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, all those guys still unsigned. Jordan Montgomery.
They're out there.
Yeah, so all right. So anyway, guys, that happened while you were asleep. The Giants signed a slugger. They have a dude in the middle of the lineup. Welcome, Jorge.
Hip, hip,
Soler.
Jorge.
All right. I'll get the guest list on the other side, and we'll hit a couple of home runs between now and then in honor of Soler. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Nothing better than a good corn dog with some mustard and ketchup.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Matty Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to recap Super Bowl 58 and to talk about Kyle Shanahan's decision to take the ball first in overtime. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Oh, early Amichis. We don't usually talk Amichis this early. Why not? Never too early to talk Amichis. Again, I want to just sort of brag about the feast we had on Sunday with the 3 half-baked pizzas, 1 New Haven white clam, 1 New York cheese pizza, and 1 half-baked sausage. We really are into the half-baked because you put it in halftime for Usher. It came out nice and crispy. Have this stuff delivered to your home. Listen, maybe you're not a half-baked person. We are. We also got the wings, 50 count, unbelievable. That's because Amichis delivered it. And Amichis delivers it faster and for less money and fresher. The flame roasted chicken wings, the pizzas, the pastas, the salads is carefully packed in those insulated bags. They're just prompt, they're courteous, they're professional. So order direct from Amichis.com, AMICIS.com, or use their app, download the Amichis app and get your order delivered in less time and for less money than those mega delivery companies. You'd never want to do that. When you want the best pizza in town faster and at the best price, order direct, Amichis delivered.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
That pass stolen away. Clay pushing to GP2. Back to Clay. Night. That's it. That's the dagger. 20-point lead. Clay Thompson with 26. Steph with 25.
And how about GP2's unselfishness? He could have tried to take it in there, shoot a tough layup, whip it right back to Klay Thompson, the Splash Brothers.
Okay, you remember the 12th road win a year ago?
Yes.
They didn't have 12 road wins. So Kenny Atkinson, Chris Weems, and Bruce Frazier, great job by the Warrior coaching staff. Steve and Mike D and the other guys that went to Serbia were honoring Decky, and they get the win here in Utah. 129-107.
Is that our first non-Niner rejoin in about 5 weeks?
I was going to say at least a month, if not longer.
I mean, it's welcome. I mean, it was a notable game for the Warriors last night. They climbed up over 500. While the Niners have been occupying every brain cell you have, the Warriors have won 5 in a row, and they've climbed over 500 for the first time since December and are occupying the 10 seed, 4 out of the 6 seed. So they are right now in that little play-in bracket. You'd like to get out of that. You don't want to be in that play-in bracket, but it's better than being out of the play-in bracket.
Exactly,
right?
Murph. But this is a nice little gift, waking up on a Tuesday morning, February 13th, 2 days after the 49ers lose the Super Bowl. The Warriors are back over 500, and the Giants finally have a bat that can hit 30 bombs.
I mean, it's something to heal our wounds. Mm-hmm. And tomorrow night, actually, a really attractive game. The Clippers, who are reborn, born again hard with the James Harden Clippers. They're playing outstanding. They're coming to town for what should be a marquee game. This was a notable game. We want to mention it, not just because it was a game and it was the only thing in town last night, other than Jorge Soler packing his bags for Scottsdale, Arizona. But, excuse me, is that sorry, I had a little frog in the throat there, is that Steve Kerr, you just heard Fitz say it, it's a significant deal. Yeah. Steve Kerr, GM Mike Dunleavy, okay, and that's not all. Assistant coach Ron Adams, our guy. Assistant coach Chris DeMarco, who's a good part of the staff. The trainer, Rick Celebrini, and, of course, Zaza Pachulia, a fellow Eastern European. They flew to freaking Serbia, which is that ain't no puddle jumper down to L.A. They flew to Serbia in the middle of the week here to go to Decky's funeral, as they call him. All the T-shirts, Brate, right, their brother. A really, really just great gesture by the Warriors staff and the Warriors organization to send all those guys and say, the heck with this game. Ironically, they're in Utah, which is where he passed away.
Yeah, and Klay Thompson yesterday, when he was interviewed by NBC Sports Bay Area, he was the lead scorer yesterday for the Warriors, had some really good comments talking about his relationship with Decky.
Saw
and
that.
how they used to talk about sailing and stuff like that.
He said every day we put the uniform on, we do it for him. We think about him all the time. He was very heartfelt. They still feel him. And I don't know, maybe this is going to be some sort of motivation for them or some sort of focus. It also doesn't hurt that Draymond Green came back and he's playing really well. And that Clay found a little something yesterday in the mid-range. Yeah. He only made 3 threes and scored 26 points. So
I'll take it.
Yeah, he made 8 field goals from the twos, which is
mid-range Clay.
Dude, I know I'm old school, but I'll take a 2. Well, I will. I'll take a 2.
Well, Murph, it makes sense since a lot of people are calling Clay mid these days.
Very good. He's Harold.
Yeah, I know. I hit you with a Harold.
Very good. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players in double digits last night. 8. Including Trace Jackson Davis with 11, Gary Payton with 11. Kuminga, did I see this stat?
Kuminga.
He scored 14 points. That's his 31st straight game with double digits.
Is it up to that many?
That's insane. I said, did I read that right? I read it like 3 times to make sure I had that right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Draymond had some great praise for him last night, talking about how he is now the bona fide number 2 option on the team. And actually some interesting comments from Draymond talking about how his suspension was actually a good thing because it opened up the door for someone like Jonathan Kuminga.
Although, those are great comments by Draymond, too. And then Nurkic tried to bait him the other night. But again, we were talking Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So we got to call it in. Come on, man. It's been a while since we did this, but we're kind of emerging from our Super Bowl haze. And the phone rings. Adam Silver says, you guys haven't called in weeks. He said, that's because we've been watching the 49ers, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 129, Utah Jazz 107.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball. That is buttery.
It's lovely.
There it is. Everybody's feeling happy there. Young Tone, I'm going to throw you a hot potato here and get into that Warriors cut sheet because I do want to get into the Draymond Green stuff that. And by the way, shout out to Kenny Atkinson who coached the team, and he did a good job. It was kind of fun to see somebody just like funny. Rory's eating his dessert, which these kids, by the way, they think they have like a God-given right to dessert.
Oh, you got to earn your
dessert.
dessert.
They walk into the kitchen, they're like, "Where's my dessert?" It's like, she's like, "When I was growing up, we didn't get dessert." They're like, "We somehow have been giving them ice cream every night, and if there's no ice cream, where's the ice cream?"
Ice cream every night.
Well, last night, Candace made brownies for the Super Bowl.
Oh.
So he was eating a little big brownie plate, and he looked up and he saw Atkinson, and he goes, "That's not Steve Kerr." I said, "Hey, you're very observant. You're very observant."
Nice.
But anyway, it's nice. It's kind of fun to see somebody different up there for once. But anyway, here's Draymond about talking about Klay. It's cut eye on Klay's game and adjusting to his new role. This is a whole thing now, guys. There's a transition right before our eyes. I even saw, what was it, Shams or somebody saying Klay open to a reduced role under a new contract. I mean, dude, it happens.
I mean, we've talked about this a lot, of course, with Klay's contract coming up and whether or not he's looking for a $30, $40 million deal. But my breakdown has been this entire time, why would Klay Thompson leave Steph Curry? Yeah. Why would he leave Steve Kerr? And Klay Thompson is a man that doesn't seem like he's too obsessed with getting these big contracts. I mean, look at the shoe company he's working for. It's like some random company out in somewhere in Asia, Japan.
Yeah.
It's not like he wants this big Nike, Jordan, Reebok deal. Like Klay Thompson seems content. He's got his yacht, he's got his boat, he's got his dog. I don't think Klay's out here chasing millions and millions of dollars. So to me, I've said it once, I've said it since I've gotten on air. Klay Thompson is a guy who deserves to retire in a Warriors jersey, and hopefully this is the path for him to do it.
Would agree. Here's a Draymond talking about Klay's season.
I thought he looked really good tonight. He looked composed. He was not forcing anything. He looked like he was just at peace. I saw some quotes from earlier today where he was talking about Reggie Miller and Ray Allen. I don't even know if it was a real quote. It felt like it was a real quote. But that's great. Like you see young guys taking these next steps that they taking, JKs, and BPs, like, you got to allow that growth, and you got to be okay with that growth, and I think Klay, he's growing into that. That's an interesting position to be in, and so to see him settling in, I think is big for this team. We need Klay, a very good Klay, which will allow us to make a run. So it was great to see him get settled in tonight and, take advantage of the lineups that was out there with him and got some easy shots. And then once he see a couple go in, the rest is history.
Man, it's a post-suspension Draymond. Back to that leader, right? They've been missing for a while. So let's squeeze in a couple Klay quotes here before we get out, give you the guest list. Klay, he put on the headset. By the way, welcome back, Kareth. Not Kareth, we've missed you. She's like, oh, okay, thank you.
So polite.
She was taken back. So here's Klay on feeling like his old self here, scoring 26 last night.
It's something to build on, 7-1, chance to go home, be a really good team in the Clippers. And for myself individually, that felt great tonight. That felt like my old self as far as just operating in the mid-range, cutting to the rim, and being efficient from the perimeter. So I'm going to build off it, and I think sky's the limit for this team. I really believe that.
Okay. I mean, listen, if you're in the West, do you really want to play like the reborn Warriors?
No.
Of course not.
You don't want to play Steph Curry.
Dude, Steph's running around like he's 16 years old. He's making those shots. He's having fun. He's trolling. I mean, the one he hit Saturday night that we don't talk about because it was the Super Bowl. I mean, everything he's doing right now, he's just peak Steph, right?
The spin around game winner, Murph. His last 3 games, he's put up 25 with 7 3-pointers, 30 with 9 3-pointers, and 42 with 11.
Jeez.
Like he's shooting the lights out right now.
I'm telling you, man, don't peak in December, right? Play better as the season goes on. Then one more. This is just the heartfelt cut from Klay about Dejan Milojevic, Deki as they called him, and his funeral in Serbia with, again, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Ron Adams, Chris DeMarco, Zaza Pachulia, and Rick Celebrini all flew. It's a long trip, guys, and they're going to be back tomorrow night for the Clippers game. Anyway, here is Klay on being back in Salt Lake City where he passed away.
It's very strange. We miss Decky so much. And he was the best guy. I mean, the guy never had a bad day. Incredible professional career and a great father, great husband, and a better friend. I just miss his presence. I miss talking about sailing with him. We think about him every time we put this uniform on. He's always going to be in our hearts.
Yeah, so nice words from Clay. All right, let's get the guest list going on Tuesday, February 13th, day before Valentine's Day, Marcus. You all ready? You all ready for your, you going to make your sweetie, you going to make your boo happy?
Oh, Murph, I've got reservations. I've got big plans for me, myself, and I.
Do you, okay. You don't have booze in different area codes? Is that what you have?
Well, I do, but none of them I'm taking out for Valentine's Day.
You didn't make a Valentine down in Vegas?
No, I got a rule, Murph. If we're not like significant, if I'm not taking you home for the holidays, I'm not taking you out for Valentine's
All right,
Day.
man. Marcus is steadfastly single. By the way, as you begin your new chapter.
And I celebrate it, Murph.
And you
Everybody thinks it's a bad thing to be single. I'm living the life. I do whatever the hell I want. I don't check in with anybody.
So when I was in my 20s,
fantastic.
I do recall that Valentine's Day had the unintended benefit of those girls that didn't have boyfriends.
Hey now.
And they go out with a little bit of an attitude. Like they're looking to mix it up.
See, there's some people like, oh, it's so lonely to be by yourself on Valentine's. No, it's not. Go out to the bar. There's plenty of other lonely people who are not looking to be lonely, Murph.
Young Tone, are you all set with your boo for Valentine's Day? You're all set? He just said, sure. That's what he said. How about Kyle? Does he have?
Oh, I bet you California Kyle's got a roster.
Okay, all right. What do we got today, man?
All right, starting off at about 7:35, we're going to talk about the roster of the San Francisco Giants who added Jorge Soler. So we'll talk to Mike Krukow today, 7:35.
Hey, man, there's nothing bad about this. I mean, the only thing you can say is 32. He'll be 32 in a couple weeks. Is he past his prime? I don't know. He was an all-star last year, hit 36 home runs.
Yeah.
And this is something they do not have. So, no, you can't criticize Farhan today. No. You cannot.
He added a bat to the lineup. We'll talk about it at 7:35. Mike Krukow, get you our big hit or cooler of content. Then we're going to slide in Tim Ryan, 8:15 today, of course, getting his breakdown of Super Bowl 58.
He needed a day. He needed a day. And we gave him a day.
Yeah.
And he'll be into today. I'll look forward to that.
Yeah, Tim was able to digest it all. We'll get his takes at 8:15. And then 9:15, we'll talk to a man that was at the scene of the crime in Allegiant Stadium, Marcus Thompson, 9:15, talking 49ers and even throwing a little Dubs too.
So Marcus sent out a tweet in the middle of the third quarter like I did, said, is there any reason Shanahan's not running the ball to McCaffrey right now?
Good question.
Man, oh, man.
Good question.
Okay, hey, I want to talk about Brock Purdy. We're going to get some questions to discuss on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I mean, they brought 0 and was trying to get the ball to JJ. That's what was hurting me, just knowing that, yeah, we're going to execute the field goal, trusting Jake and all the guys on special teams, but obviously their offense is really good. Mahomes is really good, and just don't want to give him an opportunity, to go down and win the game off a touchdown. So when I wasn't able to connect with him, it hurt.
Forget Purdy. The kid's giving us vintage boss right now. This is incredible. Are you an E Street head, Young Tone? No, he says. No. You're playing this because it came up on your sad song search? It's not truly a sad song. It's sort of like an anthem, really, of a working class couple who are going down to the river. And into the river they dive. All right?
It sounds pretty sad to me, Murph.
No. And they, I remember riding in your brother's car or your sister's car, your body tan and wet against the boulevard. I mean, come on now. You just play this the whole time. You do get pregnant and married at age 19. That's all she wrote. Yeah, there we go. He got a union card and a wedding coat and all that. He's coming to Chase in a couple months. I'll just does Brock listen to Springsteen? We'll let this roll, buddy. Come on, baby. All right. We can turn it down. I love it, though. Brock and Bruce there. Mark Spears joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30, and that'll be good. Okay, so I said Purdy going to the break, and why I said it. Well, first of all, we can talk about him every day if we want.
For eternity, yeah.
So a couple things. One, watched the game again last night, and I'll tell you this, I was more impressed second time than the first time. He made some nice throws. I mean, we can go through them. Brian Baldinger on his Twitter feed isolates 10 of them. If you guys just want like an easy little cut up, Baldinger goes through 10 different reads where he made great reads and precise throws quickly. Really impressive. Mm-hmm. And then the Steve Spagnuolo quote that came up after the game where he was talking, heard him on NFL Network audio saying, man, that guy was really good. I've got to give that guy all the credit in the world. He made our lives very hard. This is Spagnuolo talking. And then here's a quote in Albert Breer's SI column saying, excuse me, he says, the zones, I just think their wideouts and quarterback are so good at their timing and routes, and Brock Purdy is really good. He emphasized the word really. He said he knew when we were in certain things, and he found seams. So Spagnuolo, I don't think he's just saying that. I mean, he's a classy guy, of course, and he's a winner. It's easy when you win to compliment the other team. But, your take, Waterboy, here about Purdy's performance and sort of like 2 days later, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm with you, Murph, and it's how I broke down the game yesterday. I thought Brock had a good game. I wouldn't go as far as saying that he had a great game because there was obviously some throws that he could have made. Whether we're talking about Ayuk early in the first quarter where it seemed like Ayuk almost kind of gave up on the route a little bit or something kind of got screwed up in that route running, and that was overthrown in the back of the end zone. Then later in the game where he overthrows Debo in the back of the end zone. Now, both of these plays were caused by pressure up the middle.
You can't go any further than that. That's it. Mm-hmm. He was getting guys right in his face.
Exactly, but we've seen Brock make those throws with pressure in his face. That's why that would have elevated the 49ers to having a great performance, and maybe that would have put him over the top to win the game. But quoting Kyle Shanahan when we talk about Jimmy Garoppolo,
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Brock Purdy played good enough to win yesterday.
Well, I guess the bigger question is, how are you confident riding this guy and thinking you can win a Super Bowl with him?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, the kid just turned 24 years old 2 months ago, has now taken his team to the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. He's finished top 5 this season in MVP voting. And again, next season, you're going to get him for $950,000. He's the best bargain in the NFL. I have absolute confidence in Brock Purdy leading the squad moving forward.
Yeah, I just have to tell you guys, I was really impressed. And I watched this game, obviously upset about how it was going to turn out. But in watching, and in that final drive, there's 3 plays in that final drive. And go look at his numbers, by the way, in the fourth quarter and overtime. They're outstanding. And I'll give you 3 plays in the final drive. The first one's on 3rd and 2, was all the pressure in the world. They ran it 3rd and 3. They ran it to McCaffrey twice, which I liked.
Yeah.
They got to 3rd and 3, and then they threw it. And it was everything was on it, and he had to hit Ayuk on a tight little crossing pattern, and he was tightly covered, and he threw it right between the numbers, first down.
Right out of that bunch formation from Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly. Then the next one was when the pressure did get to him, and he had to step up in the pocket, and he lofted the ball over the blitzer into McCaffrey's hands on the left sideline. McCaffrey took off for about 25.
Yeah, I thought McCaffrey was going to house it in real time.
And then the third one was when he rolled, again, the pressure forces him out of the pocket. He rolls right. Then he does that little juke where he kind of fakes like he's going to run and backpedals.
A little step back from Purdy.
And throws that pass to Juszczyk, which some people thought Juszczyk, by putting the ball on the ground,
that was a catch.
Was an incomplete pass.
No, his knee was down first.
The point is that
catch.
Purdy made that play. Those were 3 gigantic plays under all the pressure in the like Mount Everest-sized pressure on this guy's shoulders, crumbling down on him, and he made 3 dynamite Super Bowl winning plays. Now, you say, well, they didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get to the 15-yard line. You run McCaffrey to the 9. Then they ran it to McCaffrey, and this was the play I got. The Chiefs stoned him on the 2nd and 4. That was a huge play by the Chiefs, sniffing that out, or maybe a protection breakdown, I don't know, or block breakdown.
Oh.
Now, I'm such a nerd. I'd have run the ball again. I really would have.
I would have ran the ball 2 more times.
Yes, right? 4 downs, maybe. I'm not against that. So, but what they do is they decide to pass, and that is when Chris Jones comes in unblocked. And I told you that quote where he's on Boomer and Booger. He said, man, he goes, nobody blocked me. He goes, man, God is good. That's what he said. God is good.
God is great.
And obviously, Brock made the right read. Juwan Jennings, he went the right direction, but he just couldn't make an accurate throw because there was a 6'6" guy coming down on him as he threw, right?
Because Spencer Burford and Colton McKivitz couldn't figure out who to block.
The other detail, did you see Twitter last night?
Yeah.
So
the boys going after each other on Twitter now.
Man, so it starts with a guy named, do you guys follow this guy, Coach Yak on Twitter?
Oh, I think I've seen him on Twitter before.
Yeah, because he usually puts out pretty good stuff. So he says Colton McKivitz has one of the best players of the game lined up in front of him, and he decides to give him a free rush to Brock Purdy. Sickening. So John Feliciano, who was starting at guard for the Niners, retweets this and says, I know you know all, sarcastic, so you should know that's not Colton's guy. Okay? Spencer Burford sees that and writes underneath. This is for all of us to see, by the way. They're airing out their dirty laundry for all of us to see. Spencer Burford writes, sheesh, which is the all-purpose now LeBron phrase, right? Sheesh. I open up my app to this, ... And then he wrote, get well soon, bro, because Feliciano got hurt. That's the only reason Burford was in the game. Then Burford goes on to another Twitter feed and says, you guys lay off McKivitz. I should have, what did he say? I should have chipped left or something?
He said I should have fanned out and let the backer be the free hitter.
So he's out here, Spencer Burford is out here taking the heat, taking the bullets. And Brock Purdy, you just heard him, like he's taking the beats. I should have hit. No, I think Purdy bears 0.0 responsibility on that.
No, that's a breakdown in blocking. And especially when we're talking about Chris Jones being one of the best defensive players in the entire NFL. I don't care who it is. When you have a nose tackle, a defensive tackle, you can't allow pressure from the inside unblocked. Like, it's the simplest, like, pass blocking scheme breakdown is you start with the inside man out, and if they're sending 5, 6, 7, then let them go for the outside because that's the longest path to the quarterback. That breakdown in the blocking scheme completely blew up the entire play, whether it was Juwan Jennings on the outside or Brandon Ayuk right over the middle, wide open for a touchdown.
Yeah, Ayuk was wide open.
That breakdown in blocking might have cost him the game.
Yep. By the way, just for the record, Feliciano saw what Burford wrote, and he responded, I'm sorry, bro. I woke up hungover and being a B. Called himself a B.
Look at that. Nice accountability.
Says, in trying to have one's back, I hurt you. It's effed up, and I apologize. You got nothing but greatness ahead of you. I'm sorry, bro.
Damn.
So we got guys out here just like weeping in each other's shoulders.
They couldn't have just drank a beer together after the Super Bowl loss?
It's all played out for us.
The private party.
It's content for the radio show.
Right in front of her face. But you're right, going back to the Brock Purdy drive. And I think that's probably should be one of the takeaways. Whether it's the drive that put them up 19-16 in the fourth quarter, less than 2 minutes left. Now, again, we can get to the Kyle Shanahan play calling, and they should have ran the ball a couple more times and maybe try to put the game away in that situation instead of giving Patrick Mahomes a minute 53 left. but he marched them down, led them to 2 field goal drives that put them ahead of the Kansas City Chiefs and gave the defense an opportunity to go out there and win the Super Bowl.
Marcus, he led them to a touchdown drive after they fell behind 13-10. And in the fourth quarter opens, I was watching it last night. Fourth quarter opens with CBS showing a graphic of Steve Spagnuolo saying his defense has not allowed a touchdown in the fourth quarter or overtime in 6 straight postseason games. I was like, oh. And what does Purdy do? Marches him down for a touchdown. And in fact, the touchdown to Jennings is under, you talk about making plays when there's pressure. The pocket is collapsing on him, and he throws a dot to Jennings through traffic. Jennings, by the way, does a great job shaking a tackle and getting into the end zone. Future MVP, Super Bowl MVP Jennings, right?
Man, by the way, I looked it up. His odds would have been plus 4,000, Murph. 400 to 1.
Well, is that worth it? Do you ever go through that and just throw $20 on all those guys?
But
just take $200 out and just throw 10 20s on all those randos, and you make your money back
everywhere.
You make your money back 50x, right?
Yeah, you think, but it's usually the quarterbacks. Like obviously, Patrick Mahomes was the MVP. He was on like minus 120. Yeah. So like no one's throwing out here like long shots for like Rashee Rice or anything like that.
But go back and look at the drive the Niners have to go ahead 17. Oh wait. 16-13.
Yeah.
So anyway, go back and look at that drive, and Purdy has some monster throws in that. Most of all, the touchdown pass to Jennings. So I saw, because I get some reacting because and this is what we do. People have takes, and there were some people's takes were, well, you're not going to win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, and I was like, well, yeah, you are.
That's not the take.
Yeah, you are.
That's not the takeaway from that game.
Okay.
If anything, it's a more maybe viable take that the 49ers aren't going to win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan.
Tanell, I was walking in with Tanell today, and he goes, there's a difference between coaching and play calling.
Mm-hmm.
He's an unbelievable play caller, except when he doesn't run the ball to McCaffrey. But in terms of coaching, game management, overtime strategies.
I mean, we talk so much about Brock Purdy and quarterbacks in the Kyle Shanahan system being game managers. That's the critique right now on Kyle Shanahan, is game managing.
Yeah.
Whether it's the play calling in the second half, whether it's the overtime decision, whether it's him blowing 3 different double-digit leads in the Super Bowl.
Is this the Bochy-Farhan argument? Like, Farhan can tell you exactly what analytics to play, and Bochy can tell you how to manage the game?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
It's the gut feeling. It's the trusting your eyes.
Knowing a game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the momentum of the game and making the right calls.
Got to give my buddy Pete credit. He's been on this for years, and I've been sort of just like, I get it, because the Niners are winning. But he's like, if they don't rebuild their O-line, they're not going to win. And he just texted me and said, if Shanahan wants to play that style of ball, you need to build a dominant O-line, and their failure to do so has cost them 2 Super Bowls, period. Pete, I can't totally disagree, and they have 11 draft picks coming up in this draft. Can you get rocks on the O-line?
Well, Murph, that was my question last offseason when Colton McKivitz got that big payday from the Denver Broncos. Mike McGlinchey. And I thought, wait a second, we're going to stick with Colton McKivitz at right tackle. The 49ers need to invest more on their offensive line, especially when you think about Trent Williams and his future and how much longer he's going to be around.
Yeah.
So you look at all those third-round comp picks that they got, and I know a lot of people are freaking about the Jake Moody pick, Jair Brown, Cameron Latu. I was just confused as hell how they didn't spend one of those picks on an offensive lineman. I don't believe they took a single offensive lineman last year in the draft.
I think you're right. Top of my head. If they did, it was obscure and late.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right, guys. Well, yeah, 831 says, Brock Purdy is our franchise quarterback, and I'm so proud of that and him. All right. 623 says, I honestly look at Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan as a duo. Do you trust Brock without Kyle? I don't know about that. Bottom line is I need both of these guys to hang around for a long time. And then 707 says, McKivitz leaving Jones unblocked is unacceptable. And once again, we want to say they spelled it out on Twitter. It was Burford.
Yeah.
It was Burford.
Simple as that. But to our texter's point about Kyle and Brock, I think they kind of are connected now because as we've been discussing for months and months and months since Brock took over, Brock has taken the Kyle Shanahan system to the next level and better than any other quarterback has here in San Francisco.
And 408 says, I woke up in a cold sweat thinking of Kyle calling 6 straight pass plays with the lead in the third quarter. All right, guys. Hey, we talked about the Warriors getting that win, but hey, the Giants made a move. Did you know while you were sleeping? Are you ready for 30 homers? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It is what it is.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High fly ball to left and goodbye. Soler with a monster blast into left, and the Braves lead 3-0 here in the third.
What is that? A World Series MVP coming to the Bay? Is that what that is? A World Series MVP coming to Third and King? Jorge Soler, while you were sleeping, literally while I was sleeping. You too?
Oh, I didn't find out until I was on the John this morning, Murph.
Yeah.
Scrolling through my phone.
Thanks for the vivid imagery.
You like to paint a picture on radio, you know?
Okay, well, now that you've kicked down the door, I always get all my scroll on the John, but for years, because I don't want to bum people out, I've said I'm waiting for the shower water to run and warm up while I'm scrolling. Now it can be told I'm crouched on the John.
Well, doesn't everybody sit on the John while they're waiting for their shower to warm up?
Yeah. And then when you get to my age, you're not necessarily going number 2.
Ayo.
You're going number 1.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's dangerous when it's that early in the morning.
Yes.
Check with Candace. You don't want any spills.
Well, when you get to a certain age, you can't guarantee. You know what I mean? You can't guarantee.
I understand, Murph.
So anyway, so you sit and you scroll. You sit and scroll. And what was your reaction when you saw that, if everybody didn't know, Jorge Soler, the World Series MVP from 2021, the Cuban exile who led the American League in home runs with the Kansas City Royals with 48 tanks, the former 2016 Cub on their World Series team, the former Brave, like we said, who won the World Series MVP with 3 bombs in their World Series triumph in 2021, and the man who hit 36 home runs as an all-star for the Miami Marlins last year is now a San Francisco Giant. Your first reaction?
I was pleasantly surprised. And I guess I wasn't too shocked with the news. Like, it wasn't like this huge, like, nuclear bomb, like, oh, my God, Jorge Soler is coming, because we've talked about this for a couple weeks. We're going to have Mike Krukow on the show today. I remember asking him about it last week, live from Super Bowl Radio Row. So there was reports out for the last week or two that the Giants and Jorge Soler were in a lockdown staring competition. Kind of like me and you at Radio Row.
You and me at Radio Row staring at each other.
We were going eye to eye the entire game, so I was just kind of curious on what was the holdup, what was taking so long, and what the contract would look like. But now that we got the news that it's 3 years, $42 million, I'm a fan of the contract, and I'm a fan of the player.
There's nothing to dislike, nothing. I mean, they desperately need power in the middle of the lineup. Desperately. Honest to goodness, right now, going into the season, your 3 and 4 hitters were Mike Conforto and Wilmer Flores, if not Lamont Wade Jr., right? Or maybe J.D. Davis. Maybe, right? None of those guys has the power of Jorge Soler.
No, I mean, nothing against Wilmer Flores, but he was the lead.
23 bombs.
He led the team
with 23. Yeah. I mean, 23 seems like a bonanza. This guy had 36 last year. Mm-hmm. And if you go on, your baseball savants and your StatCasts and your Fangraphs and all that, he checks all the boxes for the ex-WOBA crowd, as we like to call them. Ex-WOBA being the darling of the new analytics crowd.
Shout out to my ex-WOBA people.
Yeah, and he's in the 93rd percentile in MLB.
Ooh, shout out to 93%.
His ex-WOBA was 374, which is very, very high. If you look at his spray chart, he does hit most of his homers to left and left center, but he can occasionally take one out to right field, which Susan Sluster brought up. Will he go splash in San Francisco? First right-hander ever. It's on the table.
I'm not putting it out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, this is a guy that might damn near send one up to the Coke bottle in left field, Murph.
He's just an old-fashioned slugger, man. He's 6'4", 235. He turns 32 in a week, and there's been really no tail off in his power either.
And he takes hacks.
Yes.
Like, we're talking big daddy hacks. He's trying to leave the ballpark every single at-bat.
No, I think defensively it's not going to happen.
No,
right?
he's going to be your everyday DH.
Yeah,
you can throw him into the outfield if needed, if Conforto needs a day off, but he's going to be locked in as your everyday DH. And I'm guessing against righties and lefties because his splits are pretty good.
Yeah, not necessarily a sprinter, 32nd percentile in sprint speed, arm strength 57th. He didn't even really have enough. His range was -3 on this. I'm on the shout out me on Baseball Savant, by the way. You know what I mean?
That's my site.
I used to look at batting average. So if you need a batting average, if you need one, he hit 250 last year, which on the Giants might lead the freaking team. All right? Might lead the team.
You're not wrong.
His on base was 341, which was pretty nice. His slugging was 512. His OPS was 853. These are all great numbers. They really are. So, way to go, Farhan. Now, obviously, right-handed power. They tried for, Reese Hoskins.
Yeah.
Was going to be the guy they wanted, and I would have taken him. He's a couple years younger, and a NorCal guy. Soler, by the way, just kind of fun trivia. And if you guys can help me out on the Twitter text line for you seam heads, I do believe this is only the third Cuban. Oh, help me out, guys. Obviously, Livan Hernandez. And then they signed in 95. They signed a back when signing Cubans was like almost illegal. It was like, man, this guy escaped on a boat, you know? Osvaldo Fernandez, he did not work out. But I went through the list. Unless I'm forgetting one, guys. I'm going Osvaldo Fernandez and Livo Hernandez as the only two. Unless I'm forgetting one. And I could very well be forgetting one. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah. And, of course, all the jokes are coming in. Solar power.
Oh, that's been his nickname for a while, and it makes sense here in San Francisco. There's plenty of solar power here in Silicon Valley.
415 comes in with a typically optimistic tweet on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Murphy, you said 36 homers last year, so I'm expecting 18 this year.
Oh, I saw a couple of the overlay maps, the spray charts, and last year, even playing in Marlins Ballpark, which also has a reputation of being a pitcher's park, they said that if he was playing in Oracle, 32 of the 36 still would have been home runs.
Okay. Dude, we haven't had a 30-homer guy since Barry Bonds, okay? It's 2024.
So
what do you give me for? What comes first? The Giants get a 30-homer guy or Kyle Shanahan wins a Super Bowl? All right, dude, thank you very much.
Nice.
All right, yeah. And people saying 415 says, damn, 342 is the same contract they gave Mitch Haniger and Soler greater than Mitch.
I agree. I think Jorge Soler gives you an upgrade in the power department, not just over Mitch Haniger, but also Jock Peterson, who was your DH last year.
530 says, 2 thumbs up, LFG. 510 says, can we pump the brakes on Soler until he actually, ready, passes his physical?
Pump that back a little bit.
Oh, man. These people still have severe physical trauma.
You're talking to a guy that was supposed to interview Carlos Correa that morning. I still have some of that trauma.
Jeez, is that list of questions in your drawer somewhere?
Dude, I've got like questions about Carlos Correa's MMA podcast that he does.
Oh my God.
Like, I was going to
ask?
I was going to get deep. It was going to be like a last question, kind of like a filler out, but I was ready to talk some MMA with Carlos Correa.
415 says the Gigantes finally making moves! ! 559 says, Murphy, you know all about solar power. That's correct. Remember the Peterson, shout out the Peterson Dean reads from about 5 years ago. Those panels are still in the house.
Nice.
Nobody told me about the true up, though. You guys ready? You guys familiar with this?
I'm not.
Can I talk to my solar people for a minute here?
Talk to them.
So you get solar power. You think you've beaten the system. I'm the guy. I'm taking from the freaking sun.
You could damn near go off the grid, Murph.
I'm getting my power from the freaking sun. Does it get any more fundamental than that? Does that more running the ball, blocking and tackling than getting your power from the sun? Well, PG&E wants a piece of that.
Oh, of course.
So they have this thing called True Up, which I still don't even understand.
They want a piece of the sun, Murph.
And every March, they send you a bill for your solar power.
For the sun?
That basically negates the savings that you had on solar power.
Then what are we doing here?
What are we doing here, Marcus?
Come on.
What are we doing here? You know what? We're getting boned.
How does PG&E take a cut of the sun?
Dude, the first time it came, I was like, wait, what? And it was a sizable bill. They're like, yeah, your true up bill. Dude, it's like the mob. It's like a shakedown.
See,
PG&E got a piece of the sun.
I'm not a fan of this at all, man. They got a piece of the sun.
Dude, as Don Finucci said, they want to wet their beak. They want to wet their beak on the sun, man. So anyway.
That's almost worse than like Las Vegas and they're charging prices for like a bottle of water. Like it's a free resource and I had to buy a $9 bottle of water at the Mandalay Bay.
So once again, I'm talking to you from the 20th century, where I lived in the 20th century. You should have seen my reaction the first time I saw bottled water being sold. I walked in. I was like, you selling water?
It's from the sky.
I was like, what are you, out of your mind? Are you out of your cotton picking mind? I was like, no, I'm never paying for water. Dude, here I am. Vegas. Hey, Waterboy, go get me a big 32 ounce. What do you call it? What's the Fiji?
Yeah, you want a Fiji
Give me a
water?
32 ounce Fiji.
Yeah, that's going to be $24.82, Murph.
By the way, did you hear that they divided? I once read a story that bottled water can be divided into red and blue America.
No way.
No joke.
People got their preference?
Like red America buys a certain water and blue America buys. I was like, I'm out. I'm out.
Man, this is worth it in a whole Bud Light controversy.
I'm double tapping and I'm out.
I don't know. Just give me a
All
water. Water boy just needs some water. It's as simple as that.
510 says, yeah, Murph, True Up sucks. Does anybody have can anybody have a way around it? Does anybody have a way around it? So anyway, guys, there you go. Back to the Giants. 949 says Farhan's doing the Niners a solid. They were talking about the Niners took the focus off the Giants. Now Farhan's taking the focus off the Niners. So, and again, if you're just joining us, Jorge Soler overnight, Susan Slusser reported it. It's a 3-year deal. Somebody asked us to have an opt-out after one. He opted out of his Marlins contract to become a free agent.
He did, $13 million per year, and that's something that we have seen with Farhan. That's why I haven't seen the exact details of the contract, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is a 2 with a 1-year option at the end.
703 says, does he have an opt-out after his first homestand? 703. So he does have numbers. I think I read his numbers. Do you have the Susan story in front of you about his numbers at Oracle Park?
Oh, no, I don't have that.
I think they're okay. It's in the stack. Susan's story's in the stack.
Ooh,
I'll
stack
find
it up.
right
Stack
here.
it up, Murph. Stack
So
it up.
anyway, we'll talk to Mike Kuko about that in just a second. Yeah, I do have the numbers right here, right in front of me. Again, 3 years, physical pending, right?
Uh-oh.
So last year he made $15 million with the Marlins, and then Hoskins got 2 years, $34 million. So he's averaged 32 homers over 162 games in his career. As we mentioned, he was the World Series MVP. So he in 2021 with the Braves, he only has 41 ABs at Oracle, but a .317 batting average, .929 OPS, and 2 bombs and 41 at bats. So there you go.
Did he go deep on opening day 2021? I'll have to look that up.
He might have. I just always remember when he's up. Every time I've seen this guy up, I'm like, damn, there's a slugger, 6'4", 235 with those forearms. Do yourself a favor and just go on to, if you go on to Baseball Savant and you go to his home run chart and you can just kind of click on the dots and watch each one. I just showed, because I was looking for his right center power, I just showed Waterboy one where some Astros pitcher laid a fastball just a waist high outside corner. Kaboom. Sends that thing deep over the right center field fence. So
yeah, I mean, this is a guy, if you leave anything up near the belt, he's going to make you pay. Now, he will swing and miss a lot. His strikeout numbers are pretty high, but when he makes contact...
Don't they all, Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, that's
Don't they all?
the modern-day player in 2024, but this is a guy that can connect and can give you some actual power and some thump in your lineup.
So where do you want him, in the 3-hole or the 4-hole?
Oh, as far as I'm going to put him in the 2-hole?
I was going to say, in the new days, is he leading off?
I was going to say, in this current era, he might be your 2-hitter.
Explain that to me. Like I'm dumb.
More at-bats.
As I am.
They
Yeah,
think
but
you
don't
have
you
a
want
better
runners on?
opportunity.
I know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember my dad was the first analytics guy. So my dad was a big contrarian, right? So he would always say at the dinner table, I don't understand baseball. If you have your best hitter, why doesn't he hit first? I'm like, 'cause Dad, he has to hit third. He's like, why? He said, don't you want more at-bats? I'm like, no, you have to have runners on base for him. He's like, yeah, but once the first 9 hit, don't you want this guy to hit more? And I'm like, no, Dad. And here comes Farhan going, yeah, your dad was right.
Yeah, your dad was right. Bob Murphy knew all along. He's the godfather of analytics.
The godfather, Bill James and Bob Murphy. All right, guys. Well, anyway, congrats to Farhan for doing something. And I don't, according to Sluss, he ain't done. And I told you, listen, we've been talking to some people, and we know that the Chapman thing is real.
It's out there.
Like they want, it's a price thing. It's a price thing. I would just say, based on what I've heard from little birdies, don't count on Blake Snell. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I would say don't. I'm just telling you that on the inside.
Well, the Blake Snell market is probably one of the most confusing things because at least up to a week ago, the New York Yankees were the only team who made him an offer, and he wanted to get paid more than Garrett Cole. So I know he's a Scott
Chapman
Boras.
wanted more than Garrett Cole.
No, Blake Snell wants
Blake
more
Snell.
than
Okay, yeah,
Garrett Cole. So that's the market out there for Blake Snell.
Dude,
So I don't think Farhan's going to fork up the price for that. But
the way Boris runs things, maybe we should get him to call running plays for the Niners in the third quarter. So, all right, well, maybe one of the more perplexing and interesting debates to come out of the Super Bowl, and I mean it seems to have consumed us coast to coast, is what Kyle Shanahan did with a coin flip. Not a running play, not a pass play, not a defensive alignment, not a blocking scheme, not an outside zone run, not a decision to kick a field goal or go for it on fourth, a coin flip. Is that what the Super Bowl hinged on? Everybody's got opinions. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Giants, fun.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
I remember our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line on this Tuesday morning. Good morning, Steve. And you want to talk to us about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes.
Good morning. And this is a situation that affects so many people, all walks of life. Don't go to the extremes. Don't stick your head in the sand because the IRS has all these new agents that can come after you and really ruin your life. Or don't just panic and pay the bill because maybe you don't owe it. The first thing we do is check the bill and see, is it right or wrong? You know what? A lot of times it's wrong, especially if you haven't filed tax returns. They make up a return. It's oftentimes way more than you really owe. And then if you can't pay it, which is very common, there's all kinds of good deals. We listen to your situation. We listen to your needs. We tell you about all the options. And then we want to go do it for you. So you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And you can just sit back, have a normal life, enjoy your life, and not even have to think about your taxes.
Well, that sounds pretty good, Steve. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-STEAL, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's just something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Young Tony's definition of sad rejoins has been very amusing. We got Bruce Springsteen's The River recently. This came up on your sad song search, too. Elton John actually has a song from the early 80s called Sad Songs. Actually, there's a really mournful one. He sings one called Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word. You might want to look that one up. That one's the one for you there. This is a banger. Are you kidding me? I'm fired up on this. I got the lighter up and waiting for the solo. Come on now. Speaking of Prince, history just continues to shine so favorably on his halftime show. It was fantastic. And we didn't really spend hardly any time on Usher. We briefly mentioned him in the Cooler of Content. I think everybody approved, right? It was solid. The roller skates, Little John singing Turn Down for What?
Ludacris showing up, Jermaine Dupri, Alicia Keys.
Yeah. And her, too, the Bay Area's own. Mm-hmm. She was the one on guitar, I guess, too. So it's funny. There's no longer just one dude. They're bringing out a cast of stars.
Throw out the entire bag for the Super Bowl halftime show. Why not?
To be honest, I was so wrapped up in the Niners. I truly didn't give my full energy to the halftime show. It was on. It was cool. He was shirtless.
Yeah. I was too worried about Patrick Mahomes getting the ball to start the third quarter.
Right? Or why the Niners didn't call timeouts at the end of the first half to try to get the ball back.
Listen.
Yeah. And then I did see people echoing what you were saying. They thought Bieber would make an appearance.
Yeah.
Was he at the game?
I didn't see him at all.
Okay.
And that was one of Bieber's big first hits was him doing a song with Usher.
I guess he and Alicia had My Boo, which I'm talking about for Valentine's Day tomorrow for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like me saying My Boo, by the way. Nothing like that.
That's it.
Hey, do you have that Nickelodeon thing there, too? Because it's talking about things that happened beyond the game yesterday. Nickelodeon was doing their broadcast, and did you guys hear when Christian McCaffrey fumbled? Who was it? You said it was Patrick?
Yeah, it was Patrick. We played it in the Cooler yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear it again, just because this is when McCaffrey fumbled, but Nickelodeon dropping bombs.
Who's got it?
You have to firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it.
George Karlaftis jumped on it, and the Chiefs have the ball.
Nickelodeon telling you that McCaffrey fumbled.
You got to firmly grasp
you
it,
You have
Murph.
to firmly grasp it.
You have to firmly grasp it.
And that's Patrick?
That's Patrick, the starfish Murph.
And so Patrick is an ally of SpongeBob?
Oh, they're boys. They're best friends. They're
Squidward
neighbors.
is the enemy.
Squidward lives right in the middle of them.
Well, who's the guy who's always trying to steal the...
No, you're thinking Plankton.
He's
trying to steal the Krabby Patty secret recipe.
By the way, Krabby Patty's got Rory. Rory Murphy doesn't eat, right? Just doesn't eat. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like to eat. So whatever. He just likes to subsist on no food.
What's wrong with the kid?
I have no idea. But we were like, you got to eat. He's like, no. You got to eat. No.
You got to eat to live, kid.
No, he doesn't think about it. I used to tell the story on the air about him chucking pancakes out like Frisbees. We'd put him in front of him in his high chair, and he'd be chucking them like Frisbees off the thing.
Okay.
But you know what finally got him? SpongeBob. The Krabby Patty looked so good and was so excited. He said, I want a Krabby Patty.
Ooh.
So we made him a hamburger and told him it was a Krabby Patty.
That's it. And then he started to ask for dessert right after.
Yeah,
Where's my
right.
ice cream, Dad?
Looking up at Kenny Atkinson saying, that's not Steve Kerr. Yes, it is. Okay, guys, so there it is. You heard Shanahan say why they took the ball first. And this is now, honest to goodness, I'd say the two biggest talking points out of this are, is Mahomes Brady, and why did Shanahan take the ball first? And man, oh man, you go back to the exact moment in time when it happened. And I didn't make a huge to-do about it. I mean, my head was spinning and buzzing, and I saw the argument of, okay, go score first, and then you can hold them, and you have the momentum, and if there is that third possession, you have the ball.
Keyword if.
There it is. And as we now know, it was the wrong call.
And that's the thing that Kyle talked about, how this was kind of a predetermined plan, how they kind of broke down all the scenarios, and they thought the best angle to attack was trying to get that third possession. And now, as we know, because Kansas City Chiefs players have been talking over the last couple of days, their plan was to never let it get to a third possession.
Yeah.
They were playing for the second possession, and even if the 49ers marched down the field and scored a touchdown, they were going to try to match and then get the 2-point conversion dagger and end the game right there.
So there's a lot of words spoken, and a lot of the Chiefs just saying they thought the Niners, they would have done it differently. Here's Chris Jones, the man who came in unblocked on 3rd and 4 from the 9-yard line. Chris Jones about why the Niners took the ball first.
They're crazy. They're crazy. Yeah. Because the overtime rules has changed where both teams get the ball no matter who scores. So, originally you want to let the other team get the ball, stop them holding the 3, so you know where you got it. Or if you stop them, they punt it, then all you have to do is kick 3.
So there is. He called him crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. So he's all over it. Whereas the Niners, we had sound from Eric Armstead and Kyle Juszczyk saying they didn't know. Here's Andy Reid himself after winning another Super Bowl, joining Joe Gibbs and Bill Walsh with 3, trailing only Chuck Noll and Bill Belichick, who had 4 and 6. What would you have done, Andy Reid, if you won the coin toss?
Yeah, so that can go either way. So we would have kicked the ball off. The officials actually are on top of it right away. They're on it. There were still a couple seconds on the clock, and we have the extra officials on the sideline, and they were asking me what we would do, and I said we would kick off. Made sure Patrick was on board with it. He was the one who had to go out and do that with the officials. So, and then Dave Tobe making sure that he was there. But that we had already gone through all of that, so everybody knew. Now, when it happened, with that amount of time on the clock, I think we were all like, "Whoa," So I know what McCole said there. We just had this hard-fought fight, and all of a sudden, it's a walk-off. It's a weird feeling that way.
Man, oh man. Now, somebody pointed out on the text line, Fred Warner was literally out of breath at the coin toss. Mm-hmm. He's like, so you can make a legit argument that the defense needed a breather.
Well, I think that is the best case for this decision, but that's not what Kyle told us. I said it yesterday. If he would have just came out to the podium and said, look, my defense was gas. If I put him back on the field, Mahomes is going to just slice them apart, and they're going to go down and score a touchdown. Yeah. But that wasn't his reasoning. So we can't just really use that as an excuse for Kyle Shanahan when he was playing for this, again, third possession that is essentially non-existent in the mind of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And Murph, I've heard the argument thrown out there about the players not knowing the overtime rules and how that affects them moving forward. And if it would have changed the outcome of the game, I don't know if it would have or not. But the bottom line is the Kansas City Chiefs were the more prepared team in the moment, and the results paid off.
Again, we get back to play calling versus coaching, right?
Yeah.
We had a second Chris Jones saying that this is something they talked about for 2 weeks here.
For 2 weeks, we talked about the new overtime rule and how we was going to get the ball to the opponent. If they scored, we was going for 2 at the end of the game. We kind of rehearsed it, and yeah.
How about that? I mean, they were absolutely, completely 100% prepared.
This is a defensive lineman that's talking about the 2-point conversion on the second possession of the game, and you got Kyle Juszczyk, a man straight out of Harvard, not even knowing the overtime rules.
It's a bad look, man, and that's why the Niners are starting wearing this egg on their face right now. And again, this gets back to the details of the game outside of a play sheet for Kyle Shanahan, right? Here's one more on Andy Reid. Is it better to kick or receive in overtime?
There's 2 ways you can go with it. You can either kick it off or you can receive it. And I'm not sure there's a right answer necessarily. Ours ended up being the right one, but that easily could have gone the other way. So that's what we felt was the right thing to do. I'm never going to question Kyle because he's brilliant. And so that was just something that we we chose, and through our studies, we felt was important.
Okay, this is not going to question Kyle's opinion. Kyle actually said that they did analytics on it. He did say that.
But based off of what?
I don't know.
What are the analytics?
I'd love to have
the first time with these new rules.
A longer conversation about it. So we assume had they kicked off, let's live in the alternate world where they do kick off.
All right.
I mean, now we know their defense is gassed, right? But they had just held them to a field goal, right?
Mm-hmm. And Murph, what we were talking about all day yesterday and today, the only touchdown drive that they had leading up to that point in the game was a one-play, 16-yard drive after the Darrell Luter Jr. fumble.
And would the Chiefs take the field with would they be taking the field with a different mentality?
Well, I'll tell you, they wouldn't be taking it with a 4-down mentality.
No. They wouldn't, because they wouldn't go for it on 4th down on their own 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they might.
Maybe.
They might. Just Dan Campbell it like, hey, we're here. If we don't make it, we lose. If we make it, we're alive.
Now, do you think...
They might have had a 4th down
Well, let me just ask you this. What do you think the mindset...
Punt in overtime when you could lose on a field goal?
Not with Andy Reid, not with Patrick Mahomes, not with that offense.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
That was like 4th and 28.
Yeah, in the real scenario that we saw on Sunday, I think there wasn't even a chance that, unless it was a 4th and 15 or something, that the Chiefs would have kicked the field goal to tie it. I think they had the mindset, we're going down, we're scoring a touchdown, we're ending this game right now.
Knowing what we know of hearing these comments, I think maybe even if they'd received it first, they would be playing for a touchdown. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, even if they failed, they'd be like, we're going down with the best strategy.
But think about that. Look what the 49ers did on the first possession after they got down into the red zone. They ran it with Christian McCaffrey, picked up 4, 5, 6 yards. Then they got stuffed on the next one. But if you know you have 2 plays, then you line it up, you run it 2 times in a row, right behind Trent Williams, right behind Kyle Juszczyk,
I think at that point in time, you do become Dan Campbell because it's the Super Bowl and it's overtime. And if you only have 4 yards,
you don't want to give the ball back to Patrick Mahomes. And even if the 49ers were the second team in that situation, I'd want Kyle Shanahan to go for 2 to take the sudden death out of the hands of Patrick Mahomes.
Let's just live in that alternate world where they do go for it and they fail. And the Chiefs come down and win on a field goal.
Oh, then we're crushing Kyle.
Well, would we, or would we say, hey, it's the Dan Campbell rule? The old Spartans, come home with your shield or on it, and Dan Campbell came home on his shield, but he's looked at as making dumb decisions. Those were maybe a little more reckless. You know what I mean? When you're up big and you give a chance to give the other team momentum. This is everything, and all you have to do is get 4 yards. I don't know, 3rd and 4. I'd love to run it again. I really would. And if you get 2, you have 4th and 2.
Yeah.
And even if you don't get 2, you might get more than 2. You know what I mean? So.
I mean, and again, though, when we're talking about one of the greatest offensive mind in football, Kyle has got to have plays in his trick bag to pick up 2 to 3 yards.
Yeah.
We saw it with the Kittle first down on 4th and 3, but look at Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes on that 4th and 1 play. It was a beautiful read option RPO. Bosa bites down on the running back. Mahomes takes it out. I think it was either Gibson or Logan Ryan had to stick with Kelsey in the flat, and Mahomes just walked straight up for the first down.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Like, that's play calling. That's game managing right there.
And this will just last forever now. This really will. And I think you're right. I think maybe in addition to the coin flip decision that you could do over, I might go for it again on 4th down. You know what I mean? I might go 4 down territory instead of the field goal because it's Mahomes, Anyway, guys. All right. Well, there you go. It's going to be, it's funny. This Super Bowl will be remembered for that.
I mean, really Murph, we're talking about a Super Bowl that's the most watched game in NFL history now.
Shout out to pour one out for the MASH finale. So there was a time in this country's history, like the final episode of MASH was the most watched television show for decades. And then the Super Bowl finally came along in the 2000s and said, move along. I still think it might be the most non-Super Bowl watched episode. And by the way, wasn't that good of an episode? We watched the whole show for 10 years. It was funny as hell. Get Colonel Blake and then Radar and the whole crew and the old school Trapper. And then they came out with some touchy-feely anti-war thing. I was like, dude, that's not what I tuned into MASH for. So anyway, but shout out MASH. Take a back seat. Super Bowl 58, the most watched television show of all time.
Either way, it sounds like both of them had a bad ending, Murph.
As did Who Shot JR. Very good. Good line, buddy. Both bad endings. Okay, Mike Krukow, he's not going to retire. The Giants signed a legit guy. He's an all-star, right? Does that count? That counts as Krukow staying?
I'm counting it.
All right.
I'm not getting rid of Krukow.
Jorge Soler. Then we got the big hit, which we'll revisit. We'll take your calls on the overtime decision and the 4th down decision. And then Tim Ryan at 8:15, right? Come on. We had to give him a day. We gave him a day. That's coming up. Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
They're crazy.
All right, Zero Res flash sale. Today, last day, 2-day flash sale. Clean up. Listen, I'll tell you one thing to do is very therapeutic after a Niner loss is to just clean. Start picking stuff up. Well, Zero Res is going to come into your house and clean your tile and your carpet and your air ducts. We've done it. They're great. It's $43 per area of tile cleaned with the promo code MIXMATCH. So once again, don't miss out on big savings for your tile cleaning today only. We did it yesterday and today. 2-day flash sale. $43 per area of tile cleaned with the promo code MIXMATCH. How do you get it? Go to ZeroResBayArea.com. Say you want the KNBR flash sale special to get $43 per tile area. Hey, 877-321-0739 is the number. 877-321-0739. Once again, the promo code is MIXMATCH. Okay, that's today only. Zero Res. Spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty. Pitchers and catchers report Thursday, and the Giants make a gigantic signing. Well, a really big signing. Hey, Mike is brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, as we say good morning to you, before we get into the big signing overnight, we definitely need a breakdown of the Super Bowl from you because there's a lot of regret, Mike, a lot of regrets. How are you?
Morning, Mike. Oh, he dropped off.
He dropped off. Kind of like, well, there's a joke there somewhere. Like, did he say that? Okay. He had a comment on Kyle Shanahan, according to Young Tone.
Perfect. We'll break it down, Mike.
Yeah, we'll get him right back. Well, I told you guys yesterday, the Giants, I took you guys through what it was like to be a Giants fan before 2010. Starting in 87, if you want to kind of take, I know there's the old heads talk about 62, but starting in 87 and 89 and 93 and 97, there's a ton. And then 02 being the ultimate. Okay, he's back. Mike Krukow is back. Mike, before you dropped off, we said good morning to you, and the other thing is, obviously the Giants made a big signing last night, which we'll get to, but we can't. You took us through the Niner playoff run. We talk to you about it every week. What was your reaction to the tragedy of the Super Bowl?
Well, we were all disappointed they didn't win, of course. But, you watch those guys play. I thought that defensively, they played their best game of the last three. You did the Packers and Lions. I thought that they didn't play nearly as well as they did in the Super Bowl. I thought they were brilliant. And they were giving it up. They gave everything that they possibly could give. And what really determined the fate of the game? A punt hits a guy's foot. Changes the momentum of the game. That's football. That's baseball. That's a bad break. That's a bad hop that didn't go your way. And it really has been ticking me off. Everybody's getting on Kyle Shanahan's back about not being able to win the game, which is, it's such an unfair evaluation of what this guy's done with Lynch. The two of these guys have really brought together an organization that we should all take pride in. We shouldn't start nitpicking. And guess who the favorite is to win next year and get back to the Super Bowl, win the whole thing? The Niners are. So we just need to take a step back and applaud this unbelievable season. They didn't win. But if they get a bounce that goes their way, they do win. It's that simple. That's sports.
And Mike, yeah.
Okay, I feel better.
Can you speak to kind of the young, there's a young generation, kind of 35 and younger, that's never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl. They're tired of the old crowd talking about Montana and Rice and all that. So I compared it to the Giants. I mean, Mike, ever since you got to the Giants, from 83 on, it was heartbreak after heartbreak. I mean, I went through it all. 87 in St. Louis, 89 in the A's, 93 at Dodger Stadium, 97 against the Marlins, 98 at Wrigley Field, 2000 against the Mets, 2002 almost goes without even saying, 2003 against the Marlins. So, I mean, what could you kind of say to those fans who are like, I'm never going to see it? And that's what Giants fans were for decades.
No, you got there. Your team was good enough to get to the dance. I mean, you go back to 10, 12, and 14. What was the difference? Well, they got breaks. And they took advantage of them. And they got more breaks in those 3 years than they ever did in all those other seasons. You need the bounce of the ball when you get to that level. You do. You need that 190-foot break that just gives you the edge, and you take advantage on it. I mean, that's the difference. And, I mean, look at what Pittsburgh, think about those fans, the Pirates fans. How many times have they been to the playoffs? How many times have they had a chance? I mean, there's a lot of organizations out there that would love to have seen their team have the success that the Giants have had or that the Niners have had. It's part of it. I mean, there's only one team that's going to plant a flag. Everybody else is going to be disappointed and ticked off. But, man, you got to stand back and take a look at the effort and the year that these guys had. And that's what I'm saying about the Niners. I mean, I was so impressed with everything that they gave in that game. Both teams were killing each other. There were 6 substantial injuries that are going to take big time to heal up that came out of that game, and they just gave everything that they had. That's what I applauded. It didn't work out. I was upset. We all were. But, man, you got to applaud what these guys accomplished.
Yeah, and Mike, the only thing is it hasn't worked out twice now for Kyle Shanahan, and we've been making comparisons across sports to coaches who have made it to the big game and haven't taken home the hardware. Me and Murph were even talking about Dusty Baker and his time with the San Francisco Giants. You think that's a fair comparison because as much as Dusty won during the regular season, he never brought home that World Series trophy.
That's a hollow point. You go ahead and make that point. But if you do, then you better make the good points. Mm-hmm. Better start pointing out the things that he's done that has made that organization a perpetual contender. That gets ignored. You just center on the big negative, and that's a big drag, and you don't need to do that. I mean, these guys are human beings. You don't think they're crushed? I'm telling you, when you are in it, and I'll go back to 1987, we had a great team, and we had energy, and we had the people behind us, and it was a powerful wave. And we go into St. Louis, and we lose the 7th game, and it's like being a mosquito on the interstate running into a semi-windshield. It is a splat that stops, and the adrenaline that you had going into that moment, it was bone-crushing. It was the hardest thing that I ever went through, and it was painful to just pick up a step and get out of bed and keep going. I mean, it's something these guys will never forget. But when you go back out, and you guys, I mean, it's your job. I get it. It's your job to create controversy and conversation. I totally get that. Totally get it. And you do a great job of it. But, man, if you're going to single out one negative and sit on it, that's not right. You need to circle back, and you need to point out the positives that these guys have done. Positives have been the last 5 years, 4 times they've gotten to the NFC game or the Super Bowl. And who else has done that? And that puts them into the elite. That makes them an elite organization, and that needs to be pointed out and applauded.
We talked about this, how they played in the Super Bowl 60 minutes, dead heat, and got to overtime. And it reminds me of it's like you can play – the teams that lose in overtime or extra innings just get swept under the rug and forgotten forever. I look at the one I just picked out was the 2011 Texas Rangers, Ron Washington's Rangers, who had the World Series and took the lead in the top of the 10th inning. Josh Hamilton hit a home run. Freese came back, topped them by 1 run, and they're just forgotten and gone. It's really one of the true cruel things in sports. Even the Shanahan, Dan Quinn Falcons went to overtime with Brady, and yet all they do is get crushed. So it really is, Mike, as you said, only one team ends happy, and then sometimes the teams that get all that way and more get just flushed down the toilet.
Yeah, I mean, it happened in 2002. I'm still not over the Angels-Giants World Series, and I never will be. You know, it is what sports is. It's emotion. We all jump on, and it takes time for some to jump on the bandwagon, but in the end we do. And we have such great hopes, and we have such anticipation. And that's why when you do win, oh my God, you enjoy the parade. I mean, you really enjoy the parade because of just how hard it is. But, you know, I just think that the effort really does need to be applauded a little more. You know, and I just hate to see a season like they had, just completely surrounded by negatives. That wears me out.
It's good stuff, Mike.
So, Jorge Soler, what do you got?
I know, I was about to say, that's it. We wrapped that up, put a bow on that, and, well, it happened overnight, or at 10:30 last night. Most of us who get up early were asleep, and we wake up to the news the Giants landed themselves a legit power hitter, Mike, and we can go through all the stats, whether it was 36 homers last year for the Marlins, or whether it was the World Series MVP in 2021 by hitting 3 homers in the Fall Classic, or whether it was hitting 48 homers as a Kansas City Royal in 2019. I mean, it's just raw, right-handed, probably DH power, something they desperately needed. We had talked about Shohei. We had talked about Rhys Hoskins. No, and you get this guy. All your reactions, Mike. Offense, defense, power, where he fits, the whole deal.
Well, I mean, I've always liked a guy in the lineup that's a freewheeler, and he can do damage. I mean, you know, you'll sit here and watch him strike out 4 times, and then, you know, all right. But if you're pitching against a lineup like that, you know, you strike a guy out 3 times, he hits a home run against you, he wins. The strikeouts don't mean squat, and he's dangerous, and he can hit a good pitch out the opposite way. He's got that kind of power, and that's a scary spot in the lineup. You're never comfortable. Even if the guy's got a 1 for 52 going with 38 strikeouts, you're still scared of him because he can beat you on one pitch that decides the game. And I love that. And it's also a guy that will give whoever's hitting in front of him better pitches to hit. So, I mean, I like it. I'm glad that they got it. It's something that's been missing. I mean, I saw something today in the paper. I mean, the Giants haven't had a guy hit 30 home runs for 20 years. Last guy to do it was Bonds. And I was like, huh, really? Well, this guy can do that. And, you know, I think that he will. I mean, and I hope he does. I mean, I hope he has 3 really great years for the Giants. But it is something that I thought was totally necessary, and I'm glad he's aboard.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mike. I think it's a huge benefit for the guys surrounding him in the lineup, adding some extra protection behind a couple other guys. But I think what he also brings to this clubhouse is experience. We're talking about a 2-time World Series champion and a World Series MVP. Now, with this Giants' current roster, they have a lot of young prospects on it. So how big of an impact do you think he can have overall in the clubhouse?
Well, any veteran who comes in with as much time as he's got on him, and he's got almost 9 years at the big league level, he's a guy you're going to look at if you're a young player. He's going to be a guy that you look at and see how he reacts to a tough loss, see how he reacts to any type of controversy or any type of an emotion moment. And that's really an important thing to have, because the one thing that veterans have is they have the ability to rise from failure and then keep a steady mindset going into the next day. And that's the one thing that is so difficult for rookies to learn. You know, as a rookie, you have success. You just get so emotionally jacked up. We watched it with Casey Schmidt last year. I mean, when he first got here, he was just riding the wave. I mean, I'm talking Sunset Beach. You know, in the middle of winter in a storm, he's on the top of this thing, and he's a happy boy. And then all of a sudden, he gets a 1 for 30 going, and the world is ending. You don't know how to rise above it. You don't know how to deal with the negative. Well, you know, a guy who's been around for 9 years, he does. And that's what you learn from him. So anytime you bring in that type of presence to a clubhouse, that's a positive thing. You know, he goes about his work. He's a DH. He gets ready. He hits. And then guess what? He gets ready for the next day. End of story. Repitan, por favor.
Mike, I'm watching. If you go on to Baseball Savant, you can kind of click on any one of Jorge Soler's home runs and watch it. I mean, it's a raw power. Like, I don't even really know. I mean, I don't want Ellie Burks kind of comes to mind. A little bit.
Cespedes, maybe?
Well, I'm talking about Giants, maybe.
Okay.
I'm talking about right-handed power-hitting Giants. It's kind of a body type and a power we haven't really seen. Am I forgetting somebody here? Like, just 6'4", 235. I mean, he's punishing. When he gets him, Mike, he gets him.
Oh, he's a big fella. And that's why I say, I mean, he's dangerous, and he can beat a good pitch. I mean, that's how dangerous he is. I mean, he was an MVP in the World Series, wasn't he?
Yes.
With Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's another thing, too. He's also hit when the big lights have been bright. So, I mean, that's another feather in his cap. But he said they're just spooky. You know, I go back into the guys that I faced that I was always aware of them. Even if I had great lifetime success, I knew that if I made one mistake in a close game, whoop, it could cost me. And it does mess with you a little bit. So I'm glad he's there and plus he's fun to watch. From all of our perspective as fans, he's going to be fun to watch.
He's got the chain that bounces around as he's jogging around the bags. I mean, he looks like a bad man is what he looks like. And I guess the other question is age. He's going to be 32 in a week. And I'm wondering, are there some guys, what they like to call old man strength? 32 is not old, of course, but he's not 22. I'm wondering, sometimes guys like that almost get stronger as they get older. Is that a weird thought?
No, it's totally accurate. I don't think you really reach all your power till you're about 28. And this is, I mean, the same thing for a pitcher. You don't max out on your power with your fastball until you're 28. And then 28 to 32 is kind of like prime time. And then after that, you know, depending on how hard a guy works and, you know, just genetic makeup, how long he can extend that. Some guys can go all the way to 38, even 40. But, you know, he's right in the middle of his prime. And that's, I mean, that's another thing. You know, when you have a bunch of young players, you have young men. And a lot of these guys are still, you know, they're still working out to get to that point where Soler is right now, that point where you max out your strength. I mean, you compare the Giants team last year, and there are a lot of young men. Well, they weren't strong. Well, where does a lack of strength start to wear you out? Well, late in the season, September and October. When you look at the teams that were in the playoffs last year, you know, you're looking at the Phillies. Those were men. and they had, you know, they had reached their strength. Now they were in the middle of their prime. Giants weren't yet, you know. So these young guys who got a taste of the big leagues last year, that's the one thing that slaps you in the face. I know it happened to me. I got up there in 1976, and I went, oh my God, I have some work to do. I mean, I know how tired I was as a minor league guy. You know, your season ends the 1st of September, at least it did back then. I know how tired I felt in September. I couldn't even imagine October. I wasn't strong enough. And I had to work my way into that strength. You had to become a man strength-wise. And this has kind of been the goal. This Giants offseason, a lot of these young guys, they had to work. Patrick Bailey,
yes,
Casey Schmidt, they had to work out. They had to get stronger. And I'm really anxious to see how these guys, you know, bring themselves into this spring training camp this year. How much added strength that they have, because that's the thing that this organization has to do: get these young guys up to strength. They have the skill, and then that's another thing. You watch Soler. How did he get that strength? Well, by nature, sure, but you got to work out to get that strength. So, I mean, he's going to be a good example, and you know, the Giants, this is where they need to go. They need to get to where he's at right now.
Yeah, he's a big, strong hoss, and they haven't really had one. I mean, people are checking in on the text line saying Andres Galarraga, perhaps. You know, I go with Burks. Some people are going all the way back to Jack Clark. I'm talking about in the last 20 years. Really, 2004 was the last time a Giant hit 30 home runs. Bonds hit 45. It's been that long, and this is a guy who just did it just last year. We could have our first 30-homer man in 20 years. And just last one, Mike, is, I mean, I know it would vary day to day and who's pitching, lefty, righty, whatever. But just top of your head, is he the 3-hitter, the 4-hitter, or in the new age, is he a 2-hitter?
No, I think 4 or 5 spot. Okay. Get him in there and, you know, just let him freewheel and have at it. From that spot, you know, you give a lot of protection and you know, you bring that threat. I mean, I just absolutely think that a cleanup guy or a number 5 guy's got to be able to hit the ball at the ballpark. I mean, that to me is, you know, don't even apply for the job unless you got that on your resume. You know, and we really haven't had a guy here the last couple years. Well,
No, 20
this guy's
years,
the
Mike.
guy.
20 years. It's been that long. I mean,
Well, yeah, but 2021, they hit a ton of home runs, just a ton.
Yeah.
And they didn't get a 30 home run guy, but they got a lot of home runs. So
I'm thinking the 2010 team. Maybe Juan Uribe was that kind of guy in the 5-hole. Maybe that kind of guy.
Man, I don't really think of him as a. I mean, he hit some big home runs for the Giants.
Yeah, he
but
did.
I don't think of him in the same regard as I do to Soler.
No, Soler. Everybody, just do yourself a favor and go to Baseball Savant and go to his home run chart and just click on the dots and just watch this raw power. It really, Giants just haven't had anything like it in forever. So
he's got all park power.
Yeah, you can go. And Mike, they're talking about it could be the first right-hander to go in the water. What do you think?
Never been done. Not even in batting practice.
No.
You know, I tell people in baseball that, and they look at me like, "Oh, stop." I mean, the guy that would have done it was Buster when he did it against
Walker Buehler, huh? Yeah.
Walker Buehler in the playoffs.
Game 1.
He hit the air cannon or the water cannon out there and whatnot. That would have gone in. I think that would have gone in, and that was the only one. But think about that. Not even in batting practice have we ever seen a ball hit from the right side. The closest thing we saw was Buster, and then Sammy Sosa. He hit one to right center that was longer. That didn't miss by much. It was the longest ball we ever saw a right-hander hit. But he's got the power to do it.
We shall see. All right, so you're not retiring, right? Because they signed a big boy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was lying through my teeth. I mean, I have to fess up.
Hey, sometimes you got to stoke the fires a little bit, right? That's what you got to do.
Amen. Hey, quit stoking the negative around Kyle Shanahan. You and me, we're fighting the next time I see you.
Are you talking about me and Marcus? Or are you talking about the nation? I mean, we've been, I think, more even-handed than the country. The country's been destroying the guy.
You should hear what everybody else is saying, Mike.
My God, so I don't know if your beef is with our specific takes, but I actually, believe it or not, thought it was okay to start with the ball first in overtime, and then I've reasonably heard arguments counter, and I've seen. To me, it's like 51-49. You know that decision. But I will say this, Mike. I will stand by this. He should have run the damn ball in the third quarter. That's what I'll stand by that one forever. He should have run McCaffrey in the third quarter.
Yeah, I would like to see McCaffrey get a few more
that's
touches.
it.
But,
that's my biggest beef. That's my biggest beef.
It's all hindsight. And you know.
No, I was yelling at the TV at the time. I really was. But you're right, Mike. Only one team ends happy. That's the deal.
Yeah.
So
that's the sad part about it.
I know.
And they don't share.
Great hit. And we got something. We got a slugger. And then Thursday, pitchers and catchers report. And we'll do it then. Have a great one, Mike.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, spirited. Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I don't think we've been as crushing as some of the country who is just destroying the guy. I mean, Marcus, you were the one, you have said all along you would have deferred on the kickoff.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to criticize that decision.
Yeah.
I know people want to congratulate the 49ers for making it to the bowl, but we've been talking Super Bowl or bust all season long.
Yeah.
And, dude, I've been at the station for over 6 years. You've been here forever. I haven't once talked about Kyle Shanahan losing his job. But here we are again, him not winning a big game. So I think the criticism is absolutely fair.
Well, also, but Mike's point is fair, too. That if you're in the mix every single year, that's what you need. I did the Irish podcast yesterday, Second Captains, and I was telling them, I was like, it's so cruel. I was like, all you want is to be in the mix every single year. And they are, and you can't thank them enough for that. You can't. And then when you get that far up the mountain, you want to go that last. I mean, that's the whole point, right? You want to win the championship.
That's why you play the game.
But to be in the mix, you know, I mean, I'm not taking a broadside here, but there's a team in Vegas that would like to be in the mix every year. You know what I mean? There's a team there's a baby brother in Los Angeles that would like to be in the mix every year. There's a team that wears purple that would like to be in the mix every year. But there's teams that just aren't even in the mix. And he's putting us. I used to say this about the Sabian Giants because I used to defend the Sabian Giants. I was like, dude, from 97 to 03, they gave us more compelling baseball than any other stretch in my life. And I know they didn't win us a World Series, but I was like, thank you for being relevant and in the mix. So of course, Lynch and Shanahan get that. And nobody wants those guys going anywhere.
No.
Anywhere. So anybody who thinks you make a move is ridiculous on that. That's absurd.
Yeah, exactly. But again, I think it's fair criticism.
Yes.
And I'm not going to be sitting here celebrating the fact that they got to the Super Bowl when we see Kyle once again blow double-digit lead.
But again,
those are the questions that are not going to be asked.
But the coin toss decision is not as blatant as people, I think, are making it out to be. I mean, I really think you can look at it both ways. I get it. I will concede that if you press the button and it doesn't work out, you made the wrong decision, right? So I do hear that. And I think if we do it again, you defer. Yeah. But I saw the logic at the time of being gassed, and I was thinking about the third possession. Now, I didn't, you forget about the Chiefs. They're nuts. Now, what if the Chiefs went for 2 and didn't make it?
Then the Niners are Super Bowl champions.
There you
Simple
go.
as that.
Dennis Brown joins Papa on London 12:30 this afternoon. Okay, the big hit is next. 808 KNBR. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. We should probably, I was going to say the big hit is about the Kyle overtime. We can also do the big hit on Kruko. Are you with Kruk that it doesn't matter as long as you're in the mix, salute it, or no, this is America. You need to be a champ or a chump.
Does Kyle Shanahan deserve criticism? 808 KNBR is the
phone number. It's all good. So thank you, Mike, for giving us a big hit. Then we got Tim Ryan at 8:15. And he'll, Tim had a whole day to digest this thing, man. All right? So we'll get into that. Fun stuff, spirited stuff on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Repitan, por favor.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3-time Super Bowl champion Brent Jones stopped by the afternoon show with Tom Tolbert to give his perspective on Super Bowl 58 and discuss who deserves to take the blame for the 49ers' loss. Or, hey, who deserves some praise. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Let's talk about money. Let's talk about Provident Credit Union making you money on your checking account. Yes, Provident Credit Union's dividend earning super reward checking account, where you can earn a competitive 1.26% annual percentage yield on your account balance. Yes, that's 1.26% on a checking account. And it gets better. Provident's super reward checking comes with no monthly or annual fees and free access to ATMs nationwide. So why not start earning on your checking account today? Visit providentcu.org or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective January 1st, 2024. 1.26% APY on balances up to $25,000. 0.08% APY on balances beyond the first $25,000. And 0% APY when requirements are not met. No minimum balance required. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
27-yard field goal from Moody, right hash mark. Tabor Pepper to Wisnowski, and it's good. He pulled that back, but got it inside the left upright. Jake Moody's made 3 field goals in this game, and some big ones. They're widening it out because the Chiefs are spreading them out.
Yeah, shotgun.
Kelsey, they put Mahomes in a gun. Kelsey goes in slow motion, play action. They roll Mahomes, a block by Kelsey. Mahomes will run for a first down. You just knew he was going to run for it. One left. Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, going to right up in the pocket. He will run for a first down and more, all the way inside the 15-yard line down to the 13-yard line. They don't have to, I don't think. The overtime will end here before the clock. 7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl.
How in God's name are you going to be post-game at the Super Bowl and talk about you weren't even aware of the circumstances of an overtime game when it's a Super Bowl championship on the line?
Well, hey, don't put Stephen A. and Mike Krukow in the same room. They don't want to hear it there. So if you just missed it, Kruk with a spirited and passionate defense of Kyle Shanahan and saying he didn't want to hear it anymore. Get off Kyle Shanahan's A, said Mike Krukow. Well, Stephen A. and a lot of coast-to-coast analysts say no. Even us here at KNBR have said he deserves some criticism for some of the stuff. Mike says no blanking way. You give your best. You when you've loved and lost the way Kyle has, you know what life's about, is basically what we're saying here. So that's been our big hit. We're going to start with the overtime rules. And by the way, the big hit is short today because Tim Ryan is coming on at 8:15.
Oh, here comes the bull rush.
I know. So
right down the middle, like Chris Jones.
Right? So we got to just kind of go right to the calls at 808 KNBR. So we asked for you guys to check in. You guys are checking in, whether it's your reaction to Krukow or your reaction to the all-day-long discussion of the Niners not being prepared for overtime and or making the wrong decision on the coin flip. It has divided a nation or united a nation. Who knows? Let's start up in Seattle. Habib is checking in from Seattle, from the Pacific Northwest, up in the Emerald City. Habib, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Marcus? This is going to hurt me for a long time, man. This game, there's so many unanswered questions. But there was a soundbite with Evan Washburn right after the game when they interviewed Kyle, and Kyle said he should the time on.
Habib, I'm really sorry you're dropping out, buddy. Can you call back, Habib?
Well, have him call back. Now, he's referencing Evan Washburn from CBS, who asked Kyle Shanahan about the end of the game. And Kyle gave an answer saying, I wish we scored a touchdown and never gave Mahomes a chance. Now, there's a little bit of confusion. I heard the guys talking about it on CBS Radio this morning, whether he was talking about the end of the fourth quarter or if he was talking about overtime. But obviously that wouldn't make sense because with the new rules, scoring a touchdown doesn't end the game.
So you're saying that Kyle didn't know?
See, so that's what the confusion part is, whether or not Evan Washburn was asking about the fourth quarter or versus overtime. Some people are taking that answer as Kyle didn't know the overtime rules at all.
Are you saying it's taken us 2 days to realize that Jason Kidd was the quality control coach?
Dude, that's what happened, Murph.
Because it was confusion.
How did we not get that all day yesterday?
Yeah, we should have.
Because they asked Kyle Juszczyk about the overtime rules.
Because it was confusion.
They asked Eric Armstead about the overtime rules.
Because it was confusion.
They asked Kyle Shanahan about the overtime rules.
Because it was confusion.
There it is. Thank you. We're making up for it right here. I needed that, buddy. Let's go to Larry in New Jersey. Calling in from Jersey on the East Coast. Larry, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller.
Yeah, Larry. Welcome.
I kind of disagree with Mike. I mean, we ain't playing baseball. We ain't waiting for the ball to bounce the wrong way. We need to be a little more aggressive in our thinking, in our game planning, and get out there and take it to these guys because these guys are waiting for us to drop the ball. Of course, you've seen that on this Super Bowl and the last time with Williams, and then when Kaepernick was playing. I mean, how many times do we have to wait? We can't wait till he gets as old as Andy Reid before we win this thing. We need to get over the top now. So I disagree with his third and fourth call. We should have ran the ball with CMC and stopped playing with that thing. We had the best running back in the league this year, and he refuses to use that guy. That's all I got to say.
Larry, good call. Don't be a stranger, man. I like your take. Good stuff. Listen, I told you guys how I felt about that. I was screaming at the TV in the third quarter. You've just picked off Mahomes by Jair Brown. You have the ball in their territory, and you can bleed clock. You don't have to go up top and make that big statement, man. You, as Larry said, you got the best. If Mahomes is the best player in the building, McCaffrey's the second best player in the building.
And that's what you do. You give the ball to CMC. You keep Patrick Mahomes on the sideline. You start taking away from that clock. Who knows if it would have been another 3 and out, but at least that way you're taking time away from Mahomes.
All right, again, short big hit because we have Tim Ryan coming up at 8:15, but Lawrence is out in Stockton in the 209. Lawrence is checking in on KNBR. Lawrence, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning. I'm great. How about y'all?
Well, we're just still sifting, man. We're still sifting.
Yeah. I hear it, man. Hey, Kyle is a human being, right? And so, yes, he's a genius, great coordinator, great coach. But everyone makes mistakes. And so, unfortunately, when you make mistakes, you get criticized. I feel like he certainly made a mistake and wasn't clear on the rules. And so that's why he gave you the BS answer he gave you, because it's not like Kyle Shanahan to not kick the ball off and not know his options. That's not how he plays football. It's not how he coaches.
Yeah.
But he can't say, I made a mistake, because he will get ripped to shreds. And so he said what he said, and he paid the price for it. So he has to get criticized, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's a great take. I appreciate it. Human error, I always talk about, man. You know, it's that big thing. I mean, honest to goodness, I wonder if we had a video camera on the Niners meeting rooms for 2 weeks, how many times they discussed overtime.
Well, it sounds like not very many at all.
Right.
If Armstead has to look up at the Jumbotron and Kyle Juszczyk doesn't know the
it
rules.
sounds like they didn't. I mean, is it possible that was left off the to-do list?
But how? When you have 2 weeks to prepare. Now, it makes sense that the Chiefs were so on top of it because they literally changed the overtime rules after that Kansas City and Buffalo game. But still, going into the Super Bowl, you got to be prepared for every single situation possible.
So I refuse to believe they didn't address it. I refuse. And Kyle actually says that they had analytics that showed you play for the third possession. And we'll have to get more into that. That's going to be one of those things where they're going to do an interview like in June or July, a sit down. He's wearing shorts and a T-shirt, sitting down with Peter King or something, and they're going to go back and revisit it. By the way, did you see the Peter King, Andy Reid video?
Yeah.
Peter King, by the way, hardest working man in the world. Because he's done everything, and he still stays up all night to write that 15,000-word column. And he's in Andy Reid's office getting the final play, and they're doing the corn dog jokes there inside.
The Tom and Jerry corn dog, extra ketchup and mustard.
I love bringing back Tom and Jerry, by the way. Okay, so listen, we appreciate you guys calling in, but we do have to take a break because, listen, what's better than us and the callers? Tim Ryan. That's what's better. So T-Rock, Tim Ryan's first public comments since Sunday night on the Super Bowl. The man who has been at every single practice since OTAs back in May. The man who knows these guys stone cold. And then we can go back to you guys on the calls after this. But I can't wait to have the real conversation with Tim Ryan next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jorge Soler is headed to San Francisco after it was announced this morning that he will be signing a 3-year, $42 million contract. So to read more about the new solar panels being installed down at Oracle Park, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers. And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We've been talking to Tim all season long, and now we put a bow on one of the most painful, if not the most painful loss in 49er history. I mean, 90 NFC Championship comes to mind, certainly on the shortest of lists. Tim, you got your boy Murph, you got your boy Marcus. We are just reeling here, reeling. How are you, man?
Hey, Tim.
The agony of defeat.
Yes, sir.
What an absolute
yes, sir.
gut punch.
Yes.
I mean, and look, we've all been at it a long time in sports. And I've been through a lot of agony, boys. Obviously some euphoria as well at times, but in the biggest game in the world, in the biggest game of our lives, in the biggest game of the players' lives, what it meant to the faithful, what it meant to, all the players, coaches, their families, the executives, everybody in the building. The fan base and I mean, the thousands of people that were out there when we left, and believe me, the 49ers players and organization feel the love, and it's not pressure, but you don't want to let anybody down. You don't want to let your teammates down. And at the end of the day, got drugged to the playground in the overtime period and in the fourth quarter period at the end by, two of the greatest ever in postseason history, in Mahomes and Travis Kelce. So part of me, and I hate to do it, you got to give them credit. I mean, the guy is a monster. And I talked to Pat Mahomes before the game. I got a lot of respect for his game, the way he plays the game, and with his mindset and his drive, his desire, his willpower. It's on full display in the biggest moments, and it was in that game. And Andy Reid at the end on the little, their little tiger formation and their little corn dog play, or whatever the hell you call it. They had a touchdown in the Super Bowl the year before against Philadelphia. That one was to Sky Moore. I think it was the same play, and I really don't care. I mean, it was creative. The smartest thing Andy Reid did, and this is where if I had a chance to do it, and I'm sure you guys will go into coaching decisions throughout the game. I like to tend to, stay on the player execution part, but we can go there. But I think I may have called a timeout right there with 5 seconds or whatever, because the game's going to keep going until they're exhausted on downs and don't get into the end zone. Or kick a field goal, right, to tie it up. So as tired as that defense was on that play, I don't care if it's Tiger 12 or Tiger 1. They wouldn't have probably stopped anything because of, any misdirection play like that. Their heart rates were probably $180 and above. They were absolutely gassed. I may have called a timeout right there just to get the guys a breather. And who knows, maybe they stop them a couple times and then force them a field goal, and they got to keep playing, and then we'll see what happens. But I may have called a timeout right there.
Wow, Tim, it's so many different. I mean, we've got 10 million things to do. Let's do the biggest one that the country seems obsessed with, and that's the coin flip. Dude, this is no film study. No film study on this, brother. No film study on this. There's no. I mean, I just love your break. Give me your real-time breakdown when you're in the booth and it happens, and then hearing all the discussion for the next 48 hours. What's your take?
So we got a country of armchair quarterbacks,
Yes.
which is great.
Coast to coast. Coast to coast.
Coast to coast. and the first thing I would say is these guys aren't robots, coaches or players. Analytics doesn't have a heartbeat. And I don't know what the hell the analytics say, and a lot of times those will hold up. A lot of times they won't. I would have taken the ball first only because, and we, all year long, Kyle always wants to defer, and I get it. But a couple of things. Number one, the defense just got off of a 11-play drive that exhausted a whole minute and 53 seconds. Again, how much gas is in the gas tank to go right back on the field again? I'd say they were pretty empty. They needed an absolute breather. So and then you couple that. So they go down and score a touchdown. Now do you know how much pressure is on Brock to have to match what Patrick Mahomes just did against a defense that until really the overtime period had absolutely gotten after the 49ers. I mean, there wasn't a lot of plays in the playbook that were really working versus that pressure package that they had. And so I would have taken it first. I don't mind the option of getting it third, right? So now you are in basically sudden death. So, in a perfect world, they hold them to a field goal. Well, in a perfect world, they score a touchdown on the 3rd and 4, but that didn't happen. So you hold them to a field goal. Now you keep playing. Now Brock's got the ball back again. Now a field goal wins the game. Next score wins. So I got no problem with them taking it first. I know they talked about it before the game. They liked the option of having it third. But the 3rd and 4 play was the killer. And Chris Jones, the busted protection. And Burford, who's the guy you got to get? We talked about it all week. We talked about it in the pregame show. In the passing game, who do you got to try to get your hands on? It's Chris Jones. He can be a monster, and he played his ass off in that game. I haven't even watched the tape yet. I'm going to go watch it today. But they had been stepping up their linebackers all game, and you cannot have a mental error right there. That's a touchdown and maybe to either Brandon Ayuk or Juwan Jennings. Now he's quick pressure. Quick pressure kills quarterbacks, especially right up the gut when it's a quick game. That was a quick game passing attack on that play. He flies in there. He forces an errant throw. They got to kick a field goal. And I had no problem with kicking the field goal because, again, how many plays do you really have that you feel like are working? And there wasn't a lot of them, it didn't seem like at that point.
Great breakdown, as always, from Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line, talking about Kyle Shanahan's decision to take the ball first in overtime. Now, Tim, there's been a lot of discourse over the last couple of days, too, about the comments from Kyle Juszczyk and Eric Armstead talking about how they did not know the overtime rules going into that overtime period. What was your reaction to that?
Well, the overtime, these rules seem to change, every couple of years, and I think this one's changed a couple of years ago. I think they knew the rule of first score doesn't win, like each team's going to get a possession. I think they knew that rule. I think that some clarity in the context needs to be delivered, that they didn't really realize that they're basically starting a complete game over again in terms of after the first possession. You're going to keep trading field goals. That thing could have gone for 4 overtimes. There would have been a halftime. So I don't fault them for that. I mean, again, there's, these rules can get quite confusing, and they're certainly ever changing year in and year out with the competition committee. I'm quite confident they knew the rule, though, that a field goal didn't win it, or a touchdown didn't win it, that both teams would get an opportunity to possess the football.
Well, man, it's just going to be one of these things. It's almost going to be what defines.
And how does that change the outcome of the game at the end of the day? Yeah. How does that change the outcome that they didn't know that rule for the players? I think it has zero bearing. I love armchair quarterback. Well, they didn't know him, and Andy Reid. Go play the game, and that's what the players do. And again, I think that their misinformation of not knowing is taken out of context in terms of, what real factor it had on winning and losing that game for the players. The problem in that game is, give Kansas City's defense a lot of credit. We're already going to give Mahomes and Kelsey credit on what they were able to do in the biggest moments at the end of that game, and they did it. But that defense and the adjustments they made after that first drive, and I knew, and they were still playing some two-shell, but I knew they were going to start attacking the line of scrimmage. It's exactly what they did. The 49ers, you guys, on 12 third-down opportunities to move the chains. And conversely, Kansas City was outstanding on third down. And the 49ers defense has really struggled on third down going down the stretch. I think 29th of 32 teams over the last 4 games. You've got to be able to get off the field. At the end of the day, they could not get off the field, both at the end of regulation and in overtime. But back to the 49ers on offense. The biggest challenge for this offense in this game was going to be being in 3rd and 8+, because it is a blizzard of blitzes that can come from the north, the south, the east, or the west with Spagnuolo, because they can play that press coverage, behind it. And they're really good at it, and they have been all year. That shows up on tape. But I think the biggest challenge was going to be in 3rd and 8+. On 12 third down opportunities, the average was 3rd and 9.4. There's the game.
Yeah.
And here's my only solace, and this makes it's hard for me to say that, well, I can say it, but it's hard for me to digest that Mahomes drug him to the playground and beat him, which was a big fear of mine going in.
Mm-hmm.
When he's able to extend plays and make those plays with his legs. And he and Kelsey, they drug him out of the tan bark box, put him on the blacktop at recess, and beat him. But my only solace is that I think to myself, the football gods weren't with him. The football gods were not with the 49ers in this one. They didn't want us to win. It makes me feel a lot better when I think how that ball came down and clipped the leg of Darrell Luter on the punt.
Yeah.
Was there? I mean, they had one scoring drive throughout the touchdown drive throughout the game, other than that one, and that was a one play. After that takeaway, that muff, where it was a one play and it was a breakdown in coverage, obviously. But that whole sequence of events, to me, was, football divinity. It had, if that's even a word. And a couple things on that play. I think Ray was sitting at 45 yards, maybe, and the punter was bombing him. Both punters, great games. But a couple things need to happen there from Ray. Either go up in the traffic and fair catch it, right? You got to go up 5 or 6 yards to fair catch the football. That probably should have been the first thing that happened. So now it hits Luter. Just, again, it unfortunately and unluckily it clipped him. Now that's a live ball. I didn't see it in real time. I was just shocked that Ray tried to scoop that ball up, and why you're doing it. And then I saw what happened, that it clipped Luter. It became a live ball. He had no choice. But in that moment, with all that traffic, you got to be like I was as a defensive lineman. Dive on the freaking ball. Possession is number one. Possession is the ultimate thing right there in that moment. You go back and look at it, and if he had to do it again, I promise you he wouldn't have tried to scoop it. He would have just dove on it. That was, one bad luck error and one error by the player to not make sure he tried to possess that football before he tried to scoop it.
Yeah, Tim, to your point, the ball sometimes just doesn't bounce your way. There were 7 fumbles in the game.
Funny. Shaped kind of funny, Marcus.
Mm-hmm, and 6 of them were recovered by the Kansas City Chiefs. But, Tim, I wanted to circle back real quick to what you were talking about, Patrick Mahomes, the use of his legs, and those playground-type plays that we saw with Travis Kelce. Now, I wanted to focus on that 4th and 1 read option RPO that Andy Reid dialed up. I wanted to ask you about the read option responsibilities, because we saw Nick Bosa crash down, go with the running back. We saw Logan Ryan take Travis Kelce in the flat. Whose man or whose responsibility was it to pay attention to Patrick Mahomes walking into the first down?
Yeah, I think it's got to be Fred Warner. And again, and a good play call, obviously, at the moment. Yeah. And I think we all had an idea that Mahomes was going to run it, especially after the first failed 4th down conversion when they tried to slam Pacheco up the gut. Again, I got to go back and watch the play. I haven't watched the tape, but and there's many times now where when the 49ers are playing a team that runs a lot of the read zone plays, and they know when they run them, and a lot of teams like to run them when they're down, in the high red zone. They have plays ready. They have the defensive call and the defensive stopper dialed up and anticipating it. The biggest challenge of that play is when you don't anticipate it, and they had not run it, I don't think, up to that point in the game. So that was a great play call at that moment. If you're Nick Bosa, and I talked to Nick about it after the game, and he had a thought that it was coming, just because he's got a great football IQ. His responsibility is, because he knew he could read the down block. And I don't know if he yelled out a cue to Fred Warner or not, zone read, here it comes. I have no idea. But I know there was a thought process in his mind that he was going to just, and this is where Nick is so good in terms of his responsibility and what his job is on the play. And you got to play the structure of the defense, and I don't think he could veer away from that and crashing down and taking the dive. But I know there was a part of him that thought, you know what, hell with the structure of the defense. Step down and then go get the quarterback. And that's a decision that, he's going to have to deal with personally and emotionally, because that could have been the game winner. And sometimes you don't take the risks. Sometimes you do what you're supposed to do. If he went back, I promise you he would have, well, a couple things. I promise you Wilkes would have had a zone read stopper called and they wouldn't have got it. That's number one, and that's the chess match of the game. Number two is if Nick had to do all over again, I think he would have said hell with the dive and went and got Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, he has a quote after the game. He says, I could have been more prepared there. We have to know in crucial situations who's going to have the ball, and obviously it's him. He says, so yeah, he had regrets there. Did 10 million things, Tim, and not enough time, but we got to go to the quarterback, Brock Purdy. I mean, this is an unbelievable moment for this kid, and by most accounts, played great in this game.
I thought he played his ass off.
I do want to ask you, though, about A, how he played his ass off, and B, how Spags defended him, just wanted to be in his face all game long and leave his corners and man-to-man. Huh?
Right. Well, let's start with the corners and man-to-man. That's what allows Spags to be able to do that, because he knows his guys can have glove coverage and hip up those receivers. And those are not easy throws. When guys, especially the way they play it, and they get into a tight trail position, and they can undercut all those in-cutting routes. They can undercut all those, those routes on the shallow crosses and, the routes that are coming across the middle of the field. Those are hard throws. Those are risky throws. Brock was hit, I think, 11 times in the game. Brock took off and extended plays. That play he made in overtime to McCaffrey was outstanding. On the 2nd and 6, I think it was. It ended up being a 20,
absolutely loved it.
23-yarder.
Yeah.
Unbelievable play.
And then to Juszczyk a couple plays later.
Another one where he bought time, extended the play, and what a great play by Kyle to lay out and get that first down after he had already possessed the ball and started a football move. Yes. So that's where I thought he played his ass off under those circumstances. It was not easy. There were not a lot of open receivers. And he was running for his life a lot of times, and he's throwing plays with guys getting pushed into his lap. That front seven for Kansas City, and they got better all year, they got after people. And you put Brock in those 3rd and 9 pluses and a lot of 3rd and 13s, a lot of 3rd and 14s. 49ers many times in the game, you guys self-inflicted wounds, whether it be penalties or negative plays because of that defensive pressure. I think I went through just about every drive. It seemed like there was, other than the first one, there was a negative play on the drive. And you can't have negative plays, either, penalties and or TFLs. You just can't have them against that defense. As good as they had been on 3rd down, and it was all year, and then in the playoffs, by far the best 3rd down team. And to be able to put that pressure on Brock and get him in those situations, and for him to still come out there and be able to will that team to 22 points and get him in position. The only one I think, and I'm sure he wants several back, but the missed opportunity to Deebo Samuel on that quick little burner route, he was open early. I don't think Brock saw him till I don't know if he was number one in the read. I don't think he was. Otherwise, Brock would have saw him right away, saw him late, and overthrew that one in the end zone when Debo's out there with a pulled hamstring. But if you'd have saw it early, because Debo was open in a hiccup on that play, he was open really after 1 second after the snap. You could already tell that he was gone. Brock saw that one late, overthrew it. Debo couldn't get underneath it. But I think under those circumstances, under the pressure that defense put on him and against that offensive line, and in the biggest moment on that stage, I thought Brock was. I thought he was tremendous. I really did. You throw a few other quarterbacks, a lot of other quarterbacks, most other quarterbacks out there in those situations against that defense.
I mean,
it's going to be a long-ass day.
Lamar Jackson in the AFC Championship.
It's going to long-ass day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Brock actually had pretty good numbers against the blitz, but credit to Spags because he blitzed on 51.2% of his dropbacks, which created a season-high 9 unblocked pressures on Brock Purdy. Now, Tim,
9 unblocked pressures.
How about that?
Unblocked pressures.
Spags, man, Spags.
It's a blizzard that can come from anywhere. Yeah. And everyone, you got to be on the protection plan. Well, sometimes the protection plan and what you're expecting is not what he's bringing. And many times they'll just send too many for you to block in terms of your protection. And at the end of the day, that's why they're got a little dynasty going here in this era, and why they've won 3 of the last 5, and Spagnuolo has been there for all of them. In the biggest moments, their best players make plays, and unfortunately, it was one play too many against the 49ers, which has caused us all to have this gut punch, and it's not going to go away for a while.
No,
I mean, there was a lot of tears shed. I went to the party after, and it was celebration on a great year, but a lot of commiserating and a lot of love and accountability and a lot of shared grief by that football team.
I mean, I know we could talk to you for hours. We got to wrap up real soon, but I just last couple things here. We got to ask about special teams at some point, but I also want to talk about the overtime. So MVS, as they call him, Valdez-Scantling, runs backwards, gives the Niners a huge favor. Niners swarm him. It's 2nd and 13. The next 2 plays are really interesting, and I know you said you haven't gone back and watched the film, but Tony Romo circled that Steve Wilks played his DBs well off the line of scrimmage there to guard the first down marker.
Right.
Mahomes took advantage through a 7-yarder, I think to Rice, Might have been McKinnon.
Rasheed Rice.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now it's
Yep.
third.
I remember the play.
So it's 3rd and 6 now. I don't know if that's a win for the Chiefs or a win for the Niners. I'd love to ask your opinion on that. And then the next play, they blitz Warner. And Romo in the booth is saying, don't do that. He's so good under pressure. And he calmly, even with Warner bearing down on him and maybe being held, by the way, he calmly.
Maybe.
Yes, there's hands around his waist as he's plunging in on Warner, and he calmly hits his hot read across the middle. So what about those 2 plays there?
Well, a couple things.
Yeah.
Number one, the 49ers were doing different stuff in terms of how they were aligning, their back end in terms of, alignments in the zone. And man, they were showing a lot of different stuff. You got to confuse Pat Mahomes a little bit. You got to make him think, what are they in? Is it man? Is it zone? If he's got a beat on it, it's easy pickings for him. My only complaint, and I'm not sure if because I know on the Kelsey one earlier in the game in the 4th quarter, they have a clever little play where that 22-yarder where he shook Fred, went to the inside. Then Fred's got to get over the top of a player that's standing in the middle of the field, and basically is a stationary pick that Kelsey's able to run by. Now Fred's got to divert his path a little bit. That ends up a short pass that goes for 22 yards. Give Kelsey credit on the release and give their scheme credit for having the guy posted up there. Unlike Kansas City, and I have to go back and watch the play, but if you're bringing pressure, you better be able to play tight coverage behind it. And I mean tight coverage from the snap, especially on a 3rd and 6. You give a guy a 3-yard route, and he's only got to get 3 yards. And if you're in off coverage, and now you got to rally up, that the kill zone is 0 to 6 yards. It's hard to kill somebody in the kill zone when you got a pressure and you're in off coverage. and they run that shallow cross to Rashee Rice, and I don't know, he ended up getting 13 yards or whatever it was. So the 49ers have got to come up, and a big part of it is, the 3-deep scheme and keeping it all in front of you. And I think they were showing zone, but they ended up being in man on that play. I don't remember. But you got to if the blitz is coming, you better anticipate the ball's coming out quick, and you better be in position in tight coverage to get the guy down right away. And Demo Lenore, because of where he lined up on that play, just could not have enough of an impact on that blitz beater. Here comes the blitz. Where's the beater? There it is. You better have a player on the beater immediately. And because of the alignment at the pre and post snap, he's just unable to get there.
All right, Tim, we got this last one. I know we got to go, but just quickly on special teams. The Moody PAT winds up being enormous in the way that game is played, and then the Darrell Luter
probably forces Mahomes to go for a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
Yes. At the end of regulation.
Yeah, and so that plays differently, and the Niners defend differently and everything. So we'll have to rue that one. He did have two.
I think that was a low kick. I don't know if that one's going to make it anyway by the trajectory of the ball.
His first miss
PAT. I don't know if he hit that one, yanked it left. That was like me hitting my 3-iron, which I never hit anymore. I've gone hybrid now.
Yeah, we're all hybrid now. Yeah,
we're all hybrid.
And then
so I don't know. I think that one. If they look like a good process and the snap and the hold, I don't think Jake hit that one the way that he wanted to hit it.
And then Luter, said he didn't hear Peter. He didn't hear it.
It got strangely loud in that stadium right before that. I'll be honest with you. Strangely loud. And I talked to a lot of fans that were all of a sudden like, man, that place all of a sudden erupted on a punt. What happened? I don't know what happened. Again, football. God, there's my only solace, boys. The football pigskin didn't want us to win it. Makes me feel a little bit better. There was a higher power involved.
There's something to be said for that. There's only one team every year. We were talking about baseball with Mike Krukow and all the Giants' heartbreak. And then he said, what happened in 2010? We got the breaks. They had all this. Right. The Braves put out a second baseman who started making all these key throwing errors. It was like, oh, my God, they won the game because the guy threw the ball into the stands. So it's like,
I know, man, and it's a 7-month absolute grind, and to play all this extra time and have the opportunity to change your life forever as a Super Bowl winner, and everybody in that building, it is unbelievably painful. And again, as I said at the end of our Papa's, our broadcast, is character does count, and there will be some players, obviously that won't be back on this team, and that'll be an off-season discussion. But this team has unbelievable character with their core players, with their leadership. Trent Williams is going to play a few more years, still has gas left in the tank. So fingers crossed they'll get the breaks next year and earned everything this year. They'll get the breaks next year and get back in this moment and get back on this road to New Orleans as soon as possible.
They say the old line, fall down 9 times, get up 10, right?
That's why football is such a great parallel to life, Murph and Macus, is things happen, bad things happen. What do you learn from it? How do you respond to it? Most importantly, and it's just how it is, man. And dealing with the depression, dealing with what ifs. You got to put it all behind you, and you just got to keep grinding. And this team, I promise you, is going to keep grinding with their chin up.
Keep chopping wood. There's no other.
Keep chopping wood. That's right.
There's no other answer. You're the best, man. You were awesome all year. We'll let you go. We'll let this bird fly. You go ride your horse. Let this eagle soar into the mountains, baby. Go ride your horse. Go hit a few golf balls, and then I can't wait to talk to you down the road, Timmy. Thanks, brother, for a great year.
Time to get the soul right. Much love to you guys, and I really appreciate you and all your listeners. And otherwise, I sure as hell wouldn't get up early on Monday morning, to be honest with you. I know it's Tuesday. You're going to give me a pass for after the Super Bowl, and I appreciate that. But for the fans and for all your listeners, sometimes we'll be getting back at 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
That's because I got to get up at 6:30, man. I got to get the grog out. I got to have a couple coffees before I go on. I'm like, these sons of guns, I'm doing it again for them. Here we go.
That's why you're the best,
Much
Tim.
love to you guys.
Love you, buddy.
Love you,
Take
man.
care.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk to you down the road. Tim Ryan.
All right, fellas, be good.
Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The football gods weren't with him.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
Just want to, again, express our huge gratitude to Tim Ryan for giving us just great radio. I mean, some guys come on the radio, they don't give you great radio. Tim and Mike Kruko, those guys give you great radio, man. They do. They're awesome, and they give energy, and they give takes, and they give you kind of the feeling of what it's been like to wear those uniforms, and yet at the same time relate to the fans. And, man, that was like a exhausted, philosophical, resigned to the fates, Tim Ryan. You know, it was a great summary of just the entire journey of just coming 1 inch short, you know?
And Murph, I needed that. I needed that conversation with Tim Ryan to talk about Nick Bosa, the read options, all the X's, O's, and the breakdown. I was fiending for a Tim Ryan hit yesterday. I'm glad we got him today.
You were what for a hit?
Fiending.
Fiending?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Give me that. Help your buddy out here.
You know, like when Attic is looking for something, you know?
Okay, all right. We jonesing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could do that too.
Are you jonesing like I jones, like I
whatever.
fiend for a cup of coffee here in the morning?
Exactly, You're a coffee fiend.
By the way, I was just reading a negative take on the Soler signing by some guy from ESPN Plus.
I thought we were praising Tim Ryan or Mike Kruko.
He says, this guy, Brendan Doolittle, he says, his batting average is too low. He's oft injured. Put him in the outfield at your peril. The limited ways he contributes to the roster. Come on, brother.
Come on.
I want to see one of those 460-foot tanks, okay? You got somebody who can leave the yard. Somebody who's a freaking threat.
The bottom line is he makes the lineup better.
Yes, correct.
Isn't that what we're trying to do here?
Correct. Anyway, back to hey, listen, we do a real short segment here because we got the clocks. We got to get the clocks right because of the long extended Tim Ryan, which was well worth it. So we have one item in the cooler of content, and it made me laugh. Even though it was anti-Niner, and it's Marshawn Lynch out of Oakland Tech High School, California, Berkeley, Seattle Seahawks, and then later, the Raiders. Never played for the Niners, never has been a Niner, has never been associated with the Niners, is an Oakland guy through and through, doesn't want to hear it from the west side of the Bay. I did not anticipate this, but apparently he walked through the casino late Sunday night, early morning with a microphone, walking up to Niner fans in the casino with a mission. So here it is, Marshawn Lynch walking through the casino. I'm not kidding. Late Sunday night, early morning.
Niner fans?
Yeah.
You.
Marshawn, baby. What I do, baby?
You little ugly. You a Niner fan?
Yes, sir.
You. Are you a 49er fan?
Yes, I am.
You.
Hey, Marshawn. Go Bills.
Are you a 49er fan?
Absolutely.
You.
I'm kidding. We want this.
Are you a 49er fan? You. Are you a 49er fan?
Hell yeah.
You. Excuse me. 49er man. 49er man. Are you a 49er fan?
Yes, sir.
You. Hey, you a 49er fan?
Yeah, man.
You.
That's the id of every Raider fan out there, by the way, or Seahawks fan.
But
yes.
think about it. Like, you can hear the reaction from 49er fans. They're loving it, man.
Oh, yeah.
You get
I
an
love
interaction
that
with
last one where he
Marshawn.
calls the guy like 4 times.
Hey, 49er man.
49er man. 49er man. 49er man.
49er man.
And then the guy finally goes, "Oh, Marshawn Lynch," and he hits him with,
Are you a 49er fan?
Yes, sir.
You.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I almost thought it was on loop.
That made me laugh.
The amount of Fs he was handing out because you said he was talking to people in the casinos. Everybody there was a 49er fan this past weekend.
and there's a rhythm to it. He goes, blank you, blank you, blank you. That's so all you Raider fans who says, no, it hurts worse for the Chiefs. No, that's the, Freud called it the id, which is the part of your brain that has no filter at all. That's the Raider fans' id right there, all right, guys?
I needed Marshawn Lynch when you're making all those jokes about the Raiders hosting the Super Bowl last week.
They were ripe.
Blank you, Murph. Blank you.
Greg Cosell joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. Okay, back to you guys. Now that you've heard Tim Ryan and Mike Krukow, and now that you've heard the nation check in on Shanahan's coin flip decision, what do you guys say? 808 KNBR is the phone number, and then we'll do Marcus Thompson at 9:15. We would never say to our listeners, blank you. We say we love you.
Love you.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, you a 49er fan?
Yeah, man.
You.
Yeah, man. All right, what's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in to the Murph and Marcus show on a Tuesday morning. And I got to let you know, if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy app with over 3 million members. This is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, and right now, I'm in sports heaven with basketball season really heating up. There's no better way to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of player and stat options. This week on Prize Pick, give me Kevin Durant facing off against the Sacramento Kings tonight to score more than 28 points. Prize Picks now offers Apple Pay for a quick and easy deposit into your account this basketball season. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, so that can go either way. So we would have kicked the ball off. The officials actually are on top of it right away. They're on it. There were still a couple seconds on the clock, and we have the extra officials on the sideline, and they were asking me what we would do, and I said we would kick off. Made sure Patrick was on board with it. He was the one who had to go out and do that with the officials. So, and then Dave Tobe making sure that he was there. But that we had already gone through all of that, so everybody knew. Now, when it happened, with that amount of time on the clock, I think we were all like, "Whoa," So I know what McCole said there. We just had this hard-fought fight, and all of a sudden, it's a walk-off. It's a weird feeling that way.
Oh, there it is. Andy Reid explaining what he would do, and Elton John. Now, this would be, I think this is a song you've been looking for all along. Listen to it right now. Here, listen, turn it up. That's what you've been looking for the last 2 days. It's sad, so sad. It's a sad, sad situation. It's sad, so sad. 1979. I distinctly remember this being used in a montage in the 1979 NC2A March Madness. And it was about all the teams that lost. And DePaul was like a 1 seed with Mark Aguirre. And he was like holding the basketball and crying. And they were playing this. I was like, damn, look at that. Elton John getting some run on NBC in 1979. Which ended in, by the way, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird in the NC2A finals there. Not a bad little final we dialed up for you there that year. Magic was a sophomore. I remember after they won that game, they said he was out on his dorm balcony, and they said there was, I don't know what number it was, 10,000 people under his balcony chanting, stay, stay, stay. And, of course, he went hardship to the LA Lakers. And the rest is history. Next thing you know, he's a Washington Commanders guy chasing off Ben Johnson, who called the Commanders interview committee a bunch of basketball guys. Did you hear that?
No,
You walk into the room, there's Bob Myers and Magic Johnson saying, how are you going to win me a Super Bowl? He's like, what do you mean? Aren't you guys in the NBA Finals? What's going on here? Hey, you were listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So we
are Commanders.
Okay. We got a text that's interesting. And I can already kind of predict what I think is going to be your answer, because Marcus has been the guy all along saying, you got to defer. I've been more like, I kind of see what they were saying. Defense gassed. The third possession. I get it. Well, there was no third possession.
Well, let's back it up. Were they saying that that the defense was gassed?
I think so.
But Kyle Shanahan hasn't came out and said that, has he?
I think that
his reasoning, his explanation was all about the third possession. That's what my argument is based on.
That's true. Now, 831 wrote in and said, I got to offer an entirely different logical take. If indeed you defer and you do believe that there's a chance you both can either score field goals or touchdowns, you're giving Mahomes the third possession at that point.
If the Chiefs got the ball first.
If the Chiefs got the ball first and you match either field goals or touchdowns, you have now given Mahomes the chance to end the game.
No, not if Kyle Shanahan
the only way to do is if Kyle goes for two, and he's not going to do that.
Well, why not? Because that's what Andy Reid was going to do.
First, that's not their style, and they don't have that whole thing. And Andy Reid's a different dude.
But you're trying to win a Super Bowl here.
I know. But I think Kyle would probably not do it, knowing Kyle.
Well, then I think Andy Reid had a better game plan going in overtime.
Well, unless the two-point conversion doesn't work.
Then they lose.
Yeah. But then you kick the PAT and live to fight another day.
But Andy Reid had that confidence, and if I was Kyle in that situation, if the 49ers had the ball second, I would have gone for two. Now, I'm not Kyle Shanahan, but I'm not giving the ball back to Patrick Mahomes.
Well,
I mean, what is his style? Blowing double-digit leads in the Super Bowl?
His style was to give him the ball second. So,
yeah, you gave him the opportunity to go win the game. I'm not giving Patrick the opportunity to go win the game.
No matter what, you're going for two.
I think you have to kick the ball and go for two. I think that's the best strategy with the new overtime rules.
Okay. Well, you should probably be going for two pretty much weeks 1 through 16.
No, because they don't have the same overtime rules 1 through 16. This only happens in the playoffs.
What's the regular season overtime rule?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the postseason overtime rules, which we saw the first kind of example of what was being laid out.
Let me offer you this. If you're the Niners, you score a touchdown first, do you go for two?
No, because then you force Patrick Mahomes.
No, because if you go for 2 and make it, then they can't. Then you've guaranteed you're getting the ball third.
Then you're putting extra possession on them.
No, same logic applies. Let's say you're Kyle and you take the ball first, you score a touchdown. By your logic, you should go for 2 there because that means that A, it's the Super Bowl, you got to go for it, and B, that means that you guarantee you're either going to win the game or get the third possession.
That's how you guarantee the third possession. But then if you don't get the 2-point conversion, then Patrick Mahomes marches down the field and an extra point wins the game.
That's the same thing as kicking a field goal and hoping in presenting you to no. By your logic, if you get the ball first, you score a touchdown, you should go for 2, which maybe isn't the wrong logic.
That was never my logic. My logic is if you have the option, you win the toss. You do not take the ball first. You take the ball second with the strategy of going for 2 to win the game. Because then that stops the third possession sudden death.
There's plenty of good reasons. It's not as black and white. I think it's more 51-49 than 100-0 that you defer and not defer. It's particularly because of the defense resting angle, too.
Well, that's the angle I agree with, but that's not the explanation we got from Kyle.
I don't even care what Kyle says. And by the way, the explanation is because he's sitting on a podium. I'm telling you, those Super Bowl postgame interviews are the most artificial things of all time. They last like 30 seconds. Those guys are in and out. And so, he didn't have a chance to sit down and discuss it at length. Your logic told you at the time that it was, the defense would just be on the field. We had talked about that too. So,
but that's what we're kind of questioning is Kyle Shanahan's decision. And Kyle playing into the hand of Andy Reid tells me that he made the wrong decision.
Rick in Hayward is going to start us off at 8:08 KNBR. Rick, good morning. How are you, brother?
Good morning. I don't agree with the idea that you go for you take the ball second to get a chance at matching whatever happens. I mean, the 49ers were just on defense 11 plays, and before that they were on the field again for 11 plays. So they were on the field for 22 plays in the last 11 minutes. So you're going to put them right back out there, and what's going to happen? Exactly what happened. Now, granted, we get the ball back, but is there any guarantee we score? And on top of that, if we get the ball first and don't make the 2-point conversion, Kansas City can come right back down, and they can go for 2 without the chance of losing the game. So the 2-point conversion thing is a joke. I mean, if Kyle misses the 2-point conversion, oh my God, this whole talking point would be about why did he go for it? What was his thought? What? He ruined the game for us. And on top of that, this ridiculous conspiracy theory that the NFL had it in for the 49ers.
No, that's stupid. I'm not even going there. By the way, I had my first Little League practice yesterday. The first 2, and thanks for the call, Rick. Appreciate it. First 2 kids who arrived said, it was scripted. It was scripted. I've talked to you about this. We joke about it. I honestly think that there's part of them that it's become so pervasive. There's part of them that believes it. There's part of them that actually believes it.
It's the Swift fix.
It's the who was the Peyton's kid or Eli's kid?
Yeah.
Scripted. And I know they're joking, but they're not. The first 2 kids said it to me. They were like, I was like, guys, you don't really believe that? They're like, no, it was the fix. It was scripted for the Chiefs because of Taylor Swift. More overtime discussion. Let's go. Who's next up on the list here? Is it about Ted in Novato? Ted in Novato on KNBR. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Mark and Marcus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Ted. What's up?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was thinking, how to verbalize how I feel in this despair. And I'm glad Mike Kruka came around. I think he hit it perfectly. I think, this game turned on a dime, right? It's like, one play here or there, and we would have been saying how great everyone is, right? The coach included. And, I feel like I've done a little coaching in my time, but to win a championship in a given year, I think it's, my ratio is like 60% players, 20% coaching, and then 20% of what we're talking about here is the intangibles. And it's tough to narrow it down to say, no one wants to say, oh, it's just intangibles. You have to talk about other concrete stuff, but I think sometimes it just comes down to that. And I think we really have to appreciate what we have. I think it's, important in a time of toughness and, the character of the players, the organization. I truly do appreciate what we have with the 49ers organization. So,
well, that's just like it's way too rational, Ted. Way too rational. Way too calm and rational.
No, you're
Come
right.
on.
It
Come on.
probably is. But
have you not turned on First Take lately or Get Up? Come on. They got to scream. You got to yell. Somebody's got to bear the blame. Somebody's head needs to be on a pike. That's the way it is now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do feel sorry for the Stephen A. Smiths of the world, who have to make their money the way they do. But, it's just, I don't know. I just, like I said, I appreciate what we have. I mean, I thought this was a special season. I purchased Lion 49er tickets. I'm really glad I went to the game.
Nice.
But it's just, I knew they were starting special. So it does hurt. There's no doubt, being a long-time 49er fan. But I just think it comes down. I mean, the point, they played their damn hearts out in the first half.
I'm with you,
I
Ted.
think that I'm with 3 points only. And that's the coin toss. That's, I mean, that could go either way. That doesn't even concern me. I mean, the way they didn't capitalize in the first half and have a bigger lead, the punt hitting Luter, momentum's huge in a game like this in a one-game situation, and then injuries, right? I mean, so that's part of the 20% intangibles that
Ted. Hey, we got to get going because we got Marcus Thompson that said thanks for the call. Ted was rolling.
Yeah,
I was trying to jump in about 6 different times there. But again, of course, there's like the rational, calm take. It's great. It's entertaining. Who was that guy who called yesterday? Said, it's entertainment. We were entertained to the end. It was fabulous. It was an incredible ride, and thank you for the entertainment. Yeah. That's one way to go. The other way to go is, why didn't you run McCaffrey? Why didn't you block Chris Jones? Why didn't you defer the kick? And I mean, that's the fun of it.
And just to wrap it up, Murph, yes, there were 1,000 things that could have gone in the different direction for the 49ers that would have resulted in a win. But for this specific segment, we're talking about Kyle Shanahan's decision, which was predetermined before the game even started. And so I don't want to hear about the defense being rested or being out of breath at the time. That's a factor for sure, but this was a predetermined strategy.
We're not totally sure.
Kyle said, there's a quote where he said this was predetermined before the game started, so he had the wrong decision in my opinion, and it played right into the hand of Andy Reid.
And of course, if you stop Mahomes on a fourth down RPO, you win the game.
Exactly.
Right? You know what I mean? Or if you run the ball to McCaffrey on 3rd and 4.
Yeah, or if Darrell Luter Jr. gets the hell out of the way.
Right. I'm talking about in the overtime only.
Okay, yeah.
In the overtime only. Saying if you've taken that ball first, maybe you look at it differently if your mentality is, I'm taking the ball first and I'm going for a touchdown.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To put that pressure on the Chiefs. If you take the ball first and say, I'm settling for a field goal, you're opening the door.
And that goes back to the 3rd and 4 play with Chris Jones unblocked and whether or not they should have just ran the ball twice there to try to play for the touchdown.
And also, I would love to, Parag is, believe me, this guy's been in that building for 25 years, making all these data calls forever. I would love to get Parag on and say, how much did you guys discuss it? What was your theory on the 3rd possession? Did you understand that if you kicked a field goal, you lose on a touchdown? Would you have gone for 2 either way? All these questions. I'm sure, Parag is, we talk about how they, quote, didn't know the rules. I can't imagine. Parag has been the data guy for 25 years there. So Parag, give us a call. Anyway, we're late getting to Marcus Thompson. It's a crazy day. It's only day 2 after the Super Bowl. Come on. Jorge Soler is here.
Hip, hip, Jorge.
And I just read some negative take on it. I'm like, what? You don't like 35 home runs? Come on. On KNBR 1, Marcus Thompson next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matty Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to recap Super Bowl 58 and to talk about Kyle Shanahan's decision to take the ball first in overtime. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's just something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Oh, man, there it is. That's the only comment he made afterwards. You are correct, Marcus. He does not mention the defense there. He does not mention the defense. Was that a factor? He didn't say so. Was it? Maybe it was. I don't know. Man, this Super Bowl will be remembered for this coin flip.
Yeah.
Forget everything else. I mean, what, Darrell Luter's foot or Patrick Mahomes' or Tom and Jerry and corn dogs, right?
Yeah, or Juwan Jennings in a San Francisco special.
And go the Frisco special, I'm calling that, baby. Anyway, so many things to talk about with Marcus Thompson, who, by the way, made his bones covering the Golden State Warriors, who are showing a little life, don't you know? But Marcus, 10 million things to talk about. Most of them happened in Vegas on Sunday night. And I don't mean Marshawn Lynch walking through a casino saying blank you to every 49er fan he sees. Good morning, Marcus. How are you, man?
What's up? I don't think I was in that casino. Which casino was he walking through?
You got to play this for Marcus. So Oakland Tech's own is walking through the casino at around 1 a.m. with a microphone, walking up to 49ers fans. Listen to this, Marcus. This is Marshawn Lynch, Sunday night, Monday morning.
Excuse me, 49er man, 49er man, 49er man. Are you a 49er fan?
Yes, sir.
You. Hey, you a 49er fan?
Yeah, man.
You.
That's what he did. He walked around saying blank you to every 49er fan he saw.
Spoken like a true Raider, right?
I said he's the Raider id, right? And Freud would say, like the unfiltered part of the brain where he's just saying what he wants. That's what every Raider wanted to say Sunday night, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people took joy in that 49ers loss. I got a few text messages from people who were celebrating in the demise of the 49ers. The Oakland Raiders salt is still there.
But Marcus, that doesn't make sense to me, because how could you celebrate a Chiefs Super Bowl?
Yeah, there's clearly levels to hatred, right? So
I guess so.
Apparently, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
There it is.
Even if that friend is an enemy in a different circumstance.
Kind of works both ways. If you hate the Chiefs more, then the Niners are the enemy of your enemy. If you hate the Niners more, the Chiefs are the enemy of your enemy.
See, that's the thing, Marcus. As a Raider fan, I've been getting beaten down by Patrick Mahomes my entire life almost, so I felt like the 49ers were the big brother who showed up, and now they got beat up by my bully.
But also, you got to live with 49er fans, right? And you don't have to live with Chiefs fans. So there's a lot of people who probably literally live with 49ers fans. Yeah, true. It's not a good time.
Hey, Marcus, let's do one more question on this, and then we'll get to the Niners. But you grew up in the town. It's proudly your home. You still live there. How real is the anti-Niner thing from your perspective in Oakland?
I actually don't think it's that real. I think there's obviously a segment of people who are just Raider diehards. I feel like there were so many Raider fans, and now they've all kind of compartmentalized into a certain part, right? I don't think they all responded the same way. There's a lot of people who still ride with the Raiders, right? A lot of people, I know people who kind of are starting to like the idea of going to Vegas a few weekends a year, right? Just to kick it, and the Raiders is their reason. Then there's a lot of people who will just never fool with them again. And there's no question some hopped over to the Niner Nation. Like, even if they won't admit it, I know personally several people who are like, I'm rolling with the Niners now. So I do think it's a mix. I don't think it's a universal thing. Probably more just stuck with the Raiders and like don't like it. But if the Raiders ever win, it will be like they never left. I guarantee it. They will get their just due for all the years of losing if the Raiders finally win. They're not going to miss that parade.
They got to find a QB first. What they got to find. So there you go. All right, man. And listen, we could have gone a million ways, but just the burning topic on our show today and seemed to be all day yesterday, coast to coast, a coin flip. Not Purdy, not Mahomes, not Chris Jones unblocked, not a ball off of Darrell Luter's foot, not, the Frisco special from Jawan Jennings to Christian McCaffrey. A coin flip, Marcus. So take me back to real time, what you were thinking at the time, and then take me back to how you've heard all the analysis of whether you should defer, given the new rules. That's the key to the whole thing, the new rules, that both teams get it. Where are you right now on a Tuesday morning about the coin flip and deferring?
Well, live, I was thinking, if the defense, because I wasn't that aware of the rule. I thought the rule was like, the rule change was if you scored a touchdown, like you won the game right off. But if you got a field goal, you got a chance to answer it. Mm-hmm. I didn't know there was a new rule for the playoffs. So immediately, once the overtime happened, we all started doing research and we were like, oh yeah. I think it was Tim Kawakami who reminded us of like there's a rule change. My immediate thought was they're gonna lose this game if the defense is on the field first.
Okay.
Like they couldn't stop them and they were exhausted and then Pat was doing his thing. So my initial thought when the 49ers won the toss was that's the best chance because this defense is exhausted. So I get the difference now. This idea of not wanting Mahomes to have the ball last, but in the end, like this comes down to Kyle Shanahan putting the ball in his own hands. I feel that makes sense to me. Like we're gonna get out here and score, we're gonna put the pressure on them. I know he's saying we're gonna rely on our defense, but it was actually the opposite. And by the virtue of him saying, "Hey, we want to get the ball third," meaning you wasn't anticipating your defense stopping, right? So it's like he wanted, like this was Kyle Shanahan. This was their offense. It was Christian McCaffrey. That's where all the stars were. So he's like, yeah, let's do it that way. I do feel like that's what he wanted. So to me, it makes sense. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Of all the things that happened, it's probably number 20 of the deciders in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, apparently, Marcus, you were not the only one who did not know the rules because after the game, Kyle Juszczyk came out, said he did not know the new overtime rules. Eric Armstead said he had to learn the rules from the Jumbotron. What was your breakdown of 49er players admitting that they did not know the overtime rules for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I saw a couple people say it. I mean, look, to be perfectly honest, I just thought there was a bigger story. I really did. I wasn't on I was like, yo, like, I'm more concerned about that third down play. I was asking about that. I really wasn't into that. I was surprised to come out of the immediate availability, the access, and see that that's what everybody was talking about. To me, it was one of the most – I mean, I can't think of a 49ers loss that was more debilitating than that one. Like, that was – I mean, in a franchise that's, been at the top for so long, that might have been the most gut-wrenching defeat I can remember. So that's what I was focused on. Like, to me, who cares about the overtime rule? That's how I was thinking.
Well, and you're right. And Tim Ryan said, Marcus, to your point, that did that really affect how they played? No, probably not. It is for today's media landscape. It's in the way people talk. They love to have like smoldering controversy, so that's gotten a lot of legs. You're right. It comes down.
Somebody has to fail, right?
Yeah. But you're right. It comes down to the football game itself. And to your answer, the only one in this conversation is the 1990 NFC Championship loss to the New York Giants. Yep. They're going for 3. That which maybe still remains the one because that 3-peat would have guaranteed Montana was the GOAT.
But
5
you won 2 already.
Yeah, but this would have been nobody's 3-peating. I got news from Kelsey and Mahomes. They ain't 3-peating next year because everything has to go your way. A ball has to bounce off Darrell Luter's foot. You know what I mean? So you wrote about McCaffrey. That's the guy I wanted to see get the ball. After Jair Brown intercepts Mahomes, I wanted to, okay, let's run it. And 6 straight pass plays. He fumbled in the first quarter. He looked great in overtime. What'd you learn when you wrote about him?
There's I call it the fellowship of heartbreak, right? This kind of this era, this 29 years, 30 years of 49ers football, where it feels like you only get good enough to get your heart broken. I was jarred by how it hit him. Like, everybody was sad, everybody was going, but like for Christian McCaffrey, this was his first time. Trent Williams was the same way. Like, these dudes were like, you could tell it was their first time. You could tell they've never felt anything like this. And there was so much football left on the field. I mean, so much opportunity for them to win it. I do feel like he abandoned the run at the wrong time. I do, like, there was a sense of, you got to score here and you need it. And McCaffrey was the guy. But then you look back, he had 30 touches. Like, he did have the touches, right? It wasn't like he wasn't getting the ball. He had 22 carries and 8 receptions, 160 yards. He scored a touchdown. Like, they got him the ball. So that's what I was thinking. Like, they have all these stars, and McCaffrey was the one who was supposed to put him over the top. And then you get in the game, and he still wasn't enough. And it leaves you with that question of, like, what now? And that's why I'm not really worried about the overtime rules. If they give Mahomes the ball first, Kansas City scores a touchdown, you still need the same thing. You need Brock Purdy to lead them on a touchdown drive, which is exactly what you needed on the first drive, right? And that's what they knew. They knew they needed to score a touchdown. They needed to make it so they couldn't lose, and they couldn't score a touchdown. And that really boils down to the entire thing. They couldn't score when they needed to score, despite having the offensive player of the year and probably more weapons on offense than anybody in the league. And that is the part that's really disappointing for them. Like, you got Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk is wide open. I mean, that's touchdown right there. That might be ball game right there. And they simply couldn't get it done. There's no way they should have walked away without 30 points from that game, and 30 points wins it. To me, so when I'm watching McCaffrey, like, he felt the weight of that. They should have scored more than they did, and that's kind of what he was brought for. And so now he's in it. He knows what they felt in 2019, right? He's really a 49er now.
Yeah, and Marcus, we heard some of those same comments from Brock Purdy after the game about how he was disappointed that the 49ers offense had to settle for field goals instead of touchdowns. But we all know there was tons of storylines surrounding Brock Purdy entering this game about what he is or what he isn't. It's been kind of surprising to see the lack of narratives now surrounding Brock Purdy. But what was your breakdown of his performance in the Super Bowl? How do you think his performance was?
He was all right. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't great. He wasn't terrible. He had bad moments. He had good moments. It feels like he was going to do that thing where you lead him at the end, right? It felt that way. Like, it felt like that was going to be the playoff narrative. He was pretty good. He was okay. I think he's getting less heat because Mahomes wasn't great either until the end, right? Like, they both were kind of mid, and then at the end, Mahomes does his thing, and I don't know how you could blame Brock Purdy for not being Patrick Mahomes at this point. That's really all you'd be saying is he couldn't one-up Patrick Mahomes, which basically is every quarterback in the NFL. So he was all right. If he'd have played a little better, maybe they win. He couldn't connect with Deebo or Ayuk. That, to me, that was tough part. That was clearly their game plan. I think part of it had to do with play calling and scheme. Spagnuolo was just great, and obviously that last third down that they didn't convert shows you right there just like how just not in tune that offense was when it mattered the most. So he was fine. Like, I was looking to see if Purdy, like, if he was terrible, you might have to revisit this quarterback situation, especially knowing you got to go up against Mahomes. But I think he walked away feeling like, all right, as long as Brock Purdy's got weapons, like, you could go with Brock, especially, at the money he's at. So I thought he handled himself pretty well for his first Super Bowl.
Wow, it's pretty lukewarm. So I'll throw the hot thing. So you just said if he has weapons, you can go with him. But, I mean, are you the Niners that you're saddling him up for the next 10 years? Because in a year they have to make a decision on whether they want to give him the however many million it's going to be, 40 or whatever. Do you think that's still an open door? Like, we'll see how he plays in 2024 before we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I mean, they literally cannot pay him until after next year anyway. So
Right.
I do think there's a bit of like, he was pretty good enough. Like, what do you do if the right side of the offensive line is better, right? Like, how does that look?
Yeah.
In the end, they've got enough talent to get to the Super Bowl. Can Brock Purdy get them over the hump? He almost did. He was right there. They're one block away, right? Like if you one pass protection assignment away from getting like how do you turn around and say nah? Like if he was terrible and they got routed, then it's like, all right, like who can you go get? But he was right there in his first Super Bowl at 24. Like, how do you walk away from that?
Yeah, I actually thought he's better than you thought. I give him. If you go back to that last drive, he had three significant plays. A third down ball to Ayuk to keep a drive alive. That was a nice play under pressure. The stepping out of the pocket and lofting it to McCaffrey for that big gainer down the left sideline, and then the juke where he stepped back in the pocket, rolled right and hit Juszczyk.
Yeah.
So I mean, I was like, wow. He seemed. I think during this stretch, Packers, Lions in this game, he played his best. I thought in the fourth quarters and overtimes when he was against it.
Agreed. He was the gamer of Purdy showed, right? Like it could be going kind of bad. He's like, whatever, man, let's ball. Like he's got that to him.
A little bit of that
but
playground.
Even he was talking about afterwards, like they really lost this game when the defense is getting them turnovers, getting them stops, and they didn't capitalize. Like that's where they lost it, right?
And that's when Spags' pressure, because they passed it 6 straight times, and Spags' pressure won out. And those corners, we'll never talk enough about L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie. Yeah. Those are like.
Hey, Sneed got absolutely cooked though. I mean, did you see Ayuk?
On the 3rd and 4th play.
Are you talking about the play where he fell down?
Overtime, 3rd and 4th.
Like he juked him, he outside in them, and he's like not even in the play. He's wide open. See, that's the part where it's like eventually I think Purdy, and I'm sure Brandon Ayuk by his reaction will want him to just trust your guy. I mean, he threw it to a spot. He got, you know what I'm saying? But like, he believed that Ayuk was going to beat him, like maybe he just throws it anyway. I think that's the part where experience. This is why Mahomes is so good, because things happen, and if you haven't been there before, you haven't had a chance to calculate the reaction. Like even on that block didn't happen, if he puts it on Jawan's numbers, like if he puts it on his numbers, he still can get a completion, maybe a first down, right? You give him a chance to fight, but he threw it. It's a couple times he's just thrown it to a spot, and maybe now he knows. All right, in this situation, I'll put it on the guy. Or maybe now it's like, hey, I'm stuck in a bind. I'm just going to trust you. Like, that's the type of stuff that comes with experience. Mm-hmm. That's why Mahomes always makes the right decisions, because he's been there. He knows what his outs are. To me, that's the part that Purdy learns from this process. He's going to digest this, and he's going to know now, what do I need to do? How many times now will he call out of a play? Like, if Shanahan said, let's do this, and he's like, nah, man, run the ball. Like, I feel like somebody needs to tell Shanahan, like, hey, nah, we're not doing that, right? Like, you need a quarterback who can turn around and say, this ain't it right now. I'm feeling the pressure I'm getting. I know the right side is falling apart. We need to get the ball. Like, I get it, right? So, to me, that's why, like, you want to ride with Purdy, because there's still levels he can get to. He's only 24.
Yeah. He basically was a rookie.
On the ball there.
I know we got to let you go.
Absolutely. Basically,
we're way long, but just the NBA analogy to Mahomes, is he Jordan? Like Jordan strangled Karl Malone and Charles Barkley. You're never winning one. Those are great all-time players who never won one because of one guy, Michael Jordan.
Bruh,
Mahomes, is this what's going on right now? Is this what we're watching?
That's absolutely what's going on.
It is.
There's the Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, right? Like, these are the Clyde Drexlers and the Reggie Millers, right, and the Pat Ewings, who they're going to be all-time greats. They're going to go Hall of Fame, but they didn't win a title because they just happen to be in the era of Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
It's certainly feeling that way.
I covered Tiger, and Mickelson and Sergio Garcia and all those guys just falling off a cliff because Tiger's like, nope, I'm taking them all. And that was the deal. So, all right, man. Always great, Marcus. Hey, looks like that basketball team will be worth talking about now, huh?
Look at the Warriors coming through in the clutch for the Bay. What is that, 7 out of 8?
5 out of 6. Draymond's playing great. Clay's back. Wiggins, double digits, 31 straight games.
Hey.
Curry's having as much fun as ever. He's running around like a teenager. I mean,
the Bay needs Curry right now badly. He's the therapist for the Bay.
Big game tomorrow night. It'll be a good game. Clippers in town. So, all right, man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, can't wait till the next chat. Be good.
Have a good one, fellas.
Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. We got to get this clock right just by the time we get to Papa and Lund. All right, we can squeeze in a couple more calls on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You would have known before the game that 3 of our 4 biggest stars were going to go for 8 catches, 86 yards with no touchdowns.
Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle, what would you have said? Because I would have said,
route.
We're going to get smoked. Yeah, exactly. So that's my starting point, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody has their thing. And for the people that say, Kyle, you know what? Knock it off. The guys on the field play the game.
There he is, Brent Jones, man. The game is played on the field. And by the way, Josh Dubois had a stat that the George Kittle, Debo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk have played 62 games or something as such where they have 100-plus snaps. And this was their third. Here it is. Sorry, I almost have it right. Anyway, the point is that those three guys, it was their third lowest combined yardage total. You got to give Spags so much credit, and Dubois Dubois, who I'm reading, McDuffie and Snead.
Yeah.
Here it is. I found it. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle have played 100-plus snaps in a game 62 times. In their three lowest games in terms of yards, last year's NFC Championship game against the Eagles.
No quarterback.
Obviously. Oddly, the Browns' Week 6 game, Debo leaves early with an injury. And last night's Super Bowl. So one of their three worst performances in their 62-game tenure of having 100-plus snaps.
Wow, and that's something that we talked about with our matchups last week. Obviously, Ladarius Sneed, one of the best lockdown corners in the entire NFL. Trent McDuffie, first-team All-Pro. So it makes sense the lack of success that they had on the outside, but the George Kittle one puzzles me. And I get that Spags was bringing the blitz, so George had to stay in a lot as an extra blocker.
That's
but
a factor.
only to get him 3 targets, 2 catches for 4 yards. He didn't have his first catch until the fourth quarter, Murph.
Yeah, the pressure was an enormous thing. Spags just brought incredible heat. I'd love to get more into that. I mean, that's just something we're going to have to talk about is, how did they took Kittle out of the game? I mean, that's what we would say.
Well, think about it. Like, we talk about all the stars, all the all-pro players, the Pro Bowlers, your McCaffreys, your Kittle, your Ayuk, your Debo. We talked about how the 49ers maybe have more superstars than any other team. And the Chiefs were able to take away 3 of them while going with the zero blitz and bringing extra pressure.
Look what they did to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, right? I mean,
look what they did against Tua and the Dolphins.
Yeah, the Bills scored 24 on them.
They did.
It says a lot, but man, it's a great, and the scary thing about them is how young they are, and they're going to be back next year. Okay, we spent so much time on the coin flip and the decision and the deferral. This is the other story that's getting legs now.
Yeah, speaking of Brandon Ayuk.
He's the latest. So we went through this with Debo. Right? He scrubbed the Instagram, right?
Oh, the scrubbing.
And help my fading memory out. Who was last year's scrubber? Oh, Nick Bosa.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, he didn't scrub, did he?
Who was last year's scrubber?
Yeah, did he scrub?
I don't know, to be honest with you, Murph.
Well, last year it was Debo. Yeah. He scrubbed everything. Oh, I'm not coming back. We spent months on that. Guess what? He came back. Last year was Nick Bosa. I'm holding out. And it went for a long time. Long time. Is he coming? He came. Well, the next is Brandon Ayuk. He's going into the last year of his contract, which in pro sports anymore means you have no contract.
It's negotiation time.
If you go 1 year left on your deal means it's go time. So he has 1 year left on his deal. He wants the big money. And here comes the negotiations. Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend, her name is Rochelle Seawright. Here she is in her car, where all these things are filmed, in their car. Here she is.
This might be our last day. Not our last day. This might have been the last day we touched foot on Levi Stadium, me and Braylon, because we might not be out here next season.
So I have no idea why she layered that bed underneath. Very odd. TikTok does that for you?
Yeah, I guess so.
But her words were not really matching the little Curb Your Enthusiasm ditty we had going there. But she just said this might be our last day ever at Levi's. So he's rolling the ball out there. And, I mean, I don't want to be like Mr. Like everything's fine, remain calm, but I'm going to be everything. I would imagine the Niners are going to pay this guy, and I would imagine. Now, the other option is to do what the Chiefs did with Tyreek Hill.
That's the question, because you're already paying Debo Samuel $20+ million.
Yeah.
We saw what the Chiefs were doing moving on from Tyreek Hill, who was arguably the best wide receiver in the league. So with Brock Purdy's contract coming up, can you afford to pay 2 wide receivers $20 million in an offense that starts with the running game?
Now you're getting into the cap, and now you're getting into restructuring. What you do is you start restructuring everybody, right?
Oh, that's what the Niners did last year after Bosa got paid. Kittle and Trent Williams both restructured, and then $25 million just magically appeared.
And then there's a time that you have to pay the piper at a certain point. So Cap hell, here we go. Here we go.
No cap. Murph.
This now begins. Hey, listen, nobody said it would be what is it? I beg your pardon, I never promised you a rose garden. All right, you know what I mean? So John Lynch and Parag Marate go from one headache to the next.
Yes.
From Debo to Bosa to Ayuk.
But that's why we talk about the Super Bowl window so much.
Yes, correct.
And be able to balance these guys in the cap space and taking advantage of Brock Purdy being on the rookie contract.
The pain is ginormous because this was your chance. And last year was your chance too, going into Philly. So I totally know. And that's why you have these chances and they don't last forever. Now, most people think next year they have a chance, including Vegas, which has them rated as the best. That's so funny. They're asking Mahomes, how do you feel like being an underdog next year? Because they're not the favorites. So he's like, great. Keep making us underdogs, right? So the Niners are the favorite, assuming, because Ayuk, unless I'm forgetting some sort of procedural issue here, either he holds out next year or he plays. I mean, he's not going to hold out, right? I mean, he could. Chris Jones set out the first game of the season this year, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't have any deal at all, right? Or did he have a deal and he was looking for an extension? I forget. My bad. But the point is that Ayuk is either going to get his $14.5 million next year or he's going to sit out.
And try to get the extension early.
So here we go again.
Yeah. Sounds fun, Murph.
February 13th?
Yeah, sounds fun.
What if I predict to you that on July 13th, this will still be a story?
Oh, where's Brandon Ayuk going to be on Flag Day, Murph?
You guys going to be still, you know what he's going to be doing? Scrubbing. He's going to be scrubbing. Do we need to bring TLC's No Scrubs into the equation?
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Right?
Scrub. I don't want no scrubs.
That was a hell of an album, too, by the way.
Scrub
I bought that CD in New York City.
Passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me.
March of 95. Bought that CD in New York City.
Tell him.
I ride with TLC. I do. Rest in peace, Left Eye. Right? All right. Well, I handed it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. You didn't expect that today, did you?
No.
We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side.
All right.
Are we getting a whole other day of just freaking maniacal hair pulling tomorrow again?
Probably.
Or is it all about Jorge Soler's raw power or the hater on ESPN who gave the grade a C-?
That's it. We can talk more Soler tomorrow if you want.
I got on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This might have been the last day we touched foot on Levi Stadium.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No.
We found Marcus's karaoke tune.
No.
I like it. This would be from, you were like 3 years old when this came out.
Yeah, Murph, but this song is a classic. Like, we were talking about the Usher halftime show and all those hits being played at my high school dances.
Yeah.
This was like more like middle school dances.
Were you a scrub?
No, I wasn't no scrub. Look at me, Murph. I might be the water boy, but I ain't no scrub.
We were just talking to Greg about the argument that will never die. We were wondering, too, like, are the Chiefs the only team, and like maybe the Lions, that would go for two in that situation? Because we're saying, if the second team's going for two every time, then there is no third possession ever.
No, because the Chiefs want to control their own destiny.
Right. I wonder how many teams would choose to go for two no matter what. No matter what. You know what I'm saying, Greg?
Well, no, you don't do anything in life no matter what. It's based on the data in front of you. So one thing no one's computing here, at the end of the game, the Chiefs had the ball for 11 consecutive plays to force the overtime.
Yeah.
The 49ers on the 22-yard crossing route, the shallow cross by Kelsey against Fred, and Fred played him great on that play. But when you jump inside, that's an impossible route to cover. Mm-hmm. Crossing routes are really hard to cover. Diamador Lenore got beat on one by Rashee Rice. But anyway, on that play, Diamador Lenore and Jair Brown both got hurt. So Hambry Thomas had to come on the field to play outside corner, and Logan Ryan was inside, and they brought in George Odom to play safety. I mean, I'm surprised Andy didn't go and Matt Nagy at Ambry in that situation. He wanted Fred one-on-one with a back shoulder like he did against Kyle Hamilton in the championship game. Great play by Fred. They didn't have two players to start the overtime. They just were on the field 11 consecutive plays. There is a moment here where it's not just in this situation when you're on, a Tuesday in March figuring out what you're going to do in an overtime game in friggin' February. It's right here. They didn't want to go on defense right there. They wanted to go on offense. And I don't care about the college rule. They're not starting on our 25. They're starting on their own 25. It was a field goal game. You're overreacting. They needed to play better. They needed to get stopped. They needed on the 3rd and 6 Rashee Rice on the crossing route. They needed to get Mahomes on the 4th and 1. They needed to stay home on the zone read. They just didn't make football plays. People that don't know enough about football want to nitpick on situational football. Does it matter? Possibly. But there's no hard and fast rules. The Niners were minus 3 defensive players. You didn't have Greenlaw, you didn't have Jair Brown, and you didn't have Diamador Lenore for the last snap of regulation.
Now, Papa, I agree with your take about the defense being gassed, but also the strategy that Kyle Shanahan said was predetermined to take the ball first.
Yeah, he's going to talk to the media tomorrow. I think there are things that are in his mind, but all those points validated on taking the ball and resting my defense. He wanted the third possession, which is critically important. Again, it's not college football. They're not starting when they're on your 25 in the NFL. They've already got a field goal. You already know that. So it's like you're bowling. You got to get a spare, you got to get a strike. And then you bring the element of the 2-point play involved. And some teams are better at converting 2-point plays. The Chiefs are good at it because they have Kelsey, which is the ultimate low red zone target. So they do a lot of combination routes. I think the one thing I'd like to see the Niners do more combination routes. Like when they ran that corn dog action, they ran it twice in the Super Bowl to Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney. I mean, just that one play that won in the game. You could pop a guy wide open. Debo could not get open the whole game. No. So just get McDuffie
Snead and
off of him.
need much more credit than they're getting. By the way,
Snead's a free agent.
And in the end, where are you with a corn dog? Yes?
Oh, I'm down with the corn
100%?
dog.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Where are you getting the corn dog?
You're getting
it at the county fair?
At the carnival?
If you're getting it at the county fair.
It might be a little dicey. Do the Giants sell corn dogs?
I don't know if they have corn dogs.
We can play cornhole while we're eating the corn dog.
Yeah, that works.
Mustard and ketchup.
I'm a mustard guy. I'm a mustard guy.
All right, solar power. Move on.
That's right.
Solar power.
Big time power.
Have some fun. Go on YouTube and watch some of his home runs.
I watched him today on Savant.
They're fun, aren't they?
He's got right center power.
Yes, he
can
does.
wait a little bit.
He's got all park power.
He's not chasing as much.
We got to let you go, but I'm Burks. Last guy to stand in the box like that in that uniform, Ellis Burks. That's my take. last guy I saw with that.
Well,
just
Andres, the big cat almost hit the
glove. He was
glove.
a little chunkier. I'm talking about
he's
sturdy form. Yeah,
I'm going back to Dave Kingman. Would be my guy.
A little skinnier. I like Kong. You're a Kong guy, aren't you?
King Kong.
All right, guys. When it's time
was that writer in Sacramento that loves
Susan
so
Forno.
much? Yeah,
when it's time for a change, she became a golf writer.
Right,
he chased
on.
her into the golf world. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change to brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Excuse me, 49er man. 49er man. Are you 49er fan?
Yes, sir.
You.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
The first thing that comes to mind is just like when you have an opportunity like we did, to really, put some points up on them and take it. You got to take it, man. It's a Super Bowl. We got a good team in the Chiefs on the other side, and I think we had opportunities to do that, and we all fell short of it. And I think that's what eats at me is I feel like we could have we had our opportunities, man. To, I think sort of lap them and get up on them, and I think we failed to do that. So moving forward with my career, and if you get blessed enough to get in this kind of position again, you think you have to understand that, and I learned the hard way.
Yeah, I heard the most for the players. Those are the guys. I mean, it's such a. Can't tell you guys how long it takes to get here and just how long an NFL season is, going through January and all the way into February. So our guys, I heard for the most.
It's really hard. I don't really know how to put it in perspective yet, and I still, I haven't had all the feelings of it yet. Right now, it's you feel numb a little bit, and you don't know what to say to your teammates other than you appreciate them. And you love them, and you did some really good things together. Just got to finish it.
I don't know if it's worse. Give me a couple days, but I know that we still have a talented team. We still have guys. We still have a great foundation. So the only answer is go back to work.
Yes, the day after. Thanks for joining us, Papa Lund. You still have stuff to get off your chest. We are here for that. Upon further review, I finally had an opportunity to actually sit down when I got home and watch the game, so I got a little bit more on that. The Warriors are rolling. The Giants get a power bat. Keep on going, Farhan. Don't be done yet. We got a ton to talk about in regards to that, and we are back in studio the day before Valentine's Day. Just a word of sage advice, who's someone who's been there, been divorced, and reasons why. Even if she says she doesn't want something, you get her something.
And what is she getting for you?
Card.
What is she getting you for Valentine's Day?
It's not my day. It's
why?
day.
Seriously?
You just got to keep your head above water on Valentine's Day.
Sucker.
You don't gain anything. You don't lose. It's about keeping your head above water. So the least, very, very least is a card. Card and flowers is probably really the least. You don't have to do dinner.
Boy, that's
you don't
creative.
Have to go.
Card and a flowers on Valentine's Day. Chocolate candies too.
I'm saying the least.
All right.
Thanks,
Dad. Thanks, Dad.
Because
have you ever heard of the Valentine's Day Massacre, John?
Yeah, of course.
Play that movie for her.
I'm just saying that my wife has said to me already, like, we don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything. If you don't do anything,
what happens?
You walk through that door. And by the way, they know what Safeway flowers look like, so no Safeway. You can't do that.
All right, moving on.
You can't do. I'm just telling you. I'm giving you 24 hours notice.
You're giving me advice?
Not you.
Right,
you already know.
People already do your own thing. Do your thing.
No, they don't know.
Just don't watch the Kansas City Chiefs parade. That's going to be tomorrow. And Thursday would have been our parade down the streets of San Francisco and starting in Santa Clara. So a little harsh. Kyle Juszczyk, boy. He was, how many fullbacks break down and cry like that? But Juice is not an ordinary fullback. He's a great player and does so many different things. He lines up in just about every position. He made some great plays this postseason. The catch against Detroit up against the sideline, the one over the middle, the one against the sideline to possess the ball, lean out to get the first down in the Super Bowl. He's played some great games in Super Bowls the 2 years he's been a Niner. But you heard it. We left Vegas late last night, and I'm looking to move on. I want to talk Solar Power and how good the Warriors are, but they are going to open up the locker room in Santa Clara. I was thinking of going down there one last time, but the pain, it's just hard. And you heard George Kittle will take a couple of days to decompress. They're going to do it today. Today they're going to open up the locker room at 11:30. JD will be in there, and we'll hear from him. And just they've had a couple of days. I mean, yesterday you were in a coma. When the guys left the hotel in Henderson, it was still glazed over looks like what happened. And they had a party late Sunday night. A lot of them went to. And then it was still pack up and get out of there, and you're still feeling the whole vibe of getting ready for the Super Bowl and now knowing how it ended. Today they woke up in their own beds. They're back home, and they're beginning their off-season plans. They got some free agents they got to address. We want to hear more about the nature of Dre Greenlaw's torn Achilles tendon and what exactly caused that, if anybody knows for sure. And John and Kyle will meet the media later in the week. But today is the first step where you just air it out like you and I did yesterday for 4 hours, just talk it all through, get it off your chest, and then you move on. But, when you lose a game like you lost the game, the game was tied. This is the Super Bowl. At the end of the game, they had as many points as you, and you went to an overtime that everybody's trying to figure out the rules. It's not sudden death. It's a slow water torture. But in the end, I mean, Kansas City can say they're the Super Bowl champions, but the Niners were right there with them. So this is the kind of game, and it's different than Miami. It's different than L.A. It's different than Philadelphia for longtime Niner fans. It's different than New Orleans or Leonard Marshall or whoever you want to bring up. But this is a loss they're going to have to live with the rest of their lives. But it will be interesting, John, today in an hour and a half or so when they open the locker room just to get their thoughts on the game now that they've had a little time to let it. Sometimes death hits you in the face and you can't deal with it emotionally. You never ask a player or coach right after a loss about it. It's just they can't. The emotions are raw. The emotions are still there, but the brain takes over a little more, and you have reasons for why it happened.
I think what you said, I mean, we all have heartbreak in our life, and it's hard to put where sports is on that. It's certainly not death. It's certainly not, family sickness. It's certainly not. But a lot of people do put a lot into this. They put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Fans do. Obviously, the players, it's different. Players, coaches, it's their entire life. And so, but the pain dissipates in life is my point, is that as time goes on and the players say right after the game, we don't know, and guys start talking retirement and this, that, and the other. But the reality is, like you said, this is the way that athletes are programmed. Move on, move on, move on. And in a little while, they'll move on and they'll go back into their routines and they'll say, we're going to come back and we're going to do this thing. And, guys like Mahomes and Brady, they can win it every single year and want to win it even more the next one, whereas other guys become satisfied with it. I think these guys will be back. As a lot of the guys after the game said, it's never going to be the same. The Dre Greenlaw thing is going to be interesting, how they attack that. There's always free agents. But I went back because right after the game, I went to my hotel room and I just, it was late. It was like midnight. It was a long week for all of us, and I didn't watch the whole thing. And then last night, I took out the iPad and actually wrote some things down. And there's a lot of different things to do. I'm not as much this whole OT thing. So we have to kind of evolve this conversation. So if people want to go back and call the show and make themselves feel better and talk more about the OT rules, that's fine. Where I found myself is Kyle is an amazing coach, but we can all evolve and get better. And I think one thing that Kyle has to look at in the offseason is, I get it, he's old school. He came, Mike Shanahan, this is the way things were done. But I think he's got to look at his approach on being more aggressive in terms of his third and his fourth downs and looking at those kind of things. Because Kyle is far too good of an offensive mind to not be able to have confidence going for it on fourth down, setting up third downs to go for fourth downs. I don't want him to be Dan Gamble, but they were 7 of 13 this year, which is the lowest in attempts and makes on fourth down. And what I think they could have done in retrospect, and this is really easy to do today, in terms of the Chris Jones play, which is a massive play, think to yourself, we're going up against Mahomes. This third down, I'm going to set up a fourth down. Don't be so fearful of the fourth down. He only went for it on fourth down in fourth and short situations 21% of the time in the other team's territory, which again was the lowest in all of the NFL. So if he's going to make an adjustment, I'm not saying Kyle should be out. I think they should keep Kyle as long as he wants. I don't think he needs – I saw a piece yesterday where maybe he needs like what Andy Reid did and you need a new setting. He doesn't need that. Kyle Shanahan is great. But I think as he does self-assessment in the offseason, I think you have to evolve a little bit, especially given how good of an offensive mind he is. 0 2-point conversions, and 7 of 13 on fourth down. He is an awesome offensive mind. Those numbers need to go more towards the mean and a little bit more aggressiveness, because if I think they set up that third down for the fourth down to make it a shorter fourth down, you've got to get a touchdown there. And it's not about OT rules. You talked about it being the third possession. If that's the case, you know you have to score a touchdown, and you have to play call towards that.
All right, we got 4 hours because I could talk for 4 hours on that right now. I mean, I watched each, as did you. The team was the number one seed in the NFC. They got to overtime of the Super Bowl. He's managing the entire football team, not just the offensive side. He's managing. He doesn't get involved in special teams, which does intrigue me. Anytime I bring him up, of course he does. But he calls plays with a recognition of his defense. And I saw his dad change later in his career. When you get to be an offensive coordinator and a head coach, your thought is, I'm going to score every single play. And Kyle's thought still is that. But that's not realistic. But you're also managing. The best head coaches are the ones that manage the entire team. And that's hard to do when you're the offensive coordinator. So I think of anybody I've observed, Bill Cowher had a similar, offensive philosophy, but he didn't run the game. He had other people do it, whether it was Bruce Arians early in his career and other people. But we'll get into it throughout. There's reasons why he does everything. There are a couple of situations that he does yang when everybody else is yanging. The bottom line is they didn't get a pass pro on the 3rd and 4. That's Chris Foerster.
What if it's 4th and 2?
He's going to bring up, at that point, Spags is going to bring pressure again. It's all the what if you don't get the 4th and 4?
I get it.
You give Mahomes a chance to win the game. Now you've got a combination of Mahomes and that kicker who can make one from the logo.
No,
so
I get it.
You have to have confidence that you can make it on fourth down.
Right.
And he's the one there's no one better equipped to know whether we can pick up a fourth down than him.
But what I'm saying is, as the overall big picture here is, you don't want to be at the top of the most aggressive guy, and you don't want to be at the bottom as the least aggressive guy. And the reason I say that is, and you're right, you have to take into account everything. But this year they didn't have their best defense, which would make you want to be more aggressive.
The defense played well in the Super Bowl.
They did, but as a whole here, what I'm saying is that you want to be somewhere in the middle. And I think that Kyle Shanahan is awesome. I'm not saying he's not. But what I'm saying is that with an eye towards the way that the analytics are nowadays, that some of these 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 5 should be an eye towards fourth down. And because he's such a great offensive mind, there's no reason whatsoever that Kyle Shanahan shouldn't dominate on 4th and short, or shouldn't go for 2-point conversions and have great opportunities to score those 2-point conversions. He's too good, and they shouldn't be at the bottom. And I think some of it is he's an old school guy in a new school body. I mean, he's hip and he's cool and he's all these things. But when it comes to that, he's old school. And I just don't think 7 of 13 is enough. I don't think in these situations against a guy as good as Steve Spagnuolo, you had failed on these 3rd and shorts and 3rd and longs. But I think in that kind of a situation, knowing that you've got to get a touchdown to beat Mahomes, regardless of whether you took it first or second, you go run play there, and then you have a 4th and short, and you go for it there. Because at some point, look, whether it was going to be a 2-point conversion that they needed to beat Patrick Mahomes, whatever the case may be, against Mahomes, you've got to be more aggressive than you normally would be. You have to knock out the champ. Again, it's easy on a Tuesday to sit there after I've now watched the game twice and watched it live to say these kind of things. But I think as I'm making adjustments, and I'm him, which everybody does in their life, I think that's one thing as Kyle Shanahan I want to look at and say, 7 of 13 with my offensive mind, my offensive personnel on these short situations, I should be more aggressive. We should be better. And I think they'd score more points. I don't want Dan Gamble. I don't want, a couple of years ago when John Harbaugh had Lamar Jackson. They don't need to be at the top of it, but I don't think they need to be at the bottom either. That's all I'm saying. So, all right, we got a ton to get through. Obviously, we'll talk more about this upon further review the day after for the 49ers. So if you didn't get in yesterday, fine. If you've got more thoughts after maybe thinking about it, maybe you did. I don't think fans go back and watch. Do fans go back and watch a loss?
I watched the game 6 times in Vegas. It was on the most humongous screen I've ever seen in my life.
It was on my plane coming home.
And it was on like 3
choice.
different screens, and I've watched it. Honestly, I wasn't planning on watching it at all because there's no game to get ready for. But there will be a point where I will rewatch it. Obviously, we're going to play Kansas City next year, and we'll dissect it all. I think we're nitpicking on decisions made. I'd like to know why they busted on Chris Jones on the 3rd and 4. When they get
Spencer Burford.
When they
it's
get
obvious.
Well, Feliciano said that. But what's the whole?
It's obvious.
But it's a trickle down when you bring pressure. That's why you bring pressure on an overload to the other side, because it creates a change in the pass protection with Brendel, and you wind up busting on a critical situation. You do that on 3rd and 4 against Spags, he'll bring it from a different side on 4th down, and you won't be able to do it. The bottom line is the right side of the offensive line good enough?
No, not even close.
Yeah, we'll have to. Burford, I think, regressed. I thought he was going to have a big year this year based on his conditioning and where he was at.
If they protect Brock at an average level, we're having a parade Thursday. It is that simple. It is that simple.
That's a tough front to block, though. You have to give them credit. That's where a lot of times defenses win games like this with their front. And the Niners were dominating the game early in the game with their front, and Kansas City had some issues with their line. That's where it came down to. When Kyle's calling a play is can we block their front and the pressure he's going to bring. I think that's where
but
the
with
game
2
got
weeks to get ready,
down.
shouldn't they have been better?
They're also preparing for 2 weeks, and they're going to bring different things. They're going to overload. You get in the moment, it's hard. That's why these overload pressures. That's why Buddy Ryan and the 85 Bears had thought of as the greatest defense of all time. They had great personnel. They had a lot of Hall of Famers, but they had a complicated pass rush where they were all up in that 46 and bringing guys, and you just get free hitters. I mean, that's what Rex Ryan did when he was a coach in Baltimore and a head coach. You overload one side. It's hard. I mean, most snaps, you got 5 blocking 4. If they're inserting a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, Niners did that as well. On the crossing route to Rashee Rice, they brought both backers inside, and they brought Tashawn Gibson, and they just gouge you out. It's Mahomes getting the ball out. It's also a combination of a shorter quarterback. They're going to bring pressure in the middle. How many balls did Brock get deflected
I think
in the game?
In rewatching that thing, though, what Kansas City does, and I think the Niners, again, we're talking adjustments to the offseason. The great thing that Kansas City does, and the Niners were in 3rd and longs, as we talked about yesterday, much more than Kansas City
because
was.
They made a lot of mistakes on the early down. They were not productive on 1st down. That's what got them into 3rd and long.
But what Kansas City does, and they have the corners to do it, is if they blitz, they know the ball's going to come out, so they play sticky man. The Niners are playing off, so Rashee Rice has an alley to catch the ball. Demo Lenore's got to be in his face. The blitz is coming.
I mean, that's the question then when you really get into it. Do we like our cover 3? And Steve Wilkes varied his coverages as much as any coordinator here.
But what, you can adjust.
D'Amico did it, but they don't. If you don't practice it enough, you're not good at it. The Niners, they have, like Charvarius Ward was brought here, I thought, to play more bump. That's what he does. And he and I had long conversations because he had to learn how to play bail. He wasn't good at it. Not everyone can play that way. I think with Demo, he can play that way now. Charvarius, your nickelback, you can't double press slots. It's difficult that way. Their defense is built around those 2 corners, and obviously Chris Jones. They lost to Menahue. They have another complimentary players, Karlaftis, the linebackers. Their safeties are not good. So to your point, when you're looking at off-season changes, and Brian Hampton in the analytics department will bring all this to him. There are a couple of scenarios where you get a penalty on an extra point. Do you want to move the ball to the 1-yard line and go for 2? That happened a couple of times this year. Every coach in football would do that. Kyle does not do that. He just takes the point. That's one area. You have to give me an example where you wanted him to go forward on 4th down in the regular season where he didn't. I don't think it was there. But the structure of the defense, because when you get into these 3rd and shorts against teams that run combination routes, bunches, stacks, free releases, it's hard if you're sitting back and you have to go to man in those 3rd and shorts. But it's difficult when you don't have the size. Kansas City's got both. Those guys are 2 great corners. They're Lester
Ward and
Hayes.
Demo can play that. Ward and Demo can play that. They're short.
Well,
and they're not as good as KC.
They're not nearly as good as those 2 guys.
No, but they can do that.
Those two guys are Mike Haynes and Lester Hayes.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that in those situations, if you're going to blitz like that, then don't play off. Because then Mahomes has a free out. Okay, you're going quick.
It was a little bit different because the Rashee Rice plays with 3rd and 6. You're trying to throw. The thing is, you didn't get him on the ground after he caught the ball at about 3 yards. But Rashee Rice is a great crossing route runner. That's what he does. He runs shallow crosses. And once you couldn't get him on the ground, once you got into a trail position in that situation and you're chasing him, he's going to win the route.
Yeah. All right, we'll get into a ton of stuff. People want to talk about it still. Obviously, the day after the lines are open at 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. That is both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the phone line as well. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. We got a ton to get to today. Whatever angle we have not covered, we'll get to. Plus, we got Warriors we got to get into as well as they're starting to get hot.
And John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are talking today now. They just changed.
Oh, really?
1 o'clock today.
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we'll obviously carry that. So we'll have all the Niners reaction the day after to the day after. How's everybody feeling on the team? How the coach is feeling after another day?
I was feeling great until you came in, and you're killing me.
No, I just rewatched it, and I made a bunch of notes on it.
We don't have another game till August. Move on.
No, it's not. We are less than 40. We are not in move on mode yet. We still have to dissect.
I can't. No, we don't. We lost. Move on, bro. When the plane left Vegas,
we are not done.
I left Vegas.
We are not done.
I'm moving
It's
on.
Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
For Tim Ryan this morning, he joined Murph and Marcus to relive and react to the Niners Super Bowl loss. Check out that podcast and more. Turning right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
McCaffrey is stacked out. They go into McCaffrey here. Purdy looking left. Ball got tipped right out of his hand.
McDuffie pressure. Nobody blocked it.
Now what do they do on the fourth down? They're bringing in Jake Moody.
Wow.
Hopefully I'll spend a little time with him tonight. We'll see how it goes. But, I mean, you don't say a lot. There's not much to say. You let guys deal with it. You got to feel this. It's not something that just words or anything makes it feel better. You sit there and you deal with it, and you got to do that for a while. But man, I'm so proud of Brock, how he shows up every week, how he plays. He had an unbelievable year, and he did a hell of a job today.
All right, there's Kyle Shanahan the day after. More observations upon further review. Your thoughts, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line. We will mix in some Warriors as well. They're starting to get hot. They're finally over 500. The Giants make a move with Jorge Soler, so we'll get more into that as well. But let's finish up our remnants from the Super Bowl. Let's start out with Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Welcome.
Kevin?
Hello. There we go.
Kevin, you there, brother? Moving on.
No.
False start, delay of game, Kevin.
Nothing. Let's go, Paul. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, so here's my thought a little bit. You got to look to try to upgrade wherever, but I think that they need to look for a high-end somehow, I don't know how, but a high-end wide receiver type guy like a Keenan Allen, Mike Evans type guy. I think, listen, the word's wrong, but Debo is, and it is wrong, but he's kind of a gimmick receiver. He's more of a running back / receiver, and Ayuk's another little guy. I think they need a big guy. Like the Rams got Puka. We got to try and find someone like that to help Brock out, I think, a little.
You mean like what Jennings did? I mean, that's the guy that gave.
Well, yeah, but I think he's a backup guy. I mean, I like him. I think he's great. But I think, trying to get a high-end guy somehow.
Yeah, the thing about Juwan is he is a restricted free agent. So how are they going to bring him back, and how do they tender him? You also got to look at the blocking component here. And that's a huge part of how the Niners structure their offensive football team is wide receivers blocking. So they're going to keep Juwan Jennings. There's no doubt in my mind. He is the perfect third wide receiver to go in the slot. I didn't think, part of me thought, John, if you wanted to have a sleeper pick for a guy to have a big game at the Super Bowl, I was going to go with Juwan because he, without question, even more than Ayuk, is able to consistently run away from man coverage. Why is he known as third and Juwan and chains? Because teams play man on third and short. You can't play off like you're talking about in the 3rd and 6 against Rashee Rice. So Juwan is consistently able to win against man coverage. Ayuk has gotten really good, and he was good as a rookie, but Ayuk's right there. But I would still say Juwan Jennings is better beating man coverage. Debo cannot beat man coverage, especially when it's someone like Trent McDuffie. So I would say you keep those guys together. There's a point where you would entertain with Ayuk making the salary he's going to make, maybe making Debo available. I don't think they would do that because Debo's value is beyond what he does as a route-running wide receiver. All the running stuff and the combination of he and McCaffrey, he helps McCaffrey, McCaffrey helps him. It all stretches out the defense. So I don't think they're going to do anything there. Going back to what we came in with, Brock getting one of his shots blocked by McDuffie on the blitz, when you have a 6'5", 5'8" quarterback who stands in the midline, you've got to fortify the middle of the front. The New Orleans Saints knew that. Breeze was really good getting up on his toes to see over it. So I think the big question is, where is Spencer Burford at in his career? You got to bring John Feliciano back. I think losing John to that elbow injury was a tough play. If he's in at the end of the game there to make that block on Chris Jones and it's not just the physical block. When Jake Brendel changes the pass pro at the line of scrimmage in the Super Bowl on a 3rd down and 4 in the overtime, all hell's breaking loose. You got to be smart enough to know how to block the front. You cannot bust in that situation. So I think Feliciano's a good player, but I think they look at him kind of as a super U where he can play right guard, center, left guard. Do you have to go out and invest in a right guard. But
100%.
how much money do they have here? Is McKivitz good enough? There's a salary cap in this league, so you're going to have to
they have a first, 2/3. I don't care what it takes.
Well, you're going to give it to a rookie. I mean, rookies are hard to come in.
Well, Detroit just got here with 4 rookies. I mean, at some point, because they are where they are with their salary and Brock's coming, you got to do what you've done.
That's maybe what they'll look at in the draft.
Because the reason they are where they are
So where's our one, number 31 overall now since we lost the Super Bowl?
So, but what they've done is they've gotten those mid-rounds, and if it's a rookie, it's a rookie. It may be their only choice.
Or you go out and buy someone. You get someone, in free agency. But I think that's the wide receiving core, I think, is, with the Ayuk salary and what it's going to be, you got to look at where Debo is. And I love Debo Samuel. He brings the toughness. He sets the tone. He also misses a lot of snaps.
Well,
he gets soft tissue injuries, the hamstring injury, which I partly blame on that soft turf at UNLV they made him practice on. He just, those kind of things, when you're worried about someone getting a soft tissue injury, it's Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
And it's just the nature of how tight he is. He's in great shape. He's invaluable to this team, but can you afford to keep everybody and then fortify what you're looking at? And then do you have to go out and get a third corner here because you're playing nickel defense 70% of the time? You want to buy everybody.
Well, no,
but there's
I
a
don't
salary
want to buy
cap
him.
here. You're
But
going to have to let guys go. I wish Azeez Alshire was on the team. If he was there, Sunday night, and he goes in over Oren Burks, but you couldn't afford Azeez anymore.
But I think what you have to do is, this is where, again, it puts pressure on that front office that's been so good in these middle rounds. I'm not saying buy everybody, but what I'm saying is like you said, for as good of a team as this is, they need either an outside or a slot, and then you move Demo there, so they probably need a slot corner. They need an entire new right side of the offensive line. That was not good enough in the Super Bowl against this kind of a team. They might even have to dip into the linebacker market or draft one. Oren Burks in 9 targets, 9 catches.
Well,
he's a free agent. He ain't
realistically,
coming back.
is Dre Greenlaw going to begin the year?
No.
Well,
not from an Achilles.
I think there's optimism he can come back in 6 months.
Is he going Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I just talking to Dr. McAdams. He believes it's not a year injury anymore. It's a 9-month injury. The nature
But can he be the same
of his
explosive
Achilles
athlete? Right
away? I don't know. I mean, they do come back from Achilles tendon tears. People do that. But you have to get in that third linebacker market anyway. Oren Burks is a core special teamer. When he has to play a lot of snaps, you're compromised there.
He was terrible. I mean, he was terrible in coverage. In watching it again, he was terrible.
I saw it live. They motioned to his side every time. They had Kelsey start on the opposite side. Wherever Burks was, it was pretty obvious what they were doing. And if they motioned him over, and Kelsey goes in motion like he's walking, he's like Jim Brown going back to the huddle. He just walks across. He waits. If they don't hop, and we didn't hop Warner. Now, one thing you do there, even if you are playing zone in that situation, just hop the linebackers. Just have Warner go over to his side. You can still drop into a zone, but if they see that Burks is directly across him, whether you're playing man or zone, he's not going to be able to defend him in zone either. Once he gets outside shoulder on him, it's over. So, these are the things, the technique things, you got to look at it going into the game. But losing Dre Greenlaw was a big loss in the Super Bowl, obviously, and then losing Azeez Alshire. Azeez would have been able to step right in there. The Niners had a luxury of having 3 young, fast linebackers for a long time. You're down to 2 now, and then, early in the game in the Super Bowl, you get down to 1.
All right, before Tim and Kawakami at 10:50, we'll get a few more calls in here as well. Again, the day after, upon further review of the 49ers' loss in the Super Bowl. Tim Kawakami at 10:50 to talk more about it. Mark Spears, we'll get into a Warriors discussion at 11:30. Dennis Brown, he's an expert on defense. He's going to join us at 12:30. All that to come. Pop and London on your Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa, 2 days after the Super Bowl, and we're still doing it. If you're a homeowner about to start a remodel or a redesign project like the Niners may be doing this offseason, do your architect or designer a favor. Visit Golden State Window and Door Design. You can tour any of their showrooms virtually through your computer under the Products tab at goldenstatelumber.com. Like most of us, designers love options. The Marvin brand store alone offers a good number of window styles like the Elevate casement and awning window, the modern direct glaze, the modern push-out casements, a lot of options there. For doors, you can see the biparting sliding French door, the Elevate in-swing door, and the multi-side 10-foot door. Check out the many attractive options at Golden State's other showroom locations, then pass on your list of ideas to your designer. When you're ready, schedule an appointment online or visit in person. Golden State Window and Door Design is the Bay Area's leading Marvin retailer. Family owned since 1954. When you succeed, we succeed.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
One left. Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, going to right up in the pocket. He will run for a first down and more, all the way inside the 15-yard line down to the 13-yard line. Now he's got him into chip shot field goal range. And now they can take a shot to the end zone to win the Super Bowl.
We were playing good defense most of the game, and obviously it hurts when it comes down to defense and we don't get it done.
I think Bosa, not his fault. Had a ton of pressures. The defensive line had 34 total pressures, so don't put it on the D-line. The day after, how you feeling with one day under your belt? If you didn't get in yesterday, love to hear from you. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line the same, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get out to the lines. Tim Kamakami joins us in about 8 minutes. He had some questions in the post that we will discuss with him as well, so stay for that. As he's going to join us, we will get down to some Warriors at 11:30. They are actually starting to play some great basketball, so we will discuss that with our good friend Mark Spears at the bottom of it.
Just one point about that Mahomes run. So part of why you want to play zone defense is a play like that. The same situation in last year's Super Bowl, and we talked to Javon Hargrave. And Patrick Mahomes said that a high ankle sprain against Jacksonville, he did it all every single round against Jacksonville, against Cincinnati in the AFC Championship game, in the Super Bowl against Javon Hargrave. He runs for a huge chunk and gets him right into field goal range to either tie or win the Super Bowl like they did last year. That's why Why do you play zone defense? Why do you play off in certain situations so you have eyes on the quarterback? If Patrick Mahomes knows you're playing press man across the board, then he knows the route combinations of where the softness is going to be, and he's a sneaky good athlete, obviously, and he's able to step right up. That run, the 4th and 1 was tough to deal with because they rolled him, and they had a two-way option where he could just dump the ball to Kelsey if you jumped him. He used Kelsey as kind of a screener to pick that one up. The play right after that when he ran the zone read, he does. Tony Romo was saying he never does that. He does run. He is a live runner, and he's a smart player. Those runs, like Brock's runs in the NFC Championship game, were ultimately the difference in the game. But that's one of the things you have to decipher. Are we playing man? Are we playing zone? If we man this guy up, he's going to be live to get out of the pocket and hurt us with his legs.
All right, out to the lines. Rick is up first in Tracy. Hi, Rick. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you for having me on.
Sure.
So I think one of the least talked about aspects of the game is Dre Greenlaw. That was a tremendous loss for the team. Dre Greenlaw is the fire. He's the aggressive guy out there. He sets the tone, and the defense just plays different when he's out there. And obviously the Chiefs have Spagnuolo, who's one of the best defensive coordinators ever. As soon as Greenlaw goes out, you know he's going to dial up plays for Oren Burks. And no disrespect to Burks, but there's just levels to that linebacker position, and Dre Greenlaw is one of them. I think it's a very different game if Greenlaw stays in there, and it's unfortunate, man. It sucks to lose that way, and it's just unfortunate.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Spags runs their defense. He doesn't run their offense. That's obviously Andy Reid and Matt Nagy, and there's no doubt. We've discussed it. I think it's the single biggest reason why they lost the Super Bowl. Obviously, the muff punt was huge, and several plays were big, but when Dre Greenlaw went down, and it reminded me of the NFC Championship game last year when Nick was just standing on the sidelines in Philadelphia on a punt, and they rolled up on him, and we thought he tore his ACL. It's like, what happened? I mean, this time Dre just preparing to take the field on defense, did a few calf raises, hopped up, and then threw his right leg out to run on the field, and the left one's the bad one with the Achilles tendonitis he's been battling, and he tore his left Achilles on that play. What a heartbreaker. Not even to have it happen on the field in a play, running on the field. And this is something, when they open the locker room at 11:30 and JD will be in there, there's strong reason to believe that this is a byproduct of the Niners being forced to practice on that soft field at UNLV. I went to that field on Saturday. It is ridiculous. You could see it with the actual hard field turf they had off on the side. It was on the rim of it. The difference in the sponginess. It's like walking on a gymnastics mat. That's what it felt like. And when you keep doing that, your body is susceptible. So if you ask medical people, did that contribute to him tearing the Achilles? Yes, possibly. I don't know if there's any data or study you could do when you actually look at his Achilles tear that it was definitively caused by that. But he had an existing injury going into that for several weeks. Got scratched the last game of the year against the Rams with the Achilles tendonitis. He was missing a lot of days of practice. He goes on that soft surface, and he practices for several days, and then in the Super Bowl, he tears the Achilles, merely taking the field. Are you kidding me? I mean, if his contract was up or even that, not John, I wonder if his agent is looking at a lawsuit, and who would you sue? The league for making him play on that, practice on that surface?
Yeah, probably. Tom is in Alameda. Hi, Tom. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
My favorite show in the morning. You guys are awesome.
Appreciate
I just want to say that.
Say more. You can talk as long as you want.
A couple of things. A couple of things I just want to point out. Okay, the first thing is that to what the previous caller said, when Dre Greenlaw went out, the game changed completely for Kansas City. We had them in our line of sights. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Kansas City has championship medal. At the end, they executed way better than we did when it mattered the most. So, you just got to give them credit for that. And the third thing is I don't really have a problem with Kyle Shanahan's play calling. If there's anything that I would question is right after halftime, what happened with the 3 punts that we had. We punted 3 times. They threw an interception. They punted twice. And they had 7 points out of their punts. So that's kind of crazy, right?
Well, I think when you're talking about the punts, it was the Ray situation in which it hit Luter's leg, ankle, and he had to try to pick up the ball, which he should have dove for. I mean, that was the problem. And then a lot of people have a problem with all the passes, obviously. That's what happened at the game.
They were loading the box in the early downs where it was going to be difficult to run. Just one other thing about the Dre injury. The Niners made a change in their secondary. If you give a team and someone like Andy Reid a attackable player, he's going to attack that player. He may not do it every play, but they're going to go at that guy. And it was going to be Ambry Thomas. Everybody was worried. Ambry had a hard game against Green Bay with the DPIs and obviously played better against the Lions. But everybody knew Andy Reid was going to attack him the way Sean McVay attacked him in the NFC Championship game in 21. It was just that's what they're going to do. They're not going to go out. They didn't throw a ball at Charvarius Ward's side until the game-winning touchdown when they ran the corn dog play, and that was just clever, the way to tie him up with Kelsey. He did not pick him on that play. It was just a beautiful screen. It was just high execution. But so they moved Logan Ryan in the slot. They moved outside Demo and Ward, and now we're fortified. There's no one to attack. The moment Dre Greenlaw went out of the game, there's someone to attack, and it's Oren Burks. And it's just Oren Burks is a great special teams player. What do you want to adjust to?
I want to change it up in terms of the look. Okay, so then you move Warner over there.
What do you mean, have Warner pick up Kelsey every play?
Yeah, I don't want it to be.
They're going to go to the other tight ends.
That's fine, but I want to mix it up so at least they don't know what's coming. What I could see in rewatching it is when he went in motion, I knew it was going to be Burks. So why not change something up there? Then bring a safety up, do something, at least change up the look, which they never did.
Well, I think the change you make there is just personnel.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying I would play Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. Right. Would have been the linebacker there in the nickel and not Oren Burks.
Change up personnel. That you got to do something if you're getting bled to death slowly, which they were.
You're light in that area. Did you want to go to G. Winters in that situation? He was actually on the field for one snap.
9 for 9.
I understand. I understand.
So I mean, if you got to go to the bottom of the barrel, if you got to bring up a safety, if you got to bring,
and Oren Burks was playing with a bad shoulder, but the NFC Championship game, they brought him on the field like 2 hours before the game. He had a collision, earlier in the week in practice, and he had a shoulder injury. I didn't think he was going to play. It was pretty much said the day before he's not playing, and then 2 hours for the championship game, and John was out there with all the medical people and Johnny Holland. They put shoulder pads. I've never seen this. Right before a game, they put shoulder pads, and they put a helmet on Oren Burks. They brought out, I think it was Curtis Robinson, the other linebacker, and they had him thump it up to see if he's playable, and they said, thumbs up. Now, Dre played great. After the Green Bay game, and he played well in the Lion game in the second half. You didn't have to go to it, but I think Oren was fine. It's just he's a core special teamer. He's not a base linebacker. He was not that in Green Bay. And to match up, and it's a zone, but it's a matchup zone. Once the guy's coming at you and he's in your zone, you got to go cover him. You can't cover grass. So you're being asked to cover the best tight end as far as a guy who could vary tempo and route running. Look what he did to Kyle Hamilton. Now, to your point, do you want to run like a version of an NFL box and one where you're playing zone everywhere else and you put Fred Warner to man match? Now, if you do that, then Fred Warner's not in the middle of the defense. So if Kelsey's out,
but just vary it, right? You want to vary.
Well, I think they did do that, but they Warner played more man coverage on Travis Kelce than I ever thought he was going to do in the game. He got up and pressed him like a press corner.
He won at the end of the fourth quarter to save
Did it at the end, on the 9 yard. Did it all game long. The one play was then, I know Fred's beating himself up. That's a hard cover when he jumps inside on you on that crossing route.
And he got picked a little bit there, too.
It's just, he beat him right off the line of scrimmage. It was boom. And Kelce, that's the thing about Kelce. He looks like he's crippled and he can't run. He's like Antonio Gates, but Gates could never run fast. Kelce's walking around and running his route slow, then he explodes. And he just goes by you. He knows how to vary his routes. He exploded off that line and that crossing route. I mean, look at all the big plays in the game. That 22-yard gain where he took it down to, the 10-yard line with 10 seconds to go. And then, Diamador got knocked out on that play. Jair Brown got knocked out on that play. And I think, and Kyle and John are going to talk at 1 o'clock, and I'm sure we'll get into it more. I think that was a contributing factor, although Kyle did not articulate himself, the fact that his defense was on the field at the end of the regulation and 2 defensive players got hurt on top of Dre. But one thing, Kawakami's going to join us in a little bit. I think the one point that you really have to examine is the 49er players saying that they did not know the overtime rules, and that is hard to defend.
That made Kyle look bad.
Well, and you've got your two most veteran players on each side of the ball. You've got Eric Armstead, your longest tenured player, guy who's up for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award 4 times, the guy they call Blueprint. they all turn to him for advice. If he doesn't know the rule, who does on defense? And if Kyle Juszczyk doesn't know the rule,
from Harvard,
who knows on offense? So, but I want to know if I need clarity here on what they didn't know, because I was unsure about what the 15 minutes were. I think they knew. If the Niners scored a touchdown, say they had the 3rd and 4, they block Jones and Juwan scores the touchdown, they're not going to run on the field and think they won the Super Bowl.
They didn't know.
They didn't think that.
They didn't. Yeah, you're right. All right, let's get into it as well. And Ayuk, by the way, was so wide open on that play. It was sickening. But anyway, we move on.
But what are you going to do there when you're not blocking the 3 technique?
Exactly.
You just barely get in the way.
All right, let's talk to Tim Kawakami about it. Coming up next, he did ask the question about the postgame, and we will get into that conversation. We'll get back out to the phone lines. They are full, so keep them coming. Keep them coming on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We need you to be a productive member of society, so you got to get it out. But first, we'll talk to Tim Kawakami next on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there, John Lund. You probably knew that. Did you know that many attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based right here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state? But that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. And while it's a beautiful day today, it's supposed to be rainy later in the week, so you got to be really careful. So let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm, which has secured more than $1 billion, with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing upfront, nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
San Francisco, you are still the visitors. What is your call?
Tails again.
He called tails again. It is tails. You want the ball? No. Which way do you want to kick? San Francisco will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
It's just something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we thought it was in our hands after that.
All right. 2 days later, we're still debating the overtime, the rules, and the decision to not take the ball second against Patrick Mahomes, a tired defense, whatever the case may be. Tim Kawakami did ask that question in the postgame press conference at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. And let's talk to our good friend, Tim Kawakami. Need to be following him on social media and reading his great stuff in The Athletic. And we had David Lombardi on yesterday. The whole crew does a great job over at The Athletic, not only covering the Niners, but covering all of Bay Area sports. And Tim joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing, fellas. Yeah, are we past the Super Bowl yet, or we still?
I was until so much more today, and John's dragging me back to Vegas.
There's so much more. You know that.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Apparently,
we're going to be talking about this one for a while. Yeah, overtime and overtime. We're talking about this overtime.
Can we just because you were in the locker room? Give me your thoughts on Kyle's answer. Part of it to me was his defense was on the field the final 11 minutes.
Yep.
Of the regulation. They got two guys hurt on the 22-yard crossing route to Travis Kelce, Jair Brown, and Diamador Lenore. They had to bring Ambry in, and I thought they'd go at. They did not. You had to bring in George Odom. And then the line from Kyle Juszczyk from Harvard and Eric Armstead, the longest tenured Niners, saying they don't know the overtime rules. Just give me your whole take on the way the Niners handled the OT Sunday, Tim.
Yeah, I was not surprised they took the ball. I think this is not the way Shanahan explained it, but I think even subconsciously he was going, my defense is tired, they're hurt, and I don't want to give the ball to Patrick Mahomes until I absolutely have to. And maybe I understand there's a lot of reasons against that because you want to know what the other team did, right? You get the ball and you have the chance to go for it on fourth if you need to touch on all those things. I understand that. But if you're says like, I don't want Mahomes to have the ball and go right down the field, score a touchdown, and then the pressure's on us. I get that feeling. If you were in the building, and we all were, I don't think any of us felt like, hey, let's just give the ball back to Mahomes. It'll be great. I don't think that was the feeling. Again, you could argue both ways. It's the Super Bowl, and people just go crazy over everything. And I get it. 120 million people watched it, but these
Wasn't
are decisions
it 200 million people? I think
whatever
it was.
These are things that have to be made in the moment, and there were reasons to do one or the other. What the 49ers had to do is get the ball and score a touchdown. That's what they had to do, and they didn't. That's the question. The main question I asked Kyle about that was, did you think about going for it on 4th and 4 after the incomplete pass? I get why you didn't. 4th and 4 is tough. Purdy just got hit. And if you don't make it, then all the Chiefs have to do is get 3 or 4 first downs and kick a field goal with a very good field goal kicker. But I also was thinking at the time, Mahomes is going to score a touchdown. Like that's going to happen. They kind of played that way. Like if we score a touchdown and Mahomes scores a touchdown, then we could win. And the ball doesn't go back to Mahomes if the 49ers score. All those things are going through your mind. I'm more responding to the of course it was so clear you had to kick the ball off. You say that now because you know what happened, right? Kyle Shanahan does not know what's going to happen. I'm fine with taking the ball. I'm fine with thinking you're going to score a touchdown. They almost did. And they probably would have if Purdy doesn't have Chris Jones in his face because Jawan Jennings was open for a touchdown.
As was Ayuk, by the way. The corner on the other side slipped, and he was frustrated.
Exactly.
Either or scores.
Yeah. That was the play. It didn't happen. They lose. You take the recriminations. The stuff on not knowing the rule, I didn't know the whole rules. And listen, I'm not playing the game, but they just changed this. So for people to be going and say it didn't change. You think Eric Armstead said, "Oh, let's let him score a touchdown because I don't know the rules." No, you're trying to score and you're trying to stop the other team from scoring. And that part is so Super Bowl mania. It's so run around and scream about something because the team lost, so everything they say must be stupid. That I get really tired of. Yes, I know so many people watch it, so it's a big deal. everything that happens is not the cause of a loss. The cause of the loss is because Patrick Mahomes ran down there and scored a touchdown, and they couldn't stop him on 4th and 1. They couldn't stop him on 3rd and 6. And he's great. And sometimes you just have to understand that and deal with it. And the 49ers were not quite good enough. And I understand people are going to have judgments about it. I understand 49er fans are going to be mad about it. But it's not because the 49ers took the ball to start overtime. It's not because Juszczyk and Armstead didn't understand every bit of the rules. That did not change a thing about how this played out. So that part of it, maybe I'm going to get some of my friends in the media mad at me, but I think that is the most overblown thing in the history of the world, that they admitted they didn't know every single bit of the rule. Who did? Like, who really did
I didn't know, and I'm calling the damn game.
The Chiefs did.
Papa, you caused the loss, Papa.
Well, I wasn't sure if they had to score in the first overtime.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I think they knew. I don't know. You have to, when you get in the open locker room, if you're going down there, ask Juice to know exactly. But I think what they didn't know was the duration of the overtime, which is something to know if you're playing defense now. That last play, they snapped it at the last second in the first overtime. They didn't need to do that. So you do want to know if you're playing defense exactly what was going on. But it's not like, say, they do block Chris Jones on 3rd and 4, and they do throw to Jawan Jennings a touchdown. They knew that Kansas City would get the ball back. It wasn't like they were going to run on the field and celebrate they won the Super Bowl. Like, we didn't win the Super Bowl? And McCole Hardman, he didn't even know that he won the Super Bowl when he caught his touchdown.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. It's the Super Bowl mania where every little thing has to be the most important thing in the world. And it's a football game. There's a million things that are important. That part of it, and I get it. It's a story. They said it, but I was there when Juszczyk said it. I was like, yeah. I mean, what does it matter if he didn't know at that time if the clock was going to run out? He was on the sidelines, so you're trying to prevent them from scoring. That's what you try to do on defense. You try to score. If you're on offense, that's what they were doing. If Kyle Shanahan didn't know the rules, that's a different thing. But that's why he kicked off. That's why he took the ball. I'm sorry. It's because he absolutely knew that if we score a touchdown, they score a touchdown, we get the third possession. He said it so clearly.
Yeah.
So that part of it, I am rolling my eyes on. I'm sorry. And again, I know there are friends of mine who are reporting the story. I don't care. I think it's so stupid. It's just two smart guys. Armstead and Juszczyk are smart guys. It did not change how they played. They just, I didn't know, when that clock was running down, I was wondering what was going to happen at the end there. I didn't think that I knew the game wasn't going to be over, but I just didn't know what you do when that clock runs down. Clearly the Chiefs knew. Clearly, the game went on as it would have gone on if everybody had just been briefed for a half an hour about the rules, or if they didn't know about the rules. The game went as it went. Stuff is just insanity about the Super Bowl. You can debate the kick thing. That part I understand. I think, people claiming it changed the game is, I don't know. I think Mahomes would score a touchdown. The 49ers are going to have to score a touchdown. They probably wouldn't have, and they would have lost because Patrick Mahomes is better than they are. That is not a unique thing in this world in the NFL, and that is the story of the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
We're talking to Tim Kawakami. I beforehand, and I was lucky because I saw Kurt Warner in the hallway and asked about it. I like the analogy of I want last at bat. So whether they want to debate whatever, and Kyle, and I understand the defense, I would have taken last at bats, whatever. But let's further the conversation because it's Tuesday. Based on what you said, I think that moving forward as Kyle Shanahan does his self-evaluation, love the guy. All the callers are freaking out. I told you, I saw in the bathroom right after the game, and all the callers, our whole sheet, or phone line said Shanahan. I talked about for a minute there. But what I'd like to see is Kyle on 4th down this year, and the 49ers were 7-13, dead last in both categories. He didn't go for a 2-point conversion. For a guy that is as brilliant as he is offensively, I don't want him to be Dan Gamble, but I want him to be in the middle. If you know you have to score a touchdown, let's make a Las Vegas analogy. You know that when you're playing blackjack against the dealer, you have to assume that he's got a face card under there. So if it's a 9, it's a 19. If it's a king, it's a 20. I mean, that's how you play blackjack. So you have to assume that Mahomes is going to score. On that 3rd down that we're debating where Chris Jones gets in there, if he runs the ball there and gets 2 yards and has a 4th and 2, that's a better situation. All I'm saying is maybe Kyle Shanahan in his self-evaluation in the offseason has to say, I don't need to go for it 40 times with the Lions, but 13 is far too few. I think that he needs to get a little bit more aggressive, and maybe in that situation he's thinking that way because he's too far good of an offensive mind to not have a better 4th down strategy, 3rd and 4th down strategy.
I'd agree. I mean, that's why I asked him. Like, I think he should have been thinking touchdown there. Now, I think the fact that Chris Jones got in Purdy's face might have meant a compromised Purdy on 4th down, and I don't know if that's what Shanahan was thinking. I would say that, and I would have probably run the ball there and played it for 4 downs. Get myself 3rd and 1, and then give myself a 2-way go on 4th and 1. All that stuff. He went for it on 4th and 3 earlier in the 4th quarter. I mean, we saw that. And if you trust your quarterback, maybe you go for it more on 4th down. I think that's evolving. I don't mind him not going for it on 4th down throughout the season. He thinks he's got better players and a better scheme. So I'm going to play it out. I'm going to play this fair up and not just try to screw myself into a loss when I have the better team. In this situation against Patrick Mahomes, I agree. And maybe you have to have more of the mindset throughout the season, even when it's not as imperative, just to get yourself in that 4th down mindset, gearing up for the moment when you have to go against Patrick Mahomes. But, yeah, I mean, I think the 3rd down play led to the 4th down kick because Purdy got hit by Chris Jones. You're not feeling great about your offense at that point. McCaffrey got stopped for no gain on 2nd down, by the way. Yep. So we can't just assume 3 yards either. Like, that's one thing I try to avoid. People just assume, well, then this would have happened, then this would have happened. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that going into that moment. Like they say, oh, you know what? If you just said it was to be touchdown and then Mahomes would score a touchdown, he was going to go for 2 anyway. Well, they might have been stopped, right? I mean, like this is where people make these assumptions that you can't make when you're making a decision, or you have to play the percentages. But I will say I agree with you. I would have played that for 4 downs. I just would have. And if you don't make it, then you got to go, okay, defense, you got to really play it now. But the 3rd down led to the 4th down. And what Kyle Shanahan's going to say is, great, guys, I would have had a touchdown there if the pass protection doesn't break down. So, you can play it a million different ways. They weren't good enough. The coaching wasn't good enough. The players weren't good enough. All those things. Yet, the Chiefs were, their star tight end was bumping their coach in the first half, right? So there were frustrations there too. Like this is what I'll just for the last time where because it's a Super Bowl, everyone has to say the winning team did everything really perfect and they're the greatest team ever, and the losing team did everything wrong and they're the stupidest team ever. And I just can't stand that. It's a game. It's a game like any other game. There's good things and there's bad things. Nobody got blown out, and you just understand it and you live with it. And that was kind of Shanahan's message, I think, to the team and to us afterwards was you got to be courage enough, like put yourself out there. If you lose, it's going to be painful and you're going to get made fun of, and I'm going to get made fun of, and you live through it. This is what we do. And you got to play as hard as you can, and you can't fear the consequences. They've had to deal with a lot of bad consequences, and at some point, it might break them because there's a lot of these. But the point is, to get to this moment, you have to be willing to risk getting into a bad spot and feeling pain. And they're feeling pain right now.
And we're going to hear their pain and feel their pain when John and Kyle have their exit interview with the media, and they're doing that with the players now, and the locker room will be open at 11:30. And John and Kyle will be talking at 1 o'clock, and we'll take that live. Steve Wilks, I think that's the one interesting scenario here in the offseason. I'm not sure they're going to address that today at 1 o'clock, but you did write today about the uncertainty of bringing Wilks back for a second year as defensive coordinator, Tim.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that going through the playoffs, but each game there were problems, right? There were defensive problems. And I was just talking to Barrows about it. So, listen, if you're talking about defensive effort in the playoffs, Shanahan and Lynch both mentioned that. That's not good. It wasn't about effort in the Super Bowl, but there were times where they're confused. Now, clearly they played really well to start, no question, and they lose Dre Greenlaw, and that's a problem. But there were times where they were lined up wrong. There were times when they clearly didn't know what was going on in big downs. The fact that Bosa, I don't think he meant to throw Steve Wilks under the bus, or maybe he did. He said, they were not prepared for the read option, and he played the dive on 4th and 1, and I think that's what his role is. And Mahomes just pulls the ball and runs around end for 8 yards. Like that was the play of the game in many ways. And Steve Wilks did not have them ready for it. I don't love the scapegoat plan. We just went through the Super Bowl. Stuff happens, and you can't make it 1,000 times more important than anything else just because of Super Bowl. It's a game. But it's indicative of, I think, a defense that was not all together throughout the season. We saw it go up and down. I think the fact that he comes from a secondary background, defensive backs, and this is a front seven defense, right? This is a team that's led by Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. That's the team. That's where they've invested in. Doesn't always connect. Now, maybe you can believe it's going to be better in the second season, but I think these are questions they have to ask themselves. In fact, they had to come down from the booth to the field. There's a lot of different things that you do probably have some questions about, and I think Shanahan and Lynch have questions about. And maybe you go back to somebody from the Seattle defensive scheme, which is where they succeeded, obviously, with Saleh and D'Amico coming up with partly through that and then through the 49ers. I think they got to talk about it. And if I had to lean, I'd lean to them thinking that they can go find a better candidate. I don't know who that candidate is, but I think there is going to be some sentiment to move in that direction.
I would agree, because we forget early in the season he was in the box, comes down. They didn't seem to quite jive. He was trying to make his defense and meld it with the Niners defense. I just think it never worked. And as you pointed out here in your piece, 149 yards per game and 130 to the Chiefs. And while they were great and the defensive line was great, Kansas City scored on their final 4 possessions. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. They got what they needed when they needed it. And that's just not 49ers like. So great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for the
Warriors are pretty good, Timmy. What do you think? They're pretty good, aren't they?
I'm liking this team. Looking really good. They're looking confident. That's what I think. Like they look before. They're like, should I do this or who's over there? Oh, that shot's not going. What do I do? Wiggins. When Wiggins is good, they're good. I mean, that's like he's not the guy everyone thinks about, but he was terrible to start the season, and he's pretty good now. And there is a different team when they can play him and Kuminga and Draymond together. It just frees up everything. They're pretty good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I know we'll talk you through the Warriors season, but thanks for a great football season. I'm not just saying this. You guys do a great job, the whole crew, man. David and Matt and you and everybody that you guys. Ted Wynn is absolutely amazing. So you guys just do an awesome job.
Delilah, you struck out on Delilah, Kawakami.
Yeah, I know.
I can't buy you dinner ever again after that.
You couldn't get in?
Just sat in my room and ordered room service.
We heard nothing from them. I had some good dinner.
I got the owner. I got the owner's contact, and he said, "Not this week, brother. It's the Super Bowl." No chance. Anyway,
you're Greg Papa.
I told him I was Tim Kawakami's cousin.
Wow,
that's what I went with.
I guess it's not the Barry.
Maybe I should have dropped John Lund.
Wow,
I had some good meals out there, though, Papa.
I know you did.
It was good.
Let's get in touch, brother. Thank you, man.
You know, it'd be nice if I could turn any of my meals in. All my meals were a bunch of booze, and then at about 2:30 in the morning, there's a slice of pizza. That's all I did. Oh, there's a burger joint. Like, what am I can't
Look
turn
at the food court in Mandalay Bay.
It was
you know what? As I ordered a corn dog at 3 in the morning, I should have known Fat Andy was going to run that In-N-Out route.
You know it. Damn
corn dog again.
Yeah, I got to find all my receipts. I have no receipts that are ones I could ever.
I have
turn
receipts still from Super Bowl 47. Which one did we just play? 58?
Yeah, it's been a while.
I don't turn the receipts. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. All right, bottom of the hour, we will go full Warriors with Mark Spears. A lot going around the Warriors, and they are hot. We'll get your calls in. There's still a bunch of people on the lines to talk more about the Super Bowl. We've talked about a lot of these different angles. Maybe you didn't get in yesterday or you watched it again like I did and you got different thoughts. We'll hit that. Then Mark Spears at 11:30. It's Papa in London here Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Matt Mayoko joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Kyle Shanahan's overtime decision to receive the ball. My God, Matt! That podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR in the KNBR app.
Were you forced into a nosebleed mortgage rate in the past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. It's Greg Papa. If your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. You can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars and even do it with zero closing cost and no appraisal. Rates have plummeted to the lowest point in nearly 12 months, and it's time to say goodbye to that bad loan you got stuck with. Loan Pronto's got APRs with fixed rates in the fives. Fixed rates in the fives. So don't live with that record high a day longer. You can lock in a lower rate now with virtually no paperwork or cost involved. So call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment. Refi now and even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. So call for a free 30-second quote. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. Again, 415-808-5721. I'm going to say it one more time. 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That pass stolen away. Clay pushing with GP2. Back to Clay. Night. That's it. That's the dagger. 20-point lead. Klay Thompson with 26. Steph with 25.
That's something to build on. 7-1. Chance to go home, be a really good team in the Clippers. And for myself individually, that felt great tonight. That felt like my old self as far as just operating in the mid-range, cutting to the rim, and being efficient from the perimeter. So I'm going to build off it, and I think sky's the limit for this team. I really believe that.
All right, Mark Spears at the bottom. We'll get to more of your 49ers calls as well because it's the day after the day after. How you feeling? You feeling any better? We'll get into that too. But the Warriors are red hot. Steph is in particularly red hot, and they seem to have figured out. Remember a couple of weeks ago, you and I were having the conversation of, God, Wiggins and Kuminga can't play together. They can. Draymond Green was saying last night that actually him being out helped, and we actually said that during that time because other guys had to step up, had to play in his absence, and now those players have some confidence. So all of a sudden, the Warriors are a game over 500, for the first time since December 23rd, I think?
I think November. Maybe around that. Whatever they are. They're 26 and 25. They've gone 8-3. And this all coincides. The low moment of the year was when Decky passed away. And they went back to Salt Lake City last night. Steve wasn't there. Ron Adams wasn't there. Chris DeMarco wasn't there. Just from the bench, and a lot of people in the front office, including Mike Dunleavy, went to Belgrade for his services. So just going back into that building and going back into that city. And we thought, could it galvanize a team? I remember when Junior Gilliam, the Dodger coach, passed away in the late 70s, and the Dodgers had the 19 on their jerseys, went all the way to the World Series back-to-back years. And, sometimes it can bring a team together to have a loss like this. And it's worked. And it also coincided with Draymond coming back. He came back the game before in Memphis on MLK Day. They had a terrible meltdown loss. But since that point, John, they're 8-3. Last night, Klay Thompson, a big fourth quarter, took rhythm shots. He had a couple where he spun baseline and took a fadeaway, a Kobe shot. But by and large, when he just takes it off action, and Draymond threw him a great pocket pass for a basket in the fourth quarter, he shot the ball well. He guarded well. He took Lauri Markkanen. Wiggins is playing really well. Kuminga, like we said a month ago, is a time to feature him. They're clearing sides and going. I mean, he's developing like Kawhi Leonard did for Pop. And Draymond coming back from the suspension. And he did get into it with Nurkic on Saturday night, which was interesting. And they went nose to nose. Klay came over and slapped the ball away to take the technical. So right now, they got GP2 back. Obviously, Pajemski off the bench. And Trace Jackson-Davis played really well. They're going to get Chris Paul back. But the game last night was solid. But that game Saturday night, the night before the Super Bowl, going back and forth with Durant, and how good was Devin Booker in that game? When he made that fadeaway shot that rolled around the rim and off the backboard, and then what a skilled player he is. And it looked like the Warriors were done. And then Brandon Pojemski throws, I don't know what that inbounds was on the side out of bounds. Looked like a knuckleball. It just slid away from Bradley Beal. What an amazing bounce pass inbounds. Normally you have a bigger guy inbound the ball just over size. I don't know how he did that, but it got away from Bradley Beal. I don't know how Steph caught, pivoted, and made that shot to beat the Phoenix Suns. When you see moments like that and then, get down to the nitty-gritty in Salt Lake City last night and blow them out when you had to, they're going to have to play the Clippers at home tomorrow. They got to go back to Salt Lake City on Thursday before the All-Star break for the makeup game because of the postponement when Decky died. But, John, this team, they're looking like, we'll talk to Mark Spears about it, they're looking like the team we thought they could be. And when they get Chris Paul back, this team is scary. They remind me a lot of the Kansas City Chiefs. You look at Kansas City on Christmas Day, they're 9-6. The Raiders on back-to-back snaps had defensive touchdowns on them. They fumble a snap with Mahomes. He throws a pick six. It's like they're not going to do anything. But they got the heart of a champion, as Rudy T said years ago. And I don't know. I don't know where they're going to be ultimately. There's some really strong teams in the West, in particular Phoenix and the Clippers and Denver, obviously, and the young teams, Minnesota and Oklahoma City. But the Warriors seem to, once they got Draymond Green back, John, and right now their roster is almost too deep. They got so many guys. Who the hell is Guy Santos? That guy can play.
Good-looking guy, too. Every team has a run during a season. Color me skeptical. Do it longer. I know they have the championship pedigree, but I just need a little more.
I don't need it now. I need it in April, May, and June.
Absolutely.
That's when you need it, like Kansas City did.
Let's talk to Mark Spears, and we'll go back to some 49ers. Tim Kawakami had some great points about the Niners, and he did write the piece, Where Do We Go From Here? So we'll discuss that. Players are going to start talking at the bottom of the hour. We'll get some of that sound to you, and then John and Kyle have their end-of-the-year press conference. They moved that up to today, so don't miss it at 1 o'clock right here. Mark Spears is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Honestly, I think me getting suspended helped in a weird way because, number one, since I got JK's taken off, and that has kind of set the stage for this team. bona fide number 2 option on our team. You're able to find different combinations that worked. Not that I wanted to get suspended or that was good or anything like that, but I do think kind of helped us find different things that we can go to and explore. And now you add me back into the fray, you add GP back from his injury, CP will be coming back, and now you got those pieces coming back that you know you can rely on. But it's not just us, it's everybody who's stepping. Lester, Gee, it's everybody who's going out there is playing good basketball, so I think that's good for us.
That's Draymond Green, who, by the way, is going to be part of an alternative broadcast with Charles Barkley for the All-Star Game, so we'll get into that as well. But the Warriors back over 500. They blow out the Jazz last night without Steve Kerr, who is still mourning. 129-107. Steph Curry is red hot. He was last night as he hit 7 more threes, 25 points in the night. Clay getting back on track, 11-19, 3 of 7. He has 26. So amidst all the Super Bowl talk, the Warriors are starting to get back on track. Let's talk all things NBA with our good friend Mark Spears at Mark J. Spears. Make sure you follow him, Anscaped ESPN, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
That's an interesting analogy from Draymond.
Yeah. I helped us by getting suspended. You're welcome.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You buy it?
About finding the silver lining, right?
Exactly.
Like, he found it. It was hard to find, but he found it.
Yeah, so I whacked Nurkic upside the head so they'd feature Kuminga. But the bottom line is they are featuring Kuminga, Mark. And to me, I don't know. Do the Warriors have their version of Kawhi Leonard on their roster where Kawhi was brought in as a defensive guy and Pop was all, 4 down, 5 down, post up with the Twin Towers, drive and kick with Tony and Manu off of a side pick and roll. And then all of a sudden they just played ice ball with Kawhi Leonard. And you're seeing the Warriors do that more and more with Jonathan Kuminga. He's just a baby. He's not anywhere near the claw yet. But to Draymond's point, they are featuring him now on this offense, and he is thriving.
No, that's a very interesting analogy. When you look at Kawhi Leonard when he came out of San Diego State in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, I think Paul George came out the next year. But, no, that was the Clay draft, right?
That was when they drafted. It was a George Hill. They traded George Hill. Kawhi went 15 overall. And then Pop made the trade to get him.
Was, I think the Warriors got Clay.
Right.
Spurs got Kawhi. And before that, the Kings took Jimmer Fredette.
Jimmer Fredette. You are harsh.
But no, I like what you're talking about in terms of, how the Spurs developed Kawhi, because I didn't see that. I didn't see that in college, and I never even went and watched him play when he played against San Jose State. Didn't view him like that, but the Spurs do a great job of developing people. But I did see, when Kuminga was working out with the G League Ignite in Walnut Creek before they moved to Vegas, or Henderson, so to speak, I saw it. And I thought he had a chance to be special. You saw the athleticism. You saw the skills. I just think that with him, it was just getting your basketball IQ up. Getting more games in, getting more familiarity. But he definitely has a body like Kawhi does, and dare I say even more athleticism than him. He has a Kawhi, a LeBron body, and I do think that he's going to get better and better. And the one thing I wonder is, Steve has some confidence in him now, and if you think about it, like 2 months ago, he was lost. He wanted out, remember? And his agent was, or it seemed like his agent was putting out things in the hopes that he could get traded. And I certainly was, I told you guys open to perhaps him getting moved for DeJounte Murray or Pascal Siakam, but not moving him. And with the dust being cleared on some of his early season disappointment, ended up being a great move for the Warriors.
Mark Spears, Jonas, the Warriors back over 500. They win in Utah last night, 129 to 107. In regards to their latest getting going here, I just need a little bit more before I get excited. All teams in the NBA are going to make runs. How much do you buy into the way that they're playing right now in terms of them, moving up in the Western Conference?
No, I like it. And if you look at their stretch, right, they've lost 3 games since January 24th. But of those 3 losses, they lost to Sacramento by 1, a game they could have won. The Warriors lost that double overtime game to the Lakers, a game they could have won. And they lost that in overtime to Atlanta. So, it very easily could have been a much longer streak at this point. It could have been an 8-game streak. So they're playing, great basketball. Actually, since those 2, God rest his soul, since those games were postponed.
Yeah, since Decky died.
Since they've been on a tear.
8-3 since then.
Yeah, but like I said, they could have been better.
Yeah.
And so I think they're playing great ball going into the break. Tomorrow, to me, is one of those games, the Clipper game. And Clippers had a tough loss yesterday, and I saw them lose to New Orleans last week. They've been rising until recently. If they could get these 2 wins going into the break, you almost wish they just kept playing, right? You don't want them to cool down right now. But they are certainly a team to watch in the second half, especially if they get these next 2 wins.
Yeah, they got to go back to Salt Lake City for the makeup game after the postponement due to Decky's death.
Yeah.
So we haven't talked to you. I think just about you're on every couple of weeks with John and I. We talked about trades and making trades. And last week we were at the Super Bowl, and they did trade Corey Joseph, who I thought actually was a better player than he's turned out to be. And they don't really need him, especially when Chris Paul comes back. Pajemski can run the unit. Steph, obviously. You got enough guys that can handle with having Draymond back. But were they ever close to a trade? Were they ever interested and intrigued by anything about trading for anybody or giving up Wiggins or giving up Kuminga? Why, in shedding salary? They didn't do any of those things. Is it because they like their team now? There wasn't enough there? Why did they just make the one Corey Joseph trade at the deadline, Mark?
You know what? I asked somebody very close to the Pascal Siakam trade if the Warriors were ever really in the mix to that. They said no. I asked somebody who was very close to the trade with DeJounte Murray, were the Warriors ever in the mix with that? They said no. So it doesn't appear like they really had anything going strong, or that they were, and maybe it was there was a meeting with Steve, and Steve said, I can see us trending in the right direction. I'm cool with the team that we have now. A month ago, I forgot exactly where Steph made that comment where it sounded like he felt like they should do something. But based on what I could tell from talking to different people, I don't think the Warriors were really, really hot and heavy on anything major. I did think I really, truly watched, Chris Paul's expiring contract, and could that be somebody that, they could move to add a player? Teams are always attracted to expiring contracts at the trade deadline. Got word that morning that Chris wasn't going anywhere. So it's interesting to see how the Warriors are not only playing now, but also getting healthier. I mean, I guess Draymond wasn't an injury, but he was out. He's back. GP2 is back. Chris Paul is coming back soon. And the Warriors still have this roster spot available where they could sign a vet on a minimum deal. Like, who do they want? I'm not sure. I asked about Gallinari. I think they feel like they, have something like that already in Dario, and it looks like Gallinari might be going to Phoenix. But I'll be curious to see what the Warriors will do and what they think is. And Pop, I'm curious to what you think that they should add on their roster at this point from a minimum standpoint.
You mean the buyout market?
Yeah.
Who's out there? Give me some names.
Not a whole lot, right?
No. Yeah, I saw Monty wrote a piece on it. I mean, and guys wanted to come here when you were a championship team. I'm not sure they view it that way, although they are playing better. Give me some names. Who are some guys out there in the buyout market?
I don't think there's anybody you would get excited about. I mean, there's some big, like, Willie Cauley-Stein, but
I like him.
kind of. You like him?
Yeah, I mean, he was a Warrior before. He's a he's a rim runner and a guy.
Yeah.
But then would that take time away from Trace Jackson Davis? I'm not sure I do that.
I think that I actually, I actually think a guy that might be more intriguing to me that the Warriors had some interest in would be Dwayne Dedmon.
Yeah, they've always had interest in him. Joe's liked him for years.
He's available, and he's a big that can shoot threes. Another guy I'm writing about who, I think is a really, really good player, can help a team as a vet, but do they really need him is George Hill, the veteran point guard.
Right.
He's available, but, Gorgie Ding, another big. Threes, and I know the Warriors have some interest in him as well. But that's the thing. I'm like, where I'm conflicted with the Warriors is what do they need? I kind of feel like somebody with a post presence can help, maybe, right? Like somebody more with some size could help. Did Harry Giles just get let go?
Yeah.
JaMychal Green is out there now.
No, I like the thought, Mark, just in the sense that Draymond playing 5, you can't do that for the amount of minutes they're doing that. I mean, the one thing to finish with him at 5, but to start and stay, they got, Trace Jackson Davis can do it, obviously, and you've got Kavan. But I think when you go up against John, why did they lose to the Lakers last year? They got overpowered by Anthony Davis. You need size on Joker, just a different body, a guy with length that could give you a different look is what they need there.
Yeah, can Lopez help you out now? Is he done? Robin Lopez, just having that body, Serge Ibaka.
Right.
Like there's guys that do have some size that are some rim protector guys. Chimezie Metu to me is also an interesting player. Played with the Kings, got time in the playoffs with the Kings. So, there are players available, but I'm kind of with you, Pop. I'd probably lean on getting somebody more with some size come in than adding like a guard like Austin Rivers or, George Hill.
I like Austin Rivers, though. He's nasty. He's a good defender.
Yeah. He can score. But I do think it certainly wouldn't hurt the team to get some more bulk, and to your point, somebody that can lean up against the jokers of the world, right?
Mark Spears is joining us, and we're talking a little bit about the buyout market. Just to go back to Pop's point here in terms of how the Warriors are viewed, because we've seen some guys sign, like Kyle Lowry, I get it. He signed with the 76ers. That's his hometown team. Spencer Dinwiddie was probably somebody that the Warriors didn't have interest in. He goes to the Lakers. Thaddeus Young today is going to go to the Suns. How are guys in this position viewing the Warriors? Do they look at the Warriors and say, okay, this is a championship contender, I can get myself a ring? Because it seems to me that a lot of these guys, when they're going to look at a team to join, they're going to go, let's join a championship contender. Is that how the Warriors are still viewed?
I don't know if they're viewed like that, but this isn't the sexiest buyout market either, right? It's not like David Lee several years ago was available, or when I was covering the Celtics when they picked up P.J. Brown and Sam Cassell, and there's like people like Spencer Dinwiddie was a really good pickup for the Lakers in the buyout market. I think that was a super pickup for them. Kyle Lowry, very nice pickup for the Sixers, and they end up having some money to give them. But the biggest problem with the Warriors to your point, maybe they're not really considered a title contender. And then, 2, they just have the minimum to give. So for a marquee guy like, say, a Spencer Dinwiddie or a Kyle Lowry, where, perhaps for Dinwiddie, he gets a chance to play with LeBron and go home and play in L.A., where he probably grew up a Lakers fan. Kyle Lowry gets a chance to go home. Those teams either can offer more money or something that's sentimental that the Warriors can't offer. But, I hope they don't waste the spot and not take anybody. Like Will Barton, I see, is available. He's a nice scorer. Darius Bazley, young guy.
Andre Drummond available, Mark?
Who's that?
Andre Drummond?
No.
He's not going to be?
No. He's with Chicago, right?
Yeah, he's just a big guy. I'm just trying to think of big guys.
No,
I saw his name on the list. He's not there?
He's playing well for him, too. But like a guy like Derek Favors,
right.
I'm with you, Pop. There's some beef, there's some size, some rim protection on this roster that, I remember last season. I mean, the Lakers didn't beat the Nuggets, but I liked how they got Tristan Thompson and just used him to just push on Joker and make him work and kind of try to wear him down a little bit, buy the team some minutes. It doesn't necessarily have to be Shaq that you add to this team.
Well, remember when they brought in the boogeyman, DeMarcus Cousins, a few years ago?
Yeah.
The one thing about, some of these guys were mentioning, and I remember weeks ago, John, somebody mentioned Andre Drummond to us, and my thought was he's lumbering. He can't get up and down the court the way they want to play. How about more of a speed five, a pick and pop five like Otto Porter Jr., who was a pretty good Warrior a couple of years ago? Is he available on the buyout market? Would they bring him back?
No, he's with Toronto.
They got blown out last night by Wembanyama. They're going to keep him?
Yeah. Kevin Porter's available, but he has some issues, so you don't.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Mark, just one thing real quick before we let you go, because we're going to get back over. The Niners are doing their exit interviews. When you think of the 49er defensive line, you think of Chris Kasarik and Darryl Tapp. But I'm there at practice every day, and a guy who's out on the field before any of them with that big smiling face is Mike Brown's son, Cameron Brown.
Yeah.
And I know you wrote a big piece about that. That guy's got good energy around that D-line.
Well, I'm really happy for Cameron. Cameron is a D3 kid. Yes, Mike Brown is his dad, but this is a different sport. Nobody handed him nothing. But I do think he has coaching pedigree. He's got a lot of humility to him. One thing that Mike did tell him to do was take a statistics course at the University of Michigan while he was an assistant at the D3 school in Ohio, and he did it. And when he interviewed, that gave him a leg up on the other candidates, and actually he was supposed to be looked at as an intern at first, and they ended up interviewing him for a bigger position. But one quiet thing I probably should have put in the story was, were they in Vegas? Weren't the Niners in Vegas for some reason?
There to scrimmage the Raiders. What starts in Vegas ends in Vegas. We were there in August.
Yeah. So they're out there. There's a coach team outing. They go to karaoke, and they want some of the younger new coaches to go sing and stuff, and they're being shy. And I heard Cameron got out there and was awful. But the fact that he went out there and sang, I think it kind of broke the ice with the other coaches and said, all right, he did something he didn't really want to do. We like that mentality. But I heard that Wilkes, from the moment that Cam got there with his analytic reports and his reports on teams that you're going to play the next week after the game, certainly were helpful. And Wilkes said that he had a lot of respect for Cameron and think I'm very curious to see where Cameron is 10 years from now. I think he has a bright, not that I'm an NFL expert, and I'm certainly biased because I love the Brown family, but I certainly see Cameron with the work ethic to be something special down the line.
It's a great piece. Hey, thanks, man. We always appreciate it, Mark. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. Thanks, man.
All right. Take care now.
Thank you, Hall of Famer.
That is the great Mark Spears, giving us some insight into the Warriors and the NBA as he does every couple of weeks. All right, we'll get back to the phone lines. You can ask Papa anything at all the day after. Plus, Tim Kawakami gave us something interesting in terms of a possible major change with the 49ers. We'll get into that coming up next. Line them up. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and phone line the same at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Center. All right, Super Bowl hangover continues the day after the day after. If you didn't get in, if you didn't hear the show, if you had something to get off your chest so you could be a productive member of society, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, and the phone line is the same number at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Let's see. Gabe has been waiting for a long time, so let's get to Gabe first. Gabe, welcome. Ask Papa anything at all. Welcome.
Gabe?
Jeez, with that build-up, we got nothing.
He waited so long.
Bro.
Poor guy's been on hold since we started at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Hey, Gabe.
Hey! Blow your horn, Gabriel.
I'm here.
How long have you been online, man?
Go right
How long have you been waiting? I feel badly for you.
Probably like an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, that's all?
All right.
I wouldn't wait that long for open heart surgery, but move on. Go ahead, Gabe. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, you hit it on the nail at the beginning of the show in terms of Kyle, like reassessing his third and fourth down, strategies, because like when you got a goal in mind, like, touchdown is what is needed at, in the overtime session. So, but I wanted to ask you, was Charlie Warner hurt, or did Debo get hurt? Like, after he took that hit, because it seemed like Debo wasn't in some of those reverse or reverse type calls.
Yeah.
But that.
Charlie Warner was in a lot of snaps. George Kittle got hurt, and Debo popped a hamstring.
Yeah, that was
in
a
the game. So
non-contact.
that's when he was running a route, and he definitely hurt his hamstring. He was in and out. So Debo missed a lot of critical snaps. Charlie Warner was available the entire game, as far as I know.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, I think he's maybe means George Kittle. Kittle did have a shoulder injury, so at the end of the game, they didn't have Dre Greenlaw. Yeah, they didn't have George available, and Debo was in and out, but Charlie Warner was fine.
Yeah. Let's go out to Felix next. Hi, Felix. You can ask Bob anything. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, John and Greg. My question or comment is the last Niner drive in regulation. Once they crossed the midfield, 4 minutes or something like that left, and they showed Mahomes just waiting impatiently on the sidelines.
Yeah.
I was thinking, why don't we just go fourth down mode and kick the field goal even if we miss it with no time left, even if it takes, 4 downs to get there. That was, to me, it was clear that that's the best chance we have of just securing the win. What do you think about that?
Let's be clear just what you're talking about here. You're talking about in regulation when the
coming
Niners
out of the 2-minute warning on
regulation.
the 3rd and 5. Coming out of the 2-minute warning on the 3rd and 5. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying they should
even before the 2-minute warning when there was 3.5 minutes.
So wait a minute.
Why don't we go?
There's a minute.
Hold on.
You're saying there's a minute 52 left in the game. Thanks for the call. He's at a minute 52. Instead of kicking the field goal, he wants to go for it on fourth down there?
Well, 1:57. So coming out of the 2-minute warning, you don't want to do anything before the 2-minute warning. And I think what you're thinking about there is you don't want to give the ball back to Mahomes. And I know Kyle was trying to do that. So coming out of the 2-minute warning, we talked about this play, the 3rd and 5, when they blitzed Trent McDuffie off the slot.
And he tipped that pass.
That one is open to a debate because your choice there is a 4th and 5 on their 35. And you bring Jake Moody out to kick a 53-yard field goal. That was gutsy to me. Now there's ways to gamble in sports. Sometimes it's go for it on fourth down. Sometimes it's go for a 2-point conversion. Sometimes you try an onside kick. There are gambles. To me, have Jake Moody. I was thinking of you right behind me. If he misses that field goal from 53 yards out, and it was on the right hash. You're giving Patrick Mahomes. You're giving Patrick Mahomes and Harrison Butker the Super Bowl. You're giving them the ball on the 43-yard line. All they have to do is get to our 40. He could make a 60-yard field goal. So that was the call in the game to me, where all the variables in play, or even have Mitch Wishnowsky punt it down there, have Chris Conley, who's become a great gunner, down it inside the 5. To me, that 3rd and 5 blitz by McDuffie. Now, the critical thing is for your Spags, he is saying, I got to get the ball back to Mahomes. So even if I blitz and they bust and they pop it and they score, we can come back. So that's why he's aggressive there. So that I know we're going to the 3rd and 4 and the overtime. To me, Because
Well, those are the two biggest plays of the
Mahomes
game,
would have got
third
the ball
downs.
back in the overtime by the rules. If you're going to what the goal was there, and I know Kyle and any coach there, you're going to bleed the clock and just kick a 30-yard field goal with 3 seconds to go and win the Super Bowl. The 3rd and 5 was the critical call. The blitz came. McDuffie blocked it. And now you're in a 4th and 5. And there, kicking that field goal was really gutsy. And Jake Moody was able to make it right hash where we missed 5 of his 8 kicks this year were to the right. He pulled that one back. So I think what he's talking about there, that was a big call in the game.
But let me go back to, again, if I'm Kyle, I got to assess in the offseason what my strategy on 3rd and 4th is. What if Kyle, instead of going for the pass there, sets up a 3rd down for a 4th down? So then with a minute 57 right there.
So you don't think he called 3rd down trying to get the 3rd down?
No, but what I'm saying is that there's a minute 57. But
it was coming out of the 2-minute warning.
Sorry,
is what it was.
It's at the 2-minute warning.
Right.
So if I play for 4 downs there, again, 7 for 13 on the season, the least makes, the least attempts. What I'm saying is,
so what, you want to do, run it there?
Why not? So in other words, you're going up against Mahomes. It's the 2-minute warning. Make your 4th down easier on 3rd down. Run the ball. Kansas City doesn't think you're going to do that. Get it to 4th and 2, maybe you get a 1st down, and then the game's over. And then we set it on the other side. Rather than on 3rd and 5, just automatically throwing the ball. You're 3rd and 4th down. Don't be afraid of 4th down anymore. I love Kyle. He's not going anywhere, and he shouldn't go anywhere. Steve Wilkes, I think, is a different story. But he's got to get more comfortable with the way that the analytics are. He's old school. What if you set that 3rd down up for a 4th down? Why not?
Okay, so you wanted to specifically, you wanted to run the ball on 3rd down? I mean, you run the ball on 3rd down and get slammed. The one thing I would do on that play...
But then you're in a position still to kick that field goal.
The one thing you would think about doing in that play, because I talked to Brian Schneider about it at length before the game, and he kind of got mad at me and walked away, because I was asked, because Sebastian Janikowski and Schneid's coach Seabass, he had a problem from the left hash being a left-footed kicker. So he did acknowledge Moody wants the ball on the left hash mark. There's no doubt. So the one thing you may think about doing there is running the ball off the right hash mark. If you run the ball and put McCaffrey in a gun,
but I want to set up for the first.
Okay, but I want to run left. You want to run left. So you're saying Kyle's trying to pick up the 1st down.
I get it, but
and not go to 4th down.
But you'd
have to give me example throughout the year.
He's not acknowledging the fact that there are 4 downs and you're going against Mahomes. And so what I'm saying is, on both of those 3rd downs, if you get a 1st down, whether it's on 3rd down, 4th down, whatever, the game is generally over and you're winning the Super Bowl without giving it back to Mahomes. So the reason why the OT call I don't like, the reason why both the 3rd downs I don't like, is because your goal is Mahomes can't have it last. That's your goal.
Okay, now,
but real quick, I'm saying in the offseason, I think Kyle needs to assess his approach on 3rd and then into 4th down, because 7 of 13 for an offensive mastermind like he is far too low. Get yourself into 4th down.
Can you give me an example?
The Super Bowl.
Not in the regular season. Give me an example where you wanted him to go forward on 4th down when he did not. The Niners kicked. They scored more touchdowns. Hold on. They scored more touchdowns than any team in football this year. They kicked 24 field goals. Okay. They were the number 1 seed. They accomplished exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, and also, this is a little bit of the end of the game.
It is.
Okay.
But
before this,
would you agree with this?
Just hold on. Before the last drive, the Kansas City Chiefs scored 1 touchdown the whole game.
Yeah.
And it was set up by a muff. They got the ball in the low red zone after a muff punt. They went right to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. We're all, because we know how it ended, we thought all day long they scored 1 touchdown.
Okay.
They did not drive the length of the field the entire game to score a touchdown. We gave him a touchdown by giving him the ball. Then we busted on where they had Valdez-Scantling out wide. He ran inside. Burks didn't sink enough. There was a miscommunication on the trade-off of the play. If you're watching the game through Kyle's eyes, I know that's the boogeyman over there.
No.
I know it's Mahomes. But they had scored 1 touchdown the entire game to that
here's
point.
The thing.
So you're managing that game. To me, the scary thing was to kick that 53-yard field goal from the right hash.
That's
so
another reason.
If anything I want to do, I either want to... Now, Kyle
did
throw,
down.
He did throw it to the left. The throw was going to go left. McDuffie came off that side.
Yeah.
I think Spags knew they're going to throw it left. The goal there was to pick up the first down. If you could not pick up the first down, move the ball from the right hash mark to the left
I don't
hash
disagree.
mark. They did neither on that
But
play.
what I'm saying is I'm big picturing this. First of all, you've got to be more aggressive against Patrick Mahomes, period. So he already knew from 2019 you couldn't be conservative.
This is not 2019.
But you learned
You were
from
saying all week this is not the Chiefs' offense
it's not.
in 19.
I still
scored
think
one touchdown the whole game.
They still should have won the game. But what I'm saying is that Kyle,
Kansas City's pretty good, John.
in your assessment of who you are and what you are, and if you're Kyle Shanahan, whether he wants to admit it or not, you're not winning these games. So here's the thing. He's great, but an offensive mastermind like him should not attempt only 13, should not only
give me
make
an example
7.
throughout the regular season. Just give me one. Just give me one. Where's the one time in the regular season where you thought he should have gone forward on fourth down? Just tell me.
There's a lot of them, but I can
give me
you
one.
But here's how I can answer that. He was dead last at 13. He's old school.
He was the number one
but
seed
would you
in the
debate
NFC.
This? I understand, but would you debate the fact that he's old school and doesn't like to go for it on fourth?
No,
analytics tell you, in every sport, everybody's following this. The analytics tell you to go more. What I'm saying is, I don't want him to be Dan Campbell.
Yeah, Dan Campbell watched the Super Bowl. So did Howie Roseman.
I don't want him to be Dan Campbell, but I don't want him to be dead last. You got to give me an example. I don't have to.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Because
give me an example in the regular season where you wanted them to go forward on fourth down.
I gave you 2 examples in the Super Bowl which he lost.
Because you know the ending.
No, what I'm saying.
You know the ending.
Do you not agree that Kyle's a great offensive mind?
Yes.
Then why are you only going? These are fourth and shorts.
Okay, the only thing I would question him on is when they've made extra points during the season and the opponents have committed a penalty on the extra point, and you can move the ball from the 2-yard line to the 1-yard line and go for 2.
He's too conservative.
That happened twice, and he did not do that, where every other coach in football assuredly would do that. So in those situations, I remember them both being early in the game when they went up 7-0. There could have been a scenario to go up 8-0. I admire the fact that the offensive play caller and the head coach is conservative in the way he runs the game. They are the better team.
He's too conservative.
They were favored. They were the number 1 seed. They did exactly what they wanted to achieve all year long. They had a shot. They went to overtime in the Super Bowl. You know the ending here. And we're all afraid of the boogeyman. They scored 1 effing touchdown the whole game.
But when they needed to.
One. They kicked field goal after field goal. The one time they scored a touchdown, we muffed a punt and gave them the ball.
But
after they did not score, your defense easily could have come up with one play on that overtime defensive series to win the game. They just did not.
But when they needed to, they went. Their last 4 possessions were touchdown, field goal, touchdown. When they needed to score those points, they did at will on this defense.
Okay, the touchdown was given to you on a muff punt.
I understand.
Then they went field goal. You were holding them out.
Touchdown.
And if you hold them, a touchdown was on the last drive.
That was the one that won the game.
Okay, I saw the game, John. I called the game. I know. I don't think Kyle's too conservative. I think he runs this team. Okay, give me an example.
I just did.
Forget the Super Bowl. You want him to go through all the analytics of the whole year. Tell me one time in a game where you wanted him to go forward on fourth down. He did not. Tell me.
I'm simply telling you.
Just tell me one time. What game?
I don't have to. Here's the point.
You don't have to.
No, but here's the point.
You're citing the stats, the 13, the fewest in football. Tell me when he should have gone forward more.
I'll go back through it and find it for you. I'll have it for you tomorrow. But my point is this. He's too good of a mind to only go 13 times and only get 7. That's not enough. And in the Super Bowl, you just pointed it out.
They were the number 1 seed in the NFC.
They don't have a Super Bowl ring. He lost in Philly. He lost in the Rams. He lost in Atlanta. He needs to be more aggressive. He's too old school.
All right.
But my point is go back to that third down that we're discussing in regulation. Because you're right. At 3rd and 5 right there, he is right on the edge. So that's the exact time you say, let's run. And if I don't get it, Moody has an easier field goal. If I get 4th and 2, I get that 4th and 2, I win the Super Bowl.
And if you don't get it, you're giving Mahomes the boogeyman you're all afraid of. You're giving him the ball.
You have to play that. Well, that's the way the game is played now.
Position there. I thought about punting the ball down there.
Why is he ignoring analytics? They are telling you. We have that information now. Baseball's using it. Basketball's using it.
You got all over Gabe Kapler and Farhan for the analytics. Now you're going to criticize Kyle for not using it.
That's what everyone's doing. Everyone else is doing it.
They all watch the Super Bowl. They all watch the Super Bowl.
And the NFC Championship ring is awesome, and I can't wait for them to get another one.
Right.
You have to play aggressively against this guy, pedal to the metal. You have to do that, and you're exactly right. 3rd down, closer. If you don't get it, you're closer. If you're within 4th and 2, you get it, you win the Super Bowl. That's what teams are doing. And that's what it's telling you to do. I don't want him to go 40 times, but 13's too few for a guy who's as good as Kyle Shanahan is. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Give me an example in the regular season where you wanted them.
The ultimate example.
That's the Super Bowl.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
And that's the only one I need to give you because they didn't win it.
Which play did you? I wouldn't have gone forward on 4th down. I wouldn't have kicked that field goal. And I love Jake Moody. I wouldn't have done that. That was that 53-yard field goal. You missed that field goal. And it's not Mahomes I'm afraid of. It's the butt kicker. You get him within 60 yards, he's going to walk off the Super Bowl.
That's why
they only needed,
you run
they only needed one
down,
first
right?
down.
But it's multiple.
That's why Spags blitzed on 3rd down. They came. I wanted the ball off the right hash mark if you're going to kick that field goal. But he made it anyway.
All right, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to you, and we'll start getting some sound from the locker room as well. And don't move because 1 o'clock, we've got Kyle and John with their end-of-the-year press conference. So we'll get your thoughts. We'll let you hear from those guys as well at 1 o'clock exclusively. And when we get more from the locker room, we'll give you that as well. It's Pop and Lund the day after, only here on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow, he joined Murph and Mac this morning to break down the Giants signing of Jorge Soler. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. And, of course, he's got the answers to all your tax issues. And today, this is a big one. What do you do if you can't pay your taxes, Steve?
You call us and let us take over for you. You don't want to do either one of the extremes. One extreme is sticking your head in the sand and hoping nothing bad happens. The IRS has all these new agents that are specifically coming after things like this. You don't want them going to your customers and saying, don't pay you, pay them, or going to your job. That can ruin your career. That can lose your business. And on the other hand, you don't want to say, oh, well, to the IRS, they must be right. Just write them a check if you can, because lots of times those bills are wrong. So the first thing we do is we determine, do you really owe this tax? If the answer is no, we contact you and say, look, my client doesn't owe the tax. Please drop it down. On the other hand, suppose you do owe the tax, or you owe something and you can't pay it. There's so many good deals. We'll hear you. We'll hear your needs. And then we want to go to the government for you, so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, anything to do with them. We want to make you a sweetheart deal so you can go ahead, live your life normally, and enjoy your life. We want to take care of this problem for you.
Call right now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Again, Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Jennings goes in motion across right. Play action to McCaffrey. Karlaftis gets in. A check down to McCaffrey. He runs for a first down the left sideline. All the way inside the Chief 30-yard line. Goes Christian McCaffrey out on the Chief 27-yard line.
What a play by Brock Purdy.
I think they blew a play in their last play. Nobody blocked me. And
well, that's a mistake.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. I at first I thought it was a screen because it just opened up. Right. I'm like, oh my God, God is good.
Shut up, Chris Jones. I want to hear from you.
I told you he wasn't that good of a player and we'd run at him.
I could have made that play if he didn't block me.
He had a dominant game.
Yeah, he was good.
And when they did block him and double him, he sniffed out the bootleg on the other side. He had a Joe Green-type performance in the Super Bowl. Now, he's an unrestricted free agent. They're going to be able to re-sign him. L'Jarius Sneed is also
that was nasty
a free
last
agent.
offseason, too, with Kansas City.
Well, he held out. He missed the first game of the year. I don't think he was in shape. He was over on the sideline sucking wind, but he had a dominant game in the Super Bowl. There's no doubt. The play you heard was that, and that was a great play by Brock to get it out left to McCaffrey. When he turned that left sideline and banged it down to the Chief 26-yard line, you thought they're onto something here. And then the next play, Christian went left and picked up 8 yards. This is a sneaky big play before all these Kyle Shanahan decisions. So McCaffrey left the game for the 2nd and 2. They give it to Elijah Mitchell off the right side. He gets the edge easily. And you would have had a 1st and 10 at around their 14-yard line, but it's a hold on Braden Willis. And it's a play when George Kittle's out of the game with a shoulder injury. So in that, now all of a sudden, you're in a 2nd and 12. They did overcome that on the great catch by Juszczyk along the sideline, and that was a great play. But just knowing Kyle, the way you'd grind it down there, it would have been nice. They did get to a 1st and 10 at right around the same spot, but that Braden Willis hold, Braden Willis hold was a big play in that game. Well, they had a 2nd and 4 on the 9 as they ran McCaffrey back. The juice play got him down to the 15-yard line.
All right, we'll get back out to the lines in just a second. You knew this information about Eric Armstead, but it became official today. They're cleaning out the lockers. Again, 1 o'clock, we'll have John and Kyle for you exclusively here on The Leader. But Eric Armstead tore his meniscus playing through it, and he also had the plantar fasciitis, so he's going to have off-season knee surgery. So pretty amazing that Eric Armstead could have the end of the year that he did, and he had a hell of a Super Bowl as well with that torn meniscus, dealing with the foot injury as well. He was really banged up, but he got that torn meniscus in the Philly game, so he played the
on the second snap of the game.
So he played like the last 2 months of the season on a torn meniscus.
Well, he actually didn't play. So after that, he shut it down.
And then after the last few games.
Yeah, he didn't play after the Philly game December the 3rd. He missed the last 5. It actually, the knee injury was bad, and you would have no idea the length that these men go to overcome injuries and what they have to do. But it actually allowed the plantar fasciitis to heal a little bit, and they were still able to maintain the number 1 seed without him, and they got him back. But, yeah, he played through all kinds of stuff. McCaffrey played through all kinds of stuff. You have no idea what they go through to make it. And then with the open locker room, and we'll hear from John Lynch at 1 o'clock and Kyle also, I'd like people to ask Dre Greenlaw his thoughts on the Achilles tear. And it was a contributing factor or a direct reason why he tore his Achilles tendon when he had Achilles tendonitis leading up to it, and he was forced to go practice on that soft field. at UNLV. And the facilities there were great, and they were great all along. Great weight room, and the guys went there and lifted and actually used the locker room. They didn't go there in their uniform because the ride was so long from Henderson to UNLV, which is, 9 minutes from the Strip. But was that a contributing factor in Greenlaw ultimately tearing his Achilles? And now, how long will Dre be out? There's some reason to think he could come back in August and maybe make the season opener in September. But knowing the way John thinks, and Kyle, John, you got to be in the linebacker market right now to replace him. And what you're doing really is upgrading Oren Burks and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. Do you feel like the young guys, D. Winters, Jalen Graham, could step in there now in their second year? That's kind of the way you do this in the NFL.
Yeah,
you draft guys, and then eventually do you have to go out in the market? But I think you have to prepare that Dre Greenlaw is not going to begin the year on time. He may, but he may not. So how do you do that with that linebacker spot next to Fred Warner?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, JP is going to lead us off. Hi, JP. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Go right ahead.
Awesome. Hey, Pop, I've been a fan. I'm a Ram fan. I'm not going to lie, since 65, and always enjoy listening to you.
Jack Snow is an underrated wide receiver.
Right.
Jack Snow, number 84, JT's dad. Love Jack Snow. Anyway.
Hey, I think you guys, first of all, I have a lot of Niner friends. I was associated with the Niners. We were their movement company in the Bay and stuff. They got a class organization, and they got the best fans in the world. Every time I was at the championship game with the Rams back in 2021, and it felt like we were
Were you rooting for the Lambs that day?
No, I wasn't. I had a Lions. I got buddies who are football fans, so I'm a divisional guy, and I respect the Niners. I kind of wanted you guys to get it out of your system because I don't want to deal with you next year. That was my thought process.
All right.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Sure. But, you go back and Chris Jones should have got MVP because that guy, I was at a party. I didn't watch all the plays. I've been watching it because I'm a fan. I don't want to let go like you guys don't stuff. But I tell you what, he was batting balls down when you had Samuels and a couple guys wide open. Had he not have batted that ball down, it would have been a different story. I mean, he's a game wrecker, which leads me to you got to have a game wrecker on the defensive end like Aaron Donald, Chris Jones, Myles Garrett, who can take over a game. And I don't know if the Niners have that.
Is Nick Bosa not that?
I haven't seen the stats yet. He can't blow up a game like Aaron Donald can.
Okay. See you later.
What? We love you, JP. You lost me there. But what are they? I mean, you got so much money in the Gravedigger. You got so much money in Armstead and Bosa. What do you do at that other end spot? I mean, does Chase Young's performance in the Super Bowl change your thought? Could you get him close to the veteran minimum? How much money is he going to get? I didn't think he was a fit. I still don't think so, but the market will tell you what you do.
And like you said, it's almost to their benefit that he didn't play that great until the Super Bowl. And if you get him in a whole offseason, you get him with Nick.
But do you want him back? Does he fit your scheme? Does he fit your technique?
I think it depends on his price, doesn't it?
No, I could, whether you get him for $1 or $100 million, if he's not going to fit what you want to do, there is a salary cap. I just don't know if he fits ultimately the way you want to play. I don't know about Sebastian Joseph Day, Randy Gregory. These are calls they're going to have to make. But if it's not those guys, you go out and get guys that can play in this wide nine, or do you make changes to the wide nine? Do you make changes to your cover three? You got to be cognizant.
DC. I mean, Tim talked about that.
But the DC will do what Kyle wants to do. In this offseason, he talked about Fangio, but ultimately Fangio is going to run his cover four. He's not going to run the cover three. Fangio has a way to play. He didn't fit. Kyle wanted Wilkes to come in and run what he wanted to run. So do you let Wilkes run that, or do you think more broad and think, we need maybe to change? Mm-hmm. Pete Carroll changed. He went from the cover three. He's no longer employed. I mean, do you still want to run that same defense?
John is up next. Just needs to vent. Hi, John. Welcome. Hi, John.
John?
Oh, man.
Dear John.
John, are you there? Because it just says wants to vent, and I want him to vent. But, if he's not there, then he can't vent. Let's go out to Mike in Santa Cruz. Hi, Mike. Welcome.
Oh, my gosh. Nutter.
Hey, Mike. Mike.
Oh, my gosh, Mike. You're on the radio.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
What are you doing?
Question for you.
Yeah,
Bob,
go ahead.
This is for you.
Yeah.
With Kyle doing all of the work as the offensive coordinator.
He doesn't do all the work. He's got people around there that do help him, but go ahead. He's got people.
He calls the plays, you're saying.
But my question is, to manage the team better, is he better off releasing some of those responsibilities so he can focus on the little things like the changing of the policies or, that kind of stuff with the overtime? That's my question.
Yeah. Here's what I would say, and I asked this to Brian Billick when he was there, and Brian was offensive coordinator for Denny Green's Minnesota Vikings, who at the time were the state-of-the-art offense, high-scoring offense in the history of pro football, until Denver came around. And he said, actually, it was so interesting to me. He said calling plays on game day is easy. It's the preparing and the setup and, the responsibility of really the coordinator. And I wonder how much Andy Reid does. Andy's older now. He's 65 years of age. He had Eric Bieniemy for a long time. Then he brought in Matt Nagy. The one thing, and only Kyle would know how much responsibility he gives. Chris Foerster kind of runs the run game. He lost Bobby Slowick as far as the pass game. He had Mike McDaniel before and Mike LaFleur. Kubiaks are involved. They're going to lose one of the Kubiaks to be the OC in New Orleans. The one question would be, during the week, do you want to grind less on the game plan? Where Kyle's brilliant, and he talked about it, when he first starts looking at the new team on Monday after he puts the Sunday game away, you're petrified. You're looking at a whole different defense. They move around. You got to learn all their players, where we can attack. That really is the genius in Kyle, is the work Monday night, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, installation day, how are we going to win the game, and then all the way up to, but I think on game day, you want him calling the plays. The thing would be, do you want to relinquish some of the weekly responsibility? But I wouldn't know. I think Foerster handles the run game. He loves Foerster. I think Foerster has a chance to be a head coach, but with the terrible video of him going back to Miami, he's not going to get that. He and I have talked about it a lot. If owners could overlook that video, but it's hard. It's going to cost him, really. But the way he handles himself with the media and around the team, Foerster could be a head coach. So I think Kyle gives him a lot of the run game responsibility. So that would be the one thing as Kyle gets older. I don't think he'd give up the game day play calling because he's so good at that, and they way to keep him in the game. But the grind of the week, should he pop his head in more in the meeting rooms? But one thing we learned at the Super Bowl, which I didn't know, that Mike Shanahan started at Dove Valley with the intricate system of the videos where Mike can listen to every meeting room and not actually be in the meeting room. So is he listening to Steve Wilkes go over the defense? Is he listening to Kasarik talk to the D-line, Kyle constantly, and then he could all call and just jump into that meeting room? And no, we don't want to run that wide nine here. We want to pinch it down. But the one thing would be, does he want to be more present throughout the week in all aspects of the team and the preparation, give that a little bit more to the offensive guys? As he gets older, John, he may want to look at something like that. But as far as calling on game day, I think he would keep that for a while.
All right, let's get one more in this segment. Buzz is up next in Cupertino. Hi, Buzz. Welcome.
Hi. I have a little bit different take.
Sure.
This is regarding the pregame show. About an hour before, CBS did a spot on Al Davis and the Raiders. It was a segment that I think lasted several minutes, and it almost looked like it was a trailer for a miniseries or a docudrama. It had Al Davis back in the 50s or 60s. They had a John Madden character with big bushy sideburns, and it looked like CBS was working on something, and I'm wondering if Paul knows anything about that.
Well, Buzz, I'm losing you. So what's your point? I mean, the game was in Las Vegas. The game was at the home of the Raiders. They were doing a historical, look at, even during the game, the Raiders during one point treated it like one of their home games, and they acknowledged the Al Davis torch and all that, which, by the way, was built in Kansas City, Missouri, which is pretty amazing. But what's your point? I mean, I think CBS was doing a historical bit because the game was going to be played at the home of the Raiders, and it is Allegiant, the Big Al, and the torch is there.
All that was, and I was, obviously we were at the game, and we were doing pregame, and then we gave it to you, so I didn't know. But what they did, because I got off the air and you guys took the network, is I saw it on the big board in the stadium, and that was a one-off. They've obviously done a 30 for 30 on Al. They've done Al Davis versus the NFL. They don't have a doc coming out. They were just actually doing, like you said, as part of the long-ass pregame show, they did a piece
as well
on
they
Al.
should.
Yeah, that's what they did. So
I mean, it was in Las Vegas. Yeah. It was the first Vegas Super Bowl. Al's no longer alive, but the Raiders are Al Davis.
Mm-hmm. So that's what they did. And that was really John Madden with long, bushy sideburns. That was actually the John Madden. It wasn't like a guy playing John Madden.
Oh, it wasn't like that bit they did with Al when they had the character with Al.
Oh, jeez.
Walking out with Lamar Hunt,
right,
which
exactly.
was interesting.
Was
Al would have loved that.
Yeah. The ghost of Al. That was weird. That was really weird. All right, keep them coming. 1 o'clock hour, you do not want to miss it. In about 24 minutes, John and Kyle are going to speak, give or take a minute or two, and they'll do their end of the year discussion. And I'm sure a lot of these questions will come out. Dre Greenlaw, the injury, all those things. A last look at the Super Bowl. So the day after, it's Pop and London on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. It's time to win the Super Bowl. It's time, since we can't do that now. You can start with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. That's how you win. So let's go. Grab the keys to your new Toyota, and you can count on Modesto Toyota, the entire crew out there, friends of mine, for great savings. So come in and check out all the new models and deals. Do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com and see all the incoming vehicles. Just pick out the one you want. That's what I did. And I had all the bells and whistles. I ended up with my new RAV4 Hybrid, which is awesome. So you can get new and great prices and special lease deals like I did and save big time on gas like I did with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. Or if you want to just say adios to gas altogether, the all-electric BZ4X is at a great low price and incredible lease deals. So it's time to win. Grab those keys. Let's get out to Modesto Toyota. And they've been doing this since 1965, family-owned. Thousands of happy customers because of the great service and great prices. So let's grab those keys and win big time. And did I mention there's no dealer markup? So it's a great time. In fact, the time's never been better. It's where I get all my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. So come find out for yourself. Check it out online at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com. All right, here's the deal. We'll get back to more of your thoughts. We'll hit up the text line, and top of the hour in about 17 minutes, we'll hear from John and Kyle for the final time this year. They'll put a bow on everything. But let's talk to our good friend Dennis Brown. And Dennis, it's funny. I was just talking to Tim, our producer of our pre and post game shows, and how for me and you it was such a deja vu because I remember staring at the field in Miami and it had a Chiefs and a Niners logo and it had confetti all over it. Then on Sunday night, you and I sat and looked at each other. There's a field, has confetti all over it. It's Chiefs colors. It's a Niner end zone. It's a Chiefs end zone. And we're talking about the same thing, just heartbreak. It was just, I've already done this, and here we are doing it again in Vegas.
Yeah, I think we figured out the problem is it might just be me and you. So,
Yes, we've covered all three of these Super Bowls, all L's. So, yeah, we were actually talking about that. It's on me and Dennis because we've been at all three of these. Other than that, the Niners win all the Super Bowls. So, yeah, maybe it's us.
Yeah. They went undefeated, and we got involved with the whole deal, and it haven't won one since. But, it was tough. I mean, it was tough to watch the football game. It goes into overtime, and it really felt like even in overtime, the decision was made to kind of take the ball first, and that's going to be debated forever, I'm sure. But even that final drive in overtime, it really felt like the 49ers had control. Christian McCaffrey was running. There was no answer for Christian McCaffrey the entire football game. But then, that last drive, you kick a field goal and you leave it up to probably one of the best quarterbacks of this era, and one of the great coaches in Andy Reid, and all you have to do is put the ball in the end zone. And that's exactly what they did. So it was tough to watch, only because it felt like the 49ers were they were playing better football, I thought, at least for 3.5 quarters, and but it came down to mistakes, and we talked about it during our show, our pregame show, that it was going to come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes. And I unfortunately, the 49ers made mistakes, and the Chiefs were able to capitalize on them. And that's the sign of a champion. And we're looking at a dynasty. And we talked about the 49ers, and we talk about the drive for 6. It's been 30 years now, so it's no longer a drive. You have to figure out how to get over the hump. So it was very tough to watch.
Yeah, I think the motto is looking for more in 24. Just get one more victory in 2024, and it'll be February of 25 and January in the playoffs to get there. One of the more shocking statistics to me in this game, the Kansas City Chiefs' leading rusher was Patrick Mahomes. He had 9 carries, 66 yards, the big zone read for the 22-yarder, the 4th and 1 when he followed Kelsey in an option, and, obviously the big scramble when he got him down in field goal range. But the other side of it is, and we talked ad nauseum about the 49er run defense and how leaky they were against Aaron Jones and Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and the Packers and Lions. Isaiah Pacheco, 3.3 yards a carry. He had a run of 10 yards in the game. So his other 17 runs, he had 49 yards, a total of 18 for 59. They shut the running game down. So I want to ask you specifically about Chase Young, about Randy Gregory. These guys' contracts are up. You're obviously bringing back Hargrave, Armstead, and Bosa. We'll start with Chase Young, because he didn't play well for a lot of the year and obviously got roasted for his effort against the Lions in the championship game, but he had a sack. He forced a intentional grounding. He set the edge in the run game. Does he fit? If the Niners can figure out financially a way to bring him back, should they bring back Chase Young, Dennis?
I mean, I think so. I think he's a talented player. I think, in the playoffs, he didn't really show up, but definitely in the Super Bowl, he showed up. Maybe he's learning the defensive scheme a little better, but I thought he played really well, made an impact early in the football game with that sack and then that forced grounding. So, and he played the run really, really well. So I don't know if he's kind of getting more adjusted within the scheme. I say bring him back. I think he's a talent. I mean, I think, he's a guy that can do a lot on the other side of a Nick Bosa. And if you remember when he first came to the team, Nick Bosa only had about 5 sacks. And then he, went to whatever he has now, 11.5 or 10 sacks. But I think it increased or it helped his game Nick Bosa, because then you couldn't kind of focus on him, even though he still gets double teamed and chipped a lot. But I think he's a guy that is important to this defense. I think with a off season, a training camp, OTAs, and all that those different things, I think he gets better in this defense. I just look at the way he plays. I mean, he plays, he's aggressive. People were questioning his hustle, but he looks like, to me, he's a guy out there that's trying to make an impact. I think he's just learning the defense a little. Maybe it took him a little bit longer. Maybe the learning curve was a little more than folks thought. But I think he's a good player. I think he's a guy that helps this defense, that kind of brings this defensive front as one. I think all these guys, I think Armstead played better. I think Hargrave played better. And you just said it, they shut down the run. And those first 2 preseason games, it was very leaky. Those run lanes were huge. And Pacheco's a good running back. I mean, he's a hard runner. But it kind of, this offense, Kansas City's offense, it revolves around, probably, like I said, the best quarterback of this era is Patrick Mahomes, and he played like a champion on Sunday night. So, if my opinion, yes, I say you bring him back. I think he's important to this defense. And who else is out there? I mean, I don't know who's in the draft or who's going to be a free agent, but I think if you can get away financially to bring him back, I say yes.
Dennis Brown-Zunas, of course, Super Bowl champion, and did a great job as always. We love having him in the post game, and we hung out in Vegas together on that during the loss in Las Vegas. Let me just ask you a big picture item as we continue to kind of progress past the Super Bowl. You won a Super Bowl, but you've lost as well in the playoffs, and just the end of it. And we hear all the guys at the end and how difficult it's going to be. And Kyle's lost 2 Super Bowls now, and he lost as the OC of the Falcons with a big lead in overtime. And Philly, Brock gets hurt, and Tart drops the interception in L.A. And it gets hard for these guys year after year after year after year. And this one has a different feel. You had Kittle on the sidelines, determined in 2019 in Miami to get back. And now just the devastation. It just felt more devastating in Las Vegas for some reason. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the day after, whatever the case may be. But how difficult is it at the end of the season as a player to be like, oh, my God, we got to start this journey all over again?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because, it is your livelihood and it's your profession. So, I mean, I can tell you guys right now, I don't know if today is the day, but you have your exiting interview, then you take your little physical, and then you basically, you get your last checks. Then it's a done deal. Then you have to start thinking about the offseason. I mean, how secure, we just talked about Chase Young. I mean, how secure is your job with this organization, or what else is out there? These are things that you kind of think about as a player. I mean, it hurts losing a big game, a championship game, or a Super Bowl, and you remember that. But right now, it's the business of it now. I mean, where am I going to be next year? Will I be here next year? Some guys know they're going to be there. Other guys are not so sure. So, and on this team now, you have quite a few guys, your core guys, who have lost Super Bowls now. So that taste is in your mouth. So you start thinking about the off season and kind of what you can do to be, better to that next level. And we talk about get over the hump. I mean, I went through it with the Cowboys and Green Bay, and we had to figure out in the offseason, how do we get over that hump? And some guys came. Dion came, Gary Plummer came, Kenny Norton came. So you have to figure out how to get over the hump. But there's a lot of guys in his locker room now that have lost 2 Super Bowls, and you kind of remember that. And these are your core guys. So, veterans take over. I mean, what happens in the offseason? OTAs, you're working out, quarterbacks working out receivers and things like that. But, it's tough in the NFL to keep a team together. When I was playing, guys played for the 49ers for 10 years. That was normal because guys lived here in the Bay Area. They worked here on the off season, and you worked out. So it's a little different now because, guys have an opportunity, free agency, to go out and make a lot of money. So, the challenge is kind of keeping the core together. And we know the core is going to be here, but these guys have that bad taste in their mouth. They've lost multiple Super Bowls now. And, we always talk about the expectation is championship, but it hasn't happened in, I think this would be 30 years, and, when I played.
It is 30.
Yeah. Yeah, when
30
I
for
played,
30.
I mean, yeah, a lot of these guys, you know, they were little babies in the last Super Bowl. So we talk about 49 way and expectations, but you know, it's championships, but it hasn't happened. So you have to figure out to get over the hump, and it's got to be tough. I mean, I thought it was tough, you know, losing in 1990 to the Giants in the championship game, try to get back to a Super Bowl because they had won back-to-back Super Bowls. I mean, these guys have lost. You know, some of these guys have lost 2-3 Super Bowls. So, you know, how do you get over that hump? You just go back to work. And as an athlete or former player, I mean, you just got to get back to work. It is your profession. And the expectation's still there to play at a super high level and get yourself back into the opportunity to compete for a championship. So it's, you know, as fans, we look at it and, you know, we're like, oh, here we go. Let's do this. We got to do it. It's disappointing. But as far as players go, it's back to work. It's still business. It's still your business. It's how you make your living. And it's a pretty dang good living, and you want to stay in it. And you want to be able to be with a team that you know is going to compete for a championship.
That's great stuff, man. We've enjoyed, obviously, once again, having you not only in the pre and post where it's just a lot of fun to see you every single week, and we were always joking and laughing and all that stuff, but your insight is amazing, and just I appreciate your friendship as well, everything, man. It's always a lot of fun. So we're going to miss you. We're going to talk to you throughout the offseason, but we look forward to it.
Yeah, it's been really good covering this team, even though, John, you and I, we know the problem is.
It's us. It's clearly us.
I'm glad you're keeping me out of it.
I know. You were there, too.
I was there.
You were there,
47, 54, and 58. I was there, but let's not mention that.
Yeah.
No, it's not you. It's got to be me. It's got to be me and John.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
I know. I was staring at that field.
You guys still
deja
in Vegas?
vu.
No, we got the hell out of Vegas last night.
We got out last night.
Done.
All right.
I never wanted to leave a city more in my life than leaving Las Vegas.
Me too.
Hey, you guys
leaving
put in a
Las
lot of great
Vegas.
work.
Yeah, man. You too,
That
man.
wasn't a good ending. That wasn't a good ending either.
No, that was deja vu
All
is
right,
what
guys.
that was. All
Thank
right,
you,
bro.
Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis.
Love you,
Thanks,
brother.
DB.
All right.
Yeah, man. We were just staring at that field going, we've done this before, this exact thing. In fact, I found the exact picture of Miami and Las Vegas, and I actually made a picture collage of the two, and I was going to send it out on social media, and I go, this is dumb. But, I mean, they are literally the same. They look exactly the same, except for the seats in Vegas are black.
And our booth was in a different
Miami's
spot.
green.
In Miami, we were in the end zone. In Vegas, we were right at the 50-yard line.
By the way, that was beautiful. You see when I bitched and moaned and I got you that, I must have got you that spot.
Sure you did.
Because there was a guy who came in and goes, yeah, this guy. Yeah, that's right.
I think John,
I had your
John
back.
and Kyle are coming at 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, let's go. All right, John and Kyle at the top of the hour, final press conference of the year on the Esports City.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. So good to leave Las Vegas last night. When I got home, I fired up the Nicolas Cage movie, Leaving Las Vegas, and got in my sleep number bed, and I wanted to forget about the Kansas City Chiefs. So good to get back home to my sleep number bed, getting the best sleep of my life without question. Do you have a sleep number bed? of your own, now's the time to take advantage. First of all, J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you don't have a Sleep Number bed, you know the deal with Sleep Numbers. You can adjust the firmness on each side for you and your partner, and it's the best sleep you're going to have in your life. So you'll want to get a Sleep Number bed. 80% of NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed, and right now you can take advantage of Sleep Number's President Day sale, where you save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery when you add a base. It ends President's Day, which is this coming Monday, February the 19th. For J.D. Power's 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bob and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get you right to the final press conference of the season for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
Well, they're starting in mere moments, John.
Mere moments.
Delay a game, GM,
mere moments.
HC. I think it's coming up any second.
We thought they were sitting down right now, so it's taking. They're just getting comfortable.
They're in a second. They're walking in the auditorium. So I wonder. The line. I'm sure John will have an opening statement. Kyle spoke to the media after the game on Sunday night. John is not. I'm sure he'll have an opening statement, and this one's going to be a little bit different than I think. They do this every year. Last year it was about Brock Purdy and the elbow injury, and I think this year it's going to be a lot about Dre Greenlaw and the Achilles tear off the Achilles tendonitis that he had. But then just the pain of having to rehash it all. I remember Kyle, after the Philadelphia one last year, he was still kind of groggy, 2 or 3 days after that, and it was a long night on Sunday night, and the party afterwards, which he was at, flying home yesterday. And I wonder if 48 hours or whatever it's been since the game on Sunday, not even, is enough for him to totally decompress. I kind of thought they would do this tomorrow, but it is exit day. The players are having all their meetings, so they probably want to get it over with and get into the off season. But just the agony of going through this again, John, like Miami game and the game in L.A., the game in Philadelphia, then the most recent one in Las Vegas just a few days ago, and then get into the injuries and all the decisions they have to make in the offseason. A lot of questions, as always.
Yeah, and I think the number, there's a number of things we want to know, but the extent of Dre Greenlaw's injury, if they've got any kind of a thought on that, or if they're going to have to address it, those kind of things, because, again, the Achilles depends on which way you go. Remember, like this season, for example, Aaron Rodgers, if they had maybe been in playoff contention, that he could have potentially went back. He did it one way. Kirk Cousins did it a different way. We've seen it obviously be a devastating injury, career ender for Kobe Bryant. So you just don't know.
Guys are sitting down at the table right now. Here's John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
You guys want to go ahead?
What has the last 48 hours been like for you guys?
been tough. It's you know, gut wrenching. I think most of all watching our players hurt, watching our coaches hurt, our staff, everybody who pours so much into this, our families. You know, people forget the sacrifice that families make in an effort to go compete at the highest level. And it's exactly what we had an opportunity to do. It's exactly the stage that we put ourselves on. Couldn't be more proud of our organization, of our players, of our coaches, of our staff, because we put out an outstanding effort, and ultimately we're going to have to live with for a lifetime the reality that we didn't get it done this time. But I say this time because that's this time, and it hurts. And right now everyone's grieving. It's not just going to be okay right away, but you know, you understand that the only thing you can do is use this fuel to propel us forward, and that's where our mindsets are at, or at least where they will arrive at some point. Right now, there's a lot of people who are hurt because we poured it out there and it wasn't quite enough.
Is there a part of this game or the decision making or anything that you kind of look back on more than anything else and second guess yourself for?
I mean, like I've told you guys before, anytime you lose, every decision you made, I mean, you make a decision every play throughout that game. So when you lose, you'll go over that stuff always throughout the entire offseason, through cut-ups, through everything. But, you know, there was nothing that I thought in the moment that I did wrong. It was everything. I was proud of that and like the thought process behind everything.
What are your thoughts on the defense this season and how Steve Wilks did as coordinator?
You know, I thought they're one of the reasons that we got this far. I thought they did a number of good things. They did a lot of good things in that game too, just like our whole team. Our team did a bunch of good things this year, but came up short in the last game.
Spoken about
Drake Greenlaw getting hurt, how that played into the defense later in the game.
I can't tell you exactly, but I mean, when you lose one of your better players, it definitely doesn't help. So not having Dre out there was definitely huge, but they missed some guys too.
Yeah, I think Oren was fantastic. I'll say that. Oren stepped up in a big way, as did Demetrius Flanagan-Foles, and I thought they were tremendous. But when you got a guy like Dre Greenlaw, he's an impact player. So does it have an effect on the game? Of course it does.
On Steve Wilks, have you guys spoken well, you know, to his stage and the stage in his career and where you want the team to go? Is there any reason to think he won't be back next season?
No, that's stuff that, I mean, we'll talk about a ton as this week goes. We'll talk about a ton in the offseason. I mean, where we want our team to be, our defense, our offense, special teams, and that's a lot of conversations, a lot of film, a lot of personnel or salary cap things we got to discuss, drafts. So, no, we're just haven't even watched the game yet, to tell you the truth.
John, a few of the players that we talked to expressed that of all the deep postseason runs, not ending the way you wanted them to, this one hurts them the most. Would you say you guys feel the same way? And if so, can you kind of pinpoint why that is?
Because we lost the Super Bowl in overtime. You know, that's the one would be tied with it is losing another Super Bowl. And behind that, you'd put NFC championships. But, I mean, everyone's goal is to win the Super Bowl, and it's great when you win playoff games. It's great when you win a championship and you get there. But getting in the Super Bowl, going through that, you know, with your teammates and your families and just the whole process of it. It's always, I don't know how many people know about it, but it's not fun to go and lose.
I think the other part of that, it's fresh. And, you know, we went to great lengths in 19. We had this opportunity and fell short. And, you know, you respond to that in such a way, okay, how do we make our team such that we can, when we get here again, this is ours. And so you put all those things in, and that's primarily, is it the talent of our guys? Absolutely, but it's the spirit, and we had a bunch of high character guys that were made for this moment, and so to come up short, that's difficult. And I think you got to hats off to the Chiefs, to Andy, to the organization, and they got a pretty special guy, you know, at quarterback, and he's tough to beat, and you know, we've got to live with that for a lifetime. But I think knowing how good this team was, our team, and to have those chances and not to come up, that makes it very difficult.
John, what kind of plan is there for Brandon Ayuk this offseason, and is extending him a top priority for you?
Yeah, you have to prioritize all these things. You know, Brandon's entering his fifth-year option. Brandon's been a fantastic player for us. You know, Kyle calls him a warrior all the time because of the way he goes out and competes, and I mean, that shines through anybody who, whether you're a trained eye or whether you're a fan, you can see the passion he plays with. You can see the production that he's had. We're extremely, prideful in what he's become, and he should be as well. And so, your team is comprised of guys, veterans who've been paid very well, of guys who want to be played very well. We got one guy on our team who, is pretty prominent, who can't be played very, real well right now because the CBA doesn't allow. So it's all one big puzzle. We've developed a good cadence over the years, Kyle and I, where he focuses on the season. We do all the planning, and then we present things to him, and we work through it. And that's what we'll continue to do. But, of course, you want a guy like Brandon Ayuk to be a part of you going forward.
The team's going to change over the course of the next coming year. What are you going to miss about this particular group of guys? Is there a way to, I don't want to say replicate it, but can you get that back for the next group?
You always got to do it again, start it over. But I'm at that, and we had a real good team. I felt, similar almost every year. 19 was a pretty special year, just how we played throughout that whole year. And similar in the way that, I thought one of the hardest things after the game was just watching how much everyone hurt for each other. I mean, guys are hurt for me, I hurt for them. You see your families, you see how much they hurt for you and stuff. And I think that's what was real special about this group. Like, we had so many guys who were playing for stuff above themselves, and not to mention how talented our guys were. And so I think that's what I'm going to miss the most about it. I think that's what our guys enjoyed the most about this year. I think they would echo that same thing. That's not something you can just make up, but that was pretty special, and I think you've heard our guys talk about it a little bit. But I also know a lot of those special guys are going to be here next year. You don't just pick up right where you left off. You got to go through some stuff. You got to go through an off season together. We got to grieve this a little bit and then come back stronger from it. But can't wait till we get to what I told all the guys. I know I'm going to see everyone in volunteer phase 1, just pumped up, ready to go. So we'll see them then.
I know you said you haven't watched the film, but to go back to the third 5 at the end of regulation, the third and 4, I think it was in overtime.
Yeah.
What went wrong with the protections there, if anything?
There's some confusion. They brought a blitz, some mistakes inside, just not getting the right guy to the right spot, and brought a hole up the middle.
Apologies if you already answered this. I couldn't quite hear Matt's question, but is Steve Wilkes coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
You called timeout, 2nd and 6, like 2.5 minutes left in overtime. Did you see something you didn't like?
Yeah, I didn't like the look they were in, and one of our players looked a little gassed and didn't think I was going to use them all right there, so I thought that'd be a good time to use one.
Is it a challenging thing for a coach to get guys to pick themselves back up after something like this and, do the things you're talking about? Is that a different type of challenge?
It would definitely be if we had to do it right now. And that's why guys need to get away. This is real. You do have to grieve this. It's but our guys, one, they have jobs to do, just like we do, and 2, I think our guys really are passionate about their jobs and enjoy football a lot. So I think our guys are going to be hungry as ever coming back from this, just like they were as hungry as I've ever seen a group of guys coming to last offseason after how our offseason in Philly finished the year before. So when you got guys who really love what they do, that's what brings that passion, and you just got to put together a group of guys that are also good at it.
Well, you said you hadn't looked at the game yet. When will you do that?
Usually when I'm ready to or when I have to.
When that might be.
I don't think I have to anytime soon. So, but I'm not really ready to right now. We got home last night. So I just hung out and watched Griselda Blanco with my family. It's pretty cool. It's hard because I don't feel like usually I watch sports or read some on my phone, and I don't really feel like doing any of that right now. So I got to catch up on some movies last night with my family, and then came in today and just really talked with players and stuff, and just got to say bye to a couple guys, which I'd love to say bye to everyone, but I can't talk to 60 people before this press conference. So we'll see if there's any people lingering here till probably 7 at night. But that's really what we do these 2 days, and I'm sure I'll come in here. It'll be a little bit quieter over the next couple days, and I'm sure I'll turn it on pretty soon.
Your review of the defense. The roster is fluid during the season, but parts come and go. Did it seem like they struggled getting that cohesion by you had to get replacement defensive ends. You had safeties coming in and out without Huff, and the nickelback role, obviously, too. I guess is fortifying that defense before you come back for off-season program kind of a main priority?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the pieces have, and we're there, and you're always dealing with injuries. I think I think the thing that I have an immense amount of pride. You look at this defense, Eric Armstead, I think you guys learned today that he battled through a torn meniscus, made a decision to play because he knew the opportunity. Javon Hargrave had a similar decision with a torn thumb ligament and decided we had too rare of an opportunity. And once our guys would allow him, and our medical experts and oftentimes second opinions would allow these guys to play, I mean, those things happen. And that's the thing that people don't see at home, the sacrifice people are making. I was really proud of our defense, the way they competed in this last game. I think that looked like I envisioned it looking. We were getting after them. And our guys, Logan Ryan, Kyle jokes, but it's true. We started talking to him. He was on a Disney cruise with his family. He said, give me 10 days. And he played an integral part in us getting to that final game. And so there's so many of those guys. I think we have a really good nucleus that we can and will keep together. And of course, we're always, I had old coach that Kyle worked for, that I played for, John Gruden, used to say all the time, you never stay the same. You either get better or you get worse. And so we're into getting better, and we'll make every effort to do that. And that will, we got a lot of really good players that we've acquired in a variety of ways. And the more good players you get, the tougher decisions you have. It's tough to take care of everyone, but I know a lot of players want to be here. I've already had those conversations with people, and there's a way to get it done, and we're going to have to. It's nice that we're expecting 10, 11 draft choices, with comp picks and such, and so we're going to be healthy there. And you got to have those guys contribute when you've got as many high-priced players as we have, and we're looking forward to that opportunity to get into that process after these guys. He needs a break. My job's just getting going, and I'm already just talking about it, getting excited. But it's this is devastating. There's no way around that, but you move forward.
Following up on that, John, you mentioned how hard it is to beat Patrick Mahomes. And I know you don't think a lot about AFC opponents and things like that, but just knowing that the success they have and they could always loom as kind of that final boss at the end of this thing, how much do you have to think about what we need to do to get past that team in particular?
Yeah, I mean, we're constantly evolving in our vision, what we call it wit, what it takes, and they're not just words, they're what we believe in. One of the things we added after 19 was finishers. We need finishers at every area of our team. We've got a lot of those, and it still wasn't quite good enough. And so you go back, we'll continue to improve this team. We got, in my mind, I know it, I couldn't be prouder of Kyle, his leadership with this team. He gives us an advantage every time we take the field, the way he leads his staff, the team. Nobody else I'd rather work with, and I'm right here for him and with him. And we came in here talking about wanting to compete and win championships. That hasn't changed. It's only gotten stronger, and I believe we've got the core and nucleus and people to get that done. It's a kick in the gut to get this close and not get there. So I hurt for everybody here, but the only thing I know how to do is pick yourself up, let it hurt for a while, use that as fuel, and move forward.
Last Super Bowl, you had to trade DeForest, which you didn't want to do, but financially it had to be done. You envision being able to keep all the major high-priced players this time around?
Yeah, there's some challenges, Eric. I hope so. I think we're set up to do that. It takes putting the whole thing together, and there's also things we have to plan for, going forward. So you can't just be reckless. We never will be. It goes back to the draft being so critical, because those guys, making and contributing to your team are very critical. But it goes back to the whole piece. So it's early. We've been obviously looking and planning for these things. Now we get to include Kyle and his staff on those talks, and we'll have a great plan moving forward.
Some of the players after the game said they did not know the new rules for overtime, and Brock just said that he kind of went to Brian right at the start of overtime for kind of a refresher of, okay, these are the rules, right? Was it important, do you think, for the players to know the new rule as it pertains to overtime in the playoffs?
Well, yeah, I mean, we did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but no, I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs. I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle. And I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it was did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game. And our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
Some other context, I believe we just closed, I think it was 11-play drive that we just closed the game with. And when you're playing Mahomes, you're chasing him a lot, so there's a lot of effort that's expended. I think, the context from there is you need some time to get fresh. And so all those things play into it. And those were sound decisions.
Decision that was made during the week,
Well,
basically.
Yeah, analytic decisions are made on a piece of paper, so you can read that and understand math and what they think about going off that. But I always make it in a heat of battle with that information. And if it was like the Super Bowl the year before, the one that seemed more like a shootout, I think I might have felt a little bit differently. But having that information going in and the way ours was going, I didn't feel differently. I felt accurate with what they had recommended.
Given how the flow of this season went and a lot of the pressure the Chiefs generated in the Super Bowl, is your early inkling that one of the priorities this offseason will be to invest in pass protection and fortify that part of the team?
You want to invest in wherever you think makes you the best team. You can sit there and load up on O-linemen and draft them 3 years in a row and go spend on free agents and then not have any people score touchdowns and things like that or rush the quarterback. You can do a lot of that type of stuff. It just depends how it goes. But in that game, I didn't feel like we were struggling just blocking them. I think we missed a few blitz pickups, which that's what they do. I think that's why they're second in the league at that stuff. That doesn't always come down to O-linemen. That comes down to kind of hot throws, things like that. But no, you're going to always try to upgrade at everything. But that's when all these discussions that go into it, like trying to upgrade to just beat that team or anything like that. When you look at football and the way it works out and the amount of games that you play to get in the playoffs and just 2 or 3 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl without there being a series to play. You think of what are your options? What team do you have? How can you get better through the draft? How can you get better through re-signing your own players? How can you get better through free agency? And what does that affect years to come? And you look at that every single year and you try to become the best team possible with the situation that you're in. You don't just say, hey, we're upgrading here this year. You got to make sure that's available. And if it's not, then you get stronger in a different area. There's lots of ways you can win. You just got to keep trying to find that way.
Much of this falls on a quarterback to deliver a Super Bowl. So what did you take away from how Brock handled the Super Bowl and how he handled the aftermath of it?
I thought Brock was unbelievable. Everyone has plays in a game, every single person that you want to take back. But Brock not turning the ball over in that game, making a number of plays, taking us down there to take the lead earlier on. At the very end of the game to take us down to take the lead. I thought, we didn't get it done, so all of us obviously could have done another thing. But I was real happy with Brock played and real happy with how he played this year. And I thought Brock was unbelievable. One of the most impressive seasons I've been around for a football player and a quarterback. And he was just a stud through it all.
How much can team today end the meeting?
No one addressed the team today. He might have talked to guys after, and I know he spent a lot of time with guys after the game. But the players voted him as our Eshmon Award. So, that says what those guys thought about him, and real excited about Brock.
How much room for improvement is there for Brock? What are areas you'd like to see him improve, and how much can having an actual full off season without surgery and all that help him?
I think just Brock, every time when I say Brock's a real guy, it's because when he does something, when he makes a mistake or he does something well, he always understands why. It never seems just like just fortunate. He processes it very well. The way he approaches practice and games is always the same. And so Brock, just anything that he struggled with this year when we watch cut-ups together, he needs time to correct it. But those are things he'll figure out that he struggled with, because we'll be able to put it all on tape and show him, and he'll see it right away. And he'll get that done throughout OTAs and have a goodbye training camp. I mean, that's how he was last year mentally. Some of the things he would see that he struggled with during the year, that we couldn't quite correct during the year, because Wednesday, Thursday, Friday practices aren't really like that. It's hard to develop some of that muscle memory and things. You're just trying to get through the game plan and get ready for a new defense. But I remember last year when he saw some things, and he would just be like, man, now I see it all together. Like, I'll be all right when I come back. And we didn't know because he was hurt, but by the time he got in training camp, he had it solved. You do it in your backyard. You figure it out. Like, it's got to click, though, and you got to see it, and you got to feel it. And that's what was so cool with going through it with him last year.
4 years ago, you guys concluded that you couldn't keep two high-priced defensive tackles on the team at the same time. You could have a scenario where you've got two high-priced wide receivers. Have you thought about the kind of long-term having two guys, making top dollar?
I think that was hard. We could have had to. There's always give and take, and we were trying to have two. But then when we realized when we have two high-priced D tackles, we're going to have to lose two other players and a draft pick. And so it's balancing and all that out. I mean, you can figure stuff out, but then what's the risk of that? What do you lose? And that's why everything ties together. That's why they've gone through 1,000 different scenarios over the last 6 months, over the last 2 years, what's 2 years ahead. But there's no like, hey, you can't do this, you can do that. Like, it's which way do you want to go? And whatever way you want to go, that'll be a huge advantage, but also you got to take away from it another spot. And that's how you balance that out. And you don't balance that out till you know all your choices. Well, if we do this, what can you go a different way? Is there a player available in free agency that would allow us to do something different? Is there a guy in the draft? Are there a few choices? So if there's one guy there you can't do, like, it's all that plays into it. And that's why those are discussions that don't stop until you really got to make those decisions.
Last one.
I'm sure this isn't a surprise, but people say, well, now it's proven you can't win the big one. But Andy Reid couldn't win the big one, and your dad couldn't win the big one, and there are a lot of coaches that were like that. Does having that perspective of history, particularly family history, help, or do you even worry about the perception?
I mean, you'd love to fix perception, because I would love to win one for what I know about football and stuff. And I know if I fix perception, that means I did everything I wanted to do, which isn't fix perception. It's win a damn Super Bowl. But I also know, like, when you say big games, like, we've got to win a bunch of big games to get to Super Bowls. We've won a lot of big games here. We've won a lot of big games to get into playoffs. The fact that we keep getting there shows you guys how much we've been win games or big games, and I think you guys are aware of that. But it's, these two Super Bowls have been tough, losing to Kansas City. But to think that if we win that means I can win a big game. No, that means our team won the Super Bowl. That's what I understand. You guys can have any narrative you want, but like the success or the failure, it comes down to one game. And I hope that I can be a part of a team that wins a game at the end of the year. But to say that the Niners can't win a big game, that would be an extremely inaccurate statement.
Thank you. All right, there you go. That's John and Kyle. A lot of different things that they went over in that. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports City. We'll come back, give us your thoughts as well. Text line is wide open, but we'll give you what we thought, what we heard. We will recap the press conference that you just heard, the final one for John and Kyle during the 2023-24 season. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports City.
Pen Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pen Grove's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
For Tim Ryan this morning, he joined Murph and Marcus to relive and react to the Niners Super Bowl loss. Check out that podcast and more. Turning right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, you just heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan decipher the Super Bowl and, more importantly, what's ahead. A couple of key injuries, not only from Eric Armstead, but there's another one along the defensive line. Is Steve Wilkes staying around? Kyle Shanahan, any regrets? We will recap it all. Pop and Lund coming up next on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state of California? I'm sorry I'm laughing, but that's ridiculous. Because Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here. That is not them. They're based in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. What a concept. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past few years, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, you see them around. Plus, we're going to have rain later this week, so you got to watch it. They're all around us, so please be careful and let's work in a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? Now you do. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you paid nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
They don't have to, I don't think. The overtime will end here before the clock. 7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. Mecole Hardman. As they roll Mahomes right, Mecole Hardman is wide open. And the Chiefs win the Super Bowl back-to-back years. Another heartbreaking loss for Kyle Shanahan.
Like I've told you guys before, anytime you lose, every decision you made, you make a decision every play throughout that game. So when you lose, you'll go over that stuff always throughout the entire offseason, through cut-ups, through everything. But, there was nothing that I thought in the moment that I did wrong. It was everything. I was proud of that and like the thought process behind everything.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund, we just aired exclusively the John and Kyle end-of-year press conference. So the last 48 hours, any regrets? You just heard the answer to that one. Did a lot of good things. Asked a little bit about Dre, how it affected things. We did not really find out in terms of the injury or maybe how they thought it happened. Kyle did say he expects all the coaches to be back. Ayuk, who has talked a little bit, which we'll get into, they obviously want him back. John saying you want a guy like Brandon Ayuk going forward. Talked about the 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5 plays, defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Of everything we heard there, and I did take some copious notes. We can get more into it, but we've only got about 20 minutes left in the show. What jumped out at you among the conversations?
Eric Branch's last question about winning, the inability to win the big game. And that's been haunting coaches for ever and ever and ever. Everybody looks back on John Madden's career like he won everything, and he had a great winning one-loss record, one of the greatest for his 10-year runs, but John had a label for a long time. Now, his big game that he could not win was the championship game. Look at his one-loss record in championship games. He couldn't get to the Super Bowl. The one time he got to a Super Bowl, he won, but he couldn't get past whether it was Miami or the Baltimore Colts or specifically the Pittsburgh Steelers. He could not. He had the label forever of couldn't win the big game. Andy Reid could not get to a Super Bowl, could not win the championship game. 4 straight years in Philadelphia, had his heart broken, got to one, and he lost to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Now look at Andy Reid, part of a dynasty. So for Kyle, his answer was interesting because he has the reputation for not being able to win the big game. Well, we said this going into the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs has a one-loss record of 8-3. This was going into the Super Bowl. It's the second highest winning percentage in playoff history behind Vince Lombardi. But what has been Kyle's problem? Each of the first 3 playoff runs he's had as head coach, they won the first 2 games, could not win the third. Whether it was the divisional win over Minnesota in 2019, January of 20, the Packer championship game, he won those 2. He lost the Super Bowl. And then in the playoffs, obviously, and they had a hell of a ride to get there in 21. They had to go to Dallas and win. They had to go to Green Bay and win. And then they could not win in L.A. when they had a 10-point lead. And then not this season, the year before, they had to win 2 against Seattle and against Dallas to get to Philadelphia and couldn't win. And then this year, again, he won 2, could not win the third. So he was, I don't want to say defensive, but when you give him the line that you can't win the big game, he has won big games. He's won big regular season games to get to January a lot of years, and he's won 2. They've never gone 1 and out. They've never gone one and done. He just has not been able to win 3 in a row. Some years, 4 in a row is required. Kansas City had to win 4 games in the playoffs this year with the Super Bowl to win. They got it done. So I think there was a little bit of a pushback there because he does have the reputation for not being able to win the big one, but he hasn't been able to win the final one. Is the one, John. And then the nature of the heartbreak in Super Bowl 51 when he was the coordinator in Atlanta, up 21-0 at half, 28-3, and a lose with no response in overtime because of the rules then, and then obviously to lose the Super Bowl in Miami to them. So I thought that was the most interesting give and take, and Eric Branch will ask the tough question, but the way he phrased it, inability to win the big one, he has won a lot of big games. He just hasn't been able to win the last game, the biggest game of all.
He made the comp. I mean, Andy Reid is the one that's being talked about. I mean, if you look at him as an Eagles head coach, lost NFC title, lost NFC title, finally gets by that, loses Super Bowl. His dad went through a lot of these.
John Madden had it.
Right.
Marv Levy. Marv Levy's in the Hall of Fame, and he lost the Super Bowl 4 straight years.
Whether it matters or not, and Kyle kind of downplayed it, but you could tell it bothers him. This is going to be the narrative around him until it's not. So as simple as that sounds, he has to do this for it to change. And people are saying that, you go back to 19, you lost it, 20, you had the injuries, 21, dropped interception, 22, Purdy gets hurt, 23, you get it ripped out again in this game. This is the way it's going to be. The thing that I think is encouraging is that as the days go on, and we heard this from Dennis and we're starting to hear it from players, is that, look, it hurts, but you're going to come back and you're going to do this anyway. Patrick Mahomes, because he won a Super Bowl, is not going to exhale. He's going to do it again, and that's what these players have to do. They have to keep coming back. I think one of the most salient questions that we're asked, too, is okay, last time you were in this position, and you're in a difficult position, and John Lynch said it without saying it, we've got to look to the future as well. What he's talking about financially is Brock Purdy and the amount of money he's going to go to. He's going to get the biggest pay increase in the history of the league. He's going to go from $1 million to 50. And so however they structure that contract, and Parag is great at doing this, he will get the biggest increase in the history of the league. So you've got to figure out what they're going to do. And someone asked him, well, you couldn't keep 2 highly paid defensive linemen. Can you keep 2 highly paid wide receivers? And Kyle said you could, but I'm just thinking out loud and making logical sense. Brandon Ayuk is already starting to play the leverage game. If this is where I'm supposed to be, I'll be here. Look, Brandon Ayuk's coming back. So you look at Deebo Samuel and you say, look, I love Deebo, but there's a few things going on here. He couldn't get off the press coverage. He's a nice piece, but he almost seems like a piece that might be a piece that you say, geez, he might be a luxury that we can't afford anymore. I love Deebo, but between his salary, being hurt, all those different things, they are going to have to make some tough decisions here. And is it a logical way to build your team if you're the 49ers, which is a defense-first team, and then Kyle schemes out the offense? Can you afford a luxury like Deebo Samuel long-term if you got to make all these signings?
Tom Telesco, when he ran the Chargers, and he's now the GM of the Raiders, and I think he's the best pure talent evaluator the Raiders have had since a young Al Davis. He's the first time they really have a GM. Mike Mayock, played it on TV and had a hard time doing it in reality. They had not only 2 $20 million wide receivers, they had 2 $20 million pass rushers simultaneously. They had Joey Bosa, Nick's brother, and Khalil Mack, and they had Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. They got to make. They're changing what they're going to do with Harbaugh there, but there's certain positions you want to pay. The one thing to keep in mind: Brandon Ayuk just finished his 4th year in the NFL. And now he does have a 5th-year option, being a former first-round draft pick. So they do have a 5th-year option on him for this coming year, which they've already picked up. So this decision, now, while you're doing that, you are going to talk to his agent about a long-term contract. I don't think that's a pressing matter right now. Even if you did give him an extension, there would be new money involved in later. So I think there's a way to ride out Deebo and Ayuk together, but that's going to be the same time. They can't touch Purdy's contract right now. So I think that all comes to a head, not this offseason, but the following offseason. But you don't plan for just this offseason. You have spreadsheets out. You know where the cap's going to go this year. You're not sure where it's going to go in future years, but you could figure it out, and that's what Parag does. Parag's here and there. He's also running the soccer team in Leeds. I saw him at the Super Bowl party, and there's a lot of things going on there. But I think that's an issue. Trading Deebo Samuel right now would be difficult. He's just such a big part of your team. And the way Kyle structures the offense. The reason I bring it up is I was double-checking this. So Trent's cap number is 31.5. The second highest is 28.6 in Deebo. All I'm saying is you're talking about nearly a $30 million receiver. Well, I understand that, but you don't have to give Ayuk the new money right now because you do have a 5th-year option. I think the other interesting question, and Nick Wagner asked it, and the bottom line is their answer is going to be, we're going to build the best football team we can in all areas. Okay, but the way you do it is you first look to beat everybody in your own division, the NFC West. And then you look to beat everybody in your conference, the NFC. Now, along the way, you're just building a team that accomplishes all of that. But then, and I've always kept an eye on them, going back to his rookie year in 2018 when he threw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdown passes, which is still the second most in the history of the NFL. You got to beat the boogeyman. You got to beat that guy. Whether you're Jerry Sloan sitting in the Wasatch Mountains or Chuck Daly in Detroit, you got to come up with Jordan rules. How do you deal with Mahomes specifically and everything Kansas City does? And John had an interesting way to do it. They call it the wit, whatever it takes. And your width of your wit expands based on everything. You got to keep an eye on what McVay's doing. You got to keep an eye on what John Schneider and the new group is going to do in Seattle. You got to keep an eye on Arizona. You got to keep an eye on Detroit, Dallas always. But I think John is, and Green Bay's young and frisky. To me, you can't have your heart broken by this guy every single year. And even though you think he's gone, he's 9-6 on Christmas. They're throwing helmets and fighting. He's not shaking Josh Allen's hand. He's a big baby. They're going to have a parade tomorrow in Kansas City, and we got to watch it. So as you build this team, how do you deal with that guy? I know the folks in Western New York have been trying to figure it out. They haven't been able to solve it. So at whatever it takes, wit, as you build your team, you got to come up with an answer for him. And I don't know what that is. How do you beat him? Do you beat him by press man corners across the board? Do you beat him by a NASCAR defense the way the Giants beat Brady? How do you do it? Do you beat him with a great running game? And
the Bucs,
but they fortified their offensive line. There's still some area there. I don't know exactly how. Do you beat him by a suffocating running game, or you keep him on the sidelines like 200 million Americans watch the Super Bowl next year? We're going to run it 40 times, and I don't care what Spags is in. I don't know. But the interesting line was, and John didn't answer Wagner's question, but he went to wit, which I never heard before. But you got to widen your wit, whatever it takes. And I think you got to look at everybody in the NFL, but there's certain guys, and they're all kind of in the same category. Maybe next year it's Burrow. Maybe next year it's Josh Allen. Hell, what is Harbaugh going to do with Justin Herbert as he brings in coaches to that guy's been mismanaged. So whatever it takes, how do you win that last game where everybody's saying your coach can't win the big one? The Niners haven't been able to win the big one. They've won 2. They can't get that 3-game winning streak. And, some years it's Stafford. 1 year it's the Philly pass rush and a torn elbow. But 2 years it's been Mahomes. So whatever it takes, how do you beat Patrick Mahomes? You know what, though? John Lynch and Kyle aren't the only ones trying to figure this out. There's 30 other teams in the NFL that are trying to figure out, how do you beat Patrick Mahomes?
It's easy to say and it's hard to do. Tampa Bay beat him with a pass rush. The 49ers got 34 pressures on him. Nick got 12, but they didn't get him on the ground enough. They got him on the ground 3 times. The way to beat him and the way to beat every quarterback, because this is the way it's always been done, when Tom Brady got beat, he got beat by the rush. When Mahomes got beat in the Super Bowl, he got beat by the rush. It doesn't mean you don't need a great offense, but what I'm saying is that when the good quarterbacks, not the good, the great, the legendary quarterbacks go down, they go down because the front 7 and specifically the defensive line not only pressure him, they get him to the ground. And the 49ers were awesome. Their defensive line played their best game of the season, but they didn't get him down enough.
Because they went to a quick game. He's a shortstop. And what did he do against Baltimore? He turned the double play over. When the ball was snapped to him, it was a live grenade, and you pulled the pin. He threw like 2 or 3 passes in the AFC Championship game where he never gripped the laces. He just got the ball so quick, it was on the other side of the Duke, and he just threw it. He's great. You're going to have to figure it out, whether it's the weapons around him or however you got to do it. But it's hard to get him out of the ground when he gets the ball out of his hand immediately when he takes the snap from center. And then even when you cover everybody, he busts and he runs or he pulls, and he's just a great player. I mean, Jordan dominated the NBA for a long time, John. Everybody tried different things with him. They had certain rules for him. How do you? So ultimately, when it's all comes back to wit, whatever it takes, what it takes. How do you beat Patrick? Maybe somebody else will beat him for you. That's what I was hoping this year. Nobody could do it.
All right, we'll continue. We'll finish up today, and then we'll get back at it. But coming up next, Tolbert and Cope's coming up in about 5 minutes. Going to be a couple of remnants before we get out of here. Again, thanks for hanging out. Lots of great calls, texts, and we're watching the YouTube and Twitch as well. Make sure that you check it all out. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Center. Eric?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Matt Mayoko joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Kyle Shanahan's overtime decision to receive the ball. My God, Matt! That podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR in the KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Pop. I know we're all disappointed with the events of Super Sunday, but we do have to tip our cap for an amazing season for the red and gold. I'm still obsessed with Tony's Pizza. In fact, Tony Gemignani was every step of the way at a lot of 49ers playoff games this year, including the NFC Championship game. And Tony, Niners may not be ranked number one. They're ranked number two, and that's hard, but Tony has been ranked number one in the world currently for pizza, and it's my number one spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizza. They also make fresh pasta, and their spicy bucatini. They're envious of that in Kansas City. They have their barbecue. We have Tony's bucatini. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style crackered thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs, they are ginormous, and they are delectable. And save room for dessert. We got cannoli, they got tiramisu at Tony Gemignani's. And wake up early in the morning and take a stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery Toscano Brothers. And now we're shifting gears. Giants are pitchers and catchers are reporting on Thursday. Warriors have a big game with the Clippers coming up. So whenever you visit Tony's Slice House, fast and casual locations, whether it's at Oracle Park or Chase Center or back to Levi's in August, you want to pick one up there. So Tony's Pizza. It is along with Niner football, it is a match made in heaven.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
An outstanding effort, and ultimately we're going to have to live with for a lifetime the reality that we didn't get it done this time. But I say this time because that's this time, and it hurts. And right now, everyone's grieving. It's not just going to be okay right away, but you understand that the only thing you can do is use this fuel to propel us forward, and that's where our mindsets are at, or at least where they will arrive at some point. Right now, there's a lot of people who are hurt because we poured it out there and it wasn't quite enough.
All right, it's John Lynch. It's KNBR MNFM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tolbert is here. It's 2 o'clock. I got to go.
What's up?
It's 1:40.
Yes.
We got to
One thing you
go.
always told me, though, I remember, was it's not the ones you win, it's the ones you lose. Like, you always talk about that. You could win X amount, but you always, as a professional athlete or as an athlete, which I'm not, clearly, that you always remember the ones that you lose.
Well,
Clearly.
there's different kind of sports.
Yeah. I mean, I've played sports, but, with a controller, it's not the same. Like, I just hit reset right before, like, 0, and then it's like 1 second.
I still remember the Oklahoma game.
Exactly.
It sucks. And it was interesting when Kyle said, you're going to replay all the decisions you make, because you do. I mean, when you lose a game, you win a game, you don't even care. You won the game. But when you lose a game, like, why did I do this? I should have done that. Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? I mean, there's still things I remember from the Oklahoma game that I'm like wishing, like, why did I throw that pass? Why didn't I take that shot? Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? It's just.
So it was like every
It
Warrior
never
game.
goes away. Yeah, well, those you can forget.
Every Clipper game.
But if it's a big game, you question everything. And it could be the right decision, but it doesn't matter. You still question it. And look, I don't think they lost the game. I thought the Chiefs won the game. And there were only a couple things that I'm going to ask Kyle about if we talk to him. I mean, the overtime decision. Like, does that cost him the game? No. It's just, I think it's more of a 60-40, 65-35, but that's just me personally. Like, I didn't like the logic of the third possession because you may never get to a third possession. It's like in baseball, like you get the playoffs and you get to, like, you're down 3-2. You're like, well, we're going to set up our rotation like this, and then in game 7 we'll set it up. It's like, bro, you got to get to game 7 first. Let's worry about game 6 first. So for me, like, I always want to know what I need to do. Period. And defense gas. No, I need to know if I have 4 downs or not. But that cost you the game? No. You can win it going first. So it's not like there's nothing he did that I look at and go, oh, Mahomes, man. It's freaking Mahomes. Just freaking Mahomes. And it just sometimes the other team's just a little bit better. I mean, people don't realize they get paid too. They get paid a lot of money to make plays. And so do your guys, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, that was the most stressful game I think I may have ever watched in my life. It was like played in a phone booth. It was like, oh God.
You said that
my
in the
stomach
booth.
can't take any more of this.
You said that in the booth right before that, right? You're like,
How about the Packer
you said
game, the
that.
Lion game, all of them? Tom Brady won 7 Super Bowls. You ask him about the 3 that he lost.
That's the way it is, man.
And the Warriors won 4 championships in 8 years, and what do they remember?
Kyrie shot.
Game 7, behind the back pass, out of bounds, left-handed to Clay. It's the ones you don't win when you're, I mean, they'll never get over it. Even if they win the next 5 Super Bowls, they will never forget Sunday night.
No,
It's just
you're
one of
right
those
about that.
All right, man. We'll hear from you next. Tolbert and Copes coming up right now on the Sports Leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, our last Greg Cosell show. We'll probably get him come draft time because he goes over the draft too, so we'll talk to him about that. Dante Whitner will join us at 4:50, and the man with impeccable timing, Bob Myers, is going to join us now that the Warriors are playing well. And Wiggins is playing well, and Draymond's not hitting anybody, and he'll come on with us and talk a little Warriors basketball. I love Bob. Bob's like, I don't know, man, this is kind of going. And he had to be put through the ringer, like because he was on ESPN, so he had to talk about all that stuff. He's probably like, bro, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't think things were going to go this poorly. I got to talk about this pretty much. Kids are like, oh, you're the former GM. Tell us what happened. Why would you sign this guy? Would you do this? What'd you do about that guy? He's probably like, oh, you're wearing me out. So we'll have a little more fun talking Warriors today, since the Warriors have actually been playing some really, really good basketball the last couple weeks. What's up, Copes?
What's going on, dude?
Dude, you've kind of been to the ringer the last 10, 11 days.
Really? You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think.
Me too, man. I am hurt.
Occasionally, I think.
You think occasionally?
Occasionally, yes.
Yeah, dude. It's kind of nice to be able to have the Dubs playing well now, right? Because I was like turning around, I was thinking like, damn, dude, what are we gonna do now?
Yeah.
Been a while for baseball, and hey, Giants made a splash too.
Solaire, yeah.
Oh, hey, Solaire.
Yeah.
I kind of excited some people.
Yep.
I thought so. I mean, he hit 36 homers last year, and is a guy who I think could probably be the first Giant since 2004 when Bonds hit 45 to be a 30-homer Giant. It's just incredible. They've gone 20 years without a 30-home run hitter. That's incredible. So, yeah, we'll get plenty more into the Niners today, I'm sure, because we didn't get a chance to talk to each other much yesterday. And I'm working on getting my video up here and running. But, yeah, I was through the ringer last few. I mean, dude, yesterday was brutal. Yesterday might have been the most brutal travel day of my entire life. Like, that was sitting on an airplane for an hour at like 7 a.m. the morning after that Super Bowl loss, dude, then having them be like, oh, yeah, no, we're going to taxi back to the terminal, and everybody's going to have to get off the plane. Then my bag was checked. It just took hours to get the bag back from the plane. And then I had to get rebooked onto a flight. And then this morning it delayed again after the flight was scheduled. So I came basically straight back to my house and got here at like 1:35. And Tim ran a Comrex box over to me so I could be here to do the show in time. But, yeah, dude, we're back. I would say we're full strength, but I'm not. I'm in shambles.
That's rough going from
I'm a
the
shell
plane,
of myself, dude, to the show.
Plane back to the hotel room.
Dude, yeah.
That's a rough day. That's a rough travel day.
Dude, that was a rough day. That was a real, dude, it was so bad, dude. I was like, you know, you see people checking in a Vegas hotel. They're all exciting. I'm like, dude, I was just miserable. I didn't even really eat dinner last night as much as I had been. Dude, I'm so sick of takeout. Like hotel
so sick
food.
of Nathan's hot dogs.
So sick of Nathan's hot dogs and that crappy pizza.
Yeah, that crappy pizza. I didn't have any crappy pizza. I was going to have a slice one day, and then...
Then I talked you out of it.
You did. And I'm not mad that you did, because we had pizza Friday, and then, of course, Sunday. We had a little pizza for the Super Bowl. So I just, I'm going to get enough pizza this week. I don't need to... Cope said it was crappy. It didn't look great, so I'm like, I have other options here. I had Mexican food one night, pizza one night, and then Thursday, you know what? I don't even know what I had. Oh, I went to that public house for a
you weren't
mediocre Swiss and mushroom, which that's one of my favorite burgers, but it wasn't.
No,
whatever.
And not to crap, it's no relation to our public house here at the ballpark, by the way.
No.
As much as they'd like to try.
Not a chance.
Eat your heart out, public house at the Luxor.
Yeah, the food over at the public house here is nice.
Oh, it's quality. It's
yes,
good.
Absolutely. That one was,
yeah. What's the max, by the way? Because it's so funny. I can't tell you how many people, like employees at the hotels or in the cabs, I was saying to them, like, dude, I've been here way too long.
Dude,
and they're all just like,
10 days you were there?
Dude, is that right? I mean, what's the date today?
The 13th, maybe?
I got there on the 3rd.
That's right.
Oh, is that funny?
That's
funny, huh? It's not funny.
It's painfully funny.
It's not funny, ha. Like
it's painfully funny.
You want to hear something? It did make me laugh. Like today when my flight got delayed this morning, I kind of like chuckled and I was like, "What are they doing to me? What the hell? Who did I piss off? What did I do?"
I think you've earned a few Super Bowls off if the Niners don't make it.
Yeah. Thank you. If the Niners do make, well, dude, next year it's in New Orleans again.
Oof.
New Orleans is oof.
Yeah. I'm already going to pass on that one.
I might have to pass.
My body can't handle that.
Is that going to fall like around like Mardi Gras then?
That's a great question. I don't know. Because I was there. That was my first Super Bowl, New Orleans, and I was there like 6 days. And I think I went straight to Betty Ford afterward. Because I closed the city down every night. I was up till 4 every single night. And I got home, I was like, whew, man, that was a rough one right there. I mean, it was fun.
That's a rough week.
Yeah, while I was doing it. Man, I needed detox after that because there's nothing else to do there except walk around the streets, pop into bars, go drinking. Everybody's partying. Yeah, I mean, I was much younger too, so it was a good time. But it was when I got home, I was like, "Whew, man, wow, let's go ahead and dry out a little bit."
Yes, dry out, dude. I'm waiting for my lips to catch more moisture, dude. My lip, like I'm
yeah, it gets dry
cold,
there.
That cold Vegas air, dude.
Yep.
Like day 2, I was like, Jesus, I went like 2 tubes of chapstick. Then again, I was there for a year. So anyway, 808 KNBR will be the number to call. Kyle and John Lynch both just spoke. We'll get into a little bit of that and play some of that sound for you. Brock Purdy walked around the locker room and got his buddy's autographs on a Pro Bowl helmet before he called it a season. And so we'll get into a little bit of what Kyle and John had to say. But 808 KNBR will take your calls throughout the show. 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Kyle and John, their thoughts after a couple of days removed from Super Bowl 58's loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. That's next, only here on The Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talked to the media together today for the first time since losing Super Bowl 58. More on that story is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. Look, it's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. Look, hoops are back. Hoops are in full swing. It's time to now get into a little bit of action with Underdog Fantasy. Here's the Pick'em game. You pick between 2 and 5 players from at least 2 different teams, by the way. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single game. It's legal in California, by the way. Ton of fun to play along as you watch the Dubs, the Golden State Warriors, back in action tomorrow. Underdog is super easy to play, and it's even easier to get started. All you have to do is go to their easy-to-use mobile app, or you can download, or you can go to the website at underdogfantasy.com. When you do sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery pick special, except for today, to use in your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
We put out an outstanding effort, and ultimately we're going to have to live with for a lifetime the reality that we didn't get it done this time. But I say this time because that's this time, and it hurts. And right now, everyone's grieving. It's not just going to be okay right away, but you understand that the only thing you can do is use this fuel to propel us forward, and that's where our mindsets are at, or at least where they will arrive at some point. Right now, there's a lot of people who are hurt because we poured it out there and it wasn't quite enough.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, still reeling. The 49ers organization, the fan base, everybody from the loss to the Chiefs yet again, this time in Super Bowl 58. That was John Lynch earlier today, just a little bit ago. He and Kyle sat down with the media for the first time since the loss at the hands of Patrick Mahomes and basically went through a whole bunch of what happened. And it was a lot more, I think, about what the offseason is going to hold. They got into some of the decision stuff, but Kyle did say, Tom, he admitted having not even watched the game yet. He checked out.
Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah,
I would too.
Look, he'll watch it all. They get cut ups at the end of each game. The Warriors do as well. It's just play, and you watch it, and then you can, you know who's doing what and who's doing the right thing, who's doing the wrong thing, who executed, who didn't execute. But yeah, and then like Steve and his coaching staff will watch it after games on the flight. They get cut up sent to them, and they just watch it and go over it, and it gives them. And that's the thing that's the thing we don't know. Like, no, everybody wants to blame. Mostly they blame coaches, but if they blame players, I'm like, well, you don't even know what their assignment was. You don't know what they were supposed to do. You don't know who screwed up. Somebody could have screwed up that you didn't even realize screwed up. So they get the cut ups, and he'll watch all that. But I'm sure it's way too painful right now. Like, just too fresh, and he was there, and why the hell do you want to relive that again? Like, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think I've ever watched the Oklahoma game, ever. I mean, I had no reason to, but no, not really.
Come on, dude. I'll make some.
We won. I won that bet.
We'll get some Nathans.
I won that bet. I don't have to watch it.
Get some Nathans.
In fact, I don't even know what the. I know
that's right. That was a bet.
That's right. You lost the bet. What were you supposed to do? Watch the Giants game? Giants lose
game
or
6?
something?
Oh, dude, I'll do that. I'll do that all year.
Yeah, you were supposed to watch the Angel game. Say the Angel game 6.
Game 6. That's right.
5-0. Here we go.
Yeah. I watched it. I totally did that.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were supposed to have you watch that game. We were supposed to be videotaping it. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, and then I get to watch the Angels. So yeah, that'd be cool.
The Halos.
We could do that.
Halos, Palos, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kyle Shanahan here. Basically, he talks about. They're talking about the end of the game and talking about the overtime decision. And he's talking about, you pointed that out in the first segment, Tom. You said, when we talked to Kyle, or I think you were doing the face-off with John and Greg, you said when we talk to Kyle and when we get an opportunity to, you said, ask him about that decision. And he did talk about that today. But, again, there wasn't just one thing. Again, we can go back to Christian McCaffrey fumbling. Here's Kyle saying nothing in the moment he thought he did anything wrong. Here we go.
I mean, like I've told you guys before, anytime you lose, every decision you made, you make a decision every play throughout that game. So when you lose, you'll go over that stuff always throughout the entire offseason, through cut-ups, through everything. But, there was nothing that I thought in the moment that I did wrong. It was everything. I was proud of that and like the thought process behind everything.
he talked more about the analytics too, and we'll get into that. But yeah, I don't think in the moment you can be second guessing yourself anyway, right? I mean, you're just making the decisions as the games come to you.
No, and I think in retrospect, he still thinks he did everything the way he wanted to do it. And again, I had a little bit of a quibble. I think I would have called the timeout at the end of the first half, but I get why he didn't, because Kansas City could get a first down, and you might be helping them, give them more time to score a touchdown. So I get that one. I think we all thought McCaffrey could have got the ball a little bit more to start the third quarter. But hey, he's calling plays he thinks are going to work. Nobody ever calls plays thinking, this one's not going to work, but let's roll the dice, see what happens. So you're doing what you know how to do, and he's one of the best play callers in the game. So, okay, that's fine. And then the only one that I would disagree with completely is the taking the ball first. I just wouldn't do it. But I never said, and I never would ever say, that cost him the game. You could win going first. I mean, you still got to go out there and make plays, and if you make the plays, you're going to win the game. They had him 4th and 1. You stop him there, you win the game. You took the ball first. That's my preference. Like, I don't like the logic that you're looking at the third possession, because you may never get to a third possession. So you got to worry about the first two before you ever get to the third one. And for those people that say it's like the college rules, it is and it isn't. It is in that both teams get a possession. It isn't, because the third possession is now sudden death, whereas college, you always get a possession. Like, each team's going to get a possession, and it can go on forever. A&M, LSU a number of years ago was like 9 million to 9. I mean, it just went on forever until somebody missed a 2-point conversion. That's why college has a stupid rule. After 3 overtimes, you just go for 2-point conversions over and over again. Yeah. So if you're getting 2.5, that works out well for you. It's
great.
But it's a terrible way to end it. It's like a shootout. But no, that's the analytics too. I mean, it's not just him making all these decisions. He can veto anything, but you're relying on people that are real smart people, and that's what they came up with. It's just my preference. I said that's a hill I'll die on. I'm not giving the ball up. I'm not taking the ball first, because I want to know exactly what I have to do. I think having 4 downs instead of 3 is a huge advantage if you need those 4 downs. But, it's nothing I look at and go, oh, that cost him the game. That was an awful decision. It's just not my decision. It's not my logic, how I look at things. But other than that, you just got beat by a team who's, one of the best coaches in the game, maybe the best quarterback, one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, not just in this era, but any era, and a really good defense. The one thing I want to ask Greg Cosell is what happened to the routes over the middle, which the Niners, that's their bread and butter. There were a couple to Ayuk, but other than that, they shut that down. And I'm just wondering, Greg watches a film, like, what did they do? Were they overplaying the middle? Did they do something that they couldn't get to the middle? The offensive line was okay. He didn't get sacked, but that was kind of a muddy pocket a lot of the time, and he wasn't clean as much as you'd like him to be. So it just sucks. It just sucks. And again, you lose, you think about it forever. You just do. You don't think about it as much, but you still think about it. I'll catch myself every once in a while thinking about that game, going, God dang it. And then again, this is like 30 plus years ago. I can remember plays from that game. It just, losses stay with you. I don't know what it is about wins. Wins are awesome, but you don't really even think about it after you win. When you lose, that's all you can do is think about it.
I also don't really understand. Like, I see this woman, Jessica, is texting in on the YouTube chat. We're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, as well as KNBR.com and the KNBR app, and on YouTube. Everybody's checking in. Jessica checks in. She's like, when is he going to be held accountable, Kyle Shanahan? Isn't he the one calling time? I'm like, what do you believe accountability is for a coach? He lost the game.
Yeah.
He goes to the playoffs damn near every year, and when they do, more often than not, they go to the NFC Championship. He had to say something today in defense of himself a bit, but here's the other thing. Is the guys on his team, his players are defending him. His players, Kyle Juszczyk today to Mike Silver said this is the effing stupidest thing ever that they're blaming Kyle for that decision. It was a decision that was made, and he says as a player, we don't need to know the rule to know that we need to go out and try to score when we have the ball, and we need to go out and try to get a stop when they have the ball. Nothing changes for the players. They're going, well, he didn't prepare them. They all said, look, Kyle says, we went over this before. We went over it when the rules changed, but they didn't think to do it again before this. Maybe that's a faux pas, sure. But accountability is what? So you want them fired because they lost the Super Bowl? Again, this is not a Mark Jackson situation. This isn't a situation where, they just can't get over it. They are losing quite literally to the greatest quarterback of this generation, and maybe when it's all said and done, of all time. He's been to 4. He's got 3. Tom Brady has 7. Like, it's on the table that this guy's catching Brady.
Yeah.
If I were to tell you that going in to this guy's career and you knew the Niners had to face him twice, you probably would have thought they would have lost. And to the people who think that they need to run the ball more, again, if we had told you before the game McCaffrey had 31 touches and they ran it 30 times or whatever it was, 31 times, you would have said, 99% they're winning this game. But you just don't like the way that it happened. I get it. We're all frustrated, but now Jessica says, oh, cool, so we're always playing for second place? No, we're not. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
what are you talking about,
What does
Jessica?
that even mean? What does that
Hilarious.
mean he's not being held accountable? Like, exactly.
Aren't we talking about the decisions?
Are we just throwing that out there because
want somebody to blame? Yeah.
That's what people say?
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know what that means. When people say,
it's the play, yeah.
When people say he hasn't won the big one, no. He's won plenty of big ones. He just hasn't won the biggest one. And remember, it took Andy Reid 14 years to win the biggest one. But he hung around and he stuck in Philly because they knew they had a really good coach. And they were like, what, do you think we're stupid? We're not going to get rid of this guy. Ultimately, they finally did, but it took them a long time. And we're a long way from that. You don't just get rid of people because they can't win. It's how the team feels about him, how the organization feels about him. And quite frankly, I'll tell you what, if Kyle Shanahan were to be let go, he'd have a job like that. Yeah. He would have another job, and that lets you know how good a coach is and what other people in the business and in the league think of that coach. Like, if this offseason the Warriors did what some idiot Warrior fans want to do, let Kerr go, he'd have a job like that. He would wake up the next day, and he wouldn't even go to bed before he got a job offer. That's how you know you have a good coach. He just hasn't won it yet. Neither of the players have not won it yet. Everyone pitches into this. This is everyone. He's accountable. The kicker's accountable. The quarterback. Everyone's accountable because you didn't win. Takes a team to win, takes a team to lose. Period. So I don't even know what you mean by he's not held accountable. Like, people have talked about the decisions, but when it comes right down to it, I know everyone needs someone to blame. Every time somebody loses, everyone needs someone to blame. But sometimes it's not about blaming someone. It's about giving credit to the team that won. Give Kansas City credit.
That's what I'm saying. Why is this all on fault? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is somebody here that says Howard goes,
that's
so
our
coach,
culture.
you just no one did a thing wrong? No, of course they lost the game.
Kansas City did things wrong too.
Yeah,
they
and
just
by the way,
happened to win. But Kansas City did things wrong. Every team does things wrong, okay?
Yes.
But one team wins, one team loses. One team may have done a little more wrong, one team may have done a little more right. But just because you win a football game or a basketball game or a baseball game doesn't mean you look at your cut-ups after the game and go, well, we were perfect. No wonder we won. That was incredible. Or if you lose, you say, God, we sucked. We were terrible. No, come on. People should be smarter than that. It's more nuanced than that. You can do a lot of good things, a little bad. They can do a little bit more good and still some bad, but maybe not quite as much. Or maybe it's one play that kills you. That wasn't the case here. Again, understand, Kansas City has professional football players on their team. They get paid a lot of money. Andy Reid gets paid a lot of money. People in the organization get paid a lot of money. They're good at what they do. You didn't lose to a crap team. You didn't come into the Super Bowl as 10-point favorites and lose the game. You didn't come in as a touchdown favorite and lose the game. You're a 2-point favorite and you lost the game. No disgrace in losing to Andy Reid and the Chiefs. You've lost 2 Super Bowls. Look at his record in the playoffs. His record in the playoffs is fantastic, except for the big one. That's why I say he hasn't won the biggest one. He's won big ones. NFC Championship games are big ones. He just hasn't won the biggest, but that sample size is pretty small. I tell you right now, if you think you can do better than Shanahan, good luck to you.
Who's the coach? Where's the guy everybody wants?
Good luck.
Who's the guy that is the guy to get us over the hump, everybody? If he's out there, where is he? You just want Belichick to be the head coach? Like, what are we talking about? What do people want? Now, if you want Belichick as the D coordinator, I'll listen.
You think you're on that one?
I'll listen to that one, dude. Yeah. The other one, you ready for me to piss everybody off? Wait till we start talking Debo trade again, because I'm going to get in on that this offseason. 808 KNBR, by the way, is the number to call. We will get to more of your calls and your thoughts. Still processing the loss when we come on back. One more here from Kyle Shanahan on the decision to receive the ball in overtime.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with to make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs, what I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle, and I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it was did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game. And our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
Logically, that makes sense to me. Like when he talks about it, I still would have gone the other way. But again, he's the guy who's coaching the Super Bowl. The thought process that it's been a field goal game is a logical one for what the pace of the game has been. The Chiefs in regulation scored one touchdown off of the ball that hit Darrell Luter's ankle, and then Ray McLeod doesn't fall on top of it, and they end up scooping it up and score a touchdown inside the red zone, right? So to that logic, when you hear it from that scope, I was like, yeah, okay, I get where his mindset was. I still didn't agree with it, but I get where the mindset is. If you can explain to me what your thought process is and it's reasonable enough, I don't have to agree with it, but I can understand it. I get it. And also, to everybody going, this isn't on the defense, I said this the other day, he mentioned the defense had just been out there for a really long time. They had. It was like a long drive at the end, like an 11-play drive or something. He said somebody was tired. They wanted to get them off the field for a moment. Also, the defense got stops all day until they had to. And then when they had to, they got picked apart by Mahomes. Now, are we crediting Mahomes for that? Or are we just saying that's on Kyle or that's an issue as well?
I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know. I mean, my thought process was, look, between the kickoff, the kneel down, and the coin toss, you probably had a good 5 minutes of rest. And if you wanted to, you could have called a timeout right before you could have knelt on it again and taken another 2 minutes to give somebody. Now, that might be thinking, well, wait, if we win the toss, we're going to do that. So I don't know. Again, I don't think it's like a 90-10 thing. That's my preference. It always is, always will be. And as I tell people, I go, that's a hill I'll die on. And unless it's weather related, you're not getting me off that one. I won't get off that one. So, but it's not a decision I go, oh, that was egregious. That was absolutely egregious. There was reasons for it. I just don't agree with them, but not a huge deal.
415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. Still processing the 49ers loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. What was the biggest factor in the 49ers loss? And I don't want to just hear Kyle. What was the biggest factor? Tell me why it was that they lost the game, because you can go from the McCaffrey fumble all the way to what we're calling a muffed punt. I know it's technically a muffed punt, but it's not really the traditional definition of what one is, but it was a bad play.
Just unlucky.
In total. It was just unlucky. I talked to Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan and I were talking after the game. I don't think I'm betraying any trust or anything here, but he said, yeah, man. He told me, he's like, I believe in like the football gods. You know what I mean? I said, I believe in the baseball gods. And he says, when that ball hit Luter's ankle, man, I said, that's the bounce of a ball. That's quite literally just one of those bounce of a ball things. So he was like, it started to feel funky when that happened because, again, their only touchdown comes in regulation after that play. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll get more into this loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. Blocked PAT, making the Chiefs only down 3. All this stuff came into play. That's next on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you here on a Tuesday afternoon, still processing the 49ers loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. Tom, in your mind, what was the biggest factor in the game? If there's one thing you're going to pick as it's tough to say one reason, but what do you think was the biggest reason?
Punt. I mean, because McCaffrey's fumble was big because they had a great drive going, and then he puts the ball on the ground.
Yeah.
But they do get the 3 and out, and it was almost like that fumble canceled out Pacheco's fumble, and Pacheco's fumble canceled out that. Like those, I looked at it and go, okay, now you're kind of even at that point because Kansas City was even closer to getting in the end zone than the Niners were. And Pacheco fumbled. That came after the big pass play. And then he fumbles, and it's like, oh, whew, dodged one there. So those were kind of almost canceled out. The extra point was big, but, some people are blaming Moody. Some people are blaming the line. Some people, it's like, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I can't get on Moody too much. He made 3 field goals, and for about 40 minutes had the Super Bowl record.
Guy can't catch a break,
Yeah, 55-yarder.
Guy catches no break, dude, and then
Butker just goes, hold my beer. Hold my beer for a second here.
Butker.
Young man, nearly made a field goal, and he
nearly
did.
made it.
55 and 53. So, look, I think they got one there, and I think there's a good possibility that in 3 years we could be saying that was actually a pretty good draft pick. He's been good. He's been making field goals because I think if you get through the first year, that's huge. That's huge. So I think they're in good hands there. We will see. Kickers always kickers, but that was big. But I said, you go the whole sliding doors thing. When they kicked the field goal to tie it up, they would have gone for it. And who knows? You stop them, you're in great shape. Maybe they get the touchdown, take the lead at that point. So you never know what avenues will open up if you make the extra point. So who knows at that point? But that was big. But it was the punt, and it was just unfortunate. And you would love to see McLeod just fall on it, but I mean,
come on, it's not that easy too.
The balls fall, the ball's bouncing, and there's players around you, and you're trying to figure out. You have to think very, very quickly in that situation. And who's to say he falls down to grab it? It bounces off his face mask and ricochets forward, and everybody's like, "Why don't you just pick it up? Ball was right in front of you." So, it's one of those situations. If you get it, great. If you don't, there's going to be somebody that says, well, wait a minute, why don't you just do the opposite? So it was an unfortunate play. It was Lemony Snicket's play is what it was. Just a series of unfortunate events.
You always got
I always go back to Lemony Snicket.
It's so ridiculous. It's such a stupid name for a movie, and you always reference it.
But what are you going to do? I mean, the guy's blocking. Hits him in the damn back of the foot, and you just, and it sucked, too, because they hadn't scored a touchdown. The defense was playing really good. You had all the momentum. You're going to get the ball back, and all of a sudden they get the ball one play later, they get the touchdown, take the lead. That was the play for me. That really kind of turned the momentum a little bit for him, and that one, and it hurts because there's no one to blame. It just happened. And it's unfortunate that it happened, but that's football. And occasionally those things happen, but they don't happen often. How often do you see somebody get clipped in the back of the foot and then the other team gets it? I don't know. Probably not even once a week in the NFL. So that was it for me, though. That was the one, and there's no one to blame. I mean, the other ones, if you want to blame McCaffrey, he fumbled, okay, go ahead.
I do. I want to blame him. Because everybody's blaming Kyle. I'll blame McCaffrey. What's McCaffrey's deal, dude? 808 KNBR, McCaffrey must go because of that fumble in the first. Let's
go.
Blame
Moody, but that one.
Dude, I can't believe Moody shanked that kid.
Yeah, that one you just can't blame anybody. That one's just you just shrug your shoulders and go, seriously, really? Yeah. But that was the one to me that kind of turned the tide.
Let's go out to the phone lines, 415-808 KNBR. Ben is in Santa Rosa. Ben, what was the biggest factor in the loss?
Hey, listen, guys. I mean, so I listened to a lot from your station before the Super Bowl. I know there were some concerns, but it appeared to me that everyone was not comfortable with, but felt the Niners were going to win the game. Now, you look at the talent levels on each team, right? So I listened to a show, I forget his name, Schirkenbach or Kirkenbach, for a solid hour.
Nice. Dieter Kurtenbach, yeah, I got you. That was great. We're using the hell out of that, dude.
Thank you.
So, whatever. For a solid hour, very eloquently, I may add, talk about position by position and why the Niners were going to win. I mean, he went through every position. And I bought into it. I agreed with it. I mean, Kittle, nationally, I mean, I heard a lot of people say that he's equivalent or better than Kelsey. And, and then you've got other guys, like Samuels. They have no, they don't have a Samuels. Ayuk is better than Rice, and this and that, and the offensive lines are comparable. I mean, maybe the interior of the Kansas City line is better, and then you've got the linebackers who are better. The defensive line's better for the Niners. Okay, you give an edge to the secondary. So if the Niners are superior talent-wise to the Chiefs, then why are we giving the coach a break here? What reason is did they have to lose with all this superior talent?
Can I give you one word?
Yeah, can we counter it? Yeah.
Sure.
Mahomes.
That's exactly where I was going, dude. So nationally, you're saying this is all internally, because here we all thought, Tom, internally, everybody, when we talked to people from the Bay Area, everybody thought Niners were going to win because of the talent. We went out there and we talked about it all show last Friday. Isn't it wild that every national voice that we talked to thought, yeah, but Mahomes. So I'm picking the Chiefs. Like, basically everybody thought that way.
Yep.
And for almost 4 quarters, the Niners were considerably better, both on defense and even offensively. Brock Purdy started the game much better, but it was concerning to me, especially because of the fumble in the on the opening drive, that if Brock Purdy was 8 of 9 for 120 and Mahomes was 3 of 3 for 9 and the game was scoreless, things weren't trending the way I think the Niners needed to win. And field goals from Mahomes and the Chiefs, some reason they feel like they cost more, like they're worth more than 3 points. We'll get to more of these calls. We got to take a quick break, and we are going to get to a whole bunch of our guests. We actually have an updated guest list I want to get to you guys.
Did you catch Ben's sigh at the very end?
Yeah, dude, I heard. Dude, Ben, I know.
I said Mahomes. All I heard was...
Oh, dude, I know.
Click.
The sadness, dude. The sadness. Our updated guest list. Greg Cosell will stop by at 3:50. We'll talk to him. Dude, that was really good. How about I call him like Dieter Redenbacher or something?
I listened to a show. I forget his name. Schirkenbach or Kirkenbach.
Schirkenbach.
Strickenbach.
Oh, we're using that one. That one's
I always said
perfect.
Kirkenbach, and we correct him because whatever.
Put that one with the Durant one.
Cosell at 3:50, Dante Whitner at 4:30, Bob Meyer is going to join us at 4:50, and then at 5:30, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. How about that? We get Bob Myers 4:50, Steve Kerr 5:30, and a whole bunch more of your calls coming up next. What was the biggest factor in the 49ers loss to the Kansas City Chiefs? And were the Chiefs more prepared for overtime than the Niners? That's all stuff we can get into next, only here on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down what went wrong for the 49ers and how do they rebound. That podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's just something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we thought it was in our hands after that.
Tolbert comes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. That's the voice of Kyle Shanahan there, explaining why he wanted the ball first to start overtime. Do you agree with Kyle's way of thinking, Tom?
No, I don't. I don't. Well, here's the thing. People bring up the defense was tired. They never brought that up. That wasn't something that they brought up, or maybe he brought it up earlier. But that was the logic. And no, I don't. I just don't. I've made the analogy numerous times. It's like mapping out your staff and your rotation for Game 7 of the World Series when you're down 3-2. So you got to get through Game 6 before you even start worrying about Game 7. Game 6 is what you need to win, and it's all hands on deck from here on out. So for me, I can't worry about possession 3 when there might not be a possession 3,
sure.
Which there wasn't a possession 3. So you get the ball, great, you get the ball in the third possession, but there was no third possession. So that's why I say I don't care about that, because apparently, now I would have done what the Chiefs were going to do, which is if the Niners scored a touchdown and they scored a touchdown, they'd have just gone for 2. So I don't want Mahomes having the ball last. I at least want to have the ball in my hands and figure out what I need to do instead of watching this dude on the field at the very end of the game. And to do that, you give him the ball first. Now, whatever he does, you know exactly what you need to do. Do I need to go for it on fourth here? If they don't score at all, then I can start thinking about what I want to do. Maybe I can go for it on fourth. Maybe not. Maybe I can punt it. But if they score, that gives me an extra down. I have extra information that I wouldn't have when I go first. So, let's be honest. I don't want to say they got lucky, but McDuffie held Jennings because that was about to be 3-and-out punt. Your defense is right back on the field anyway. So I want the extra information. That's my whole thing. I want to know if I have to go for it on fourth down. And then if I do, they score a touchdown, then I'm going to go for 2. Because do I want to try to hold Patrick Mahomes, or do I want to take a 50-50 shot right here and go for a 2-point conversion? Because apparently that's what they were going to do. Now, they can say that now. Would they have? I don't know. I'm sure they would have. I'm sure Andy Reid probably felt like, well, do I want to give the ball back to them, or do I want to let Mahomes go for a 2-point conversion? To me, that's a fairly easy decision. But that's how you keep from ever getting to the third possession. So, if that's the case, his logic, to me, is faulty because you don't know if you're getting a third possession.
Totally.
But the Chiefs were never going to let it get to a third possession anyway. They were just going to go for it. So there was, again, you're going a step beyond where you need to be. Like, to me, you need to worry about the first 2 possessions and then the third possession. You worry about that when you get there. So that's my answer to it. It's not about the third possession. It's about the first possession. I'll take the second possession so I know exactly what I need to do. But if they score a touchdown, I score a touchdown, then I just say, guess what? I'm still not going to let that guy back on the field. We're going to decide whether we win or lose, and we're going to go for it. I just wouldn't let it get to a third possession anyway, because now you are at a disadvantage because the field goal wins the game. So if you look at it from that standpoint, yeah, of course you want to have the third possession. But again, there wasn't a third possession, so it doesn't even matter. It's like planning out your rotation and go, hey, you guys are set up for Game 7 beautifully. The only problem is there is no Game 7. You lost Game 6 because you were planning for Game 7. That's my logic.
Game 7, baby.
Yeah, Game 7.
Game 7.
Oh, wait a minute. No one's here.
No, sorry. Game 6. Game 6, baby. Let's go to Dylan. Dylan is in Capitola. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Dylan in Capitola, what do you think was the biggest factor in the loss, and do you think Niners were prepared for OT?
So, first of all, the biggest factor, there's many factors. So I don't want to sit there and point one because I feel like there's a bunch. And I know you guys talk about all these ones. I think if I were to place one, McLeod's got to dive on that ball. I mean, I was watching the video just before I went on, and he tried to pick it up and run with it. If he dives on that ball, they don't score a touchdown there. Maybe we don't go to overtime. We don't know any of that stuff.
Yeah, but let's not assume if he dives on it, he recovers it. He could have very easily dove on it, and it could have hit off a part of his body, and he still might not have lost it. I mean, in retrospect, look, I thought the same thing, but, I mean, you got to also understand that, he's not expecting a ball to ricochet off someone's foot and come at him. He's got guys in red that are bearing down on him, so it's not it's not as easy as like, hey, can we stop here for a second, push the pause on the DVR and go, what would I do? I'm going to fall on it.
It's hard to make that call in real time. But
yes.
I played football. They told us you dive on that ball.
I mean, I get it.
Like myself, you dive on that ball. I know they want to do as much as they can, and I'm not saying that's the thing that made the Niners win.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. I would have really liked them to run another play before the 2-minute warning. I feel like they had good momentum, and then the 2-minute warning kind of slowed everything down. Again, I don't know if that does anything different. I think the Shanahan taking the ball, in the overtime, I'm fine with that, but I think you need to go for it. You got to try and get a touchdown because you're playing Mahomes. I mean, that's the whole thing about this. Like you guys said, you're playing Patrick Mahomes. You got to you take all shots. You take everything that you can. I also think it's absolutely absurd. People are wanting to get rid of Shanahan. I feel
dumb.
like these people that are wanting to get rid of him became 49er fans when Harbaugh was the coach. And they expect, it to just be like, win the Super Bowl. Well, now that we have Kyle Shanahan, he doesn't know how to win the Super Bowl.
He's supposed to be this brilliant play caller. They start every sentence like that, Dylan.
Yeah, I don't remember Harbaugh winning the Super Bowl. Jim, anyway.
Still hasn't.
He made way more mistakes. I mean, we weren't even that close to winning the Super Bowl. The last 2 times the Niners played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, you're still playing Patrick Mahomes.
You remember how mad people were with Jim Harbaugh not being able to get plays in?
Yeah.
Like, what? We can't get a play in. You kidding me? Like, people couldn't stand that. Like, come on, let's go.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Hey, appreciate it, man.
Appreciate the call, Dylan. Let's go to Kyle Juszczyk. This is what Kyle Juszczyk had to say about the overtime rules. Tell me if you think the 49ers. I mean, again, 2 different players said they weren't totally aware of them. I'll give you another quote too, an updated comment from Kyle Juszczyk on this. He spoke to Mike Silver today of the Chronicle. But Kyle Juszczyk, this is after the game, says the 49ers never talked about the overtime rules.
You know what? I didn't even realize that the playoff rules were different in overtime, so I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win, but I guess that's not the case. So I don't totally know the strategy there.
Something you guys have talked about?
No, we haven't talked about it, no.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters much. I mean, you're a player. You just go out there and play. You're not going to change what you do out on the field. I heard Mahomes say that he ran up to McCole Hardman after he caught the game-winning touchdown. He goes, dude didn't even know he won. I go, we just won the Super Bowl, bro.
McCole, is that what he's yelling to? Because he is standing there. It's kind of like he does take a minute almost, and I thought he was just.
He goes, I don't even think he knew we won. So like he might not even know what the hell.
This is a regular
what's
thing
going on.
To blame anybody for this is outrageous. I mean, do you remember a few years back when Donovan McNabb when he tied in the game?
Yeah,
it was probably like 10, 12 years ago. They tied, and he was like, I didn't even know you could tie. So we just kept playing. Like I thought I was like, no, man, you can't play 7 quarters of football now and just keep. I mean, you could in the Super Bowl, you would. So let's go to John in Hayward, spelled like Jason Hayward, by the way. John is in Hayward. John, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hello. Thank you very much for having my call.
You got it.
I think I don't like to use the word blame, but I'll just go by statement of condition. I think when Dre Greenlaw had the injury, and it shocked me when I was watching it on CBS, they showed the replay, and he was ready to go in there and pounce, and he's injured, and I'm going, what? My jaw just dropped. And the other factor, I don't really know, but, when they first arrived in Las Vegas, they are talking about the playing field, the practice field at UNLV. I don't know if the condition was really bad, but maybe it had just a touch mental factor on the players where they couldn't dig in there deep in the grass to practice. Those are my two factors. What do you think?
Appreciate the call, John. The practice field stuff, I mean, we talked to Matt Mayoko about it. I don't know that we'll ever know. You know, I mean, had they won, maybe we would have gotten more out of that. But I don't think you're going to hear them talk more now about the practice field situations. It's tough to go back. That, to me, always felt like it was a little bit of noise, but it was also a crappy situation for them to be in. And, again, they were the better offensive team for the majority of the game. Now, I know second half they fell fairly flat, but that's been kind of the case with the Chiefs all season long. Is their defense, if they can hang around, they'll keep them around long enough for Mahomes to get them in scoring position. The ones that get me are like, you know, the McCall Hardman catch, sure. Wasn't there a deep one to MVS? It was like, come on, dude. Like, that's a...
Yeah.
He dropped more 40-yard passes all season long than any player in the NFL. So, look, you got beat by a team that was, in my mind, on paper, not as superior as the Niners, but they executed when they had to execute. Here's more. This is Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs had a plan for it. Chris Jones, the D-tackle, and Pat Mahomes, the MVP quarterback of the game, said they had spoken about the overtime rules.
For 2 weeks, we talked about the new overtime rule and how we was going to get the ball to the opponent. If they scored, we was going for 2 at the end of the game.
Yeah, we were going to kick if we got it. So, I mean, they let us know what we're going to do so we can go for it on that fourth down. Now, we talk about those situations all the time. I mean, we changed the rules, so, I mean, we can execute them on both ways. I don't know how they're going to change it this time.
All right now.
All right now.
It is. It does suck that they changed the rules like because of Mahomes, and then he just still perfected it.
Yeah.
I mean, that so sucks, dude. It changed because everyone's like, Josh Allen didn't get to touch the ball, and I was like, get a stop.
All right now.
It's a two-side game. All right now.
Again, I don't think that has anything to do with how you approach it as a player. Every time you get out there, you're trying to get first downs, trying to get touchdowns.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. Mentally, you're like, oh, if I would have known this, then I would have played differently, or no. It's just you're going to go out there and play. Maybe there's something to be said for being mentally prepared, like, okay, this is what we're going to do if it happens. And they both said it. We were going to go and then go for 2. And then that was going to be the game right there. And that's what I would do. Because I'm thinking, I don't want to go to a third possession if they get the ball and need a field goal. And the caller brought up going for it on fourth down. Kyle already went for it once on fourth down on the pass to Kittle. And they got the touchdown to Jennings a play or two after that. So that was gutsy because that could have tied the game, that field goal. And that was a big decision. And you could have very easily kicked that field goal, but he said it's Mahomes, so let's go for it. So people are saying, well,
down 3.
Yeah.
Right?
So people are saying, well, why not go for a field goal late in the game? It's Mahomes. It's a little trickier because, I mean, I don't think it's as outrageous as it seems. You want to score. Because if you don't, now all they need is a field goal and the game's over. But you will have them pinned down to the 5-yard line. But they just got through moving the ball all the way down the field on you. And maybe you think, well, all they got to do is get to like the 35 now. Maybe even not that. And they can kick a field goal. So that was one that was, I mean, I would have kicked the field goal. But I could see looking at it from the other side and thinking, let's go ahead and roll the dice here. But it was 4th and 4. And the area is so compacted at that point that that's tough to maneuver. You know what I would have liked to have seen, and I don't even know if they have one, but I'd have liked to see them spread it out and do like a quarterback draw. Like I always love the quarterback draw, and Purdy's not a guy you would be looking for a quarterback draw necessarily because I don't know that he's ever run one, but I'm sure he could. He's got the feet to be able to pull off something like that, quick feet. He can move. I would have loved to have seen him just maybe option McCaffrey out and spread everybody out and then drop back and run it up the middle and see what you could get out of that. I mean, that's just my preference. I always enjoy the quarterback draw now down near the goal line, especially when they're not looking for it. But, yeah, I think I would have kicked the field goal. I think I would have kicked the field goal there. But, but again, get to the overtime. Doesn't matter. You're a player. You go out and play and try to execute and score touchdowns. So your mindset's the same.
40 whiners on the YouTube chat says "Bang Bang Whining Gang," which is just pretty funny. UC Steve says Jim Tom Sula received the European League Football Coach of the Year.
RJ.
Fans are calling for him to come back. He says, TR says Combs looks like an overnight host right now.
By the way, sweet RJ, not mentally capable of standing trial, so let him loose. Let him off.
They let him off?
Yeah,
Did that happen?
He's out there. They sent him home. He's not, not mentally capable. Yeah, Hedgehog has been freed. So I don't know what my buddy's going to use for a name next year for fantasy. Maybe he'll still stick with Free the Hedgehog. I'm not positive, but not mentally capable of standing trial. So he's been sent home. So there you go. I thought everybody would want to know that.
One other guy checks in here too and says, dude, Copes, it's tacky. He says he promised us cat ass, but he's failed to deliver on cat ass. Like Tom usually provides cat ass when he's at home. Let's get to one more call in here. Yeah, sorry. Well, not today.
Sorry.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Windsor. He's been waiting a while. Steve, what do you think was the biggest factor in the loss, and do you think the Niners were prepared for overtime? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. You rock, by the way. But
thanks, man.
First of all, honestly, I wish we all quit concentrating on the overtime. I don't know why more people aren't talking about, totally whiffing on blocking Chris Jones.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah, we would have won the game. We wouldn't have went to overtime. I think we whiffed on him twice, actually, where we had a wide-open receiver. So, to me, that's the number one biggest play. And the second one, obviously, Greenlaw going out. And then I have one other thing just to remind you guys to cry in your beer a little. Can I just go over our buzzer's luck for the last 10 years, basically? So if you remember that first Harbaugh year, remember we fumbled the ball to into the NFC Championship.
Oh, I remember.
Game?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's the Kyle Williams. There's the Ahmad Bradshaw non-reviewable play because it was a penalty.
Yeah, don't forget the other Harbaugh year where we lost our world-class linebacker in the NFC Championship game in Seattle. Then against the Lambs, we dropped that game-winning interception right in our hands. And last year we got lost Purdy. You start to think about it, it's crazy though how much buzzer's luck we've had for wow.
Yeah, dude.
It's not good. But I got to remind you. To that Tart drop pick was with 9.5 minutes left, so that was not a game winner, in fact, or a game sealer.
It
would have helped, yes, but it wouldn't have ended the game.
But I feel for Copes because what are you, 35? I get how you haven't seen a championship. I'm older, so luckily I got to go through all the Montana championship years, Steve Young, so it's not as bad for me. But man, I feel for you if you're waiting since
Dude, Steve just showed up. Steve showed up and was like, "Dude, I can't believe these are bad, man. These are tough losses." And he's like, "At least I got some."
Yeah, at least I got one.
I started to think about it. Isn't it bad? The last 10 years has been brutal.
He gave you a nice face wash if you're playing hockey. Just here, take that. Enjoy that.
But in 15 years, I did get 3 World Series, 4 NBA titles.
Right. Exactly.
Pretty good run right there.
Appreciate the call, Steve. Thanks so much, dude. We got to run. Let's take a quick break. We will get to more of your calls. Again, Greg Cosell joins us at 3:50. Dante Whitner at 4:30. Then we're going to get at 4:50. We'll talk to Bob Myers, and then Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, coming up at 5:30. When we come on back, we'll get to more of your calls, of course, and then a little bit later we're going to tell you what happened with the Giants. But more of your calls, Connor, Brian, Sam, John, Dwayne, see you guys all hanging on the line. We'll get to you next. What was the biggest factor? And Mort, I see you've been hanging all afternoon. What was the biggest factor in the 49ers loss? Could it have been the block PAT? Was it giving the Chiefs life with the muff punt? Do you think Kyle Shanahan should have been more aggressive and go for it on that 4th down when he did it down 3 on 4th? We'll get to your calls next on the Sports Leader.
I'm not happy tonight.
The Warriors have won 5 in a row after their 129-107 victory in Utah. More on that story trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I mean, you'd love to fix perception because I would love to win one for what I know about football and stuff. And I know if I fix perception, that means I did everything I wanted to do, which isn't fix perception. It's win a damn Super Bowl. But I also know, like, when you say big games, like, we've got to win a bunch of big games to get to Super Bowls. We've won a lot of big games here. We've won a lot of big games to get into playoffs. The fact that we keep getting there shows you guys how much we've been win games or big games, and I think you guys are aware of that. But it's, these 2 Super Bowls have been tough, losing to Kansas City. But to think that if we win that means I can win a big game. No, that means our team won the Super Bowl. That's what I understand. You guys can have any narrative you want, but like the success or the failure, it comes down to one game. And I hope that I can be a part of a team that wins a game at the end of the year. But to say that the Niners can't win a big game, that would be an extremely inaccurate statement.
Tolbert comes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Kyle Shanahan, they're speaking to the media earlier today, and he and John Lynch both did, and there's a lot of changes that could be coming to the 49ers this offseason. Things are getting expensive. They have 11 draft picks with the comp picks John Lynch was talking about, and said when you have expensive players like that, you're going to need guys who are young to be able to contribute. We've seen that over the last few years. Jair Brown was big for them at the end of this year. And the linebacking core in the last few years. Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shire, Elijah Mitchell stepping in as a rookie. I mean, guys are going to have to contribute, and it's a great thing about a professional sports season or a college season is there's so many unexpected things that get thrown your way. You can never really predict who's going to be a major factor. I mean, Hufanga will be back next year, and now they may be without Drake Greenlaw. How many DNs do they need to replace? Brandon Ayuk's contract situation becomes problematic potentially, as he was asked about that today. We will get to your calls at 415-808-KNBR after I tell you about an opportunity for you to go see Santana with the Counting Crows. How about that? Santana and the Counting Crows. We're going to avoid 2 tickets all week long. It's going to be August 27th of this year. It's going to be down at the Shoreline. Tune in between 2 and 6, and we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. The tickets are on sale Friday, February 16th at 10 a.m. through LiveNation.com. So, Tim, what's the cue to call?
I've been hanging around this town corner. I've been bumming around this old town so long.
When you hear that, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR.
Hanging around.
And you'll win 2 tickets.
One of Steve Kerr's favorite bands.
With the Counting Crows. Maybe he'll call. Well, he will call at 5:30. We're going to talk to him.
I think he can afford it.
I think he can. Now, let's see if he wants to win him, though.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a big Tolbert and Cope's guy. He wants to save a couple of bucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, who doesn't?
I think Steve's going to just fork over. He's not made of money. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
Maybe after this year. We'll see. Tolbert and Cope's with you, as I said, on a Tuesday afternoon. Let's go to Connor. Connor is in Dublin. Connor, what was the biggest factor for you in the 49er loss?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
What's up, dude?
Remember me? I called in. They called me your twin brother, Copes. Remember me?
No.
Like the night right after they lost.
They lost what? No, when?
I remember.
Oh, are you saying on the night of the game?
No,
yeah. I called in and.
Oh, when you called depressed and I was bummed and you were bummed. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you guys
yes,
were all
I
trying
do.
to help me out.
I do. Sorry, I was in a fog then, dude. Sorry.
Dude, I'm in a fog all the time, so I don't blame you. Anyways.
You in a fog right now, bro?
Sorry, who am I talking to again?
He's definitely in a fog.
Now he's got material, dude. Now he's got
definitely
material,
in a fog.
dude. Oh, dude. All right, let's go to Brian.
I
Brian's
love when callers hit peyote before they come on the show. It's awesome.
He's like, yeah, who am I
So
talking
good.
to? Sorry, who's this? You guys call me. Brian's in Salinas. Brian, what was the biggest factor for you, and do you think the Chiefs were more prepared for the Niners in OT?
Well, for me, the biggest factor was the missed extra point or the blocked extra point, because that changes the whole dynamic of the game about whether or not, the Chiefs go for a field goal or try to score a touchdown when they get the ball. You know what I'm saying? And so the blocked extra point changed the whole game for me. And then the overtime thing was the Niners had them where they wanted them. I mean, the Chiefs they had a 4th and 1, and then the Chiefs scored with 7 seconds to go. They snapped the ball with 7 seconds to go, and they scored with 3 seconds to go. Oh, thank you. So, I mean, the Niners had them where they wanted them. They had the defense on the field. That's where we spend our money at. and the KC pulled it off, and you got to give them, the respect for winning the game. I mean, the Niners, basically, like I said, the Niners had what they wanted. We spent our money on the defense. We had our defense on the field, and they couldn't do it. And that's that, basically. You know what I'm saying? That's everything, right?
Yeah, appreciate
That's
the phone
everything.
call,
Appreciate
man.
the call, Brian.
Here's what I would say, and might be nitpicking, might not be nitpicking.
It's nitpicking, isn't it?
But that was the second time they did a read option and Mahomes kept it. The first time, they don't do it very often. He doesn't keep it very often. The first time you can understand that you're just not, you're not dialed into that because they don't do that. You're not really thinking about that. Bosa's trying to crash off the weak side and chase down the running back. I think it was Pacheco. But on fourth down, someone should have kept an eye on Mahomes. Like, I don't know if Bosa would get there in time to stop him from getting a half a yard or a yard. Maybe he would. But that's one where you've seen it once now, and someone should have been in someone's ear. Fred Warner, somebody should have, when you're giving him the play, say, hey, make sure you say, if they're running the read option, the end, the opposite of where he's handing off, has to stay home. Yeah, now I don't know if he would have got him. Kelsey was there to help block. He had a little bit of an escort there. But there was that was a cakewalk. That was an absolute cakewalk. And that was one, and we saw Bosa do that a lot, like against Detroit, against Green Bay, where he'd crash down and they just go right around him, pin him down, and boom, he was gone. So, again, good play. I don't know if it would have stopped him, but that's one that they had no chance of stopping him. About a half a second into that play, that was a cakewalk first down. And if that was the first time they ran it, and you hadn't seen that hardly all year, then okay, I get it. But you saw it earlier in the game. So for my money, that's one that someone's got to be, like a coach has got to say to a player, hey, watch this. Look out for this. They're going to, and you got to think Mahomes going to want to keep the ball in his hands too. Crucial situation. He's going to want the ball in his hands. He gets to decide. Now, I don't know, maybe if you crash up toward him, he can dump it off to Kelsey or whatever. But again, he didn't have to do anything. He just faked the handoff and ran around and it was an easy first down. That's one that I look back on, and I kind of forgot about it today, but I look back on and go, God, that's one you should at least be prepared for now that they showed it to you earlier in the game. And they weren't prepared for it at all.
808 KNBR is the number to call in to text. Sam is in New York. Sam, what was your biggest factor for the Niner loss to the Chiefs?
Oh, boys, it's a tough one. I tend to agree with Tommy. I don't look at individual moments as maybe what caused them to lose the game. Yeah. But from an overall perspective, I think it was really the performance of the offensive line, especially in the late first half and then into the second half. KC just loaded the box. I mean, there was 8 or 9 guys in the box every single snap, and the offensive line could not create enough holes for McCaffrey. They seemed completely inept at picking up the blitz packages that KC was bringing. I mean, there had to be at least 4 or 5 times, including the Chris Jones play, that there was just a guy running completely unblocked into the backfield. And Kyle had to abandon the run because what were you going to do? You can't slam it 3 times into a 9-man box and expect, success on offense. He had to go with play action, and they played that well. It also allowed Spagnuolo to disguise almost every single coverage. You saw it a lot, even when Brock did get possession. He had to double clutch quite a bit because, those DBs are so good, but they disguised almost everything what they were showing. If they were showing zone, they almost always switched to man and vice versa, and they did it enough that there was just no way to get comfort. But it started with the offensive line. They couldn't protect, and then in the second half, they couldn't run block. So I don't know if it was Feliciano going out, but I've just been getting crushed today by the Giants fans here, which it's easy because all I have to do is remind them that they root for the Giants. So,
yeah, just remember they're Giant fans and tell them to shut up.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been telling them. And hey, Adam Duritz, the Counting Crows, big Warriors guy.
Yes, he is.
I saw him a couple years ago, and we shot the shit about the. Sorry.
Whoa, that's okay. That's what you do with Adam Duritz. Let's appreciate the phone call, though. Always appreciate calling from New York. But no, he's right. Look, he got pressured.
That was a good call, Sam.
He got pressured on half his dropbacks. It's like 41 dropbacks, 20 pressures, and that's where, I know they love addressing the defensive line in the draft. They got to address the offensive line. That has to be. I mean, you got a young quarterback who, when he gets some time, he can be deadly, and you just got to be able to give him some of that time. And They need to be better because it was just like Trent Williams and kind of, hold on to your butts. And that's basically what it's been. And then you combine that with, the earlier caller said, going over the Niners, they're better here, they're better there, they're better there, they're better here, they're better there. Well, one, they're not better at quarterback, and that's a pretty decent gap. And they're not better in the backfield. The defensive backfield, the Chiefs might have the best defensive backfield in the game. Like, they are good.
Hold on to your butt.
McDuffie and Snead are good. Edwards is good. Like, they got some dudes that can cover back there. So you combine that, kind of a leaky offensive line that was okay, with a really good secondary, you're going to run into some issues. And I brought that up yesterday. I'm glad you brought it up. Hufanga is a big difference. Like, he's going to help in the run game. He's going to help in the pass game. He's a tone setter. And they didn't have him for the better part of this year. So that's going to be massive getting him back next year. But, yeah, the offensive line, it's kind of what it's been lately. It's just kind of okay. And I'm sure Kyle tries to scheme around that. But that's got to be something where you're like, we need to address that. Because Trent Williams ain't going to be around forever either. So it's got to be time to start getting some guys on that offensive line, maybe through free agency, certainly through the draft, and then hopefully they can become a really good unit. Because that's the one thing that when Harbaugh got here, they addressed immediately. I think it was Upati and Davis. Remember everybody bitching and complaining about drafting 2 linemen in the first round. It's like, really? Well, that's exciting. Well, the draft's not supposed to be exciting. It's supposed to help build a better team. And we all know what kind of team.
You're not supposed to watch this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't. It's not supposed. I mean, that's what Harbaugh wanted. Smash mouth, run the ball. We got Gore. Let's go ahead and get some linemen. And that line was really good. That was a really good offensive line. I mean, you had Davis, who was a good right tackle. Staley, one of the best ever. Iapati. I mean, that was a really good offensive line. This one isn't as good. They haven't really spent a lot of resources other than Trent Williams on that offensive line. So it's something they got to address. In my opinion, that's the number one need going into next year is the offensive line.
Oh, and they Mufongo. They frequently do frequently draft for need. So we will see where they go in the draft. As John Lynch pointed out, 10 or 11 picks. They've drafted fairly well in the past. Specifically, even guys like that, the middle rounds of the draft is where they find a lot of value, or in the very last pick. Look, we've discussed everything the 49ers did to lose that game, but maybe the big reason the Niners lost is simply because Patrick Mahomes is that damn good. We'll talk about it next. 808 KNBR is the number to call, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hold on to your butts.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now here's third down. Mahomes back. Bosa's back inside rush. Mahomes going to throw a deep ball. Wide open is Tyreek Hill. And he makes the catch on the 20-yard line. The 49ers busted the coverage. They're going to roll Mahomes. Throws for Damian Williams. Makes the catch. Dives for the pylon. Is he in? Touchdown Kansas City. They've taken the lead back. Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid have won the Super Bowl as they come from 10 down in the fourth quarter to beat the 49ers 31-20. Mahomes throws, caught by Rashee Rice, turns the corner and runs for a Chief first down. One left, Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, going to right up in the pocket. He will run for a first down and more, all the way inside the 15-yard line down to the 13-yard line. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. Another heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, just know that the Kansas City Chiefs are never underdogs.
You trying to get people to slit their wrists?
What the hell's the matter with you, Derek?
I told him at least you didn't play Alice in Chains, the most depressing band maybe in the history of rock. You listen to their songs, you're like, Jesus. You can we lift it up a little bit, guys. We
lost 30 viewers on the YouTube stream in real time. I just watched it drop, and there's another 3 more.
We know what happened to them.
Yeah, the 49ers have lost.
I mean, did they just leave?
Super Bowl.
Did they just leave, or did they kill themselves?
I think they
after
offed
that
themselves
song?
and they shot their
That
computer.
was depressing.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just
good. At least it's sunny outside.
Oh wait,
actually, it's not.
Oh no, it's crap.
Well done, Tim.
I don't think the overtime will end here before the clock. 7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right.
What are you doing?
Touchdown. The Chiefs.
What are you doing?
I mean, that's actually bad enough, but at least that song, Nirvana song, that just made it like, geez. I mean, God dang, I feel like going to walk. I'm just going to go walk into the bay and just keep walking.
Yeah. Anyway, KNBR, what's your... Derek, you want to add some highlights of the Ravens? Yeah. Can we throw some goal line fades in there? I'd love to hear
why don't
those,
you get the old Giants tape we used to play. That'll be fun for everybody. Yeah.
We don't want any Bowman going down with
maybe
injury,
Kyrie hitting a shot, too. From,
yeah, please. That'd be good.
From the left wing. Maybe throw that one in there, too. That'd be fantastic.
We got any Solomon Torres highlights? Can we do that?
Like, was this we talked a little bit about it yesterday. We never really got into it. But the most painful loss. And they're all painful. And some guy mentioned the Cubs, Giants, and I go, yeah, but that wasn't even World Series.
I heard that when you guys were talking about that.
He said it was the end of an era, though. And I was like,
he did make a good point. Yeah, it felt that way.
Yeah, that does make sense. But
it was different.
As far as like just, oh God, that hurt. This one was right up there, probably with the Kyrie shot where the Warriors lost in Game 7. But the Warriors had won. So, I mean, it still hurts, but they at least they had won. So that wasn't them trying to get their first one since 75. And then, you know, the last 3 Niner losses have just been so brutal. If I had to rank them, I'd rank this one number 1. Then the one against Baltimore, number 2.
Really?
Because they had their chance right there at the end. It's like
they were out of it too.
It was so close. It was like, this is gonna be one of the greatest comebacks of all time. No, it's not. And then 3 was the last Chiefs one because by the time the score was deceiving, but it just felt like, okay, that one you had at least a couple minutes to accept. Like, okay, this one's over at this point. Not that one wasn't like, ouch, because it was close throughout and they had the 10-point lead. But this one was last play of the game, overtime, you lose, and you felt like you were the better team for about 2.5, 3 quarters, and then you lose. So that was like gut punch. And then Baltimore, you think you're out of it, and then all of a sudden lights go out and you come on, and it's like, whoa, hold on a second here. And then you get back into it. And then you have the ball inside the 10. You're like, we got 4 cracks at it here. And then it's like, that really sucked. And then, what killed me? What killed me is a play still sticks out in my mind that Kaepernick was going to score on a sweep to the left, and Harbaugh called timeout because they couldn't get the damn play in again. I was like, really? That's going to be it? That's going to be it? And then they never go back to it. They're like, yeah, that worked really well. Let's throw it. And then throw it again, and then throw it again, and then throw it again. And then bitch and complain about it holding. So that one was like, ouch. That one hurt. But, yeah, the Warriors one was just like, That one, Kyrie.
It was ripped away.
Oh, and then there's two plays I remember from that game. Kyrie and the LeBron block on Iguodala. As soon as I saw that, I go, oh, that's going to be a lead-in to the rest of the finals. Like, you're going to see that one forever. It's the most amazing block I've ever seen in person. But, yeah, like the Giants, it's hard to say because it was the Cubs. But other than that, they just won them all. They're just like, well, excuse me, Game 6 against the Angels. Like,
right, but in that era, in that run.
Yeah, in that run. But, yeah, if you want to go most painful losses that I've seen since I've been here, it's Kyrie against the Warriors, Game 6 against the Angels, and then this one yesterday. And out of all of them, ooh, I got to rank the Giants number 1, Game 6, because that was 5-0, man. You're like, oh, we're like 3 innings away.
7 outs away.
They're going to win this thing.
5 runs, 7 outs. And that's the other thing, too, is they'd never won. Like, nobody had seen the Giants win.
Yep.
You know, like, I mean, in 54, if you were on the older end. But seriously, if you were around when they, a kid or something when they moved here in 58, you'd never seen it.
Yep. Yeah, that one, oof. Play some more Alice in Chains, Tim. Oh, there you go.
Tough one. So, with as far as the Niners have come, I mean, they're a better team now, I thought, than the last time they played Mahomes, and I thought the Chiefs were a worse team. I mean, that's what's so frustrating about this is the Chiefs, like, this was the year to get them.
Yep.
Right, like this.
But their defense was much better this year.
Agreed.
So I don't know. I don't know if they were worse, but they'd look worse during the regular season because they were choppy. The offense was up and down, but I think sometimes we didn't give them enough credit for their defense and how good that was and how consistent that was. I mean, they just locked teams up, especially in the second half. And I mean, again, we're going to talk to Greg Cosell in about 10 minutes, and I want to ask him what happened, like, to the in-breaking route. Was it the pressure that was getting to him? He just couldn't get to him? But that's like a staple of their offense, like between the hashes. Like, they own that part of the field, and they could really never get to it. Like I said, Ayuk had a couple, but that was about it. Jennings caught that one, the touchdown. That was a slant heading toward the middle of the field. But they just never could really get that. And I don't know if that's the pressure or just, look, their secondary is really good, or if it's something they scheme for. Like, look, this is what they like to do. They like to throw to these parts of the field. Let's play certain leverage and see if we can take that away.
John London and I were talking about this, and Dennis Brown on the postgame show of the Super Bowl on Sunday, that there are some guys in sports, like Jordan in the 90s with NBA teams, Brady even through 2 decades really in the NFL, where teams who are great teams just can't get over the hump. And it's not that they can't get over the hump, really. It's that there's a guy standing in their way. I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon got 2. And it wasn't until Jordan retired. He won both of those. Then that was it. Jordan comes back and mid-season, then he wins 3 more when he plays the next full 3 years. So, Derek put this note down, and he was kind of the guy I'd been thinking about too. I don't think we brought him up, but James Harden, he's one. Nobody's ever going to argue that James Harden isn't an all-time great player. I mean, a lot of people don't like his style of play, but
he's a Hall of Famer.
For an era, he was one of the best players in the game. I mean, and really because of his style of play, rules in the game had to change and evolve. But could the Niners end up, you think? I mean, we all hope this isn't the case, but they could be just one of those great teams in a generation. It's one of the most talented teams they've ever had that can't get it done because this guy's standing in their way.
I mean, possible, but I don't believe that. I think they're going to get one. I think they're going to get one under Kyle. And, again, I think if they get one, they could get 2, 3. It could be like an Andy Reid type thing. But sometimes it just takes a while. And it hurts. And the Eagles always ran into better teams, and they couldn't quite get there. And they got to a Super Bowl. We go. And who'd they lose to? Brady and Belichick. They did that to a lot of people.
The one time.
Don't tell me that like Ewing and Barkley and Malone and all those guys were thinking, oh, man, if it wasn't for Jordan, we'd have at least one. But they don't have any. I mean, they have none. Think about that. You're talking about some big-time Hall of Famers that were MVPs. I don't know if Ewing ever won an MVP, but I know Barkley won one, Malone won one. And those Jazz teams, for the people that don't remember, they were great. Those were great teams. That Suns team that went to a final, that was an incredible team. Barkley and Marley and Johnson. I mean, Dumas. And that was a really good team. Jordan. Freaking Jordan. Like, you couldn't beat the dude. He gets to the finals. Sorry. And Sonics. Payton and Rain Man and McKee. And really good. Sorry. You're running into Jordan. A little bit different because I think Jordan can have more of an effect on a game than Mahomes can because he's out there playing defense and offense. But I think the point is it's going to be tough. But here's your hope is like somebody beats them along the way. Like it's a tougher road to get there, which is even more amazing. I mean, think about that. They had to go at Buffalo, win, at Baltimore, win. So, I mean, you want to talk about earning a Super Bowl. It wasn't 2 at home, and let's go to the Super Bowl. It was 1 at home, extreme cold, Dolphins. That was, I don't want to say layup.
That was their biggest win, though.
Yeah, that set up very, very well for them. But then, small underdogs at Buffalo, who'd been playing as well as anybody last couple months of the season, and then at Baltimore, who've been playing as well, better than anybody the whole season. I mean, Baltimore smashed teams this year that were, even if they were good, they smashed them at home. Couldn't get it done. I mean, their offense looked inept against the Chiefs. Absolutely inept. And then they beat the 49ers. I mean, the 49ers looked a lot better against the Chiefs than the Ravens did. The Ravens played them at home and got squashed. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it could be. Although I don't know if you'll see him over and over and over again. Maybe you will. You said it earlier, and maybe he is on his road to 7. It's hard to believe that could even be possible. And he's going to be playing in a pretty good division, too. You're going to have Harbaugh coming in as a new coach. I think the Broncos will get better with Peyton, and we'll see about the Raiders. But it's not a layup to win that division like it was for the Patriots for years and years and years. Like they had no competition for about a decade. So they were getting to the playoffs, probably with a good record, probably going to play at home, and then they're good. Let's go to the Super Bowl and win a whole bunch of them. But no, I do. I believe that Kyle's going to win a Super Bowl. I believe this team's going to win a Super Bowl. I have faith that he'll figure it out, and not that they need to figure a lot out. I mean, they're making it to Super Bowl after Super Bowl, NFC Championship games. I mean, they're battling. Just should come up, and it's a 2-game sample size. I don't know if you can read a whole lot into a 2-game sample size. I mean, it hurts, and I'm sure it hurts them immensely, but they get paid too. You got one of the great quarterbacks of all time, and it happens. But I do believe, like, if I could put down a sizable wager right now, I would bet he wins one while he's a 49er head coach. I just have a feeling he's just too good. Those teams are too good. They go about what they do in a way that leads them to be very good. Next year's going to be tough because the road isn't always easy for the Super Bowl loser the following year for whatever reason. But yeah, I think they're gonna win one eventually.
Tobin and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We do it each and every week of the football season, and our final hit for the 2023 season with Greg Cosell. We'll get his breakdown on what the 49ers didn't do well, what the Chiefs did do well, what could have been different. Greg Cosell joins us next on the Sports Leader. The Giants have made a move, signing All-Star and 2-time World Series champion Jorge Soler to a 3-year contract. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we do it every week. This will be the last week, though. Tear emoji or prison tear. You decide which one you want. We'll talk to him around draft time, hopefully, but you know how much we love the conversation with Greg Cosell. Fun to get a chance to meet him for the first time in Vegas. That was enjoyable and always fun to talk to him after a week full of NFL games. This time there's only one. Hello, Greg.
Tom, what's happening? It was great to see you in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it was great to finally meet you. That was very cool. Yeah. You're taller than you are on radio, I got to tell you.
I used to be even a little taller, too, but, I'm getting old, Tom.
Oh, weren't we all, Greg? Weren't we all? Give me your big picture takeaway from this game. Like, we were talking about it. Like, how much did the Chiefs' the defensive line, dominate's a strong word, but kind of win the game against the 49ers offensive line? The secondary of the Chiefs played really well, but just kind of what you saw, like what was the overarching theme of this game?
Ooh, I watched the tape today really carefully. It took me like 7 to 8 hours to watch it. I don't know if there's one thing that I felt like, oh, wow, that was it.
Yeah.
I would say this, that some of the concerns that I did have with the 49ers came into play. I thought that, I think we mentioned this probably on Radio Row and even throughout the season at times, I thought that the right side of the 49ers O-line would be a problem in pass protection if it was one-on-one, and it was a problem at times throughout the game. I thought that the Chiefs definitely understood that their tackles would be problematic, their offensive tackles would be problematic in pass protection, and they really focused on chips, quite a bit. I thought that turned out to be, a factor at times throughout the game. I thought, quite frankly, that the D-line for the 49ers overall played well. Yeah. They particularly played well in the run game, which probably surprised a lot of people. I thought Bosa played a strong game, but when all was said and done, I think the Chiefs understood that they had to really protect the flanks, and they did that. I know a lot of people are focusing on the coverage on the back end by the Chiefs, and I thought they did a good job overall. They played a ton of man coverage. They pressured a lot. They played 7 or 8 times in the game, which is a really, really high number, although that's something that Steve Spagnuolo has done a lot of throughout his career. These are all things in some ways I expected. It was look, you know how it goes. When a team loses, there's always people that start up with the usual things that we've talked about through, the game plan, this play call, that, the usual stuff. But, it was just, I was in the stadium and it was electric and it was tense and it was hard fought and it was a great football game. And, to be honest with you, not because necessarily I do radio with you guys, but it was the kind of game where I felt bad for the loser. I felt bad for the Niners. It was one of those kinds of games.
It was one of the most stressful games I've ever watched. It was just, It felt like it was played in a phone booth. Like no one's going to get away from anybody. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, because I couldn't see it watching it on TV, was the Chiefs' ability to take away the middle of the field. And that's something the Niners usually own, the in-breaking routes, whether it's Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, Jennings, whoever. They usually own that. And aside from a few Ayuk catches, and maybe the Jennings touchdown where there was a slant, they didn't really do much in the middle of the field. I'm wondering, was that the pressure, the man-to-man coverage that was so good? Did they do something schematically to say, look, we want to take this away because we know that's what the 49ers thrive on?
Yeah, there's a number of reasons for that. I thought pressure was a factor. I thought there were times there were throws to be made, and for whatever reason, Purdy did not turn it loose. He did hit a few. We saw him hit Jennings a couple of times. He did hit Ayuk a couple of times.
Yep.
again, without knowing how they game plan, because I felt that they used Kittle an awful lot in pass protection, and they obviously felt that was critical because you do not have a pass game if you can't protect. So they did use Kittle in pass protection, which of course limited his opportunities as a receiver, and oftentimes he's a big factor in the middle of the field, and he wasn't really a factor at all in the pass game. But like I said, they clearly deemed it more important, and it is, to protect the quarterback rather than send him out into routes. So I thought that plays into what you're speaking about.
Yeah.
But there was also some stretches. I mean, Purdy had a tough third quarter. I thought he did not see some things. I thought he missed some throws by not turning it loose. Overall, I thought Purdy played solidly. There was a lot of pressure and a lot of man coverage. They played some two-man coverage, which means that there's help over the top with two deep safeties, which allows corners to undercut routes and take away timing throws. I thought that the Chiefs understood the 49ers offense and did a good job. Pressure changes everything. Pressure speeds up the quarterback. Pressure makes him a little uncomfortable. Pressure makes him feel like everything's happening faster than it is. Spags has always been a pressure guy.
Yeah, I think Cyndi Lauper sang about that. Pressure changes everything. Maybe that's a different song, but I'm pretty sure that was it. Anyway, moving on, because no one wants to hear me sing Cyndi Lauper. Great voice. great voice, by the way.
You or Cyndi Lauper?
I love Cyndi Lauper.
No, I was going to say the great voice is you or Cyndi Lauper.
Oh, well, you know what? It's probably 50-50. I'm going to have to
I figured. Okay.
I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. I don't know how much Greenlaw affected what Kelsey was able to do in the second half, but I'm wondering what changed in the second half, because he did nothing in the first half. And then second half, it wasn't right away, but he got going, and they had the big one at the end of regulation, and they used him in overtime. Was there something they were able to do? Because I can't imagine you're saving plays. If you think they're going to work, you're going to use plays, but did anything change?
I watched that really carefully, and I watched it with one of my guys on the matchup show, and we were looking really carefully. And without knowing every single nuance and detail, I don't know how much that was a factor in what you're saying. I mean, you have to look at I looked at all those individual Kelsey plays, obviously. Were there a couple of plays where I felt like either Burks or Flanagan Falls maybe did not play it the way Greenlaw would have played it? Of course. Look, Greenlaw's a better player. That's why he plays.
Sure.
But I think that's an easy thing to say, Tom. Not you. I mean, I've seen it 100 times today on Twitter and yesterday, obviously, that, all they did was attack, because Greenlaw was out.
Yeah.
If you're going to say that, then you have to show and point to examples. That's an easy thing to say. That's any time there's a better player who's not playing, of course you're not going to be quite as good, but if you're going to say that that's the reason, then you've got to show me why.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite see it that way. Like I said, there were a couple of plays, mostly run plays, to be honest, but the Kelsey catches were not a function of Greenlaw.
Got it. Well, it's like saying, the Warriors aren't quite as good without Steph Curry. Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, that's so easy to say. That's anybody could say that.
Well, because he's great. That's why they're not as good.
What? Here's a profound statement. There's a reason why Greenlaw plays over Burks and Flanagan Falls. He's better.
Interesting. That's you know what? That's controversial. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to run with that.
That's a hot take.
That's so hot I can't even touch it. Overtime, they did a lot of their damage in front of the linebackers, it seemed, where they're just kind of like, I don't want to say, it wasn't quite dinking and dunking, but it was like they weren't trying to really press it downfield, and they seemed to be fairly open. I don't want to say easy, but they just 7, 6, 8 yards at a time, and even in the end of the fourth quarter, when they kicked their field goal to tie it up, they moved the ball down the field that way. Was that something they saw with the Niners dropping a little deeper, and they were just taking what they were giving them?
Well, the Niners obviously played coverages that allowed those throws, and I thought Mahomes played really smart in that situation. If they're going to give you a 7-yard throw, you take the 7 yards every single time. I mean, that's what Tom Brady used to do all the time. If the defense is going to give you that, you take it. There's nothing wrong with a 7-yard gain. Look, the Niners were not in a true prevent, but they certainly did not want to give up a long play. And then the problem, of course, is that if there's enough 7-yard plays, then you're in field goal range. And we know Butker has a big leg, and so he's going to make even if it turns out to be a 50-yarder. But clearly, they felt that was the way they wanted to approach it. And then look, it's one of. They only gave up 2 offensive touchdowns, and 1 came after the muffed punt. So it's not like, I know Mahomes ended up with big numbers, and those are numbers just because he ended up throwing it a lot. But it's not like they were marching up and down the field, Tom.
No.
This was a good performance by the 49er defense. I mean, 2 offensive touchdowns. Like I said, 1 came to Valdez-Scaling after the muff punt. And I think, and you never know exactly, but I think that was a mistake by Gibson. But I don't know that for 100%. But that was my sense watching the play, 15 times with my clicker. Then there were a lot of little mistakes, assignment mistakes that the Niners made that I had to watch over and over that cost them. Things that they're probably the coaching staff and the players, it will haunt them forever. You know how it is.
Yeah.
No matter what happens when you play, those things, hey, look, I never played professionally, and I played a long time ago in college, but, there's things I remember like they happened yesterday, and, no matter what happens in your future, you remember those things. But they made a few too many of those, and it hurt them.
Yeah. I tell people all the time that I still remember things from losing to Oklahoma in the Final Four. Like it never goes away. And for whatever reason, and I've talked to a lot of great athletes before, they always say the losses stick with you more than the wins do. And I don't know why, I don't know human nature wise why we're built that way, but I don't know, maybe you expect to win, and when you don't, it hurts even more. You go over, like Kyle Shanahan said today, he thought the decision-making process that he had throughout the course of the game was good. He doesn't look back saying, God, I wish I would have done that. But he goes, of course, if you lose, you examine everything. You look and go, God, okay, now, it's like, I love this, Greg, when the guy's baseball, fastball right down the middle, and he swings and fouls it right back, and the announcer goes, he wants that one back. Well, you think? You think he wants that one back? Of course he wants that one back. He missed it. He wants to hit it over the wall. I mean, of course he wants that one back, but it's hard. It is what it is, and little things like the third down play in the extra frame where Burford or McKivitz missed an assignment. Somebody did, because you're not going to let Chris Jones run free right to your quarterback.
Yeah, and again, I mean,
and Jennings was wide open on that too. If he had an extra beat, he had him.
Ayuk was wide open too, because the corner fell down on the other side. And if Purdy had time in the pocket. Now on that play, look, that's a play everybody's talking about, and no one knows 100% for certain what it is. My sense was, watching that play over and over and trying to break down the protection in the entire play, was that the right guard Burford was responsible for Jones. That was my sense.
Yeah.
But that was a mistake, and it would have been a touchdown if they blocked it up properly.
Yep.
When you play these kinds of really close games, and because, look, I was walking out of the stadium, okay, and I was staying in Mandalay Bay. I know you're familiar with Las Vegas.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I could walk back to, Mandalay Bay from where I was. And I'm hearing Niners fans, oh, they got to fire Shanahan. He just can't win these big games. He doesn't know what he's doing. The game plan was awful. I mean, everybody's emotions are raw, at that moment. But I mean, when you play a game like that, I mean, that was a really tough, hard-fought game. Of course, when you lose, people want to look at every single play. That's what everybody does.
Yep.
Coaches do that too. And by the way, coaches, even when they work 16, 17 hours a day, of course there are times, they'll say, oh, maybe on this play I should have done. That's just human nature, like you said. That's the way it goes. That doesn't mean it was a bad play call, or the process is bad, or the game plan is bad. Look, if I told you before the game that Purdy would have fewer turnovers than Patrick Mahomes, wouldn't you think the Niners would probably win?
Yep. No doubt about it.
Didn't play that way.
No, it did not play that way. Well, it's funny when people go to those extremes, because it is. It's just a little bit here, a little bit there. And guess what? If the Chiefs would have lost, it would have been about the Pacheco fumble, not getting Kelsey involved in the first half. I mean, it just – because the Chiefs, I try to tell people, Like, the Chiefs didn't play a perfect game. They had mistakes too, but no one worries about mistakes when you win. When you lose, you worry about the mistakes. They go, the Niners had plenty of good plays, but you don't look at those because they lost. The Chiefs, you're going to look at all their good plays and not the bad plays they had. It's just that's the fine line between winning and losing. I did want to ask you about one play in particular and just kind of get your thoughts on it. The fourth down in the first extra frame where they ran the read option and Mahomes kept it and went right side. And I wanted to get your thought on it because they did it earlier in the game, and Bosa did the same thing. He crashed down the line, and Mahomes ran it around the edge.
Yeah, they were two different plays, just so you know.
Okay,
well, let
me know then, because I'm curious what the plays were, because my thought was, and I guess I could be dead wrong on this then, that if you're a coach, you say, okay, they ran this, something similar, they ran it once, Mahomes might want to keep the ball in his hands on this, and there was like nobody out there whatsoever. And maybe that's excusable because your assignment, you play assignment football. Yeah. So give me your thoughts on that, because it is a different play.
Yeah, the 22-yarder, which came on 1st and 10 on the second, third quarter possession, that was kind of a zone read RPO concept. Okay. Mahomes had the option to hand the ball to Edwards-Helaire or to throw it in the flat to Gray. Okay. And he saw Bosa crash down hard, down the line of scrimmage, and Gibson expand with Gray. Mahomes saw the opening in the defense, and he kept the ball. So that was sort of a comboed zone read RPO. Okay. The one you're speaking about, which happened in the fourth quarter, in overtime on 4th and 1, the 8-yard play, that was actually just play action boot. Okay. It had a zone read look to it, but it was play action boot. Okay. So that was a case where Mahomes could either throw it or run it. There was no RPO element to that. It was just play action boot. So it looked the same, but it was a different play.
Got it. And I'm not even sure, even if Bosa plays it and stays home, he had Kelsey out there leading him. So Kelsey might have blocked him. Kelsey could go out for a little 2-yard pass. And they had all kinds of, it was a really good play. I thought that was a really good play.
I'll give you an example of little plays that are going to haunt people. The 19-yard run on 3rd and 1 in overtime. Remember, took him into the red zone. Yep. By Mahomes, I'm talking about. Uh-huh. The 49ers were in cover 2. The best linebacker in the game, Warner, he left the middle hole to chase Rice, his shallow crosser, when he probably should not have done that, and that opened the middle for Mahomes. Based on the coverage call, which was cover 2, Warner should have been sitting right there, and then maybe it would have been a 4-yard gain. Yeah. It still would have been a first down, but a 19-yard play in that moment in overtime, that feels like a 50-yard play. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Little things like that, just, and that's what happens in games like this, like you said, if the 49ers had won, and I know they didn't, but then on Chiefs radio, they'd be having the same conversation.
No doubt about it. I thought the play that was really, they're all big plays, but it was like, God dang it, that was a good play. The screen to Kelsey down inside the 10.
And which got him down to the 1 or 2.
That was such a good play.
As everybody now, I'm sure, knows, the winning touchdown was the same concept that they used against the Eagles in last year's Super Bowl. Yep. And that was a really difficult play. I looked at that play over and over and over again. It was a really interesting concept, and how they got to it with the motion and how they distorted the coverage responsibility of Ward and even to some extent Logan Ryan. It was a really interesting play, and it was just it was a really cool play, and it worked. Obviously, they won the game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This isn't obviously the game itself, but I'm just curious if you have an opinion on this one way or the other, because Kyle decided to take the ball first in overtime, and I said, okay. I just didn't like the logic, because he said he wanted to have the ball in the third possession, and so they could decide the game. It's sudden death at that point. My whole thing is, you don't even know if there's going to be a third possession, so I always want the ball second, so I know exactly what I have to do, whether I can go for it on 4th down, whether I have to go for it on 4th down, whether I need a field goal touchdown or maybe nothing. Maybe I can punt it if they didn't score. I'm curious. Have you thought about that?
I do have I think you can go either way. Uh-huh. I know the analytics people often feel like they know the answer and there's only one right answer. I personally am proactive. I would take the ball and feel like, you know what, we're going to go down and score a touchdown and then put them on the defensive. That would be my feeling. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that's the only answer and I'm 100% right, but that would be my feeling.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like, you want to be aggressive. You want to feel like, you know what, we have a really good offense. We're going to go down and score.
Yeah.
I'd hate to, you know how it is. When you're losing and you have that one final possession, every play feels like, your throat's a little tight. You're not, again, that's just my personal feeling.
No,
like
I
said,
it.
Yeah, people could tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a right or wrong personally, but that's just my opinion.
No, I totally get it. I mean, you are wrong, but I totally get what you're talking about. No, it's funny because I said that I just disagreed with Kyle's decision. I go, it's not a game. It's not like you lost it on that. You can win it by taking the ball first. I go, it's just that's always been my preference. And people are like, what about that? I go, look, this is a hill I'm going to die on. Whether I'm right or wrong, this is my reasoning for doing it that way. But it's not something I look at and go, oh, it's 80-20. It's a lot closer than that.
And Andy Reid said that if they had scored a touchdown, and who knows what would have happened, when he got to that point, that he would have gone for two.
Yep.
Hey, what if they had gotten the ball and scored, and he would have gone for two, right then? You don't know what's going to happen. I'd rather have the ball.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. We've had so much fun all year. It's fun learning. It's fun picking your brain. It's fun laughing a little bit. And hopefully we can do it again just when it comes draft time to get an idea of who's out there and what your thoughts are once you break down some of these draftees. But just want to say thank you. You're always super engaged. We always have a good time doing this. And I just look forward each and every week talking to you.
I appreciate it, Tom, and I love it. I hope we can keep doing it, obviously through the draft and even next season.
Yep.
And it was great hanging out with you a bit on Radio Row.
Absolutely.
So, I hope we can continue.
Oh, we will. I'll fight somebody, Greg. Oh, absolutely.
All right, well, you're a big guy, so that should work.
I will absolutely fight somebody to keep Greg on this show. Absolutely. There will be blood. Good movie, by the way, too.
I know. I was going to say that's a good movie. Yes,
very good movie. Really long. I wanted the first 20 minutes if anybody was ever going to talk, and they finally did. Greg, have a great, it's not much of an off season for you,
no,
but
it's not.
Again, we will look forward to talking to you around draft time, and thank you very much again, Greg.
All right, Tom. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Talk soon.
You got it. Absolutely. Love that guy. Hilarious. And super knowledgeable. Like, it's just fun talking to him. Like, I wouldn't have known that was a different play. I didn't really think about it, but there you go. All right, coming up, Dante Whitner is going to join us. Then Bob Myers, then Steve Kerr. So we're going to get into the Warriors. We're going to be about done with postmortems today. This is going to be about it for me. 2 days for one game is plenty. You guys want to cry, go listen to Alice in Chains and drink a stout and do what you want to do with yourselves. But it had 2 days of postmortems. It's time to move on. Moving on out. Anyway, Copes will be back. You need to get you a little breather. Dante Whitner, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talked to the media together today for the first time since losing Super Bowl 58. More on that story is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I've been hanging around this town corner. I've been bumming around this old town so long.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Honestly, I think me getting suspended helped in a weird way because, number one, since I got JK's taken off, and that has kind of set the stage for this team. Bonafide number 2 option on our team. Now you got different things. You're able to figure out different things that we can go to. Our offense don't look the exact same like it used to look. We got different things that we're going to. You're able to find different combinations that worked. Not that I wanted to get suspended or that was good or anything like that, but I do think kind of helped us find different things that we can go to and explore. And now you add me back into the fray. You add GP back from his injury. CP will be coming back, and now you got those pieces coming back that you can rely on. But it's not just us; it's everybody who's stepping. Lester, Gee, it's everybody who's going out there is playing good basketball. So I think that's good for us.
It's like he might be right, but it's just weird hearing him say it. Yeah, you know what? Me being suspended, I'm glad I did. It's a good thing. Look at us. Look at us now. We're rolling. It sounds weird coming from the guy that actually got suspended. But yeah, I mean, this team looks totally different. Totally different. Here's what I see. I mean, Steph was like straight sniper mode last night in the fourth quarter. Jeez. He wasn't even touching rim from like 30. That's what it sounded like, just all net. He was a sniper. Kuminga wasn't great last night, but Clay was. Clay was fantastic in rhythm, not forcing shots, not hunting shots. And here's the great thing about Clay is I think Clay's going to have games this year where he's like that, and then he'll go down, he'll be up and down, and maybe he'll go up for like 3 or 4 games and down. And I think that's just what you have to deal with Clay. And that's fine. That's fine. As Clay knows like who he is right now and just understands he can't be the Clay of 4 years ago. So don't try to recreate that. Don't try to chase that. Embrace who you are now to the fullest extent of the law and just be that guy. And if on nights where you don't have it, Quinones can play. Pajemski can play a little bit more. Like they have guys that can fill in now where you're not like, oh, now what do we do? Gary Payton coming back, obviously. He's like a human can of Red Bull. I mean, the guy is pure energy. Doon, 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 doon. He gets out there. He runs the court. He's dunking. He's deflecting balls. He's just been fantastic. Kuminga, he's been great. Ever since he figured out, you know what, maybe I should attack when I get the ball. Let me attack. Let me make sure there's a driving lane, and then I'm going to attack. No above the break threes. I'll limit the corner threes. Perfect. He's been incredible since then. So that's been, and then Wiggins. Hell, Wiggins last month and a half has been like, hey, whoa, that's Wiggins. He's been playing fantastic. Playing the defense, hitting shots. He's still, the three-point shot still hasn't come around. Like that one's still kind of still in the back compartment. Like, hey, you can move up to first class now. Let's go. Let's get on the train. Let's keep moving. We got everything else kind of rolling. How about you just join us? But other than that, mid-range has been good. He's attacking the rim, which has been really, really good to see. And then Draymond's been great at center. Defensively, offensively. They just have a bunch of guys that are pitching in, which is kind of how they envisioned it from the get-go. So even TJD came in last night, played really well off the bench, got some rebounds. I don't even know if he played in the first half. I think that was Draymond and Looney. Comes in the second half, energy, running the court, getting his hands on balls, getting offensive rebounds, just really got a block shot, catching the ball on the roll and finishing. So he was really good last night, too. And Utah, It's been one of the hottest teams in the league at home. I mean, they've been rolling teams at home, and the Warriors rolled them. So, yeah, I like what I see. It's that stretch that you're looking for. I think it's 7 out of 8 now. You want to see give me that 10-game stretch. And if you win the next 2, right, 7 out of 8, now you get 9 out of 10, that's a great 10-game stretch. The only bummer is now you take a week off, and you got to come back and do it all over again. And so you'd like to see them just be able to keep, but that's the schedule. Same for everybody. They're going to play a Clipper team that just got absolutely thumped last night against the Wolves. And the Wolves just went in there and it just hammered them. They got up quick. Clippers caught them, took a 4-point lead at half, and then a 40-19 third quarter over. Thanks for coming. Wolves are pretty good. Wolves can defend. Wolves will get after you. So that's not going to be the easiest the easiest game tomorrow night. I mean, Clippers are good anyway. They usually match up pretty well with the Warriors. They guard what the Warriors want to do, and they have they're going to try to isolate Harden over and over and over again, just like Clippers are going to try to isolate Steph over and over and over again. But you play a team that's really good, that gets embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed, you better believe you're going to be in for a fight that following game. And still, anytime plays the Warriors, they want to get after it anyway. So I'm looking forward to a really good game. That Phoenix game was fantastic. What a fantastic game that was. Just a heck of a win. Big-time players hitting those type of shots. And Steph has just been rolling. Steph's kind of in that groove right now where he's open. You expect it to hit the bottom of the net every single time. That may be a little unrealistic, but he is Steph. And with Steph, seemingly all things are possible. All right, coming up, Dante Whitner is going to join us. We'll recap the Super Bowl, and then we'll get back into Warriors when the former VP of basketball ops, Bob Myers, who's now on ESPN, will join us. And then Steve Kerr, the current head coach, will join us right here in the Sports Leader. Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. If you have a house that has walls and rooms, congrats. You probably have the same thing I do. Maybe not the same house, same model, but you probably have a dead spot, a Wi-Fi dead spot. Wi-Fi dead spots stink because everyone wants to congregate to the part of the room that has great Wi-Fi. So when you get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi with Xfinity, that way it spreads out the Wi-Fi. Not only get the speed and the reliability you can count on, you can also count on great coverage. That's what you want. You want the gamer taken care of, the streamer taken care of. Maybe someone's on TikTok. Somebody could be gaming. I said gaming twice. Maybe you got 2 kids that are gaming. Who knows? Could be working. Could be going to school. On a tablet, on a phone, on a TV. Doesn't matter. Everyone should have the same Wi-Fi coverage in every room of the house. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi affords you that. You're like, hey, whoa, now everybody can just spend time in the room. Don't have to bother me. We're all good. You got your Wi-Fi. I got my Wi-Fi. Everybody has their Wi-Fi. And let's be honest, that's really all anybody wants is the Wi-Fi. So get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love incredibly fast, incredibly reliable Wi-Fi that has incredible coverage throughout your entire home. You want Xfinity. One of the reasons this week, kind of sucks, is not only you talk about it would have been better if the Niners would have won, but it still sucks because it's like the last week for all our football guests who we get to have every single week and get to talk to them and break down football, and that goes away. So for me, it's kind of a bummer because I don't get to talk to these people for, another 6 months or so. Dante Whitner is one of those that we've had the pleasure of having on weekly throughout the course of the year. And maybe we'll hit him up occasionally throughout the offseason, but this will be the last regular hit we have with Dante. So, Dante, appreciate you always being there for us weekly. It's kind of a bummer this is the end, and kind of a bummer to end on such a sour note.
Definitely, and I appreciate you guys having me on and allowing me to speak the game. And, it's just a devastating way to end the season. The 49ers were set up the way that a championship team is supposed to be set up. And it's just unfortunate they didn't execute and play their best in the biggest moment in the game, moment in the season.
What stood out to you? Like, what are some of the plays that you look at? And that's the way it is. You lose, and you start looking at plays and look at certain things and certain blown assignments that maybe you didn't do. But were there ones that jumped out to you over others?
Yeah, the 3rd and 6, crossing routes, that's a staple first-day install for the defense. The ball where Ray McLeod tried to pick up the fumble, everybody knows that if it hits the player out there, you jump on the football. You don't play superhero in that moment. Only thing that matters is recovering the football. So to try to pick it up, scoop it, and run with it, I thought that was maybe asinine. And then the 2 missed throws to Deebo Samuel, one when he was able to get behind the corner, the ball was late, and then the other when they went play action in their red zone and they didn't execute. And then I also thought that it was some blatant holding calls out there, and I'm not one to make excuses, but a lot of those tackles from the Kansas City Chiefs and the running back on Fred Warner, that's blatant holding. I don't know how the refs can miss those calls, but all in all, they didn't play their best, and they had too many mistakes to win a championship versus a team that's set up the way that the Kansas City Chiefs is set up.
Yeah, the one that really jumped out to me, and I'd get your thoughts on it, was the one where it seemed like Burford missed an assignment and Chris Jones just went right to Brock Purdy on the 3rd and 4 in overtime. They had to settle for the field goal, and Jennings won that route, and he won it rather easily. It was going to be a first down, may have been a touchdown, but they just blew the assignment. Purdy didn't have enough time to get it to Jennings. That was just so critical, and those little things you look back on and just wonder how that kind of stuff happens.
Well, youth and expectation and potential can get you beat in big moments. Spencer Buford is going to be a great player, but in that moment, the game was too big. That moment was too big for him, and the lack of execution was what got the 49ers beat in that moment. And we knew that it was going to take their best effort from everybody. And you just can't have mental errors, especially in the biggest moment in the season. So, yeah, I still stand by that to this day. Youth and potential can get you beat in big moments.
One play I wanted to ask you about in particular and just get your thoughts on it, it was the 4th and 1 in overtime where they ran Mahomes to the right and he had Kelsey there. They ran something similar to that. It wasn't the exact play. I was talking to Greg Costello, so the other one was a little more of an RPO, or was an RPO. This one wasn't. But Bosa crashed down, and we've seen him do that in the playoffs when they run those crackback plays. He crashes down, and then it's wide open. I'm wondering how easy is it for him that second time with the game on the line, maybe thinking that Mahomes might keep the ball in his hands, to not crash down on that play? Is that what he's taught to do? Would that have been a linebacker that comes over and maybe tries to get to Mahomes before he gets to the first down? It just seemed really easy, and I'm wondering, is there something that somebody missed, or was that just a really good play call and, hey, what are you going to do?
Well, we have to know what the play call was in the huddle.
That's a good point.
You have different ways to play that. Sometimes you'll have Bosa crash down and take the A-gap in case they go dive to Pacheco.
Okay.
And you have an outside linebacker that's cheating outside, that's playing the quarterback run game, and Kelsey coming around the edge. So it's either Bosa had to crash down and there's a linebacker outside, or Bosa slows down and the linebacker stays inside and plays the A-gap.
Okay.
So whatever they called in the huddle, obviously they didn't execute it, but, it's between either Bosa or whoever that outside linebacker safety that's down to that side. So all in all, it's just a lack of execution. And I think that in that moment, you have to expect Mahomes to have the ball in his hands. You have to expect Travis Kelce to somewhat be involved. So I think that in that moment, Steve Wilkes probably got out-coached. And then the players got out-executed. And that's why you don't win Super Bowls. It's hard to, beat a team that has a quarterback that's playing the way that Patrick Mahomes is playing and can come back from any deficit. And then also, they had so many footballs on the ground, Kansas City did, and the 49ers just needed one or two of those fumbles to bounce their way to steal possession. So they just didn't get it done.
Anything defensively that you noticed that was different after Greenlaw went down?
No, I didn't notice anything differently. They used Logan Ryan a lot more, an outside linebacker, and they stayed in nickel personnel. So that's basically all they did. They mixed it up with some zone and some man. It's just, in those moments, you have to communicate at a high level. And with those crossing routes, with the blitz pickups, you just have to get up and execute in those moments. And whoever's on the ball, when you're playing man-to-man like that, you have to get up and do the banana in the tailpipe drill where the crossing route is coming. You don't get too high on it so that you get picked. You have to be running behind the guy stride for stride so that if he does catch the ball, you can go down and attack his legs and his ankles and do a gator roll. Yeah. That's an execution thing from the man coverage that the 49ers was playing.
Yeah. Did you see anything? I'm just curious your thoughts moving forward. Like in your mind, is Purdy the guy and you don't need to worry about quarterback for a while if you're the 49ers?
Yeah, Purdy's definitely the guy. And when you match him with Kyle Shanahan coming off these devastating losses, and think about it, the 49ers didn't have really bad seasons. They end in the NFC Championship and lost the Super Bowl. It's just that the expectations are so high. I felt like Purdy played well. For some of the mishaps that they had on the offensive line, getting behind the sticks with penalties and turnovers, I thought Purdy played pretty well. And he probably would have won MVP if he'd have thrown a touchdown to Juwan Jennings to win that game in overtime. So I think it's going to be a long offseason. They're going to figure out what they need to do at the opposite defensive end, opposite Nick Bosa. They're going to see what they're going to have to do for the replacement of Dre Greenlaw. They're expecting to get Talanoa Hufanga back. Yep. And then you have Travarius Ward and Diamador Lenore going into his fourth year, and becoming a veteran out there. So they have everything that they want right in front of them, but you have to get Brandon Ayuk signed. That's the only thing on the offensive side of the ball. You have to bring back Brandon Ayuk.
Who are the five guys, in your opinion, that are the core? Like, these guys are going to be here no matter. We'll figure it out one way or the other. The rest, maybe you'd like to keep some other guys. Maybe you can't. But if I picked five, who would be the five guys that you say, look, that's the 49er core moving forward no matter what?
Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams until he decides to retire. So I think I'm going to get an extra pick for that. I would say Brandon Ayuk. With the way that he developed this year and the matchup issues that he can cause out there, Brandon Ayuk. On the defense side of the ball, definitely Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And then in the secondary, Travarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga. So I know I gave you more than
you gave
five.
Me 8.
It was hard. It was hard to get just 5. So
Debo in your mind is kind of a luxury, and he may be one of those guys that you'd love to keep, but because of all the other guys you want to keep, you may not be able to.
Absolutely. It's hard to say that, and he's a top player in the NFL, but I do believe that Debo adds so much value to what they want to do on offense that he just might. I might have to take that back.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And this is what happens, right? You get a really good team, and you just find it because of a salary cap. You can't keep everybody. You just can't do
that's
it.
What happened to us in 2013?
Yep.
Right. We had so many guys that were coming off Pro Bowls and just jumped on the radar, and other teams want to come and pick that fruit off of your tree.
Yep.
So that's what's going to happen. So. And then the salary cap. You can't pay everybody. You're getting away with it right now because Brock Purdy is on a rookie deal. But what's going to happen when he's demanding $40+ million a year? You're going to have to skim some of the fat, and some of the guys are going to have to go elsewhere.
You've called a lot of college games this year as well, so you've seen the strategies that teams use in overtime in college. Were you okay with the decision to take the ball first? And, what is your preference in those situations? To take it first and try to apply pressure, or take it second so you know exactly what you have to do?
I take it second, so you know exactly what you have to do. Do you need 4 downs? Do you need to get in field goal range? And you're safe to take it to a second overtime or continue it in overtime? And then I'm always a believer in the defense. Defense wins championships. You put your defense out there to maybe go 3 and out.
Yep.
They have to punt the football. You get a good return. Now you're set up to go and win the game. So, yeah. I always believed in, giving the football to the opposition and playing defense and believing in your defense.
Yeah. You will know the answer to this question. I don't, but a lot of people have said the defense just came off a long drive. You want to get them some rest. And I said, well, you probably had 5 minutes from the time the game ended, the kickoff, the kneel down, the coin toss, all that. How much of a factor would that have been? Like, if you went through that long drive, would you say, look, we can't go, we need an extra 5 minutes possibly? Or would the 5 minutes have been enough to, get yourself going? It's like, hey, we're ready, let's go.
During the season, you never get a chance as a football player or want to say, hey, coach, give us a blow. It's called sudden change.
Mm-hmm.
That's a form of football that we practice. You practice getting tired and running wind sprints and not being able to breathe and having to communicate at a high level and keep your knees bent and fight through the lactic acid and still read your keys and break on the ball 1/3 the distance, the ball in the air, and still tackle and still run to the football and give great effort. We practice that sudden change situation. So it's a defense and being proud and being pretty much the catalyst for the 49ers' success over the last 7 years. You should be proud to go out there in that moment and get the ball back to go down and score a touchdown to win the Super Bowl. So I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think that play had anything to play with. Had anything to do with it. When you play 20 football games on the season and then you add preseason in there, you're conditioned to go out there and play 100 snaps if need be.
Yeah. Hey, we always appreciate it. I'm going to miss talking to you every single week. Maybe we'll talk to you around draft time, talk to you about some of the players that maybe you've seen, but enjoy a little vacation or whatever you're going to do after the season. But know that we valued you coming on. We appreciate it, and hopefully we're going to do it again next year.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. Great season. Just so sad that it had to end the way that it ended.
I know. It just really sucks is what it does.
It does.
Hey, appreciate it, Dante, and enjoy your time off, man.
All right, Tom. Have a good one.
All right, Dante. Thank you very much. Again, it's always a bummer week for me because, you talk to Greg Cosell, done for a while. Dante, done for a while. Brent Jones, done for a while. Steve Young, done for a while. Like Matt Mayoko, done for a while. But it's just like you get used to talking to these guys each and every like you know who's coming on Mondays, you know who's coming on Tuesdays, you know who's coming on Wednesdays, and then it's just like gone. Poof. And, as long as I've been on with these guys, I mean, some of them a decade plus, some of them 15, 20 years. It's just fun to talk to them. Just fun to sit back and you feel like you're catching up with friends for half an hour a week. So anyway, we'll have Dante on at some point, but he's going to have a well-deserved vacation. All right, coming up, we're going to talk Warriors for the rest of the show pretty much. We have Bob Myers on, who dodged us while the Warriors sucked, and now that they're playing well, decided, hey, this is a good time to jump on in. Can't fault the man. He's right. They've been playing good. We'll see if he agrees with Draymond that slapping someone in the face was a good thing. We win. Look, we win, we all win. Look at that. We all win. Don't wrap me up. And then Steve Kerr will come on with us as well, right here on the Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down what went wrong for the 49ers and how do they rebound. That podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good evening, sports fans. This is Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney, and I'm here to talk to you about what do you do if you can't pay your taxes. Don't go to either extremes. Don't stick your head in the sand and wait for one of these new IRS agents from this new army of IRS agents to do something bad to you, like go to your customers and say, don't pay you, pay them, which can put you out of business, or go to your employer who would look at you in a very bad light, maybe fire you, or just say, well, they're the IRS, they must be right, and just write them a check. First thing we do is we listen to you. We determine, is the IRS bill correct or incorrect? A lot of times the IRS sends wrong bills. If that's the case, we'll contact them, get it fixed. And if you do owe them some money, no problem. We want to make a sweetheart deal for you. There's all kinds of options. We'll listen to your needs. We'll explain everything to you. And then we want to go do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll do the whole job. Just call us at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAXDEAL. Or visit us online at moskowitzllp.com. MOSKOWITZLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our next guest is just quite simply just one of the good guys that was in professional sports, and he also has impeccable timing. You don't build a dynasty without knowing when to sign guys, who to sign, when to let them go, who to re-sign, when to do all those sort of things, and it's carried off into his job being a commentator for ESPN, when to come on talk shows, when not to come on talk shows, how the team we're going to be talking about is playing. Very good timing, very good guy. I love him. Bob Myers. Bob, what's going on?
Nothing, man. That was I don't know. You've been around the block. I just didn't think it was good if the team wasn't doing well.
Well, it's good for us.
I know, but is it?
You know what, though? The funny thing is, you must have thought when you took the job at ESPN, like you had no idea this stuff for the Warriors is going to happen. Then when it does happen, of course, I'm sure that's all anybody wanted to talk to you about because, well, hey, you're the guy that built this team. You have insight on this team. Let's talk about it. You probably had to think, I'm not sure this is exactly what I signed up for, but okay.
Yeah. Well, you realize, you may know this already, the Warriors are a huge national deal. Maybe I'm just waking up to that. I mean, when you go on these national shows, it's the Lakers, the Knicks, the Warriors.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know what it is after that. Celtics,
yep.
Yeah, but the Warriors, you're going to talk about the Warriors, whether the records, 30-10 or 10-30
yep.
or 20-20. It's just you're going to talk about them, and that's I guess fantastic, right? I mean, growing up here, not many people were talking about the Warriors. When you were playing, I don't know, Tom.
No.
I don't know if it was like a
No. I mean, everybody had a good time smoking pot, watching the Warriors win some home games, but no, we weren't national news.
No. So you can't avoid it. I mean, I just, and I have so many friends over there, such great memories and respect for all the guys. I mean, Curry's just, you think you appreciate him, and then you distance a little bit, and you just realize how special it was to spend the time I did with him. And just to watch his journey, and Kerr, obviously Steve well, and watching Mike take over the reins and do such a good job, and Draymond kind of go through a little bit of a bump in the road and come back around. So I'm really happy now. I just thought it just so many things that could go wrong went wrong early. And now, even when they were playing those two games when they lost against the Lakers and Kings, somebody asked me, what's going on with the Warriors? I said, if they're going to do anything, it's going to be right now, because you could see it coming a little bit with the lineups, with Draymond playing the 5 and Kuminga and Wiggins, and kind of being able to function together, which wasn't working at the start. And now they found something, and it's so great to see them become the best version of them. Maybe they can become even better. I mean, Clay last night gave us more of what we're used to. So it's so great to have them. There were so many guys that weren't playing well. Draymond was out, and you just knew that wasn't them. And to see the Warriors now almost fully healthy, Chris Paul coming back, is just you always want to see what a team's best version of themselves can be, and I think we're close to seeing that with the Warriors.
No, I think you're right. Kuminga's been fantastic. It's funny how, and look, I'd about had it with him. I got to be honest with you. I'm like, when is this guy going to figure out? Like, it's not about the threes. It's about attacking the rim. It's about running the court. It's about getting some rebounds and doing, like, what you can do. Like, that's who you are right now. And I just, like, and then you realize he's still, because we all want it now. Like, and then it's been 3 years, and you're like, 3 years? This guy's like a vet now. You realize he's still really young. And then it finally kind of clicked in, like he got it. Okay, wow, this really works. Attacking the rim, I can really dominate in that 10-foot space in there. And you like, that's the guy. Like it happened over a couple weeks, and it really is amazing. And I'm sure you've seen it, but I think we all want it. Fans want it. Coaches want it. And sometimes you just have to understand when these guys are so young, it may not come, but it may. And if it does, you're going to be really happy if it does. And we've really seen that in Kuminga the last month. Like it didn't happen overnight, Bob, but it felt like, bam, 2 weeks, he's got it. Like that's what we've been talking about.
Well, look, when I'm looking for the 21-year-old Tom Tolbert, what's that bar at Arizona's campus that everybody would go to? What was that
Green
bar?
Dolphin? Dirtbags?
Yeah.
Which one?
Dirtbags.
I got about 4 of them.
I mean, when most of us were 21, were you trying to figure out how to play in the NBA, coming from the Congo to the G League to, it's just...
I thought I was going to be playing in the Congo. What, are you kidding me?
Right.
I didn't know I'd be in the NBA.
Okay, so you're a bad example. Like normal
I'm
people.
definitely a bad example.
So, I mean, when we drafted Kuminga, the idea, and you're not perfect, was this is a wing position, the most coveted position in the league, the most hard to find, an athletic wing that can defend his position, that can possibly play some pick and roll, that's athletic enough to finish at the rim, that has a decent looking shot, that needs work. So you hope over time all that translates into what you think it might be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people now, like you mentioned, Tom, want it to happen right away. It just doesn't. And especially when you put a guy like Kuminga on a team where they're trying to win and they're not going to let you have the leash that another team might to make mistakes. And so the good news is, by having gone through all that for Jonathan, it's made him better. It's almost like the tortoise and the hare. He's had to go through it in probably a slower pace than he wanted, or maybe even fans. But now that he got through it, he's better for it. And you watch all the games. I mean, he makes this team really dangerous. I mean, he's kind of that missing thing. I was at the Super Bowl. We can talk about that. Draymond texted me because I went to saw him. He was a few suites over. And I went to saw him, hung out for a little bit, then went back to where I was. And then he separately texted me and said, "How great is Kuminga?" After we talked for 20 minutes, he went out of his way to say, "And by the way, how good's Kuminga? He's going to be an all-star." And so I thought, obviously, Draymond doesn't throw out compliments for no reason. To get the stamp of approval from a kind of a guy that only knows winning and only really cares about winning was pretty cool for me to hear from Draymond.
Mm-hmm.
And so all things great, good for Steve to kind of get through it and find the best way to utilize Kuminga, find the best groups to play him with. And it's translating into winning, Tom, and that's what I think fans want to see the most. And this idea that Curry needs help, he's giving every player, by the way, every player needs, every star, every best players ever always need support. And he's giving him a really good guy to build around, be a secondary scorer. So it's really good for everyone.
One of my least favorite things is when I hear people say, and it almost makes my hackles go up, they're wasting Steph's prime years. I'm like, shut up. The guy's getting $50 million a year. Okay, they're not wasting anything. They're trying to help him win championships. They're trying to help themselves win championships. I mean, everybody wants to see Steph win another one, but everyone in the organization wants to win. It's fun to win. You're doing things that you think will help you win. It's not like you're sabotaging the team going, these Steph's won enough already. These guys, we're good enough. I mean, I always hated that narrative. Like, you owe Steph more than you owe any other player on the team. What you owe is you give your team the best chance to win because you're beholden to 15 guys on that team. I mean, some guys are more important. We all know that. Some guys may get statues. Some guy may be here for 2 years. But when they're on the team, you owe them the best effort to try to win every night and then ultimately win a championship. And you guys have done that, but it did... If maybe this is a role player in me speaking, but it drives me nuts when we hold the stars up and say, God, we owe them better. We owe them. It's like, well, what about the rest of us on the team? We want to win too.
Yeah, I go both ways. It's interesting. When I was there, Tom, that was a hard one to hear because we were doing what you said. We were trying to win, and we were trying to give Steph everything he needed as our best player to win. And I thought we did as best we could, and we did win a lot. But we made mistakes. We won a lot. So part of me, that was sensitive to hear that you're wasting Curry's prime, but we always tried to give him what we could. But now having some distance, I hate disagreeing with you, but I think Curry is such a great person and player. So when that narrative happens, and people say Steph deserves, you're wasting it. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. I might say it differently, that Steph deserves to be given a team that can compete every year, is maybe a better way of saying that you're wasting his prime. So I would agree with those people that say, because he's so great on the court and off, like, I mean, this guy's, it's so, just being around the NBA, and you played and you were around stars, a guy like Curry, to have that guy, and I think Steinmetz said it, I know it's not on your station, but he said he's the best face of a franchise in the history of sports. I think he's right. So I think if your argument is, when you say the star, just a random star you're wasting that star's prime, I might say, okay, I'm with you. But with Curry, I hold a little bit of a special place, because if anybody ever deserves it, and I know you feel the same way about him.
Yeah.
But to your point of, you're trying to win for Draymond and Clay and Wiggins and Kerr and Joe and the ownership group, and you're at yourself. I mean, I was sitting there, I want to win.
Yeah.
I mean, you pour everything into those jobs, and that's why I basically got up and said, I can't do it, because I gave it everything I could. Not indifferent than when you left playing. You go, I don't have it anymore. I try.
What do you mean?
So,
they decided for me I wasn't going to play, Bob. What are you talking about? Actually, that's not true. I did have a job waiting for me. But you know what I said? I said, if I have enough blenders to whip up a daiquiri in every room of my house, I'm retiring. That's it.
There you go.
I got enough blenders, and I'm done. And I get into this goofy-ass business.
But look, it's a little bit like, you'd love to have seen Mike Trout in the playoffs, right?
You think? I saw him for 3 games, Bob. And by the way, thanks for bringing that up. I'm not even in baseball season yet, and you ding me with that one. Appreciate it. Well done.
I didn't mean to hit you that hard.
Yeah, that hurts.
But, I mean, the league is better when Curry's in the playoffs competing for championships. I know we're on a local state. Obviously, the Bay Area loves it, and that's great. But the whole country benefits from, watching Steph Curry compete for championships and watching Mahomes. I mean, there's this weird dynamic when somebody's that talented. And Mahomes, I do think, is the Curry of the NFL.
Yeah, he's a pretty good face for your franchise.
He's so good. But he has so much, you know why? Because he has so much fun.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think people relate to Curry with. And I always would tell Steph, I go, I'm so envious of how much you love what you do. I loved what I did, Tom, and I don't know if you loved playing in the NBA.
Yeah.
But I didn't enjoy it as much.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about playing. I didn't play in the NBA. But when I was a GM, when I was in the NBA trying to win as a GM, I didn't have as much fun as you look at a guy like Curry that has. And I was always envious of that. I said, if I could ever figure that out, obviously I couldn't. But that's why I think people cheer for those people so much. And I know Barry didn't want Mahomes to win. I totally get that. But I mean, as a fan, people say, that's the type of player that people like, I suppose. But coming off the heels, I'm sure 49er fans hate Mahomes, and but he's a good player.
He's a great player, one of the best ever. Here's why I think you couldn't enjoy it, because once the game started, you had no effect on the game, and that I can't even imagine being so invested in a team, putting it together. And then once the game starts, I just got to sit there and watch like everybody else. And that I don't even know if I could do that. That's why I guess Billy Beane said he used to go to Treasure Island and listen to the games on the radio, because he just couldn't take it. It was just too much. He just wanted to get away from it.
I was sitting with Adam Peters at the game, and he's sitting there, and I'm just watching him. And, people don't get how much you put into these things as an executive. I mean, anybody around the team, you literally give up a lot of your life to win, because that's what it's required. And so when the game starts, like you said, I mean, and I got close to John Lynch, and just the heartbreak. I was sitting in a suite adjacent to the 49ers families. Mike Shannon was there, and it really puts things in perspective when you are next to the family members of the coaches and some of the people, and you see how much it becomes. Not that it's not important for the fan. It is so important for so many people. But when it's your husband working in it, you see the family and how much it means to the families. And it just breaks your heart to see a team get that close.
Yeah.
And so you're right. For me, I struggled, and we did really well. I mean, with the Warriors, we lost 2 finals, which are brutal. But having won some, luckily having won some, it takes some of the pain away. But it's
what's funny, Bob.
Anyways,
it was funny because I was talking about this. I've talked to many athletes about this, and for whatever reason, the losses hurt, then the wins feel good. Like, you love winning, but when you put in that type of work, you almost expect that that's going to be the outcome. And when it's not, I tell people I still remember the Oklahoma game, 30 plus years ago. I still remember plays about that game. Why I did this? Why didn't I do this? What happened there? You ask Steve, that's the most painful game he can ever remember. The Oklahoma game. I've never watched it either. But when you think like we were so close to our ultimate goal, and now it's over, and this team's going to be different, and the guys aren't going to be back, and all of us are like moving on with our lives, like that, it hurt. Like that was a crying locker room right there, and it just. And I didn't get a chance to win the next year or something like that. But people that win, they say it's awesome. Like, winning is the best. But I go, I asked them, what do you remember better? What do you remember more vividly? The losses. It's a weird human nature deal. But for some reason, and you can speak to it because you've won more than you've lost as an executive. But I bet you there are plays in the losses that are probably a little more clear than some of the plays in the wins.
No, I can tell you right now. So to that question. We won 4 and lost 2 in the finals. I remember every detail, what I did after the losses. I can tell you where I sat at the kitchen table after we lost game 7 at home to Cleveland and had a glass of whiskey and a grilled cheese sandwich with my wife at whatever time of night. I can tell you what I had for breakfast that morning and where I went pre-game game 7, Father's Day. I think it was, Sunday in June.
Yep.
And I can tell you what I ordered. And that was the game 7. And then the game against Toronto, game 6, post game, I can tell you where I sat in Oracle because it was the last game ever for us in Oracle. Remember that, 2019. Yeah. And I sat in the stands, and Curry was kind of like 100 yards away, just to think about this is probably the last time we're ever going to play here. And I remember where I sat. I could take you to the seat, not the exact seat, but I could say, Tom, this is kind of right where I was sitting. And after the wins, it's kind of a blur. It's great, but it's not the same pain. It's I guess to your point, the joy and pain don't align.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the struggle. It's always like, I tell any GM or anybody that's in it, I go, you have to find a way to enjoy it. You have to find a way to make the wins. And that's why I don't gamble at all. If I sit on a blackjack table and I lose the first hand, I'm so upset. I get up, and if I win, I don't care. It's not that I have so much. It's not about the money. It's just about
exactly.
It doesn't. My scale is so badly balanced that it's not healthy. But the people that can find joy in it, then you're better off. But if you can't do it, like, I don't know, you were mentioning what you remember as a player.
Yeah.
But you seem like you have fun, man. I
had a good time, but I still remember those things. Like, there's still a lot more vivid in my mind. And I asked a lot of people, coaches, executives, like, how do you fit in joy into what you do? And Steve talks about joy all the time, but trust me, I talk to Steve all the time. There's a lot of miserable moments that go along with the joy. A lot of nights where I call him, he's like, "Yeah, I can't sleep. I can't get to bed." And he goes, "Yeah." He told a story on the air. He goes, "Yeah, Margot's kicking me, going, it's November. Stop it." But that's the life of a coach and an executive. I mean, it's all consuming. So I asked these guys, I go, how do you get the balance where this is something you love to do, but it's almost like you don't love what you do? It's like, if I win, it's a relief, and more than like, wow, we won, I can really enjoy it. This is awesome. It's like, oh, whew, we won. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And I just wonder, like, for people that get into this, they obviously love the sport, but you wouldn't know it a lot of times by being around them, because it's just, you pour so much into what you do, and it's just, I'm wondering, maybe you didn't find it. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the reason you decided to call it a career for a while. But I don't know how you have a job in a sport that you love, but you don't love it. Like, it's just weird to me. Like, I'd try to put more into the love part of it. Like I'm going to enjoy everything. I don't care what I do. I'm going to enjoy it. but then it consumes you. Like, how did you deal with that? Like, not let it consume you and think about the team all the time. How do we get better? What do I do about this? What do I do? You know, did Draymond do something today? What do we got going? It's that phone call at 3 a.m. I'm not home. Leave me alone. I'm not here. But how did you balance that, or did you?
I did not do a good job of that. You're bringing up all kinds of thoughts. I'll tell you what. I did not. That's part of the reason why I left. I did not do that. I'm really hard on myself. Every mistake I made, I would revisit way too many times in the middle of the night or next day. Too much, unhealthy. And then I just got to a point. One thing that's a misconception is how competitive. I think people think they know how competitive Steve Kerr is, how competitive Steph Curry is. Yeah. Everybody knows how competitive Draymond Green is.
Yep.
I'm not sure they understand how competitive Sean Livingston was or Klay Thompson is. I think they know, but really, and I think especially with Steve, and I don't play, I don't coach.
Yep.
But the same level of competition, if you're that competitive, it's really hard to enjoy. It's really hard to enjoy the winning as much as you hate the losing. It's just tough. We had a school event a few months ago, Tom, and they handed out this sheet of paper, and it was go around and ask the other parents, check some boxes, and who was from San Francisco, who's from out of town. And the first one to get like this bingo card by just interacting with the other parents won this bingo. I got the card and I said, I'm not going to play this game. I'm not going to play. I'm just going to sit here. I'm not going to. So then I sat there, Tom. I sat there and like 30 seconds go by and I go, you know what? And nobody was taking it seriously, and nobody was really working the room. I said, you know what, fine. So I got up, asked 4 or 5 people, bingo. And then I go, what is wrong with me? Like, what is wrong with me? Why do I do that? You know, and I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that way. And so part of it is when you say to be successful in sports is so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard. You think Kyle Shanahan didn't literally like almost try to kill himself to prepare for that Super Bowl.
No doubt.
I bet he worked so hard to do it. And you come up just a little bit short. John Lynch, all the players, all the coaches. It's so hard to win, especially when everybody else is doing the same thing. And so you have to be that competitive. But being that competitive is not a fun way to live sometimes. So I just struggled with that. And probably will for my whole life. And that's why for me, I said, okay, I did the best I could. But you're right. Steve has that.
Yep. No doubt.
In him. And I think a lot of people that I guess are success. Steve's always had that. You played with him. He was like that at Arizona.
Yep. Yes, he was.
He was like that in Chicago. He was like that in San Antonio, all the places he played.
Yep.
But again, back to what I said, I do and I'm not just saying this to talk. If somebody said who had fun playing in the NBA, I would say Tolbert.
I did.
I would.
Yep.
I think you did. So I don't know if you're the right guy to talk to. I think you had fun. You actually not only had fun, you have fun. I would put you in a category of like, I need to hang out with that guy because I can see why
it's like
Kerr likes
Stripes.
you, you know.
I want to party with you, cowboy. Hey, let me ask you this before we let you go, because look, I could go a million directions with this. You're so much fun to have on. I didn't even get into the football stuff, but maybe we'll have you on again and get into some more stuff, because again, I love talking to you. But I do want to ask you this. So people ask me about the Warriors, and I say, look, this is kind of like the natural life cycle of a dynasty, where it's not always going to be great. Like, say, Clay has been up and down. Draymond's still good, but he's still at a high level, not as high. Steph's about the same, probably. I mean, Steph's incredible. But if you decide you want to hold on to all the players, at some point, you're going to have to pay the piper. But that I don't mind that decision, because you want to reward guys who helped you win championships and helped you get an arena downtown and helped the team become like a multi-billion-dollar organization. So I don't mind that, but people have to understand that. Like, there is a price to be paid there. Or you can say, let's get rid of some of the guys, get some new guys in here and try to keep this going like the old Bill Walsh thing. Get rid of them a year too early rather than a year too late. Sentimental people, maybe like myself, would say, well, that kind of sucks. These guys have been so good here. Like, how do you view that? Like, what you do, is it always let's try and be the best team we can no matter what sacrifices we have to make? Or is there a sentimental side and say, you know what, we're going to try to be good with this team. Maybe we could be a little bit better, but we owe it to these guys to keep it going.
I think what you just said, I mean, it's hard for me to not be biased on this one because I would give these guys every last chance. I think that's what Joe Lacob's doing. That's what Dunleavy's doing. Give them every last chance together. And part of the reason, not the whole reason that I said I couldn't stay is I can't even imagine doing that. I could not imagine saying to any of those main guys that we have to move on.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. So you talk about sentimental. I literally couldn't do it. So for me, Tom, I love the fact that they're playing so well now because it's saying to the fans, it's saying to ownership, it's saying to management, hey, we're not done yet. We're not done. And by the way, as their leader, Curry, not even close to that. I mean, this guy's, how he's playing and at the level he's at is these arguments about, where does he rank? And 10 years ago, what was he and what is he now? He's one of the all-time best players ever to play.
Yep.
And it's not even,
no doubt.
That is just a fact now. I don't know if people would have said that 5, 6, 7 years ago, whereas you knew all along it might end up that people would say that about LeBron or whatever. But with Steph, now it's like, there's nothing to argue about. So you've got him. And also to him, when you say owing it to somebody, let him go out with his guys as best you can, right? And so and that's what makes this team so great to get behind and cheer for is the stories, the relationships. I always told people that if you don't have the relationships, what do you have? When you look back on your career, it's probably you have 3 or 4 guys that you played with that hopefully you still talk to.
Yep, Chris Mullin, Jim Peterson, Steve, obviously. But guys that I consider close friends.
Right, and that's it. That's all you have. You don't stare at your box scores or watch your old film.
Well,
I don't think.
Maybe sometime. No, I'm just kidding.
No, so I love that Joe Lacob's putting his money behind this team. I think the fans love it. There's a sentimentality, but sports is sentimental. Who cares, right? It's not supposed to be. It's not a hedge fund. It's sports.
Yeah.
So let's let it be sentimental. That's why we love it, and let these guys keep going till they can't. And I think that's what we're watching. And that's why this latest stretch, Tom, is so fun to see. I'm so happy for Steve. You know, and you joke about not sleeping in November. I bet he wasn't sleeping in November. I talked to him too. What everybody's going through, this is the team that they imagined it would be right now. And as long as they can stay healthy, watch out, because the West, I don't see a team the Warriors can't beat. I mean, I see challenges, just like I see challenges for every team, but you're not going up against Shaq and Kobe where you look at each other and go, I don't think we can beat these guys. Or Duncan, Parker, Ginobili. There is no team in the West where you say the Warriors can't beat them. And that's all you can ask for as the players, as the organization, as fans is, okay, throw the ball up and let's see what we can do. And this team is showing us that over the last 7-8 games. So it's really cool.
No doubt about it. And by the way, I'd flip the tables on Steph and go, you owe me another championship. Screw owing you. You owe me one more. Go get me one if you're one of the best ever. Give me another ring.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would not ask anything of him. I think I'll be indebted of him my entire life.
He's
I think,
the best.
It's the other way.
He's
Come rake
the
my
best.
lawn. Yeah, come mow my lawn, Bob. Okay, Steph, but I just took out your trash. Hey, the fish tank needs to be cleaned. All right.
It is Steph. You do what you got to do. No, but he's one of a kind. He absolutely is. He is the absolute best. Hey, I hope the family's doing well, and let's not wait so long. Yeah, I love having you on. It's fun talking to you about hoops, and maybe next time we have you on, we can get into the rest of the league, see what's going on in the East, and just get your thoughts on what happens maybe as we get closer to playoff time.
Yeah, man, and tell Steve-O I said hello, and you got him coming on here in a minute. So.
Yeah, we got him coming on in about 7 minutes. He's got 500 wins, although to my count, Luke's got 39, Kenny Atkinson has 1, and Mike Brown has a few. So he's still got a ways to go before he actually gets to 500.
How about Walton's win percentage? I mean, 30,
you kidding me? I wouldn't. I mean, well, here it was good. The Lakers, it took a little dip.
No, Warriors win percentage 39-4. I think something insane.
Oh, it's never going to lead the Warriors forever. Tell the family I said hi, and I'm glad you're doing well,
Take
Bob.
Take it easy, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. Bob Myers, analyst, ESPN, former GM and VP of basketball ops for the Warriors, and just He is. He's a great guy. I love Bob. Fun talking to Bob when he was here. And he was just, hard to replace a guy like that. Mike Dunleavy's doing a fantastic job right now, but what Bob did over the years and growing up here and being a fan of the Warriors, and then to step away just because it's hard. It's hard emotionally, boy. It's brutal. So I hope you enjoyed that conversation. We'll continue on with Warriors talk. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, almost at 500, but not as close as you think, here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
The Warriors have won 5 in a row after their 129-107 victory in Utah. More on that story trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team at sftaxteam.com. This time of year, there's all sorts of avenues you can choose to go down when it comes to taxes. Do you want to go with one of the do-it-yourselfs? Do you want to go with somebody who's going to do it, you get it done for free? Maybe you get it done for pennies on the dollar. Well, you could do that. The old adage, you get what you pay for, may come into play. Or you could go with someone that's been doing this for years and years and years and years and years and just trust them to do it right. That's what I did. I don't want any problems with Uncle Sammy. Okay? Uncle Sammy and me are cool. I don't want to mess around with that relationship. Just get it done, make it right, and let's go on to next year. I'm not saying I love Uncle Sammy. Who does? He's always got his hand out asking for money. Hey, it's your Uncle Sammy. What do you need this time? Huh? What? No, can't give you money for that. You can't do that. But look, you have to pay Uncle Sammy. And it could be just simple taxes, regular stuff like I get done. It could be that you have issues, whether they're late taxes, criminal taxes, cryptocurrency filing, whatever it is. He can help you out with that as well. He is knowledgeable and he is personable. You talk to him, set up a consultation, and whether you have issues or not, maybe you're just trying to avoid issues, maybe you have issues to take care of, he can do that for you. So choose the Kugelman Law Team. All you have to do is visit sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tim's chastising me. He said, just in and out, like a Friday night at the Lomaxes. By the way, Devil's Advocate. What the hell? Coming up, Steve Kerr next on the Sports Leader.
Great job, brother.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It is time for a weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. And for those people that are wondering, Cope's a little under the weather today. So he's missed the last hour and a half. He hung in there for as long as he could. Voice started going, and he just wasn't feeling great. So he's going to recoup, rest, and hopefully be back tomorrow. Hello, Stephen.
Thomas, how you doing?
Tremendous. Yourself?
I'm well. Thank you. Been a whirlwind couple of days. Nothing like a 21-hour trip to Serbia.
Yeah, other than the obvious sadness, as funerals generally are.
Yeah.
How were the ceremonies and meeting the people, and did you get kind of even a better understanding of who he was visiting over there?
It was beautiful. I mean, just to see the outpouring of love from so many people there. The service was yesterday, and I mean there were, I don't know, it felt like 1,000 people there. Tons of fans.
Mm-hmm.
It meant a lot for us to be there, and it was. I think the family was really appreciative that we made the trip out to honor them and to honor Decky, and so very emotional, but also very beautiful and great to be there. Just to, I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do.
Yeah,
to be there with them.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm stating stuff that is obvious, but we all love basketball. We all love sports, but I think we understand it in that you compartmentalize a little bit. It's not real life. I mean, it is. It's
Right.
very important to you. It's not as important to me, but I still take it seriously. It's just that's not what you're dealing with. So, no, I applaud you guys for flying over there and going to that. I thought that was awesome. I'm sure they appreciated it, and it's just I agree with you. That was the right thing to do. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, obviously the games are relatively important,
sure,
but what you really relish, and you know this because you've felt it as a player, and I definitely feel it, as a coach too. It's like you really relish the relationships that you make within the competition. You're fighting and you're scrapping, and it's so emotional, and it's it's an amazing way to really get to know people and to become close with people when you're competing with them. And I think that's one of the most powerful things about sports, is just these lifelong friendships that you build through, the game and through competing together. And then, when you lose someone, and it really does feel like losing a family member.
Yep.
It's tough. And, so yeah, I'm, we're all still shaken up by it all, but, still trying to honor Decky as best we can.
I mean, think about it. The shared experiences you have with all the people you played with. I mean, we met when we were probably 19, 20, and Jim Peterson and I met when I was a little over 20. Chris Mullen and I met. Those are people I still know today and still talk to, and still talk about sports and life and stuff like that. I mean, that's why I'm a big believer in team sports when you're younger. It's so much more than just the sport itself. It's learning how to deal with others, learning how to build relationship with others. It just all that stuff. And I love that aspect of it. And the games itself are great, but there's just so much more that goes with it.
If I had never met you, Tom, I don't know if I ever would have understood the
nuances of it.
Two-team teaser. I mean,
and if I never met you, I couldn't have finished your sentence either.
That's right.
It's so funny because it's funny to us, and everybody else is like, "What a bunch of idiots!
What are
they
you
talking about?
Yeah.
A bunch of idiots, bunch of freaking idiots." Let's talk about the team, because the team is playing some really good basketball, and it's like kind of all coming together. Like we've talked about, the light bulb went on over Jonathan's head. Like he's figured out like attacking is the way to go. About the same time, Wiggins decided, I'm going to start attacking too. He's been fantastic. He's been aggressive. He's not passing up shots. I mean, the three-point shot hasn't come along for the ride yet, but that's fine. He's defending. He's getting to the rim, and he's doing his thing. Clay's a little up and down, but I think he's trying to embrace who he is right now. I don't need to embrace Clay from 2019. Let's be the best Clay I can be right now. And then you got the Draymond's come back, and he just kind of do what Draymond does. I mean, organize stuff, be the fire on the team. And then the young guys are pitching in. Like, this was kind of the vision early on. It's funny how seasons go. It takes a while, but you're like, okay, took us a while to get there. But do you feel like you're kind of not there, but you're closer to the vision that maybe you had of what this team could be?
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing that I've felt really good about all season is just the connection and the chemistry of the group. We really have a great group of guys, and everyone's committed to each other. And that was true even, going through some of the losing stretches. So I've maintained, throughout that we were going to be able to get it going. And so it is good to see my faith justified because it's, I don't think this is a flash in the pan. I mean, over the last 10, we're number 3 in the league in defense and number 1 in offense, and that's that's what it takes. You gotta play two-way basketball, and just from what I'm seeing with Draymond healthy and Gary Payton back, and the way, like you said, Kuminga has really emerged, and Wiggs playing better, and of course. You didn't even mention Steph. That's what I do too. You talk about everything.
He's a given.
Everything other than Steph.
He's a given. I just expect him to be Steph.
He's a given. He is. He's just so damn good, and so it feels good. And I'm glad for the guys that we're getting it going. But a lot of work ahead.
No, I mean, look, Steph is Magic. He's Bird. He's Jordan, he's Duncan, he's LeBron, he's a guy that you just, okay, he had a great game. Cool. I mean, good. That's what Steph always does. And every once in a while, he'll have a spectacular game. It's like, wow, that was incredible. But that to me is always a true sign of greatness, is that they make greatness look ordinary. And that's what Steph does.
He does. He's good every single night. And he's been particularly hot, here of late.
Yeah.
I think Draymond's return has helped him because our defense is better, so we're getting more runouts. Our pace has picked up a little bit, and then I think also just their little two-man actions that they've been running forever together. Those are giving him some more open looks, and he and Draymond they're just such a good pair, and they have so much history together. So Draymond knows how to get him open and knows how to get him comfortable, but it's been something to watch. That the Pacer game in Indianapolis last week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that Steph even hit the rim on the first. I think he was 7 for 7 to start the game from 3 or 6 for 6, and it was just. It's just a fireworks show. It was incredible watching that.
No, it really is. I mean, he does some amazing things. The only problem with the streak you guys are on is there's 2 more games until the All-Star break. It's can we push that further down the road a little bit and kind of keep this thing going? Because as they like to say, it's a midway point of the season. Well, except there's 20 games left after the the All-Star break.
It's all right. We'll be. I think our guys need it. Frankly, they've been through an awful lot emotionally. We've had so many games. We get the added game Thursday, the makeup game in Utah, and our guys they're going to need a rest. But I think they'll come back really ready to close this season in a really strong manner and see what we can do.
Well, I feel I'm contractually obligated by myself to at least once every other time we talk to say how much I love Pajemski, just because he's so much fun to watch. He really is. I mean, he's so tenacious. I tell people, I go, if you watch the game twice, like if you watch it and think, I don't watch something else, I go, just watch him when he's on the court. I go, watch the plays he makes and then watch the tenacity in which he gets after the glass. Like, he just does not stop. And I said this about a month ago, and people said, well, you may be a little premature. I go, this guy's the best rebounding guard in the league, pound for pound. I'm still saying he's the best rebounding guard in the league, pound for pound. There may be guys that are better rebounders that are bigger, but not his size. He knows how to play the game. He had that 3 or 4 game stretch with no turnovers. He is under control, but a little reckless. Like, it's that combination where he's going to do some stuff, but he knows when to do it, how to do it. I mean, I got to imagine he's even fit in and played better than maybe you could have imagined before the season started.
Yeah, I mean, we could see in camp that he was going to make an impact at some point. But you remember, he wasn't in the rotation to start the season. Rookies have to earn it, and they got to get their opportunity, and you got to see them do it under the lights and all that. But once he got his opportunity, he has not looked back, and he's so fearless out there and sees the game so well. He still overdoes it sometimes defensively. Like he sees the whole picture and he tries to help in 3 different spots at once. Kind
of like Draymond.
Yeah, he is. He calls himself like, I'm the guard version of Draymond. I'm like, that's great, except if you have 2 guys doing that, then we're gonna run into some problems. But no, I'd way rather have that, somebody over helping than someone who doesn't see where the help is. And so we're trying to get him a little bit more under control. But he is just a really, really damn good player, and he's helped us so much. I think he's a connector, just the cuts and the quick swing passes and all that stuff. He's made our team much better.
So let me ask you something. We had Bob Myers on a couple minutes ago, and I talked to him about this, and we talked to him about the reason, he left the game was it just hard for him to enjoy it. And I always found that interesting because you get into the game because you love the game, and I know you love coaching, and this is something you've always wanted to do, is coaching. And you talk about joy all the time with the team. I also know there are nights, and Margaret will remind you, that are November, and you don't sleep, you toss and turn, you kind of kick in bed, and you're not having that much joy, and it's not that much fun trying to figure stuff out. How do you balance those two to where this is something you love dearly, you love the game, you love coaching, yet there are times where it's not going to be all that much fun doing what you do? How do you balance that so you have that joy and it's not just, oh, we won, it's relief. God, thank God we won. Now I can move on to the next thing. Hey, how do you stop and smell the roses, so to speak?
Well, I think it helps to have a good perspective on things. I literally think every day about how lucky I am to coach basketball for a living, and we try to remind our guys how lucky we all are to walk into that building, see each other, play basketball, coach basketball, compete together, travel. I mean, what a life, what an incredible life, and we're obviously really well compensated for it. And I think every guy has to find the balance in his own life. So for me, just to come home, and have a great family, and enjoy my family, enjoy my friends. It means that even in a season like this one where there's some really tough losses, I still wake up every day and I can't wait to go to work. And I think that's the main thing. I think you have to find a way to understand that if you're living and dying with every win, every loss, that's kind of an unhealthy life.
Yeah.
You have to really embrace the big picture, and within that, there's going to be some last second wins, some tough losses, and you take it all in.
I got to let you know, Raymond let me know this, and I just wanted to bring it up because it's pretty cool stuff. You got some pretty awesome people on this list. Phil Jackson, Pop, and Pat Riley, I think, is on this list. It is fastest to 500 wins, although they should have one in your case for fastest to 460 wins since you vultured 40 of those wins. I mean, it wasn't bad enough you stole 39 from Luke. Then you take one from Atkinson last night. I mean, seriously, how do you live with yourself? You got 4 championships and you're just taking wins left and right. Like, yeah, I'll take that. That's mine. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but you know what? I insisted that I don't get the losses from those guys. Although I don't think
in your contract, huh? Well done.
Yeah, it's in my contract. Yeah, I don't know what it says about me that the people who have sat in my seat are a combined 51-2. I'm not sure about that, but whatever.
You know what? You taught them well. You taught them well. That's right. What you did. I mean, what does that mean to you? Because I know you kind of take it in stride a little bit. I mean, the championships are one thing. It's awesome. And you've done some incredible stuff as a coach. You've got to coach all-star games. I know for a fact one was good enough for you. You didn't want to do any more, but you had to. You were contractually obligated. You had to. But like these milestones, you played for Pop. You played for Phil. We grew up watching Riley as young kids following basketball. Like, this is like history now. This is like historic stuff when you start looking at coaches. Like, how does that hit you as not only the coach who's accumulated this, but as someone who's followed sports their whole lives and understands the history of basketball?
Yeah, there's definitely a little imposter syndrome that goes on. You know, when you see your name and with some of those names, and I don't know, it's a good slap in the face and a good reminder that you know, as coaches, we are all dependent on our talent, the people we coach and the organizations we work for. So, you know, to work in one place for a decade in professional sports and have still 3 players from the very first team, that's unheard of. So I don't know, this is really more about just the overall organizational stability and talent and continuity. And I love being here. I love doing what I do, and it's been a blessing just to experience it with all these people.
Now, hey, it couldn't happen to a better guy, and you're really going to have imposter syndrome when that Hall of Fame calls in about 20 years. You're going to be like, nah, that can't be for me. What are you talking about? I'm out of here. I'm playing golf. You know what you should do, though? You got to promise me if that call ever comes, you got to get up there and go, do you guys know the nuances of the 2-team teaser? Let me explain it to you.
You know what? Now, the way the pro sports handle gambling, they might actually embrace it and turn it into a TV commercial.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right. You could probably, you know what? You could probably get a deal with DraftKings after you retire.
Yes.
That'd be incredible.
Yes,
Look at you,
right.
just figuring out ways to rake in the money after you retire. That's awesome. Hey, good stuff. It's been fun watching you guys play, and you guys have been playing well, so that's really, really encouraging. Always fun to talk to you, and we'll look forward to talking to you. Not next week, because next week is All-Star Week. Everybody will be dark during that week, so we'll talk to you the week after.
All right. Sounds great, Tommy.
See you, Stevie. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. He is, those are 2 of the best, Bob and Steve. They're just 2 of the best to talk to and a lot of fun to talk to. And he stole 40 wins. He did. I mean, let's be honest. He took 40 wins that weren't his. He wasn't there. He was just, maybe he was on a room, just laying down on the room, trying to get his back right. Maybe he was overseas, whatever. Reasons are, you weren't there.
I think you made your point.
You don't get those. Sorry. You don't get those. Guess what? He got those. All right, coming up, we're going to shut it down here in the Sports Leader.
The Giants have made a move, signing All-Star and 2-time World Series champion Jorge Soler to a 3-year contract. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.